Last time. After this, we shall part ways. As two silhouettes collided, they ignited like dry kindling, fervently ablaze. Ugh. Darling, take it slow. Though this is the last time, don't act like a ravenous wolf who can endure such torment from you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the confines of the room, the heavy breaths that had persisted for 2 hours finally subsided. A young man, weary and drained, slowly emerged from the doorway. It was as if he had bestowed upon the enchanting woman within the room all the savings of his 22 years. Gu Xingqian, I love you. If not for being born in such a dystopian world, that I am sorry. In the next life, that I shall still love you. Wails echoed through the room, piercing and heart-wrenching. Gu Xingqian's heart trembled violently, plunged into despair. In this apocalyptic era, devoid of resources, his girlfriend had no choice but to sever ties with him. Overcome with sorrow, he uttered nothing further amidst the desolate ruins. Stop right there, kid. Hand over everything you have. Biao Guest's sinister visage loomed in the shadows of the ruins. The rusted iron rod in his hand pointed menacingly at the ragged Gu Xingqian. Around him lay crumbling walls, the air thick with the stench of nuclear dust. This cursed place was more unbearable than being served spicy hot pot without chopsticks. Gu Xingqian rubbed his aching head and crawled up from a heap of rubble. In the post-nuclear world, it was a survival of the fittest. He, a nameless wretch, was so famished he could devour a cow. Now targeted by this band of marauders, it felt like hell had unleashed its fury. He was no coward waiting for doom. He needed to devise an escape. Most importantly, he had to locate the fabled energy source to survive in this merciless world. Time was of the essence. The shouts of the marauders drew ever nearer, and Gu Xingqian knew he must act swiftly. He crouched low, using the remnants of the buildings for cover, swiftly darting through the ruins. Damn it, this kid runs pretty fast, Biao Gu cursed, leading his men in relentless pursuit. As Gu Xingqian ran, he recalled the current state of the world. This was no era of peace, and laws had become mere illusions. Energy was the true currency. Whoever controlled the energy source wielded power. He had to find the energy source quickly to survive in this brutal landscape. Suddenly, Gu Xingqian sensed a faint energy fluctuation akin to a drop of sweet water in a desert, invigorating his spirit. Could it be? He felt a surge of excitement and quickened his pace toward the source of the energy wave. This fluctuation waxed and waned, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with him. Gu Xingqian held his breath, cautiously approaching. Hey, little brother, what are you searching for? A greasy voice emerged from behind him. Gu Xingqian turned to see a rotund man with a jovial smile, brandishing a battered energy detector. Son Fatty, are you trying to swindle me again? Gu Xingqian instantly recognized this infamous swindler from the ruinous city. Who would dare, little brother? I merely noticed your furtive behavior and presumed you were in search of something valuable. Why not share with me? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Son Fatty rubbed his hands together. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Gu Xingqian scoffed, disregarding him, and continued toward the direction of the energy fluctuation. Don't go, little brother. I possess the latest energy source map, just a small price. Son Fatty's voice abruptly ceased, for he had noticed Gu Xingqian suddenly halt, his gaze icy and fixed ahead. You. Son Fatty was about to speak when Gu Xingqian murmured, someone is coming. Biao Gu, I found him. Right here. Just as Gu Xingqian prepared to slip away, like an eel into the shadows of the ruins, a shrill voice shattered the tense atmosphere. It was a Chong, a lackey of Biao Gu, as slender as a reed and timid as a mouse. Logically, Gu Xingqian should have taken flight, employing the 36 stratagems to escape. Yet he did the opposite. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his tattered clothing, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and approached the Chong. Excuse me, dear brother, may I ask? Before Gu Xingqian could finish, a Chong seized his arm and hoisted him before Biao Gu as if he were mere chicken. Biao Gu scrutinized Gu Xingqian from head to toe, his eyes gleaming with avarice, resembling a famished wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Kid, hand over anything of value you possess. Gu Xingqian felt an overwhelming pressure. Biao Guest's malevolence threatened to engulf him. This was no trifling matter. Biao Gu was the tyrant of these ruins. With countless minions at his command, he was ruthless, a predator who left no bones behind. I am merely a lost traveler. I possess nothing of worth. Jiu Xingchen forced himself to remain calm, feigning confusion, stammering. Biao Gu sneered, clearly unconvinced by his flimsy tale. A traveler? Is there still anyone traveling in this world? I suspect you are a spy from some faction. He seized Gu Xingchen's collar, demanding, "Speak. Who are you? What brings you here?" Gu Xingchen silently cursed Biao Gu was relentless, and it seemed he had to reveal some genuine skills. A flicker of inspiration struck him, just as Biao Gu unexpectedly shoved him to the ground. "Enough chatter. Brothers, search him." "Biao Gu, this kid truly seems to have nothing of value." Chong rummaged through Gu Xingchen's belongings, uncovering only a few dry, compressed biscuits, his face falling in disappointment. "Kid, don't think you can pull a fast one on me. I run this wasteland. If I find out you dare deceive me." Biao Gu snatched the biscuits, cramming them into his mouth, glaring at Gu Xingchen with malevolence. "You are as good as dead." After a brief pause, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Just as Biao Gu prepared to strike, that a peculiar surge of energy erupted from within Gu Xingchen. This sensation was akin to suddenly winning 5 million in a lottery, an exhilarating explosion of joy. Gu Xingchen felt a torrent of strength coursing through him. He abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth, blinding Biao Gu and Chong. "My eyes, what is happening?" Biao Gu shielded his eyes, howling in agony. Chong, petrified, collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A perfect opportunity, Gu Xingchen secretly rejoiced. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he darted away like a rabbit, moving with the speed of lightning, vanishing into the shadows of the ruins. "Chase! After him! Don't let that kid escape!" Biao Gu roared, his voice hoarse, like a wounded beast. Chong and the other lackeys scrambled to their feet, stumbling in pursuit. Gu Xingchen navigated the ruins with the agility of a nimble monkey. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, he led Biao Gu and his men in circles. He leaped, rolled, and concealed himself, leaving his pursuers far behind. "Damn it, how can this kid run so fast?" Biao Gu gasped, feeling as though his lungs might burst. "Biao Gu, this kid, is he on drugs?" Chong wheezed, feeling as if his soul might escape his body. Gu Xingchen, hearing the distant shouts trailing behind him, couldn't help but smile. It seemed this unique energy perception ability was indeed formidable. In a critical moment, it could serve as a flashbang, an essential tool for survival and adventure. He continued to run, relishing the flow of energy within him, a sensation as delightful as soaking in a hot spring. Time passed, and he eventually shook off Biao Gu and his crew, arriving at a relatively tranquil location. To his surprise, he discovered a makeshift trading market. A myriad of peculiar individuals were haggling, the air thick with the mingled scents of food and sweat. Gu Xingchen patted his growling stomach, deciding to venture inside, hopeful of finding something to eat. He adjusted his tattered garments, took a deep breath, and stepped into the trading market. Chapter 2. The Enigma of the Marketplace, Ambiguity and Deception. The trading market was a cacophony of voices, the shouts of vendors, and the clamor of haggling rising and falling like a pot of boiling. Peculiar still, upon entering, Gu Xingchen immediately felt numerous gazes sweeping over him like searchlights. Clad in tattered rags, he stood out starkly among the well-dressed crowd. Despite the patched-up nature of his attire, Dottie patted his empty stomach. Pondering, this wretched place is even more exhilarating than when I was fleeing for my life. Just as he was contemplating how to procure some food, he suddenly collided with another person with a loud thud. A collection of bottles and jars tumbled from the stranger's hands, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. My apologies. Gu Xingchen quickly offered his apologies, bending down to assist in gathering the shards. "It's quite all right." Came a delicate voice. Gu Xingchen looked up, meeting a pair of clear, bright eyes. The girl before him had a rosy complexion, reminiscent of a ripe apple, her long, dark hair tied back in a simple ponytail. In the chaotic market, she resembled a tenacious little white flower blooming defiantly. "My name is Xiaomei," the girl murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper. Gu Xingchen, you be cautious of Sun Fatty. Xiaomei's voice dropped even lower. As if confiding in herself, Gu Xingchen paused. Sun Fatty? Is he the notorious tyrant of the marketplace who thrives on selling information and trickery? It seems this murky water runs deeper than I had anticipated. After thanking Xiaomei, he prepared to leave when he suddenly felt a chill behind him, accompanied by a greasy voice. "Oh, if it isn't the valiant Gu, how have you fallen to the depths of scavenging?" Just after parting from Xiaomei, a corpulent figure blocked his path, resembling a mountain of flesh, Sun Fatty, the marketplace overlord, wore a smug grin, akin to a cat that had stolen a fish. Oh, if it isn't the valiant Gu. How have you fallen to the depths of scavenging? He mockingly repeated, his small eyes glinting with cunning. You jest, Sun Boss, Gu Xingchen replied, maintaining his composure. I am merely perusing, seeking treasures within the marketplace. Treasures? What sort of treasures does the valiant Gu seek? I have everything one could desire. Look, is this not the energy source you are searching for? As Sun Fatty spoke, he produced a stone that shimmered faintly from his pocket. Gu Xingchen scoffed inwardly. Did this pitiful object dare to be called an energy source? What a joke. The shine on this stone was clearly the result of fluorescent powder smeared upon it, a low-level con trick. Nevertheless, he feigned interest, leaning in for a closer inspection and occasionally emitting sounds of admiration. What do you think, valiant Gu? This is a treasure I procured at great expense. Seeing Gu Xingchen taking the bait, Sun Fatty's tone grew ever more self-satisfied. It is indeed intriguing, Gu Xingchen pretended to ponder. Yet the energy source I require is not of such inferior quality. Oh, then what kind do you seek? Sun Fatty's eyes darted, calculating how to extract more information from Gu Xingchen. The energy source I need. Gu Xingchen lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, must be one that radiates a rainbow of colors, feels cool to the touch, and furthermore. He paused, scrutinizing Sun Fatty's expression, and emits a beep 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 sound. Sun Fatty was momentarily stunned. Rainbow colors? Cool to the touch, beep beep beep. Such an energy source exists. After all these years, how had he never heard of it? Could it be the legendary top-tier energy source? This kind of source is typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Only someone like me, a chosen one, could sense its existence. Observing Sun Fatty's bewildered expression, Gu Xingchen suppressed a chuckle, embellishing his tale further. Then valiant Gu, can you tell me where this energy source can be found? I am willing to pay any price. Sun Fatty was thoroughly entranced, rubbing his hands together, a look of sycophancy on his face. Gu Xingchen smiled enigmatically, while he deliberately elongated his tone, leaning closer to Sun Fatty and whispering a few words. After hearing, Sun Fatty's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Understood. Understood. I shall go find it at once. With that, he hurriedly left the marketplace. As if fearing he might miss out on some unparalleled treasure, Gu Xingchen watched Sun Fatty's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. Beep 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 energy source. I hope you enjoy it. He murmured to himself before turning to walk in another direction. Xiaomei. Gu Xingchen trailed behind Sun Fatty, observing him flit about the outskirts of the city like a headless fly. Occasionally, he would shout beep 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 into the air, the ludicrous sight almost eliciting a laugh from Gu Xingchen. This Sun Fatty truly believed in the existence of the rainbow-colored, cool to the touch, beep 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 energy source. How utterly ridiculous. After searching high and low, Sun Fatty found nothing, not a trace of an energy source, nor even a ghostly shadow. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Speak. Where is the real energy source? He panted as he rushed back to the marketplace, seizing Gu Xingchen by the collar. Sun Boss, what are you talking about? I was referring to that beep 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 energy source. Did you not find it? Gu Xingchen feigned surprise. Nonsense. I scoured the entire outskirts of the city and found not a single hair. You were clearly playing me for a fool, Sun Fatty bellowed. Sun Boss, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. I possess evidence to prove that you attempted to deceive me regarding the energy source. Gu Xingchen shrugged. Saying this, he retrieved a recording stone from his pocket and pressed the play button. As long as you provide me with information about the energy source, I am willing to pay any price. The recording echoed Sun Fatty's earlier words. Surrounding individuals began to point fingers, denouncing Sun Fatty for his lack of integrity. Attempting to swindle a free ride. Sun Fatty's face shifted from pale to green. As if he had swallowed a fly. He shot Gu Xingchen a furious glare, realizing he had been outsmarted this time. Sun Boss, since you deceived me first, consider these items compensation. Gu Xingchen said, deftly pilfering several energy blocks and some compressed biscuits from Sun Fatty's person. Sun Fatty could only fume silently, retreating from the marketplace in disgrace. Gu Xingchen observed his departing figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. With the acquired provisions in hand, Gu Xingchen learned of potential clues regarding energy sources in the underground shelter. However, the shelter's overseer, Old Zhao, was no easy adversary to deal with. Old Zhao. Gu Xingchen murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I hope you are prepared. He set forth, heading towards the direction of the underground shelter. Pausing by a dilapidated wall, he picked up a broken piece of metal, gently rubbing it between his fingers. Chapter 3. Secrets of the Bunker. Gu Xingchen arrived at the entrance of the underground shelter, where a heavy metal door stood firmly shut, surrounded by flickering, dim lights. Several guards in tattered uniforms patrolled back and forth, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. Old Zhao, a short, stout man with a face full of blubber, stood at the door, clutching a rusty iron rod, his gaze fixated on Gu Xingchen like a venomous serpent. You are Gu Xingchen? Old Zhao scrutinized him, his tone dripping with disdain. I hear you've been causing quite a stir in the marketplace lately? Flattery, flattery. I'm merely trying to make a living. Gu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. You wish to enter the shelter? Old Zhao sneered, not even bothering to glance at himself. With your frail frame, you think you can step foot in our treasure trove? Old Zhao, I've heard there are abundant energy sources here. I merely wish to enter and try my luck at finding some survival resources. I mean no harm. Gu Xingchen remained calm, knowing that people like Old Zhao were bullies who preyed on the weak. So he deliberately puffed out his chest. Survival resources, Old Zhao scoffed, as if he had heard a grand joke. Do you see these individuals? They are here to protect the shelter's safety. You, an unknown figure, wish to come in and partake. Old Zhao, your reasoning is flawed. We are all striving for survival. Why must we? Enough chatter. Old Zhao interrupted rudely. I care not who you are. You are unwelcome here. Leave now. Or do not blame me for being rude. The smile on Gu Xingchen's face gradually faded. He understood reasoning with such a person was futile. Old Zhao, I shall say this one last time. I merely wish to enter in search of resources. If you insist on hindering me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and reiterated his stance. Oh, you dare threaten me? Old Zhao raised the iron rod, pointing it at Gu Xingchen's nose, and berated, you must be tired of living. The surrounding guards began to close in, the atmosphere charged with tension. Gu Xingchen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze icy. He realized that a confrontation was inevitable. Just then, he recalled something Xiaomei had once confided in him. Old Zhao, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a mysterious smile, with a hint of playful mirth. He continued, Old Zhao, are you certain you want to do this? I have heard your daughter Xiaomei has not been feeling well lately. Old Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, the iron rod quivering slightly in his hand. He had never anticipated that Gu Xingchen would know this. He had kept Xiaomei's illness a secret from everyone. Where did this brat hear about it? What do you mean? The voice of the old man Zhao trembled slightly. Gu Xingchen paid no heed to the shouts behind him. He was aware that the old man would not dare to escalate the situation. Xiaomei's illness required a specialized medication, which could only be found in the market. If he were to expose this matter, Yao's standing in the shelter would surely be jeopardized. Gu Xingchen stealthily maneuvered to the side of the shelter, following the route Xiaomei had specified, and commenced his search for the secret passage. The side of the shelter was cluttered with various debris, and a labyrinth of rusted metal pipes resembled an enormous spider's web. Gu Xingchen navigated cautiously through the maze, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, his foot inadvertently nudged a metal can, which clattered loudly, echoing piercingly in the stillness of the night. Who goes there? A sharp voice called from not far away. Oh no. Gu Xingchen cursed silently, realizing he had been exposed. He quickly concealed himself behind a pile of discarded tires, his heart racing. A few guards, armed with flashlights, began to search in his direction. There seems to be movement over there, one of the guards shouted, pointing towards Gu Xingchen's hiding spot. Gu Xingchen held his breath, daring not to move. The beams of light swept in front of him, making him feel like prey under the gaze of a hunter. Come out. Stop hiding. Another guard barked. Understanding that he could no longer remain concealed, Gu Xingchen had to devise an escape plan. Just then, he noticed a rusted metal pipe nearby, leading into the depths of the shelter. Wait, Gu Xingchen suddenly exclaimed. Who are you? The guard asked warily. I know a shortcut to the energy source. Gu Xingchen did not respond directly, but instead pointed at the metal pipe. I know a shortcut to the energy source. Far better than your watch at the gate. Zhao has gone to great lengths to keep this hidden. Isn't it to prevent others from finding out? Now I can lead you there, so you don't have to flail about like headless chickens. He gestured towards the rusted pipe, speaking in an intentionally mysterious tone. The guards exchanged glances, clearly wavering. You better not be trying to pull a fast one. If you're deceiving us. The lead guard glared at Gu Xingchen suspiciously. What do I gain by tricking you? Gu Xingchen shrugged, feigning innocence. Rather than waste time here, why not come with me and take a chance? What if it's true? Zhao will surely reward you handsomely. This proposition struck a chord with the guards. They had long harbored discontent towards Zhao's authoritarian rule, and now, with the prospect of sharing in the spoils, they were not about to let this opportunity slip away. Brothers, let us follow him. The lead guard hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to take the gamble. Gu Xingchen secretly exhaled in relief as he led several guards towards the pipe. He certainly had no knowledge of any shortcut. He merely sought to buy himself some time by exploiting the guards' greed. As they walked, he remained vigilant, searching for an opportunity to escape. Upon reaching the depths of the pipe, the light dimmed, and the surroundings became increasingly convoluted. Seizing a moment when the guards were distracted, Gu Xingchen suddenly kicked the lead guard, sending him tumbling to the ground, and swiftly squeezed into a narrow ventilation shaft. Grab him. The guards reacted quickly, pursuing him. Gu Xingchen crawled rapidly through the ventilation duct, which was narrow and winding, making it difficult to breathe. He could hear the shouts of the guards drawing nearer, causing his anxiety to swell. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from below. He halted, carefully attuning himself to this energy, pinpointing the general location of the source. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully smashed through the iron grate of the ventilation shaft and leaped down. He landed firmly on the ground, discovering himself in a vast underground chamber. In the center of the space, a colossal spherical device radiated a dazzling light, precisely the energy source he had been seeking. At last, he had found it. Gu Xingchen felt a surge of joy, but before he could relish the moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "You little rascal. So, you really are here?" Zhao stormed in, flanked by a group of guards. Gu Xingchen surveyed his surroundings, noting that the chamber was riddled with various intricate mechanisms and traps. He took a deep breath. The true challenge was only just beginning. "Long time no see, Zhao. It seems your precious treasure is destined to be lost." Gu Xingchen smirked coldly. Chapter 4. The Wisdom and Valor in the Mechanisms Before the Source. After landing, Gu Xingchen swiftly scanned the environment. The enormous spherical device emitted a pulsing glow, illuminating the metallic and ancient runic textures of the underground space. A peculiar odor permeated the air, reminiscent of a mixture of ozone and rust. "Wow, this thing looks remarkably advanced," Gu Xingchen internally marveled. The energy source was even more astonishing than he had imagined. "You little brat, you're finished. This is a treasure left by our ancestors, not something you can lay your hands on," Zhao declared, entering with a group of guards, encircling Gu Xingchen. "Ancestor? More like your private stash." Gu Xingchen retorted fearlessly. "This device possesses immense energy, yet you hoard it all for yourself. Does your conscience not ache? Enough chatter. Today, you won't escape," Zhao commanded, prompting the guards to raise their weapons. Crude and cobbled-together energy guns that were clearly formidable. Stay calm, stay calm. This place is fraught with traps. If a shot goes off accidentally, we'll all be done for. What a disaster." Gu Xingchen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender while his eyes darted around, assessing the traps. "Don't try to fool me. I've been here long enough to navigate these traps with my eyes closed. But you, go ahead and move a muscle," Zhao sneered, emphasizing the last part, hoping Gu Xingchen would trigger a trap and allow him to reap the benefits. "With you saying that, I'm even less inclined to move. But are you sure you truly understand these traps?" Gu Xingchen was acutely aware of Zhao's ulterior motives. A sly smile crept onto his face. "Of course. Zhao began to boast, but suddenly noticed the glint in Gu Xingchen's eyes, which seemed to pierce through something, causing his heart to leap. Gu Xingchen's gaze had settled on a seemingly inconspicuous rune on the ground. This rune appeared slightly different from the others, its color deeper, as if concealing a secret. What are you looking at?" Zhao's voice quivered. Gu Xingchen did not respond but slowly extended his hand. "Wait," Zhao shouted, but Gu Xingchen ignored him and gently touched the darker rune. With a soft click, several metallic blades shot forth from the surrounding walls, glinting menacingly, aimed directly at Gu Xingchen. "Are you serious?" Gu Xingchen yelped, leaping backward like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The blades grazed his nose, leaving a deep gash in the hard ground. "Ha ha ha. Little brat, now let us see where you run." Zhao cackled triumphantly, as if envisioning Gu Xingchen being shredded by the flurry of blades. "Is that all?" Gu Xingchen steadied himself, brushing off the dust, his expression one of disdain. "I expected something high-tech. Turns out it's just a piece of scrap metal." As he spoke, he meticulously observed the movements of the blades, his mind racing to analyze their patterns. Soon, Gu Xingchen discerned the flaw in the blades. Although they were fast and had a wide attack range, their rhythm was fixed, and there was a brief pause after each attack. "Found it." Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a smirk as a bold idea took shape in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward at the moment the blades were about to strike again. In a split second, he twisted his body at an incredible angle, slipping through the gaps between the blades. How is that possible?" Zhao's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He could not fathom how Gu Xingchen had evaded such a dense assault. Ignoring Zhao's astonishment, Gu Xingchen seized the opportunity during the blade's interval and swiftly approached the control mechanism. The device was adorned with a plethora of intricate wires and runes, dazzling to behold. "Wow, this thing looks pretty advanced. Too bad for me, it's child's play." Gu Xingchen confidently retrieved a small tool and began to manipulate it skillfully. With a flurry of clicks and clatters, the rhythm of the mechanisms became erratic, causing the blades to lose their aim, flailing about chaotically, posing a threat to Zhao and his subordinates instead. "Hurry! Shut down the mechanism," Zhao shouted in a panic. But it was too late. Gu Xingqian completed the final adjustments and pressed a red button. With a click, all the blades ceased their movement and slowly retracted into the walls. Done. Gu Xingqian clapped his hands, looking at Zhao with a relaxed demeanor. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Zhao's face turned ashen. He had lost the bargaining chip. What do you want? He stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian chuckled coldly. What do I want? Of course, I must venture in to explore the treasures left behind by our ancestors. He stepped over the lethal traps that had nearly claimed his life with the ease of a stroll, leaving Zhao Laotu and his underlings trembling in fear. Gu Xingqian delved deeper, perceiving the intricate mechanisms along the way as mere child's play. Deftly dismantling them one by one, he noted that despite their complexity, these traps shared a commonality. They were all linked to a central control hub. Found you. Gu Xingqian's eyes sparkled as he discovered a concealed connection point nestled within the crevice of the wall. The very key to the chain of traps. Without hesitation, he produced a specially crafted dagger and pried it open with fervor. A sharp crack echoed as a multitude of mechanisms abruptly ceased their operations. And the passageway was laid bare. Is that all? I expected something much more formidable. Gu Xingqian scoffed, disdain evident on his lips as he pressed onward, drawing ever closer to the energy source. Zhao Laotu's face turned a furious shade of green. He had not anticipated that Gu Xingqian would so easily unravel such numerous traps. Get him. Block his path, he bellowed hoarsely. Though his subordinates were gripped by fear, they could only muster the courage to charge ahead. Just in time, Gu Xingqian advanced rather than retreating, skillfully utilizing the still-functioning mechanisms around him to set clever traps. Several of his underlings, in their reckless rush, inadvertently triggered the traps and found themselves ensnared. Rendered immobile. What the hell is this? Help, boss. I'm stuck. The cries of his subordinates rose in a cacophony, plunging the scene into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingqian deftly circumvented them and approached the energy source. Up close, the energy source was even more magnificent than he had imagined. It was enveloped in a semi-transparent protective shield, emanating a soft glow. The potent energy fluctuations sent a wave of exhilaration coursing through Gu Xingqian's veins. At last, I have found you, he exclaimed with excitement, reaching out to touch the energy source, only to discover that his hand was thwarted by the protective shield. How do I open the shield? Just then, Zhao Laotu charged in from behind, wielding an oddly shaped energy weapon, his eyes gleaming with madness. You little brat, dare to touch my treasure, and I will see you dead. Zhao Laotu roared, raising the weapon to aim at Gu Xingqian's back. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Gu Xingqian slowly turned, a cold smirk playing on his lips. It seems you can no longer restrain yourself from taking action. Chapter 5, The Temptation of Power. Confrontation with Zhao Laotu. You little brat. Dare to touch my treasure, and I will see you dead. Zhao Laotu roared, the energy weapon in his grasp humming ominously, its energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye. Your treasure? Ha, old man, this thing does not belong to the one who seizes it first. Gu Xingqian slowly turned around, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. Nonsense. I have managed this underground city for so many years. This energy source rightfully belongs to me. Zhao Laotu fumed, his beard bristling, the wrinkles on his face folding like the bark of an ancient tree. Managed for years. Your so-called management amounts to hurting survivors and hoarding resources for yourself. Gu Xingqian ruthlessly exposed him, asserting that if this energy source fell into his hands, it would merely become yet another tool for his exploitation of others. You know nothing. This energy source is immensely powerful, far too much for ordinary people to bear. Only someone as seasoned as I can wield it. Zhao Laotu countered, desperation flickering in his gaze. Seasoned? Have you forgotten how your subordinates were ensnared by their own traps just moments ago? Gu Xingqian mocked, incredulous that he would dare claim expertise with such a level of incompetence. Enough of your prattle. Today, you shall not lay a finger on this energy source, Zhao Laotu shouted in a rage, the light of his weapon intensifying. That remains to be seen. Gu Xingqian's eyes narrowed, a powerful energy wave emanating from his being. He extended his hand, gathering a dazzling sphere of light in his palm, aimed directly at the protective shield surrounding the energy source. Just you? Overestimating yourself? Zhao Laotu scoffed, pulling the trigger of his energy weapon. A beam of energy hurtled towards Gu Xingqian, with a swift movement. Gu Xingqian evaded the attack effortlessly, simultaneously launching his energy sphere at the protective shield. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded as the shield quivered violently, yet it remained intact. This shield is more resilient than I anticipated. Gu Xingqian furrowed his brow, realizing he would need to employ a different strategy. Zhao Laotu, seeing his attack fail, unleashed a frenzied barrage of energy beams, each one raining down like a tempest. Gu Xingqian dodged with agility, contemplating ways to breach the protective shield. Old man, your attacks are far too slow. Gu Xingqian's mocking voice echoed through the corridor. Suddenly, he accelerated, maneuvering behind Zhao Laotu and delivering a powerful strike to his back. Zhao Laotu, caught off guard, spat blood, the energy weapon slipping from his grasp. You. Zhao Laotu clutched his chest, pointing a trembling finger at Gu Xingchen, his eyes filled with malice. This weapon looks rather impressive. Thank you. Gu Xingchen remarked, picking up the energy weapon from the ground and weighing it in his hand. He then aimed the weapon at the protective shield. Now, let us discuss how to open it. Gu Xingchen gazed at the energy source, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. You won't. Zhao Laotu struggled to prevent him. Gu Xingchen ignored him, focusing intently on the energy weapon, seemingly uncovering something. Wait. The innocent visage of Xiaomei and her gentle reminders flashed through Gu Xingchen's mind, a warm current swelling within his heart. Xiaomei, await me. I shall surely bring you out of this wretched place. His gaze sharpened, and he resolved within himself. This determination radiated an indescribable charm, as if a celestial being had descended, exuding an imposing aura. Old man, your performance is over. A mocking smile graced Gu Xingchen's lips as he moved with ghostly speed, closing the distance between himself and Zhao Laotu in an instant. You little brat, do not get too arrogant. Zhao Laotu's expression darkened as he bellowed. The energy weapon in his hand flared with brilliant light, unleashing a torrent of energy beams in a desperate attempt to overwhelm Gu Xingchen. Is that all? Gu Xingchen scoffed derisively, nimbly dodging the onslaught, weaving through the energy beams like a fish in water. Each evasion was impeccably timed, as if he had already predicted Zhao Laotu's attack patterns. Mere parlor tricks. Gu Xingchen seized his chance, launching a powerful punch that struck Zhao Laotu squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Zhao Laotu grunted, his face flushing crimson as he staggered backward a few steps. Old man, your speed is abysmally slow, reminiscent of a tortoise. Gu Xingchen mercilessly taunted, a tone heavy with mockery. You little brat. You seek death. Zhao Laotu, humiliated and enraged, roared in fury. He renewed his assault, the energy beams becoming denser and faster. Yet, Gu Xingchen continued to evade with ease, even finding the time to further ridicule Zhao Laotu. Old man. You can't possibly be suffering from senility, can you? The same tricks will not work on me. You. Zhao Laotu trembled with rage, unable to counter Gu Xingchen's taunts. Gu Xingchen spotted an opening and leaped forward. A swift and decisive kick landed squarely on Zhao Laotu's face. Crack. A crisp sound resonated as Zhao Laotu's vision blurred, his senses momentarily overwhelmed. This slap is for all those survivors you have exploited. Gu Xingchen declared coldly, a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. Zhao Laotu clutched his face, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with resentment and defiance. Struggling to rise, he glared at Gu Xingchen with venomous intent. You little brat, you will pay for this. Zhao Laotu retrieved a metallic sphere that glimmered with an eerie light from his robe. Gritting his teeth, you will come to regret this. The metallic sphere in his hand pulsed with radiant energy, and a powerful surge of energy enveloped the entire corridor. His once hunched form straightened, muscles bulging as if he had regained the vigor of youth. Boy, let me show you my true power. Zhao Laotu cackled, swinging his fist towards Gu Xingchen. The blow carried tremendous force, accompanied by a whistling wind that seemed to tear through the air. Gu Xingchen dared not meet it head-on, swiftly sidestepping the attack. Zhao Laotu's newfound strength and speed made it increasingly challenging for Gu Xingchen to evade. Old man, have you been taking performance enhancers? This is quite the surge, he quipped, attempting to disrupt Zhao Laotu's rhythm. Enough chatter. Zhao Laotu roared, intensifying his assault. Gu Xingchen felt the immense pressure mounting, realizing he could no longer remain on the defensive. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated, using his energy perception ability to probe the fluctuations of the protective shield. The surrounding energy became clear within his perception. He discerned that the energy fluctuations of the shield were interconnected with those of the surrounding environment. It resembled a complex circuit, with the shield serving as a crucial node. A bold idea took shape in his mind. I will go all in. Gu Xingchen abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of determination sparking within. He began to channel the surrounding energy, attempting to disrupt the flow of energy within the shield. What are you up to? Zhao Laotu sensed Gu Xingchen's actions, a flicker of unease rising within him. He intensified his offensive, intent on thwarting Gu Xingchen. Unfazed, Gu Xingchen continued to channel the energy. The protective shield's energy fluctuations began to grow chaotic, with faint fissures appearing on its surface. Now is the moment. A surge of elation washed over Gu Xingchen as he seized the opportunity to dash towards the energy source. Upon witnessing this, the old man Zhao, disregarding his previous intent to attack Gu Xingchen, shouted, "You won't get away with this." He too lunged towards the energy source, roaring. Their hands reached out simultaneously towards the energy source. It's mine. Chapter 6. The ownership of source power. Their hands made contact with the energy source, a crystal radiating a soft blue light. In that instant, a powerful energy wave surged forth, sending both men staggering back several steps. Gu Xingchen felt the energy within him surging, as if it were about to explode. Zhao, too, was not faring any better. His face turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. This thing is incredibly potent. Gu Xingchen shook off his numbed hand and glanced at Zhao. Old man, it seems you're struggling too. A smirk of derision graced his lips. Zhao's eyes widened in fury. He had not anticipated that Gu Xingchen could withstand the energy source's onslaught. Gritting his teeth against the tumultuous energy within, he lunged once more towards the energy source, bellowing, "It's mine. No one is taking it from me." Gu Xingchen scoffed, evading Zhao's attack with a sidestep, then delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. "You old fool, at your age, still so greedy. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Zhao crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, but the chaotic energy within rendered him immobile. He glared at Gu Xingchen, his eyes filled with malice. "You brat, just wait. I want to let you off." Gu Xingchen disdainfully curled his lip, stepping towards the energy source, reaching out to claim it, just as his fingertips were about to make contact. An unprecedented change occurred. The energy source erupted in dazzling light, a powerful force propelling Gu Xingchen backwards. What is happening? Gu Xingchen was startled, quickly regaining his balance. He looked at the energy source, now radiating an even more intense glow. The surrounding air began to warp and distort. Zhao's eyes flickered with wild joy. Ha! Heaven is aiding me. You cannot withstand the power of this energy source. Ignoring Zhao's taunts, Gu Xingchen felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. He took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Come on, show me just how formidable you truly are." Suddenly, Gu Xingchen unleashed his unique ability. He compressed the previously absorbed faint energy like a biscuit, ultimately condensing it into a formidable energy shockwave. It surged directly towards Zhao. "Old man, take this compressed energy cannon." Zhao was caught off guard, sent reeling by the sudden energy blast, crashing to the ground like a deflated sack. Tasting dirt. Seizing the moment while Zhao was dazed, Gu Xingchen darted to the energy source and grasped the ethereal blue crystal. My precious, come to daddy. Powerful energy flooded into Gu Xingchen's body like a torrent breaching a dam. He felt his entire being infused with strength, as if he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. The surrounding mechanisms reactivated due to the energy fluctuations, with various laser beams and metallic blades striking from all directions. Child's play. Gu Xingchen sneered. Now brimming with energy, these traps felt like mere tickles to him. With a casual wave of his hand, an energy barrier enveloped him, deflecting the lasers and blades into a shower of sparks. Zhao, finally regaining his senses, saw Gu Xingchen had seized control of the energy source, his face turning a shade of green with rage. "Brat, how dare you steal my possession? I'll make you pay for this." Struggling to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, Zhao glared at Gu Xingchen. Gu Xingchen cast him a dismissive glance, slowly raising his hand, gathering a dazzling energy orb in his palm. "Old man, times have changed. Now, it's my turn to call the shots." A wicked smile crept across his lips as he declared, "Here's a little welcome gift. Catch." Wait, Zhao's eyes widened in terror. The energy orb shot forth, striking him squarely in the chest. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Zhao was sent flying like a broken kite, colliding heavily with the wall before crumpling to the ground, unconscious. "Farewell, old man." Gu Xingchen clapped his hands, a look of relaxed satisfaction on his face. "Spare me, big brother. We won't dare again." Seeing this, Zhao's minions were paralyzed with fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Now you wish to plead for mercy? Too late." Gu Xingchen scoffed, unleashing an energy wave that rendered the minions unconscious. After absorbing the energy source, Gu Xingchen felt as though he had gained extraordinary powers, brimming with strength. He clenched his fists, savoring the energy surging within, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is just the beginning. He surveyed the surroundings, discovering that this underground shelter was even larger than he had imagined, concealing numerous secrets. Resolving to explore this refuge further, he ventured down the corridor, uncovering an array of high-tech equipment and weaponry, even a colossal laboratory. Inside the lab were peculiar instruments, among which a massive incubation chamber caught his attention. Filled with azure liquid, a figure floated within. As Gu Xingchen approached, he was momentarily stunned. It was a woman, an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her eyes were closed, seemingly asleep, clad in a tight suit reminiscent of a spacesuit. This is Gu Xingchen's mind was flooded with questions. Suddenly, the chamber's indicator lights flickered, and its door slowly opened. The woman gradually opened her eyes, her clear blue gaze seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. She looked at Gu Xingchen, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Who are you?" Gu Xingchen couldn't help but inquire. The woman did not respond. Instead, she reached out, gently caressing Gu Xingchen's cheek, her rosy lips brushing against his. Gu Xingchen felt as if he had been electrified, his eyes widening in astonishment. My first kiss. Immediately, her lips moved, her voice ethereal as she spoke. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 7. The initial establishment of source power, consolidating energy before she could finish her sentence. Gu Xingchen's vision darkened, plunging him into unconsciousness. Gu Xingchen jolted awake, realizing the woman had vanished. Sitting cross-legged, he directed his focus inward, feeling the energy source surging within him, like a slumbering dragon. It harbored world-shattering power. This sensation was exhilarating, more thrilling than winning a $5 million lottery. Yet, he understood that power can be fleeting. He must solidify it quickly, lest it all be for naught. This wretched place was rife with dangers. Akin to a vast perilous arena, with no certainty as to where the next threat might arise, that scoundrel Biao surely would not relent. He was likely preparing to confront him as they spoke. Moreover, old Zhao, appearing benign, was undoubtedly scheming to seize the energy source for himself. Indeed, not long after, Gu Xingchen sensed a formidable energy wave rapidly approaching. A smirk of cold amusement crept onto his lips. Ah. They were quite prompt. It seems today will be a workout for my muscles. Gradually rising, he clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. At that moment, Biao and his band of lackeys stormed into the shelter with a fierce demeanor. Biao's expression was ferocious, wielding a rusted machete, resembling a leader from a zombie flick. Gu Xingchen, you little brat, come out. If you know what's good for you, hand over the energy source, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. He bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. His minions echoed his threats, looking like a band of thugs, armed with an assortment of makeshift weapons, some with shovels, others with sticks, and even one wielding a frying pan. Resembling a comical ragtag army. Gu Xingchen stood at the corridor's end, observing the motley crew before him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. You ragtag misfits think you can steal from me? You should take a good look in the mirror. Biao's face flushed with rage upon hearing this. You're courting death. He swung his machete, charging towards Gu Xingchen. Come at me. Gu Xingchen's eyes glinted with determination as he vanished from sight in an instant. Hold on! A chilling voice emanated from behind Biao. Did you forget someone? Biao's minions rushed forward, howling as they charged towards Gu Xingchen. Their haphazardly wielded weapons flailed about wildly, resembling a chaotic dance. Gu Xingchen chuckled coldly, slipping effortlessly into the throng like a slippery eel. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull thuds echoed as a few of the minions fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs and wailing. Ouch, my back. My stomach. I feel like my insides are being torn apart. Biao watched in disbelief as his men toppled like dominoes, his eyes bulging with astonishment. When did this brat become so formidable? He cursed inwardly. Regretting not bringing more henchmen. Gu Xingchen casually clapped his hands, appearing relaxed, as if he had just finished a round of elementary school calisthenics. Is that it? Just a warm-up. He cast a sidelong glance at Biao Gu, his eyes brimming with provocation. Biao Ji's face turned an ashen hue with rage. How dare this brat underestimate him? Everyone, attack. Take him down, he bellowed, brandishing a rusted machete, charging forth like a rabid wild dog. Although his underlings were filled with trepidation, they had no choice but to muster their courage and follow their leader into the fray. They swarmed around Gu Xingchen like a horde of flies, buzzing incessantly yet failing to close in on him. Gu Xingchen exhibited remarkable agility, dodging left and right, occasionally striking back. Each of his counterattacks was executed with precision, devoid of hesitation. Ouch, my leg, my arm. The cries of his subordinates echoed chaotically. The scene resembling a frenzied market sale. As Biao Gu witnessed his minions falling one by one, dread seeped into his heart. How had this brat's strength surged so dramatically? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him, an energy source, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. You little rascal, you're cheating. You must be employing some underhanded tactic, Biao Gu shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Xingchen, his voice laced with exasperation. Gu Xingchen shrugged innocently. Cheating, big brother. Are you unable to accept defeat? A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. Biao Gu was so furious he could hardly articulate a response, gripping his machete tightly, ready to strike personally. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from behind him. Have you all forgotten someone? Enraged, Biao Gu swung his machete at Gu Xingchen with reckless abandon. The ferocity of his attack far surpassed that of his subordinates, clearly indicative of training at least enough to chop vegetables. The blade sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. If it landed, Gu Xingchen would surely find himself in another realm. Yet, Gu Xingchen was far from defenseless. He evaded Biao Ji's assault with the grace of a swallow, delivering a swift kick in return. Ouch, Biao Gu yelped, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as if his tailbone had shattered. You little brat, you strike hard. Gu Xingchen chuckled coldly. I learned from you. As he spoke, He deftly evaded Biao Ji's attacks, occasionally retaliating. Despite Biao Ji's fierce demeanor, he was merely a fade. After a few exchanges, Gu Xingchen had him bruised and battered, utterly incapable of defending himself. The surrounding marauders, witnessing their leader's humiliation, trembled in fear. Beginning to retreat. Boss, we should withdraw. One subordinate stammered. Withdraw? Nonsense. I am determined to kill this brat today. Biao Ge glared fiercely at him. You think you're worthy? Upon hearing this, Gu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. He placed his foot on Biao Ji's chest, looking down at him from a vantage point. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to kill you. Go back and tell old Zhao not to bother me again. Otherwise, next time, you won't be so fortunate. With no means to retaliate, Biao Ge could only slink away with his subordinates in disgrace. This battle was a resounding victory for Gu Xingchen, solidifying his position while delivering a severe blow to Biao Ji's arrogance. However, this was merely the beginning. Upon returning to the shelter, he received word that old Zhao was rallying more henchmen, preparing to strike again. Observing the intelligence in his hand, a cold smile crept across Gu Xingchen's lips. Old Zhao, you are courting your own demise. He turned towards the weapons cache, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you to the end. He picked up a brand new energy gun, weighing it in his hands, a smirk playing on his lips. I hope your bones are sturdy enough. Chapter 8. The resurgence of a rival returning to the shelter. Gu Xingchen did not rush to rest. After suffering such a significant setback, old Zhao would certainly not let it go easily. This old fox was cunning and treacherous, having faced defeat this time. Who knew what underhanded tricks he might employ next? When the soldiers come, the water shall be damned, Gu Xingchen thought. Unperturbed, he meticulously examined the confiscated energy gun and adjusted his newly modified energy collector. Ensuring everything was flawless. This time, I will make old Zhao understand the consequences of provoking me. Gu Xingchen sneered, his gaze filled with confidence. Before long, a cacophony of voices erupted outside the shelter. Gu Xingchen sensed that old Zhao had arrived. He stepped to the entrance, just in time to see old Zhao striding forth with a motley crew, their demeanor aggressive and menacing, brandishing an array of weapons like a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. Gu Xingchen, you little brat, come out. Old Zhao hollered from a distance, his voice grating like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, isn't this old Zhao? Have you already forgotten the lesson from last time? Have you brought all these people to deliver their heads to me? Gu Xingchen crossed his arms, standing casually at the door, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Don't get too cocky. Old Zhao's beard bristled in fury. Last time I was careless. This time, you will pay dearly. Pay dearly? What do you mean? Gu Xingchen arched an eyebrow. Are you referring to that scrap metal? I have no interest in it. He gestured dismissively at the individuals behind old Zhao. These people aren't even enough to fill my teeth. You don't get too smug. I brought only the elite this time. Old Zhao spat, his face turning an unhealthy shade with rage. You stole my energy source. Today, I will make you pay back in full. Gu Xingchen scoffed at old Zhao's furious expression. The energy source. I found it through my own efforts. Why should it belong to you? Gu Xingchen sneered. Old Zhao, at your age, how can you still be so shameless? If you want to steal something, just say it outright. There is no need for all these excuses. Old Zhao was so enraged he could hardly speak. His complexion shifting from green to white, then to purple, finally culminating in a hue resembling that of a liver. Charge, capture him. He commanded with a furious wave of his hand. Wait, Gu Xingchen interjected suddenly. A meaningful smile gracing his lips. Before you make your move, I must remind you. He paused, his eyes sharpening. The consequences will be yours to bear. Old Zhao's henchmen surged toward Gu Xingchen like a pack of hungry wolves, clamoring to tear him apart. Gu Xingchen chuckled derisively, his form weaving through the throng like a specter. With each punch and kick, he delivered lethal blows, every strike accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Is this it? Are you throwing a fake fight? With your skills, you aren't even worthy of scratching me. Gu Xingchen taunted as he toyed with the disarrayed mob. These so-called elites were utterly ineffectual before Gu Xingchen. Akin to paper tigers, collapsing at the slightest touch, they swung their weapons yet could not even graze the hem of Gu Xingchen's attire. His movements were as swift as lightning, mesmerizing to behold. He danced amidst the chaos, fluid and lethal. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Old Zhao howled in frustration, not anticipating that his carefully selected elites would prove so feeble. As he watched his subordinates fall one by one, he became frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Old man, stop just cursing. Why not join in the fun yourself? Gu Xingchen flashed in front of old Zhao, a sardonic smile on his face. Old Zhao recoiled in terror, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with dread. He was no match for Gu Xingchen, yet he refused to concede defeat. Stealthily, he retrieved a black device from his pocket, a treasured contraption that could control energy fluctuations. Originally intended for more formidable foes, he now had no choice but to employ it. You forced my hand. Old Zhao snarled. His visage twisted as he pressed the button on the device. An invisible energy wave spread instantaneously, seemingly freezing the surrounding AI. Gu Xingchen felt his body grow heavy, the energy source within him beginning to spiral out of control, as if a tremendous force were suppressing it. What is this? Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow, sensing impending doom. Ha, brat, now you're finished. This is my... Old Zhao's triumphant laughter echoed. What about your what? An icy voice interrupted Old Zhao's gloating. Gu Xingchen felt his body weigh down further, realizing the old fox had more tricks up his sleeve. However, he remained composed, focusing intently, activating his energy sensing ability. Amid the powerful energy fluctuations, he keenly detected an anomaly. At the core of the device, a minuscule energy node flickered with unstable light. That's it. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. Old fool, you think you're the only one with treasures, he declared, channeling his energy to form a slender beam, which struck the energy node with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp crack, the device instantly malfunctioned, the energy wave dissipating. What? This is impossible. Old Zhao's smile froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he gazed at the smoking device in his hand. Impossible? Heh, old man, times have changed. Gu Xingchen sneered, his form flashing forward to stand before Old Zhao, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his face. Let me show you my strength. Ah, the old man Zhao let out a blood-curdling scream, his nose gushing blood as he flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise for an eternity. The once menacing henchmen, witnessing their leader's brutal defeat, were instantly struck with terror. Their spirits shattered. One by one, they cried out for their mothers and scattered like frightened birds. Humph, a rabble of miscreants. Gu Xingchen clapped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing crowd. Old fool, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare provoke me again, luck will not be on your side. He approached the fallen Zhao, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. Turning away, Gu Xingchen left Zhao writhing in agony on the ground. This confrontation was merely the beginning. In this perilous world, myriad challenges awaited him. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his expression deep and resolute. The next source of energy. Gu Xingchen murmured to himself, then strode forward, vanishing into the vastness of the night. I hope the local specialties there do not disappoint me. Chapter 9. Seeking the unknown energy. Gu Xingchen's figure faded into the darkness, leaving behind a scene of devastation. His goal for this journey was the next source of energy. According to his unique ability to sense, it should lie within the abandoned center of City A. As he made his way toward the heart of City A, the desolation along the route was even more pronounced than he had anticipated. Twisted metal skeletons pierced the sky, silently lamenting the atrocities of war. The air was thick with dust and the stench of unknown chemicals, making each breath a laborious task. This wretched place has air quality worse than that of my hometown's latrine, Gu Xingchen complained, pinching his nose, yet his feet did not falter. The source of energy was the new currency of this world, the sole hope for survival. For it, former friends had turned into foes, and once beloved family members had turned against one another. Gu Xingchen had witnessed far too many such tragedies, which only solidified his resolve to reshape the laws of the universe and put an end to this ceaseless struggle. He climbed over a hill piled high with abandoned vehicles, revealing a vast plain before him. In the center of the plain stood a dilapidated skyscraper, solitary and forlorn, like a weary giant. Gu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. He could sense a powerful wave of energy pulsating from within that building. Excellent. It seems fortune is smiling upon me. With a grin, Gu Xingchen quickened his pace. Upon approaching the skyscraper, he realized the situation was even more complicated than he had imagined. Various mutated creatures loitered around the building, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, emitting chilling growls. Goodness, this is nothing short of a monster's den. Gu Xingchen cursed under his breath, yet his face betrayed no hint of fear. He deftly navigated through the ruins, relying on his agility and acute energy perception to dodge the creature's attacks. Occasionally, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent the obstructing monsters flying. Is that all you've got? You're merely providing me with experience. Gu Xingchen scoffed, his form flickering like a specter. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the skyscraper. The door had long since collapsed, revealing a dark maw that resembled a monstrous beast waiting to devour him. A powerful surge of energy emanated from within, igniting Gu Xingchen's excitement. I hope the local specialties do not disappoint me. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingchen stepped into the darkness. Hello, is anyone there? Inside, it was pitch black, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Gu Xingchen advanced cautiously, stepping on shards of glass and rubble that creaked ominously underfoot. The air was thick with a putrid odor, mingled with the dust, threatening to make him retch. This stench is absolutely foul. It's more pungent than pickled vegetables, Gu Xingchen complained, yet he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged from ahead, striking him in the chest. What on earth? Gu Xingchen quickly took a few steps back, warily observing the front. In the darkness, a shimmering blue energy barrier slowly materialized. It was like a massive bubble, enclosing the core area of the building. The surface of the barrier shimmered with colors, pulsating like a breath, emanating a disquieting energy wave. My goodness, this defense is thicker than the walls of a fortress, Gu Xingchen thought to himself in astonishment. By all accounts, such a formidable energy barrier was beyond his current capabilities to breach. A head-on assault would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a stone. A brute force attack would not suffice. I must devise a clever strategy. Gu Xingchen stroked his chin, contemplating his options. He circled the energy barrier several times, scrutinizing its fluctuations. Although the barrier was powerful, it was not without its weaknesses. He noticed that the energy waves were not constant, but exhibited a periodic rhythm. During the troughs of these waves, the barrier's defenses would noticeably weaken. So that's how it is. It seems that there is always a glimmer of hope. A sly smile crept across Gu Xingchen's face. He held his breath, adjusting his energy frequency to synchronize with the barrier's pulsations, as if playing a rhythm game, striving for perfect harmony. As the barrier's energy waves gradually weakened, Gu Xingchen began to approach. At the moment the barrier's energy wave reached its lowest point, Gu Xingchen lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. His figure darted through the air like a flash of lightning. Now's my chance. He reached out and gently touched the energy barrier. Huh, what is this sensation? Gu Xingchen's fingers brushed against the energy barrier. The anticipated resistance never materialized. The barrier rippled like the surface of water, causing no harm whatsoever. Incredible, he gasped in amazement. Passing through the barrier and entering the core area. The sight within the core area left Gu Xingchen astounded once more. That a colossal crystal tree stood majestically, radiating a dazzling blue light. The potent energy wave emanated from this very tree. I've struck it rich. This energy is worth more than all the sources I have encountered combined. Just as he prepared to absorb this powerful energy, the crystal tree suddenly blazed with radiant light, enveloping Gu Xingchen in a beam. His vision blurred, and he found himself in a vast expanse of white. What is happening? What kind of sorcery is this? Gu Xingchen warily surveyed his surroundings. To obtain my power, you must pass my test. A deep voice echoed through the space. A test? Bring it on. I fear no challenge, Gu Xingchen declared fearlessly. The tests were bizarre and varied. At times, he was required to solve complex mathematical problems. At others, he engaged in intense physical training. Sometimes, he was even tasked with composing poetry. Is this some form of jest? Who is still composing poetry after a nuclear war? Gu Xingchen grumbled while racking his brain to meet the challenges. Fortunately, despite his complaints, Gu Xingchen, with his exceptional intellect and the energy he had absorbed, managed to pass each test. It appears I possess some talent after all. He chuckled with pride. Upon completing the final challenge, Gu Xingchen was transported back in front of the crystal tree. The tree's luminescence began to fade, and a stream of pure energy surged into Gu Xingchen's body. Exhilarating. He could not help but let out a groan, feeling his power surge to unprecedented heights. After absorbing the energy, Gu Xingchen stretched his limbs, reveling in the newfound vigor coursing through him. In this desolate place, I should now be considered a prominent figure. Wouldn't you agree? He smiled confidently. Gu Xingchen exited the derelict skyscraper and made his way toward the town. As he reached the entrance, he spotted a disheveled man rushing toward him in a panic, shouting, "It's terrible! It's terrible!" Chapter 10. Entering the town. The energy dispute. The ragged man stumbled towards Gu Xingchen, nearly toppling into his arms. It's terrible. Tiger Brother is out robbing again. The man pointed ahead, his voice frantic. Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, following the direction of the man's finger. The atmosphere on the town streets was indeed peculiar. People hurried past, as if fleeing from a plague. Tiger Brother? Who might that be? He inquired with interest. It was intriguing that such a nickname existed in this wretched place. Tiger Brother is the boss around here, using his energy to bully others, taking whatever he pleases, the man explained, gasping for breath. Energy? What kind of energy grants one such dominion? Gu Xingchen stroked his chin, pondering. Post-nuclear war, resources were scarce, and energy was particularly rare. A mere hint of energy could elevate someone to the status of a local tyrant. Truly, this world is a surreal blend of fantasy and reality. Before the man could respond, a commotion arose from ahead. Gu Xingchen turned to see a burly, brutish man, face laden with flesh, surrounded by several lackeys as they menaced a small vendor. That hulking figure must be the infamous Tiger Brother. I've heard you've dug up some energy crystals. Hand them over, and you might spare yourself. Tiger Brother barked, seizing the vendor by the collar. Tiger Brother, the vendor stuttered, his face pale with fear. Gu Xingchen observed the scene, a cold smile forming on his lips. Tiger Brother's behavior resembled that of a thug. Did the nuclear war revert the world to a primitive state? Enough chatter. If you don't hand it over, I'll show you just how formidable I can be. He was contemplating whether to intervene when he witnessed Brother Hu deliver a resounding slap to the face of a street vendor. Stop it! Gu Xingchen bellowed as he approached. Tio brazenly robbed the common people in broad daylight. Did he think Gu Xingchen was merely a bystander? Who was this insolent young brat daring to meddle in his affairs? Had he grown tired of life? Brother Hu turned around, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Xingchen. Insolent brat? Gu Xingchen chuckled lightly. I am Gu Xingchen, a name that shall remain unchanged. Release that vendor at once. Or else what? Brother Hu scoffed, completely disregarding Gu Xingchen. His lackeys joined in with raucous laughter. Or else. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smirk. You shall come to regret it. Just as Brother Hu was about to retort, a voice erupted from the crowd. Stop. What are you doing? Erzhuzi, the renowned spirited youth of the town, known for his readiness to help those in distress, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Spotting the unfamiliar face of Gu Xingchen and recalling the exaggerated descriptions from the tattered man, he immediately concluded that this lad was here to seize territory. You, an outsider, dare to wreak havoc in Pingan Town. Watch as I flatten you. Erzhuzi shouted, charging forward with clenched fists. Gu Xingchen, observing the furious Erzhuzi, nearly burst into laughter. In this day and age, such straightforwardness was indeed a rarity. Hey, calm down, young man. I'm here to assist, not to steal. He deftly sidestepped Erzhuzi's attack, smiling amiably. Assist? Assist in stealing, you mean? Erzhuzi, clearly unconvinced, had seen too many tricks. He believed that a villain's words were as trustworthy as a pig climbing a tree. Young brother, you've misunderstood. I appear to be a bad person. Gu Xingchen spread his hands innocently, patting Erzhuzi on the shoulder, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Are you two here to perform a comedic act? Everyone, let's go all out and take him down. Brother Hu, growing impatient with their banter, commanded, with a single order. His lackeys surged forward, encircling Gu Xingchen completely. Come on. A glint of excitement flickered in Gu Xingchen's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In an instant, he darted through the crowd like a phantom. Punctuated by the occasional cry of pain, Brother Hu's lackeys fell one by one, crumpling to the ground in disarray, their wails echoing through the air. The onlookers were stunned into silence. This is too formidable. Who is this lad? Brother Hu was equally dumbfounded. How could this young man possess such skill? He swallowed hard, anxiety gnawing at him. He realized he had kicked a steel plate. Gu Xingchen dusted off his hands and approached Brother Hu, looking down at him with an air of superiority, his lips curling into a devilish smile. Now, do you still consider me an insolent brat? Brother Hu trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Watch out! At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd, accompanied by exclamations of alarm. Gu Xingchen instinctively turned, only to see a figure tumbling towards him. In the blink of an eye, he caught the figure, preventing them from meeting the ground. To his surprise, it was a young woman with delicate features and large, shimmering eyes, resembling a startled fawn. This girl was none other than Lang Wanqing. Before Gu Xingchen could savor this unexpected encounter, he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him from behind. You little brat, you've got some skills. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Brother Hu, consumed by rage, charged at him like a raging bull, swinging a fist the size of a cooking pot directly at Gu Xingchen's face. Is that all you've got? Flowery punches and showy kicks. Gu Xingchen scoffed, disdain evident on his face, with one arm around Lang Wanqing. He nimbly evaded Brother Hu's attack. Hold on tight, little sister, we're about to speed up. Gu Xingchen grinned mischievously at the girl in his arms before engaging in a fierce battle with Brother Hu. Their fists and feet collided, creating a cacophony of sound that left the spectators in awe. Though Brother Hu appeared burly, he surprisingly displayed agility and immense power. Each of his punches whistled through the air, indicating he was no ordinary energy user. As Gu Xingchen defended against Brother Hu's onslaught, he observed that the energy fluctuations emanating from him were unstable, as if he had been forcibly enhanced. And there was a faintly sinister aura about him. This sensation was reminiscent of what he had felt on the territory of the Qinglang gang. It seemed evident that the Qinglang gang had some influence behind Brother Hu. Gu Xingchen pondered, what scheme were these ruffians concocting? After several exchanges, Gu Xingchen gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opening, he delivered a powerful kick to Brother Hu's abdomen, sending him flying like a ragged sack. Crashing to the ground and struggling to rise, with such meager skills, how dare you come out and disgrace yourself? Gu Xingchen clapped his hands, appearing utterly relaxed. Brother Hu, clutching his stomach, wore a grim expression filled with resentment. You little brat, you'll pay for this. This isn't over. He spat out a threat, retreating with his remaining lackeys in disgrace. Though Gu Xingchen had momentarily repelled Brother Hu, he understood this was merely the beginning. The Qinglang gang's conspiracy and Brother Hu's vengeance loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, compelling him to remain vigilant. Miss, it's all over now, he said, casting a glance at the still-stunned Lang Wanqing. Offering her a gentle smile, thank you. Lang Wanqing finally snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Gu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively and turned back to the crowd, his gaze settling on an inconspicuous passerby. Excuse me, sir, I wish to inquire about something. Chapter 11. The Conspiracy of the Qinglang Gang. Gu Xingchen wandered through the small town, discovering that the mere mention of the Qinglang Gang sent residents scurrying like mice fleeing from a cat. Each person fell silent, eager to bury their heads in the ground. This only reinforced his belief that the Qinglang Gang was hiding something nefarious in this town. His piercing gaze swept over the evasive faces until it finally landed on a timid figure. Ehua, you were present during the disturbance caused by Brother Hu. You must know something. Gu Xingchen approached Ehua with a friendly smile. Ehua flinched like a startled rabbit, her eyes darting nervously, clearly wishing to slip away. Hey, don't run. I'm not a tiger, Gu Xingchen said, gently grasping her arm, nearly causing her to topple over due to her frailness. I don't know anything, Ehua stammered, her eyes filled with fear. Are you truly unaware of anything? Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with intrigue. Brother Hu has been so brazen. This has been going on for quite some time, hasn't it? Surely, after staying in this town for so long. You've heard some whispers. Ehua bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, yet she remained silent. Gu Xingchen recognized her turmoil and suspected she was under some threat. Did Brother Hu threaten you? He softened his tone, speaking as if to a frightened child. Rest assured, I am a man of honor. If you reveal the truth, I promise to protect you and your family. Brother Hu said. If I dared to speak out. Then. After much hesitation, Ehua finally burst into tears. Then what? Gu Xingchen pressed. Then. My family. Will be in turmoil. Ehua sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. Gu Xingchen sighed. The Qinglang gang truly committed heinous acts, even bullying ordinary citizens. It seemed he had to teach them a lesson, for they clearly did not understand the gravity of their actions. Do not fear, Ehua. Share everything you know with me, and I assure you, Brother Hu will never dare to trouble you or your family again. His voice was resolute, his eyes glinting with determination. Actually. Ehua wiped her tears, inhaling deeply, as if steeling herself for what was to come. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached, accompanied by Brother Hu's arrogant shouts. Brother Hu, flanked by a group of lackeys, stormed over, brandishing a rusty iron rod he had found, intent on confronting Gu Xingchen. You little brat, how dare you ruin my plans? Today, I'll make you wish you were never born. Gu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this ragtag group. You lot think you can take me on? Have you looked in the mirror lately? He flexed his wrists, producing crackling sounds. Have you not learned your lesson from last time? It seems I need to reinforce that impression. Brother Hu's face burned with humiliation from Gu Xingchen's taunts, and he roared, Brothers, attack. Cripple him, as the lackeys charged forward. Gu Xingchen moved like a gust of wind, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. He utilized both fists and feet, each strike infused with immense power, causing the ruffians to wail in agony. Before Brother Hu could react, Gu Xingchen landed a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Unable to rise. Is this all you've got? You dare to shout? Gu Xingchen clapped his hands, a look of disdain on his face. Next time you dare to provoke me, it won't just be a few broken ribs. He strode before the groaning tiger brother, lying on the ground, casting a lofty gaze down upon him. I am privy to the secrets of the Qinglang gang. They are surreptitiously gathering energy resources in the underground factory of the town, and they intend to use Tiger Brother to incite civil war, then reap the benefits. Witnessing Gu Xingchen's valiant demeanor, Ehua finally mustered her courage and rushed to his side, speaking at a rapid pace. Jiu Xingchen's eyes narrowed. As expected, the ambitions of the Qinglang gang exceeded his imagination. The underground factory, that he murmured, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Lead me there. Ahua nodded, guiding Gu Xingchen toward the outskirts of the town. As night fell, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Upon reaching an abandoned factory, Ahua halted, trembling as she pointed toward a concealed entrance deep within. It's right there. Jiu Xingchen inhaled deeply, feeling a powerful surge of energy emanating from the entrance, confirming Ahua's words were not a fabrication. With unwavering resolve, he advanced toward the shadowy threshold. Wait. Ahua suddenly grasped Gu Xingchen's sleeve, her eyes filled with dread. That place. It's perilous. Jiu Xingchen reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Fear not. I am like an indomitable cockroach. He bestowed upon Ahua a confident smile before slipping into the factory. The interior was dark and damp, the air reeking of acrid chemicals that made one feel uneasy. Gu Xingchen proceeded with caution, his keen perception allowing him to evade several hidden sentries, ultimately arriving at the factory's core. There, energy crystals, emitting a faint glow, were piled high like small mountains, leaving Gu Xingchen momentarily awestruck. Goodness, how much energy could I absorb from this? He mused inwardly, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. These energy crystals were safeguarded by a complex apparatus, pulsating with electric currents and emitting a low hum. Upon closer inspection, Gu Xingchen noticed the apparatus's energy fluctuations were rather unstable, suggesting a potential flaw. It appears this contraption is not as reliable as it seems. He smirked coldly, just as Gu Xingchen prepared to make his move. The tranquility of the factory was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Who goes there? Several lackeys of the Qinglang gang burst forth, brandishing rudimentary weapons. Oh, have you found me so soon? Your vigilance is commendable. Gu Xingchen flexed his muscles, speaking nonchalantly. Enough chatter. You dare trespass on Qinglang gang's territory? You must be seeking death. One of the lackeys shouted as he charged forward. Jiu Xingchen let out a derisive laugh. Swiftly evading the attack. He retaliated with a combination of strikes, effortlessly taking down several lackeys. Is this the best you can do? How dare you embarrass yourselves? Gu Xingchen taunted. Increasingly more members of the Qinglang gang surrounded him, displaying a remarkable level of coordination, clearly indicating that they had undergone specialized training. Though Gu Xingchen possessed formidable strength, he soon found himself outnumbered, gradually feeling the strain. While engaging in battle, he scrutinized his surroundings, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, he noticed a large, dusty pipe atop the factory. Appearing rather inconspicuous, the bold idea flashed through his mind that he exerted force, sending several nearby lackeys flying, then leaped up to grasp the pipe. Trying to flee? Not on my watch, a Qinglang gang member shouted, firing his gun. The bullet whizzed past Gu Xingchen's ear. He swiftly maneuvered along the pipe, evading the gunfire, reaching the opposite side of the factory. He leaped down onto a pile of debris. Boom! With a resounding crash, a metal panel on the factory's roof shattered under Gu Xingchen's weight, sunlight pouring through the breach and illuminating the entire factory. Standing amidst the wreckage, Gu Xingchen's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the surrounding members of the Qinglang gang. Who else dares to challenge me? Suddenly, a cold voice resonated from the depths of the factory. You possess quite the audacity to intrude upon my domain. A tall man with a grotesque scar etched across his face emerged, wielding a dagger that glinted ominously. Are you the old wolf? Gu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, sensing a formidable energy radiating from the man. You are indeed the old wolf. You seem to harbor quite the nefarious intentions, Gu Xingchen remarked, his voice laced with disdain. You have disrupted my plans. Do you comprehend the consequences? Your plans? I would argue they are more of a calamity than anything else. Engaging in clandestine energy weapon dealings, wreaking havoc upon the region, and you dare to label it as a good deed. You must be out of your mind. Gu Xingchen retorted with a scoff. Sharp-tongued, are we? Today, you shall learn the repercussions of crossing me. Old Wolf's demeanor darkened. Before his words could fully escape, Old Wolf's figure flickered like a specter, materializing before Gu Xingchen as his dagger lunged toward Gu Xingchen's chest. So swift, Gu Xingchen's heart raced as he swiftly sidestepped, the dagger grazing his clothing and slicing through the air with a fierce wind. That was close. Old Wolf's prowess is indeed formidable. You possess some skill. Boy, Old Wolf acknowledged, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, followed by a sinister grin. However, this is where it ends. Old Wolf launched another assault, his dagger striking with the precision and speed of a venomous serpent, relentlessly targeting Gu Xingchen's vital points. Jiu Xingchen dodged left and right, barely managing to defend himself, yet remaining on the back foot. This won't do. I cannot afford to be overwhelmed. while evading Old Wolf's attacks. Gu Xingqian rapidly devised a strategy. Although Old Wolf's strikes were fierce, they appeared overly reliant on speed, lacking the anticipated strength. With this realization, Gu Xingqian decided to alter his approach, and no longer would he simply evade. He began to counterattack, utilizing his energy perception to anticipate Old Wolf's movements, and then retaliating with his own powerful punches. The resounding impacts of their clashes echoed throughout the underground factory, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Neither willing to yield, Old Wolf had initially underestimated Gu Xingqian, believing him merely a braggart, yet he was taken aback by Gu Xingqian's ability to withstand such a prolonged confrontation. Interesting, boy. But do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? You are woefully mistaken, Old Wolf sneered, suddenly accelerating his attacks, increasing both speed and angle with an unpredictable ferocity. Gu Xingqian, caught off guard, felt the dagger slice through his arm, blood gushing forth to hiss. Gu Xingqian inhaled sharply. Realizing how formidable Old Wolf truly was, Old Wolf's eyes gleamed with triumph. Now you recognize my prowess. Surrender, and I may grant you a swift death in your dreams. Gu Xingqian gritted his teeth, his gaze burning with indomitable resolve. Fixating on Old Wolf, he suddenly discerned a pattern. Your attacks seemed to follow a fixed rhythm. Gu Xingqian noted that Old Wolf's left foot subtly advanced half a step before each strike. A sly smile crept upon Gu Xingqian's lips. Old Wolf faltered for a moment, then erupted in rage. You dare defy me even at the brink of death. As the dagger lunged once more, Gu Xingqian evaded effortlessly, as if foreseeing the future. No longer content to remain on the defensive, he seized the opportunity between Old Wolf's strikes and delivered a powerful punch to Old Wolf's abdomen. Bang! Old Wolf stumbled back, clutching his stomach in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Xingqian. This boy had managed to decipher his moves. The surrounding members of the Qinglang gang murmured amongst themselves, their morale faltering. Old Wolf, you are not as formidable as you appear. Gu Xingqian pressed his advantage, launching a flurry of precise strikes at Old Wolf's vulnerabilities. At that moment, Zhuzi, accompanied by a throng of townsfolk, rushed in. Realizing the truth of the situation, they were incensed. How dare you, Old Wolf, conspire with outsiders to bring ruin to our town? Brothers, charge, Zhuzi bellowed, brandishing an iron rod as he charged forward. The other residents, armed with hoes, sticks, and various makeshift weapons, joined the fray. Though they lacked energy, their fervor was palpable, scattering the ranks of the Qinglang gang. As Old Wolf found himself besieged by Gu Xingqian and the townsfolk, he retreated in disarray, his voice rising in frustration. You insolent rabble, dare you rebel against me? What will you do about it? Zhuzi struck Old Wolf's back with his rod, interrupting his tirade. That I once believed you to be a good man, only to discover you are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Today, we shall enact justice. Witnessing the tide turning, Gu Xingqian felt a surge of elation, yet he remained vigilant. He sensed an energy within him surging, as if on the brink of breaking through a barrier. Old Wolf, your end is nigh. Gu Xingqian's eyes sparkled with determination as he concentrated all his energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Old Wolf. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from a distance. Wait, Gu Xingqian abruptly halted, turning to gaze towards the source of the energy fluctuation. What could that be? Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingqian executed a swift slide kick, toppling two of Old Wolf's lackeys. In one fluid motion, he grabbed one of the fallen iron rods, twirling it with dexterity, creating a whirlwind of motion. Old Wolf, the times have changed, he shouted, delivering a fierce strike to Old Wolf's knee. Oh, Old Wolf howled in agony, collapsing to one knee. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Blue Wolf gang dumbfounded. This was not the anticipated duel of masters, it felt more like a street brawl. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Zhuzi sprang into action, rallying several townsfolk to charge forward with makeshift weapons, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the remaining Blue Wolf members. Dare to bully our townspeople? Do you think we are pushovers? Seeing Old Wolf dazed from his blow, Gu Xingqian pressed his advantage, channeling energy as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Old Wolf's chest, experienced the might of a nuclear-powered fist. Thud! Old Wolf was sent flying, crashing into a heap of discarded machinery, spitting blood and paling in color. The Blue Wolf lackeys, witnessing their leader's dire predicament, scattered in panic. Gu Xingqian felt the energy within him surging. A continuous influx of energy poured into his body, forming a swirling vortex. Was this lad about to ascend? Zhuzi, observing the radiance emanating from Gu Xingqian, was utterly astonished. With the relentless influx of energy, Gu Xingqian sensed his strength amplifying, his eyes sparkling with intensity. A mid-level energy wielder, he had succeeded. Slowly rising, he reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, it was time to clean up the aftermath. The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, finally liberated from the grip of the Blue Wolf Gang, restoring the tranquility of their community. Dr. Li rushed over upon hearing the commotion, hastily retrieving a medical kit to tend to Gu Xingchen's wounds. "Young man, you were truly brave." Cold Wanqing stood nearby, her gaze filled with admiration and affection as she observed Gu Xingchen. "Are you all right?" She cautiously offered him a bottle of water. Gu Xingchen accepted the water. Finally noticing the girl who had quietly watched over him, he smiled gently. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Their eyes met, and a subtle atmosphere enveloped the two. "Child, come with me to the clinic. I'll take care of your wounds properly." At that moment, Dr. Li patted Gu Xingchen on the shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Gu Xingchen was about to rise when he suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation. Turning towards the source, his eyes sharpened. Wait. Chapter 13. The renown of energy. Gu Xingchen followed Dr. Li to the clinic, with Cold Wanqing trailing closely behind. "Young man, at such a young age, possessing such strength is truly remarkable," Dr. Li marveled. Mastering energy control is something most cannot achieve. After a simple bandaging, he couldn't help but praise him. Gu Xingchen humbly smiled. "Dr. Li, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate." He was acutely aware that though he had advanced to a mid-level energy wielder, his foundation remained unstable and required time to solidify. Moreover, the townspeople still harbored doubts about him. To genuinely command respect, he had a long journey ahead. News spread like wildfire that Gu Xingchen had defeated the Blue Wolf Gang and ascended to mid-level energy wielder status. Some residents grew even more respectful towards him, while others felt an unsettling apprehension towards this sudden surge of power. Could Gu Xingchen be some sort of monster? With such formidable energy, what if he loses control one day? Indeed, we had never heard of him before. He just appeared out of nowhere. Who knows what his intentions are? Such murmurs naturally reached Gu Xingchen's ears. He understood that to win over the townspeople completely, he must showcase both his strength and goodwill. In the following days, aside from consolidating his energy, Gu Xingchen proactively assisted the townsfolk in resolving manageable issues, such as repairing damaged homes and locating lost supplies. His efficient and swift application of energy gradually dispelled their doubts, and they began to genuinely accept him. However, Tiger Brother lurked in the shadows, seething with resentment. "This brat has encroached on my territory and spoiled my plans. I cannot let this slide." He incited a few loyal followers. "Tiger Brother, that kid is now a mid-level energy wielder. How can we handle him?" Erjuzi asked, somewhat intimidated. "What are you afraid of?" Tiger Brother spat vehemently. "No matter how capable he is still just one person. I refuse to believe he can maintain his luck indefinitely." He began to spread rumors, claiming that Gu Xingchen's energy was unstable and would bring disaster to the town. Attempting to incite panic once more. One day, while Gu Xingchen was helping residents repair a well, he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Looking up, he saw Tiger Brother approaching with several menacing figures. "Gu Xingchen, stop pretending to be the good guy here." Tiger Brother pointed an accusatory finger at him. "The energy fluctuations you bring have disturbed the town's magnetic field. If this continues, you will destroy the entire town." The surrounding residents began to murmur. Unease etched across their faces. Gu Xingchen's eyes hardened, ready to respond, when a clear voice rang out. "Tiger Brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Cold Wanqing stepped forward, positioning herself between Gu Xingchen and Tiger Brother. Gu Xingchen shot a cold glare at Tiger Brother, dismissing the fool, and continued his work. He understood that reasoning with someone whose head was filled with muscle was utterly futile, rather than waste breath. It was far more satisfying to let his strength speak for itself. He strode directly towards the town's energy core area, a space left in disarray from the previous chaos. This area was rife with energy disturbance, causing dizziness for anyone who approached, let alone attempting repairs. Is this kid insane? Going to that cursed place? The onlookers murmured. Fearing that he might indeed wish to bring ruin to the town, a cold smile crept across Gu Xingchen's lips as he took a deep breath. Raising his hand slowly, a soft blue energy glimmered in his palms, pulsating rhythmically like a breath, while a faint crackling of electricity hummed in the air. Was he about to unleash a grand move? With a powerful thrust of his palms, energy beams erupted like a massive net, enveloping the entire energy core area. The chaotic energy, under his precise control, began to calm, like wild stallions being tamed. The formerly dim core area began to radiate a gentle glow. The spectators stood in awe, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This display was extraordinary, incredible, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, followed by a thunderous applause. Those who had doubted Gu Xingchen now wore expressions of shock and admiration. Such strength, such control. He was like a human energy cannon. Undoubtedly, a true powerhouse. Damn it. This kid is playing the fool. Tiger Brother watched, his face turning ashen with rage. He had intended to stir up public sentiment against Gu Xingchen. But instead, this young man was stealing the spotlight. This turn of events was a complete loss for him. After Gu Xingchen completed his display, he felt invigorated, as if he had just undergone a full body spa treatment. He smiled slightly, bowing to the crowd, just a minor skill, not worth mentioning. What a show he put on. At that moment, a clear voice chimed in. Xingchen. Cold Wanqing approached gracefully, holding a bowl of water. Her gentle gaze fell upon Gu Xingchen, as if illuminated by a soft filter. Xingchen, as she softly spoke, her cheeks slightly flushed. You are truly the hero of the town. Not at all. It was merely a small effort. Gu Xingchen felt a bit bashful at her unexpected compliment, scratching his head. This exchange of mutual admiration did not escape the attention of the onlookers. Oh my, what a match made in heaven. They are truly a perfect pair. I am here for this dog food. Cheers of blessings erupted, making the atmosphere even more lively than a festival. Gu Xingchen and Cold Wanqing exchanged a knowing smile, unable to suppress their laughter. You have all been deceived by this brat. He is nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Just then, Zhuzi stepped forward, indignant as he pointed an accusatory finger at Tiger Brother. The crowd fell silent, turning to Zhuzi. Taking a deep breath, Zhuzi began to recount the truth behind Gu Xingchen's efforts to quell the internal strife, revealing how Tiger Brother had attempted to sow discord and disrupt the town's unity. This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Tiger Brother, do you have no conscience? We trusted you so much, and you turn out to be this kind of person. Down with Tiger Brother. Restore justice to the town. The residents, filled with righteous indignation, condemned Tiger Brother. Seeing the tide turn against him, Tiger Brother attempted to flee, trying to run. Not so easily. Gu Xingchen sneered, swiftly appearing in front of Tiger Brother, blocking his escape. What do you want? Tiger Brother stammered, his face drained of color. I merely wish to have a word with you. Gu Xingchen regarded him with a bemused smile. Though Tiger Brother's conspiracy had been exposed and tranquility returned to the town. Gu Xingchen knew well that this was merely the calm before the storm. He always felt that a mysterious force lurked around the small town, akin to a ferocious beast in the dark of night, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the night deepened, Gu Xingchen stood alone at the edge of the town. Gazing into the distance, he slowly closed his eyes, unleashing his energy perception abilities. As an invisible wave of energy radiated outward. It has come. Gu Xingchen abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Chapter 14. The mysterious force observes. Gu Xingchen curled his lips into a cold smile. Seizing Tiger Brother by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Want to chat? I believe you are merely seeking a beating. The surrounding residents, filled with righteous indignation, raised their fists, ready to charge forward. Gu Xingchen gestured for everyone to calm down. Fellow villagers, grievances have a source and debts have an owner. Allow me to handle this matter. Dragging the struggling Tiger Brother, he made his way to the central square of the town. After a cordial and friendly exchange, Tiger Brother lay on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, wailing and promising never to dare again. The onlookers dispersed, satisfied, as order was restored, painting a scene of tranquil years. However, Gu Xingchen was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. That lurking mysterious force left a thorn in his throat. As night fell, Gu Xingchen stood alone once more at the edge of the town. Resembling a solitary night watchman, gazing into the distance. He gradually closed his eyes, expanding his energy perception, scanning the surroundings like a radar. It has come. Gu Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating them. He sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the northwest. Elusive and ghostly, it drifted unpredictably. Zhuzi, follow me, he called to Zhuzi, who had been waiting nearby, and the two swiftly advanced towards the northwest. The northwest of the town was a desolate ruin, filled with crumbling walls and overgrown weeds. Gu Xingchen and Zhuzi cautiously navigated through the debris, maintaining the maximum range of their energy perception abilities. Meanwhile, Tiger Brother stealthily returned to the town, clutching his swollen face, his eyes gleaming with venomous intent. Gu Xingchen, you have humiliated me. I shall make you pay. He smirked sinisterly, quietly heading towards the town's energy core device. A few sharp-eyed residents noticed Tiger Brother's sneaky demeanor, immediately growing alert. Tiger Brother, what are you up to now? Mind your own business. Tiger Brother glared fiercely at them, quickening his pace. We cannot allow him to approach the energy core. The residents realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to block Tiger Brother's path. Get out of the way. Tiger Brother knocked one resident down with a punch, his vicious gaze sweeping over the crowd. "You think you worthless fools can stop me?" he sneered, advancing step by step towards the energy core device. "Give me. Get lost." Erjuzi grabbed a rusted steel bar, shouting, "Tiger brother, you scoundrel, dare to touch the town's energy core, and I'll take you down." He charged at Tiger brother like a raging bull, the steel bar whistling through the air. Although Tiger brother possessed some strength, he could not withstand Erjuzi's reckless assault. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Erjuzi, keep going. Beat this bastard to a pulp. The surrounding residents rallied, picking up makeshift weapons to cheer for Erjuzi. Under siege, Tiger brother gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Cursing inwardly, this group of rebellious peasants truly had a death wish. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked Erjuzi away and lunged toward the energy core device. Not good. Erjuzi staggered backward, panic gripping him as he saw Tiger brother nearly succeed. In a moment of desperation, a figure flashed by. Gu Xingchen appeared before Tiger brother like a deity descending from the heavens. He grasped Tiger brother by the throat, effortlessly lifting him. "Tiger brother, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin." Gu Xingchen sneered, exerting a slight force, causing Tiger brother to struggle for breath, his face turning crimson. Gu Xingchen, let me go. Tiger brother managed to utter a few words, his eyes filled with terror. "Let you go?" Gu Xingchen looked at him mockingly. "Do you think I would let you off so easily?" He suddenly threw Tiger brother to the ground, then stepped on his chest. "This time, I shall ensure you learn your lesson." The surrounding residents erupted into deafening cheers. "Gu Xingchen, well done. Beat this bully to death." Gu Xingchen handed Tiger brother over to the residents for them to deal with, then approached Erjuzi, patting him on the shoulder. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, boss, thank you." Erjuzi looked at Gu Xingchen with gratitude. Gu Xingchen nodded, raising his gaze towards the northwest, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "It seems tonight will not be peaceful." He closed his eyes once more, expanding his energy perception. "There is movement." Gu Xingchen activated his energy perception radar again. This time, the signal was clearer. The source of that mysterious force pointed to an abandoned factory in the northwest of the town. "Excellent. It appears I will be working overtime tonight." Gu Xingchen smirked, a classic wicked grin forming. "Boss, I'm going with you." Erjuzi was filled with enthusiasm, cracking his knuckles. "You are still too inexperienced. Stay behind to protect the town. It also needs someone to keep watch if that fool Tiger brother stirs up trouble again. I fear you won't be able to handle it alone." Gu Xingchen shook his head. Erjuzi wanted to negotiate further. "No buts, that's an order." Gu Xingchen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Erjuzi had no choice but to comply, watching as Gu Xingchen vanished into the night. The abandoned factory exuded a sinister aura, the air thick with an eerie scent reminiscent of spoiled instant noodles, compelling one to cover their nose. This place undoubtedly harbored secrets. Gu Xingchen muttered to himself, cautiously infiltrating the factory's interior. The factory was in disarray, littered with rusted machinery and scattered parts, resembling a vast metallic graveyard. Gu Xingchen's energy perception was fully engaged, akin to an enhanced radar, scanning everything around him. Suddenly, he discovered some peculiar devices, emitting a faint blue glow, resembling energy collectors from a science fiction film. In no way could they be siphoning our town's energy. Gu Xingchen's heart raced as he realized this was a conspiracy against the town. They must be destroyed. His eyes narrowed, preparing to dismantle the devices. However, as he approached, a powerful energy field repelled him. "Whoa, this defense is quite formidable." Gu Xingchen rubbed his numbed arm, feeling as if he had been shocked. Just as he contemplated how to breach the defenses, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps outside the factory, approaching, growing clearer by the second. Not good. Someone is coming. Gu Xingchen's heart tightened, clenching his fists, holding his breath, hiding behind a pile of debris. "Who is it? A friend or foe?" "Boss, we have arrived." A rough voice shattered the silence. Chapter 15. Breaking the deadlock toward a new expedition. "Boss, we have arrived." A rough voice shattered the stillness, echoing like a rusty horn in a metallic graveyard. Gu Xingchen concealed himself behind a stack of rusted iron sheets, squinting to observe the newcomers. That a group of men in black filed in. Well trained, their steps synchronized, clearly not benign. The leader, a burly figure with a face full of rough features, resembled a wild boar standing upright. "Search the area. That brat must be nearby." With a command from the boar leader, the men in black immediately dispersed, akin to a pack of hunting dogs catching the scent of blood. Gu Xingchen held his breath, remaining utterly still, like a block of cold steel. He understood that now was not the time to act. "Boss, over here." One of the black-clad men pointed in Gu Xingchen's direction, excitement lacing his tone. Well, You truly are here. The boar leader grinned wickedly, swinging the iron rod in his hand as he charged towards Gu Xingchen. Ha! Finally arrived. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaped from his hiding spot. Combat was imminent. The black-clad men, well-trained and coordinated, aimed to strike lethally. Gu Xingchen nimbly maneuvered between the abandoned machinery, utilizing the terrain to evade and counter the attackers. Bang! Gu Xingchen landed a punch squarely on one of the black-clad men's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Wow, that was ruthless. Another black-clad man retreated a step in response. What are you afraid of? Attack together, the boar leader roared, charging forward once more. Gu Xingchen sneered, effortlessly dodging the assault, then executed a sweeping kick, toppling the boar leader to the ground. Is that all? Gu Xingchen disdainfully glanced at the fallen boar leader. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from those devices glowing with blue light. Energy was continuously flowing into the bodies of the black-clad men. Wait a minute. This energy. Gu Xingchen suddenly realized that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Boss, energy replenishment complete. One of the black-clad men shouted excitedly. Kid, prepare to die. The boar leader scrambled to his feet, his eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light. Gu Xingchen's gaze sharpened. This unusual blue light mirrored the energy fluctuations he had encountered in the mutated creatures before. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, formulating a plan in his mind. Rather than addressing each of these minor nuisances individually, it would be far more effective to cut off their source of power at its root. He feigned an attack on the boar leader, then, with a swift push of his foot, charged towards the devices glowing with blue light. Stop him, the boar leader bellowed, realizing Gu Xingchen's intent. The men in black, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, recklessly lunged at Gu Xingchen. Is that all you've got? Gu Xingchen scoffed, weaving through the black-clad figures like a wraith. Each strike he delivered was precise and lethal, claiming life with every blow. In mere moments, several of the black-clad men lay motionless on the ground. Damn it! The boar leader roared in fury, swinging an iron rod as he charged at Gu Xingchen again. Gu Xingchen sidestepped the attack, delivering a powerful kick to the boar leader's abdomen. With that speed, you dare call yourself a leader? Without losing momentum, Gu Xingchen swiftly reached the devices. These contraptions appeared to be some form of energy converter, continuously channeling energy into the bodies of the men in black. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingchen gathered his energy in his palm and struck the core of the device with fervor. Break for me. A tremendous explosion ensued. The device shuddered violently, its blue light flickering and ultimately extinguishing. Simultaneously, the blue glow surrounding the black-clad men vanished, leaving them to collapse like deflated balloons. What is happening? My power. The boar leader, in a state of panic, realized that the energy within him was rapidly depleting, his once formidable strength evaporating. Gu Xingchen emitted a cold chuckle. Now, it's time to settle the score. He advanced toward the boar leader, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Wait. What do you intend to do? The boar leader's voice trembled, fear evident in his gaze. Gu Xingchen disregarded his pleas for mercy, slowly raising his fist. Boss, look. One of the men in black pointed toward the distant sky, his voice quavering. Both Gu Xingchen and the boar leader looked up simultaneously. They beheld a dazzling light in the sky, streaking across the horizon like a shooting star. The crisis in the town had been averted, and Gu Xingchen was hailed as a hero. Standing atop the rubble, he gazed down at the incapacitated men in black, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Is this all you've got? You thought you could challenge me? The townsfolk emerged from their hiding places, witnessing this unbelievable scene. Erupting into thunderous cheers, they lifted Gu Xingchen high into the air, celebrating him as a triumphant hero. Boss Xingchen is truly remarkable. Boss Xingchen will forever be our deity. The air was filled with a chorus of praises, and Gu Xingchen reveled in this hard-won glory, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This is just the beginning. Even greater feats await. The celebration unfolded in the town square, a roaring bonfire illuminating the festivities, the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Gu Xingchen had become the center of attention, surrounded by adoring admirers. He felt his energy level rise, an invigorating sensation coursing through him. Cold Wanqing approached Gu Xingchen, her eyes slightly reddened, presenting him with a hand-stitched talisman. Xingchen, I knew you would succeed. Her voice trembled slightly, and Gu Xingchen accepted the talisman, its warmth igniting a wave of comfort in his heart. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. He gently patted Cold Wanqing's hand, their unspoken understanding palpable. Xingchen, well done. Truly a man I can admire. Lin Nana joined them, playfully patting Gu Xingchen on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Gu Xingchen chuckled in return, appreciating her straightforwardness. The jubilant celebration continued late into the night. As Gu Xingqian gazed at the shooting star streaking across the night sky, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. He recognized that his mission in this town had been accomplished. Yet greater challenges loomed ahead. The news of a massive energy vein stirred his excitement. That was where true power lay. The following morning, Gu Xingqian bid farewell to the townsfolk and embarked on his new journey. He glanced back at the once perilous town, silently saying goodbye. Cold Wanqing and Lin Nana stood among the crowd, watching as his figure gradually faded into the distance. "Boss, where are we headed next?" A rugged voice called from behind Gu Xingqian. He turned to see several figures gathered behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Undertake great endeavors. Chapter 16. The initial encounter with Thorns. Gu Xingqian and his team set forth on their expedition toward the expansive energy vein. Though referred to as a large force, it consisted of merely a dozen individuals, scattered across the wilderness like ants in search of sustenance. Cold Wanqing insisted on accompanying them, and Gu Xingqian, unable to refuse her, allowed her to trail behind the group. While she claimed it was for protection, he was more concerned about safeguarding her. He understood the perilous nature of this quest for the vein. The Iron Blood Society was not to be trifled with. Along the way, they were accompanied by howling winds and the distant cries of mutated creatures, occasionally catching sight of other teams hastily moving in the same direction. Each group appeared to be in a rush, clearly with similar objectives. Gu Xingqian was acutely aware that this energy vein was a substantial prize that everyone sought to claim. "Boss, this godforsaken place lacks even a signal tower. What if we get lost?" Xiao inquired anxiously, sidling up to Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian shot him a sidelong glance, pondering when this fellow had become so concerned about their route. "Don't worry, I have a global positioning system, GPS. He patted the energy detector at his waist. It not only detected energy but also served as a compass. It was indeed an indispensable tool for both home and travel, as well as for dubious endeavors. After approximately 2 days of travel, the group halted to rest beside a dry riverbed. Cold Wanqing approached Gu Xingqian, offering him a bottle of water, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his hand. A jolt surged through Gu Xingqian, as if an electric current had coursed through him. Cold Wanqing's face flushed crimson, her gaze evasive, resembling a startled fawn. The other team members exchanged knowing glances, the air thick with unspoken tension, clearing his throat. Gu Xingqian coughed to dispel the charged atmosphere, urging everyone to seize the moment to rest and strive to reach the next supply point before nightfall. With that, he twisted the bottle cap and took a deep swig of water, finding it sweeter than ever before. That moment, Xiao Wu suddenly pointed toward the horizon, exclaiming, "Boss, look over there." Gu Xingqian followed his gesture, spotting a dark mass on the horizon advancing rapidly toward them. "Not good." Gu Xingqian's expression darkened. It was the Iron Blood Society. He spat in frustration, cursing, "This little brat has an uncanny nose. They've arrived far too quickly." He quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. The steep cliffs flanking the dry riverbed rendered it a defensible position, yet now confined them like trapped beasts. "Brothers, grab your weapons," Gu Xingqian commanded, and the team members swiftly produced their arms, nervously eyeing the encroaching shadows. The Iron Blood Society members arrived swiftly, encircling them in no time. Leading the charge was Tai Kuang, perched atop a modified off-road vehicle, looking down at Gu Xingqian with a smug grin. "Gu Xingqian, it's been a while." His voice was low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against glass. "It seems you have your sights set on this delectable prize as well." Likewise, Gu Xingqian retorted boldly, "But the outcome remains uncertain." "Such bravado. You think these few can challenge me for the spoils?" Tai Kuang scoffed. "Numbers do not define strength, quality does." Gu Xingqian shrugged, adding, "Besides, who says I have only this many?" He paused deliberately, casting a glance into the distance, a hint of a knowing smile playing on his lips. Tai Kuang followed his gaze but found nothing, his confusion apparent. "Stop with the theatrics," he barked, gesturing grandly. "Brothers, attack. Capture the men alive." As for the women, a lewd grin hinted at his unspoken intentions. The henchmen of the Iron Blood Society charged forward with wild cries, and Gu Xingqian's group wasted no time retaliating, plunging into a fierce melee. Gu Xingqian moved with agility, darting through the throngs, his energy blades claiming lives with each swing. Cold Wanqing, albeit lacking combat experience, did her utmost to provide medical support to the team. The battle raged for nearly an hour, both sides sustaining injuries. Gu Xingqian quickly realized that the Iron Blood Society had far more members than he had anticipated, and their equipment was also superior. Continuing in this manner would spell disaster. A breakout was imperative. Take a few men and blow up their vehicles. Gu Xingqian directed one of his teammates. "Boss, the teammate hesitated, his eyes flickering uncertainly. "Go now." Gu Xingqian barked, The teammate gritted his teeth, gathering a few men to sprint toward the Iron Blood Society's vehicles. Ji Yuxingchen watched their retreating figures, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Not good. It's a trap. Gu Xingchen abruptly turned to Tai Kuang, who wore a triumphant smirk. Ji Yuxingchen, you are still too naive. Tai Kuang drawled, did you really think I was oblivious to your little tricks? That man has long been in my employ. Oh no. Gu Xingchen's heart sank, a silent curse escaping his lips. Suddenly, Xiao Wu turned around and opened fire on his own team. Ji Yuxingchen gritted his teeth and murmured, it seems I must resort to that tactic. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head. This scoundrel is actually an undercover agent for the Iron Blood Society. Damn it. How could I have trusted you so much? Gu Xingchen bellowed, as the energy blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling brilliance, yearning to cleave that traitor in two. Yet, this was not the time for vengeance. The immediate priority was to break through. Gu Xingchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He closed his eyes and activated his unique energy perception ability. The surrounding energy fluctuations coalesced into a vivid image in his mind. Wait a moment. The energy distribution around this mine seems a bit off. A peculiar energy fluctuation lurked deep within the mine, akin to a concealed beast, exuding an aura of danger. Brothers, be cautious. There is something amiss around this mine. Gu Xingchen shouted, alerting his team to heighten their vigilance. Just as his words fell, the ground began to tremble violently, and several enormous fissures appeared out of nowhere, separating the Iron Blood Society from Gu Xingchen's team. Some of the slower henchmen fell directly into the crevices, emitting harrowing cries. What on earth is this? The crowd gasped in disbelief, hastily retreating in fear of falling in themselves. Ji Yuxingchen felt a surge of delight. This sudden chasm was truly a fortuitous turn of events. Seizing the chaos, he led his team toward a smaller fissure, hoping to use it as an escape route. However, the path to freedom was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. The Iron Blood Society seemed to have an uncanny awareness of their movements. Every time they discovered a new route, they were ambushed by the Society. It felt as though they were playing a game with an unfair advantage, which was immensely frustrating. Could there be other traitors within the Iron Blood Society? Gu Xingchen pondered, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Over the next few days, Gu Xingchen's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. Swinging from elation to despair, he had to lead his team in evading the Iron Blood Society's pursuit, while covertly investigating for spies within their ranks. He discovered that although Xiao Wu had betrayed him, it seemed he had not disclosed all information to the Iron Blood Society. This realization solidified his belief that there were other infiltrators among them. He began to discreetly observe each team member, attempting to unmask the hidden traitor. During meals, he purposefully dropped a piece of mutated beast meat on the ground and watched everyone's reactions. At night, he feigned snoring, secretly monitoring for anyone attempting to pilfer his belongings while he slept. Even when using the restroom, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing for any suspicious figures following him. Eventually, he noticed that Xiao Wu's behavior had become increasingly peculiar. He was frequently sneaking off to secluded areas to make phone calls, appearing extremely anxious each time. A thought flickered in Gu Xingchen's mind. Could Xiao Wu have accomplices? He decided to test Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Gu Xingchen said casually, I discovered a new mine entrance, located. He deliberately lowered his voice. In the ruins to the west, Xiao Wu's eyes visibly brightened, but he quickly masked his excitement. Boss, are you certain? That ruin is? Sure. Gu Xingchen gestured for silence. This is something you must keep between us. Xiao Wu nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Ji Yuxingchen observed him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Tonight, we act. Ji Yuxingchen patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and turned to leave. Chapter 17. The counterattack in a deadlock as night fell. An eerie stillness enveloped the ruins. Ji Yuxingchen concealed himself in the shadows, scrutinizing Xiao Wu's every move. Xiao Wu stealthily dialed a number, speaking in hushed tones. Hello, boss. Gu Xingchen has discovered a new mine entrance, located in the western ruins. Ji Yuxingchen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Xiao Wu had indeed taken the bait. Xiao Wu, the signal's poor. Speak up. Gu Xingchen suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling Xiao Wu so much that his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. What did I say? There's a mine in the western ruins. How come I didn't know? Xiao Wu's face drained of color as he stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Boss, I cut the act. Gu Xingchen sneered. Did you think I wouldn't notice you sneaking phone calls? Do you really think I'm a fool? He snatched Xiao Wu's phone, activating the speaker function, and the arrogant voice of Tai Kuang resonated through the device. Xiao Wu, well done. Once we secure the mine, you'll be well rewarded. Gu Xingchen addressed the phone. Tai Kuang, long time no see. Business is booming, I see. The voice on the other end faltered for an instant before erupting in fury. Gu Xingchen, how dare you play me for a fool? What goes around comes around. Gu Xingchen replied with a smile. Didn't you send someone to spy on me? It seems your choice of accomplice was less than stellar. He patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, who now resembled a wilted plant. Xiao Wu, next time you consider betraying me, make sure to polish your acting skills first. Your expression management is worse than that of a primary school student. Gu Xingchen did not press Xiao Wu further, but instead patted his shoulder with a grave tone. Now, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Gu Xingchen turned back to the phone. Tai Kuang, you're after the mine, aren't you? Let me tell you, the true entrance is to the east. There lies a formidable guardian beast. You'd best be prepared. He paused for effect before divulging a false location. After hanging up, Gu Xingchen tossed the phone back to Xiao Wu, regarding him with a bemused expression. So, how do you like this little surprise? Xiao Wu's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Gu Xingchen turned to depart, leaving Xiao Wu in a state of disarray amidst the wind. The east, that is. Xiao Wu muttered, terror etched in his eyes. He suddenly realized he had truly overstepped this time. Gu Xingchen gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, the real show has only just begun. He turned and made his way toward the true mine entrance, his silhouette vanishing into the night. Lang Wanqing emerged from the shadows, watching Gu Xingchen's departing figure with deep concern. Xingchen, Tai Kuang was seething with rage, smashing his fist into a nearby stone. Gu Xingchen, you little brat, how dare you toy with me? He roared, his voice echoing through the ruins. Brothers, attack! Tear Gu Xingchen to shreds. The Iron Blood Society's onslaught was fiercer than before, a relentless barrage of gunfire raining down like a torrential downpour. Members of Gu Xingchen's team felt the immense pressure, dodging attacks while struggling to retaliate. Boss, that lunatic Tai Kuang has gone mad, Lin Nana shouted amidst her gunfire, a bullet barely grazing her cheek, leaving a faint trail of crimson. Lang Wanqing tended to the wounded from the rear. Though she was not a fighter, her medical skills were indispensable to the team. Gu Xingchen took cover behind a massive rock, his brow furrowed in concentration. Tai Kuang's strength surpassed his expectations if they confronted him head-on. They would surely be outmatched. A strategy must be devised, he thought to himself. Closing his eyes, he focused, activating his energy perception ability. The surrounding energy fluctuations became vividly apparent in his mind. He diligently sensed the energy variations of the guardian beast. Indeed, under specific energy conditions, the guardian beast's energy experienced a brief period of weakness. Now is the time. Gu Xingchen's heart leaped with joy as he opened his eyes, a glint of determination shining within. Lin Nana, cover me. Lin Nana understood immediately, intensifying her fire to draw the Iron Blood Society's attention. Seizing the moment, Gu Xingchen maneuvered to the side, preparing to execute his plan. Tai Kuang sensed Gu Xingchen's intent. Snorting coldly, think you can sneak attack? Not so easy. In a flash, he charged at Gu Xingchen with astonishing speed. Boss, be careful, Lin Nana exclaimed. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was just the opportunity he sought. He gathered energy into a sphere, ready to confront Tai Kuang. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, a powerful energy wave emanating from the mine entrance. What's happening? Tai Kuang halted, bewildered, gazing toward the mine entrance. Gu Xingchen too was taken aback. He turned to see a brilliant beam of light shooting from the entrance, soaring into the sky. What is this? Lang Wanqing's voice brimmed with astonishment. Gu Xingchen gazed at the radiance, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. This is bad. His expression changed. Fall back. Gu Xingchen was no fool. As he observed Tai Kuang's men descending upon them like ravenous wolves, he sneered, brothers, let us show them a thing or two. This was no ordinary display. It was Gu Xingchen's meticulously concocted special die, laden with various traps. He had anticipated Tai Kuang's approach, preemptively setting up numerous mechanisms around the area, from tripwires to snare traps to mind-bending illusions. There was nothing he couldn't devise. The Iron Blood Society's members surged forward. They fell into traps like dumplings boiling in water, crashing into the snares with a cacophony of cries. Ouch! My leg! What the hell is this? The air was filled with a chorus of wails, creating a chaotic scene akin to a bustling marketplace. Tai Kuang stood atop the heights, observing as his comrades transformed one by one into vividly painted warriors, their faces turning a sickly shade of green. Infuriated, he stomped his feet and cursed. Gu Xingchen, you scoundrel! You've betrayed me. Gu Xingchen laughed heartily. All's fair in war. Tai Kuang, do you really think your meager skills can rival mine? With a grand gesture, he commanded, brothers, counterattack. Bolstered by the traps, Gu Xingchen's team's combat prowess surged. each member invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, charging forward with a fierce battle cry. The members of the Iron Blood Society, already disoriented by the traps, were now ruthlessly pummeled by Gu Xingchen's team, swiftly disbanding and fleeing in panic. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Taikong could only retreat in disgrace with his remnants. "Boss, you're incredible," Lin Nana exclaimed as she rushed over and enveloped Gu Xingchen in a warm embrace. "That I knew you would have a solution." Lung Wanqing approached gently, wiping the sweat from Gu Xingchen's forehead. "Xingchen, are you all right?" Gu Xingchen smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, just a minor skirmish." Though they had temporarily repelled the Iron Blood Society, Gu Xingchen understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Taikong would not relent. And the guardian beast of the mine could appear at any moment. He gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "The true battle has only just begun. We must prepare ourselves." He turned to Lin Nana and Long Wanqing. Suddenly, he spun around, his gaze sharp as he focused on the mine's entrance. "Someone is coming." Chapter 18. The decisive battle at the pinnacle of energy. The earth trembled and dust swirled. The mine's entrance. A colossal creature slowly emerged, obscuring the sky and exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was none other than the mine's guardian beast, a terrifying creature resembling a giant lizard, its body covered in metallic scales. Its crimson eyes scanned the area, sending forth a suffocating wave of energy that seemed to freeze the very air. "What on earth is that?" Lin Nana exclaimed, instinctively tightening her grip on her weapon. Even the usually composed Lang Wanqing turned pale, pressing close to Gu Xingchen. The guardian beast let out a deafening roar, then swung its massive claws down onto the ground with tremendous force. The earth cracked instantly, shockwaves radiating outward, uprooting nearby trees. Gu Xingchen's team and the remnants of the Iron Blood Society were thrown to the ground, utterly disheveled. "Good heavens, this boss is too powerful," Gu Xingchen complained as he quickly scrambled to his feet, shielding Lung Wanqing behind him. This attack range is nothing short of a mass destructive assault. Taikong also clambered back to his feet, terror etched across his face. He had intended to seize the moment to attack Gu Xingchen. But the guardian beast's indiscriminate assault forced him to abandon that thought. "Damn it, this beast has gone mad." The guardian beast's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, reducing everything around it to ruins. Gu Xingchen's team and the Iron Blood Society suffered heavy casualties. Cries of anguish echoing. Furrowing his brow, Gu Xingchen realized that this could not go on, that he had to find a way to stop the guardian beast. Otherwise, everyone would perish here. Suddenly, he recalled something he had read in ancient texts about the mine's guardian beast. "Wait." Gu Xingchen's eyes brightened with a glimmer of insight. "I know how to deal with it." He grasped Lang Wanqing's hand urgently. "Wanqing, take everyone and retreat. I'll hold it off." "No, it's too dangerous." Lang Wanqing clutched Gu Xingchen's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. "Trust me." Gu Xingchen looked firmly into her eyes, then forcefully pushed her away and rushed towards the guardian beast. "Xingchen," Lung Wanqing called out anxiously, but she knew there was no time for hesitation and could only lead the others to retreat swiftly. Gu Xingchen's figure appeared diminutive amidst the swirling dust, yet the determination in his gaze was impossible to overlook. This creature's weakness, that he focused intently on the guardian beast, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed on the creature's abdomen, where a scale of a lighter hue caught his attention. That's it. Gu Xingchen took a deep breath, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. "Here goes." He surged forward, aiming for the guardian beast's belly. Wait, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Perhaps he abruptly stopped, a confident smile spreading across his face. Only a fool would charge head-on. Cunning is the true path to victory. Instead of attacking the guardian beast directly, he inhaled deeply, channeling energy within himself to emit a unique energy wave. This wave closely resonated with the frequency of the mine's energy. The others looked on in confusion. What's the boss doing? Is he singing a mountain song? Lin Nana scratched her head, completely bewildered by Gu Xingchen's actions. Though worried, Lung Wanqing chose to trust Gu Xingchen, observing the situation with bated breath. The guardian beast, once in a frenzied state, appeared to be affected. Its massive head tilted slightly, its crimson eyes locked onto Gu Xingchen as if sensing the peculiar energy wave. It restlessly scraped the ground, emitting a low growl but refraining from further indiscriminate attacks. Gu Xingchen's heart soared. He knew his hypothesis was correct. The guardian beast was not devoid of reason. It was merely protecting the mine's energy, and his simulated energy wave had captured its attention. He cautiously approached the guardian beast, continuously emitting the energy wave. I know what you guard. I can assist you, he whispered soothingly. The guardian beast's demeanor gradually calmed, and it slowly lowered its head, exhaling 2 plumes of white vapor from its nostrils as it sniffed Gu Xingqian's scent. Gu Xingqian held his breath, not daring to relax for a moment. Time ticked by, the tension mounting to an unbearable level. Suddenly, the guardian beast let out a low growl and affectionately nudged Gu Xingqian's body. Resembling a giant, docile pet, this scene left everyone in shock. Lin Nana's jaw nearly dropped. The boss actually tamed this creature? How incredible! Lung Wanqing sighed in relief, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Taikong, witnessing this turn of events, turned ashen. He had anticipated that the appearance of the guardian beast would lead to Gu Xingqian's downfall, but he never expected such a reversal. Damn it! This is impossible, he snarled through gritted teeth. Gu Xingqian patted the guardian beast's head, feeling the surge of energy coursing through it, a triumphant smile forming on his lips. Now, it's time for our counterattack. He leaped onto the guardian beast's back, looking down upon Taikong and his men. Are you ready to meet your doom? He patted the creature's neck and commanded softly. Let us go. The guardian beast, responding to Gu Xingqian's command, charged toward the remnants of the Iron Blood Society like a heavy tank. Its massive form thundered across the ground, producing a chilling roar that I'll fight you to the end. Taikong bellowed, his face pale with fury. He poured all his remaining energy into his fists, aiming a powerful strike at the guardian beast's head. Little beast, show him what you're made of. Gu Xingqian scoffed, giving the guardian beast a light pat on the neck. The guardian beast erupted with a thunderous roar, its thick tail sweeping out like a steel whip, sending Taikong flying. He crashed hard to the ground, spitting blood, his face as white as a sheet. Boss, you're magnificent. Lin Nana cheered, pumping her fists, and the others joined in jubilant celebration. Taikong struggled to rise, despair filling his eyes. He knew his defeat was inevitable. Any further resistance would be futile. Gu Xingqian, just you wait. I will settle this score one day. He glared at Gu Xingqian, seething, before retreating in disarray with his remaining subordinates. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Gu Xingqian sneered, directing the guardian beast to pursue. The guardian beast moved with astonishing speed, quickly catching up to the fleeing members of the Iron Blood Society, followed by a cacophony of devastation and cries. As the dust settled, Gu Xingqian dismounted from the guardian beast and approached Lung Wanqing. Xingqian, I'm so relieved you're all right. Lung Wanqing exclaimed, rushing into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't worry, I promise to protect you. And I will keep that promise. Gu Xingqian held her tightly, tenderly stroking her hair and kissing her lips, which exuded an irresistible allure. Amidst the surrounding cheers, Gu Xingqian surveyed the scene, confidence shining in his eyes. He had not only secured the mining rights to the energy vein but also protected the one he cherished, marking it as a flawless conclusion. Looking up at the sky, he inhaled deeply, murmuring, a new era has only just begun. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned sharply to gaze into the distance, his expression sharpening. Wait, what is that? Chapter 19. The energy contest reignites. Gu Xingqian beheld the vast, energy-rich mine before him, his heart swelling with ambition. Brothers, let's dig. The more we extract, the more we gain. He waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the mining operation. The roar of machinery filled the air as the previously tranquil mining site erupted into a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Lung Wanqing assisted him in managing various documents and data, their collaboration seamless, reminiscent of a pair of celestial lovers. During a brief respite, Lung Wanqing produced a clean towel, gently wiping the sweat from Gu Xingqian's brow. Her gentle gaze seemed capable of melting steel, and a warm current surged within Gu Xingqian's heart. Wanqing, it is truly wonderful to have you here. He clasped Lung Wanqing's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. The boss is indeed a winner in life, embracing a beauty and mining treasures. The surrounding workers cast envious glances, some murmuring softly. Gu Xingqian surveyed the bustling mine, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of the world, reshaping the laws of nature. This vein of, or was merely the first step in his grand blueprint. Report, boss, we have unearthed something extraordinary. A worker rushed over, cradling a stone that radiated an unusual glow. The energy fluctuations were off the charts. Gu Xingqian took the stone, scrutinizing it closely. The purity of its energy far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing any energy he had absorbed previously. If he could fully harness this energy, his strength would undoubtedly soar. It seemed he had truly struck gold this time. He thought excitedly. Xingqian, Look quickly. Lung Wanqing pointed toward the depths of the mine. Her voice tinged with wonder. Following her gesture, Gu Xingqian discerned an eerie glow emanating from deep within the vein. The light flickered, as if something were breathing. A sense of unease arose within Gu Xingqian. It appeared as though something lurked in the depths. Suddenly, a worker shouted in terror, "Not good. Something is coming." The ground began to tremble violently, and a series of low, rumbling roars echoed from the depths of the mine. Gu Xingqian's expression changed, and he instinctively shielded Lung Wanqing behind him, warily gazing into the abyss of the mine. "Prepare for battle," he commanded in a low voice, a powerful wave of energy radiating from him. "Wait, what is that?" Lung Wanqing suddenly tugged at Gu Xingqian's sleeve, pointing into the distance. Amidst the rising dust, a group of figures clad in the Iron Blood Society's uniforms gradually came into focus. They bore exaggerated weapons, their dark muzzles exuding a chilling aura. The Iron Blood Society must have emptied their coffers. A worker exclaimed in astonishment. These weapons were clearly not ordinary. They were more advanced and formidable than any Gu Xingqian had encountered before. Leading them was a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, the second in command of the Iron Blood Society. Known as Scarface, he wielded a massive energy cannon, its muzzle flashing with a dangerous light. A clear indication of its extraordinary power. Gu Xingqian, you dog, dare to steal my mine. Today, I will ensure you have no place to bury your bones. Scarface's roar echoed throughout the mine, according to the tropes of heroic tales. Gu Xingqian should have bellowed a defiant challenge, "Bring it on," and then engaged in an earth-shattering battle with his foes. But he did not. Instead, he swiftly pulled Lung Wanqing along and, with lightning speed, ducked into a concealed mine shaft. "Brothers, hold your ground. I shall return shortly," he declared, his figure vanishing into the shadows, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. I asked the boss that retreating strategically, or is he trying to seize a moment of pleasure before his demise? One worker scratched his head, utterly confused. This was not the script they had anticipated. Wasn't there supposed to be a direct confrontation? Where was the protagonist's halo? The Iron Blood Society members were equally stunned. They had expected Gu Xingqian to charge at them like a rabid dog, yet he had fled. This left them feeling as though they had struck a blow against cotton, powerful yet ineffective. "Pursue! After him! This brat must be up to some trick," Scarface bellowed, leading the charge into the mine. Inside the mine shaft, Gu Xingqian held Lung Wanqing tightly, feeling her warm body against him, while his mind remained remarkably calm. "Wanqing, do not fear. I will not allow them to harm you," he murmured reassuringly. "Xingqian, what do we do now?" Lung Wanqing nestled against him, her voice laced with apprehension. A mysterious smile played on Gu Xingqian's lips. "Do not worry. The real show is just beginning." He closed his eyes, extending his perception, the energy fluctuations within the mine vividly presenting themselves in his mind. He sensed a powerful energy surging from deep within the vein, resonating with the earlier eerie glow. "So it is." Gu Xingqian murmured to himself. "Iron Mad, you have calculated everything, yet you overlooked the most crucial point. They are approaching." Lung Wanqing suddenly grasped Gu Xingqian's hand tightly. Gu Xingqian opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. "Excellent," he chuckled softly. "Allow me to show you what true power is." He placed his hand against the mine's rocky wall. Gu Xingqian pressed his hand against the wall, closing his eyes and sensing the surrounding energy fluctuations. To him, the Iron Blood Society's flashy energy weapons appeared as mere gleaming targets, their weaknesses glaringly exposed. "Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me," Gu Xingqian commanded, leading Lung Wanqing and a few hidden teammates as they circled around to the other side of the mine. Scarface continued to strut around the mine, boasting of capturing Gu Xingqian alive, when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening? Before he could react, an energy projectile whizzed past his head, obliterating one of his subordinates. Enemy attack. They are behind us. The Iron Blood Society was thrown into chaos, their previously intimidating formation collapsing in disarray. Gu Xingqian and his teammates surged forth from the side, catching the Iron Blood Society off guard. "And you dare to boast?" Gu Xingqian taunted while skillfully dodging attacks. "Your energy weapons are merely for show, impressive in appearance but utterly useless." He seemed to predict the trajectory of the Iron Blood Society strikes, deftly evading each time before seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. "Gu Xingqian, you are cheating. Have the guts to face me one-on-one," Scarface shouted in exasperation as he watched his men fall one by one. "One-on-one? You think you deserve that?" Gu Xingqian scoffed. In a flash, He appeared before Scarface, his speed blurring to the naked eye. With your build, I could take you down with one hand. Boss is magnificent. The morale of the team surged, their attacks growing fiercer. The Iron Blood Society members were forced to retreat. On the brink of total annihilation, just then, the eerie glow from deep within the mine intensified, and the ground shook violently. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, even causing Gu Xingchen to feel a pang of trepidation. What is that? His expression shifted, an ominous premonition rising within him. Xingchen, be careful, Long Wanqing cried out, pushing him away. A colossal energy beam erupted from the depths of the mine, shooting skyward. It appears we have stirred up a great deal of trouble. Gu Xingchen gazed at the soaring light beam, his expression grave as he turned to Long Wanqing. Grasping her hand tightly, feeling the warmth in his palm, he looked resolutely at her. Let us go. Chapter 20. The perilous contest for energy. The energy beam shot into the sky, as if tearing the night asunder. This place is exceedingly strange. We must venture deeper. Gu Xingchen firmly grasped Long Wanqing's hand. His voice serious, though frightened. Long Wanqing nodded resolutely. Deep within the mine, it was dark and damp, with jagged rocks jutting out, and the air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell. Gu Xingchen activated his energy perception, discovering that the strange energy fluctuations originated from even deeper within. Brothers, stay alert and keep your wits about you. With a commanding shout, Gu Xingchen's team advanced cautiously. Crack, the leading team member stepped into a void, causing the ground to collapse and revealing a pitch-black chasm. What is happening? The team member, shaken, nearly fell into the abyss had he not reacted swiftly. Gu Xingchen hurried forward to inspect, finding the chasm lined with sharp stalagmites. Falling in would certainly lead to dire consequences. This is undoubtedly the work of those scoundrels from the Iron Blood Society. One team member exclaimed indignantly. Enough chatter. Let us find a way. Gu Xingchen's brow furrowed. He knew Iron Mad would not let them off easily. They circumvented the trap and continued onward. The tunnel grew narrower, barely allowing one person to pass at a time. Gu Xingchen led the way, with Long Wanqing closely behind, while the other team members stood watch at the rear. A scream shattered the silence as an unseen entity ensnared one team member's leg, dragging him into the darkness. Be careful. Something is lurking. Gu Xingchen immediately reacted, drawing his energy blade and scanning the surroundings warily. Long Wanqing, pale with fear, clung tightly to Gu Xingchen's arm. Do not fear. I am here, he reassured her, subtly channeling energy in preparation for any impending danger. Tension hung thick in the air, every nerve taut. Suddenly, Gu Xingchen felt a void beneath his feet. Xingchen, Long Wanqing gasped. Damn it. Gu Xingchen cursed internally. As he fell, the descent was not as catastrophic as he had envisioned. Quick to react, he twisted in midair, plunging his energy blade into the rock wall, barely managing to steady himself. Below lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness, eerie winds swirling, sending chills down his spine. Good thing I'm nimble. Otherwise, I would have been a pancake, Gu Xingchen quipped, glancing up to see Long Wanqing peering down anxiously. I'm fine. Just a minor setback. Gu Xingchen flashed a reassuring smile, comforting her while swiftly climbing upwards. Gu Xingchen, you are indeed here. You forsake the path to paradise and willingly venture into hell. Just as he ascended to the surface, Gu Xingchen had yet to catch his breath when a raucous laughter echoed around him. He looked up and was met with a familiar sight. His adversaries had crossed paths once more. Tai Kuang, accompanied by a cadre of elite members from the Iron Blood Society, stood menacingly, each one exuding an aura of ferocity, effectively blocking his way. Their expressions were smug, as if victory was already assured. If it isn't Tai Lao Tai, long time no see. I trust all is well? Gu Xingchen greeted with feigned nonchalance, while discreetly activating his energy perception to assess the power disparity between the two factions. Enough of the pleasantries. Tai Kuang scoffed. Today marks your demise. Such bravado. Do you think your motley crew can bring me down? Gu Xingchen sneered, simultaneously drawing energy from the veins of the earth, forming a visible energy shield around him. With a swift motion, Tai Kuang commanded his elite members to attack, their various energy weapons gleaming with blinding brilliance as they surged towards Gu Xingchen. However, these assaults were effortlessly repelled by the energy shield, not even causing a ripple. Upon witnessing this, Tai Kuang's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by Gu Xingchen's unexpected defense. Is this the extent of your power? Gu Xingchen taunted with a provocative smile. Then with a flick of his hand, the energy shield transformed into countless energy blades that shot towards the members of the Iron Blood Society. What in the world? The members of the Iron Blood Society were thrown into disarray. Those unable to evade cried out in agony as they fell. Seizing the moment, Gu Xingchen grasped Lung Wangqing's hand and whispered urgently, "Let's go." Thinking of escaping. "It won't be that simple," Tai Kuang bellowed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Gu Xingchen, declaring, "None of you shall leave this place today." Gu Xingchen retorted with a cold laugh. "The victor is yet to be determined." Lung Wangqing, gazing into Gu Xingchen's determined eyes, felt a surge of confidence. She tightly gripped her energy gun, ready to fight alongside him. The air crackled with tension, and an epic battle loomed on the horizon. "Wait," Gu Xingchen suddenly interjected, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "I just remembered something. Old Tai, do you smell that?" A mischievous smile crept across his lips. "What smell? What trickery are you up to now?" Tai Kuang responded, momentarily bewildered, instinctively sniffing the air. "Dough. It's nothing, merely that this place feels a bit warm." Gu Xingchen feigned mystery, gesturing towards the depths of the cavern, as if something was about to explode. Tai Kuang's expression changed drastically as he followed Gu Xingchen's finger, noticing a faint red glow emanating from the depths of the mine. "Not good. The energy vein is unstable," he realized, exclaiming in alarm. Seizing the opportunity while Tai Kuang was distracted, Gu Xingchen launched a powerful energy wave towards him. Caught off guard, Tai Kuang staggered back several paces upon impact. "Damn it!" he roared, preparing to retaliate, only to be interrupted by a violent tremor from the cavern's depths. "Retreat! Everyone, fall back!" Tai Kuang commanded, urgently signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Gu Xingchen had no intention of lingering, pulling Lang Wangqing as they dashed for the exit. Inside the cavern, although the elite members of the Iron Blood Society were formidable, under Gu Xingchen's deft command, his team leveraged the terrain to their advantage. His energy perception proved crucial, as he consistently anticipated enemy attacks while identifying opportunities for counterattacks. "President, this kid is too slippery," one member of the Iron Blood Society complained. "Silence. Chase after him," Tai Kuang roared, never expecting Gu Xingchen to be such a formidable opponent. Amidst the chaos, Gu Xingchen spotted a key member of the Iron Blood Society hiding in the back, orchestrating the battle. This individual clutched a peculiar device, muttering incantations as if controlling something. "That's the one." Gu Xingchen's eyes narrowed, focusing his energy into a sharp beam that hurtled towards the member. "Ah!" The member screamed as the device fell from his grasp, instantly disrupting the Iron Blood Society's assault rhythm. "What a perfect opportunity!" Gu Xingchen shouted. "Brothers, charge!" Just as victory seemed within reach, Gu Xingchen suddenly felt an even more intense energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the vein. This energy seemed connected to the device previously employed by the Iron Blood Society. He turned sharply towards the cavern's interior, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Xingchen, what's wrong?" Lang Wangqing inquired, sensing his unease. Gu Xingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cavern, a flicker of dread in his eyes. He felt an unprecedented danger approaching, one that seemed far more terrifying than the Iron Blood Society. "Quick! Are you in?" Gu Xingchen forcefully pushed Lung Wangqing away, then turned and sprinted deeper into the mine. "Xingchen!" Lung Wangqing cried out, attempting to follow, only to be halted by an invisible force. Chapter 21. The source of conflict ultimately prevails. Gu Xingchen plunged into the depths of the mine, the energy fluctuations from the veins growing increasingly intense, threatening to tear him apart. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward against the overwhelming pressure, his mind racing to analyze every detail of the Iron Blood Society's conspiracy. Thinking of using the mine's energy for nefarious purposes, they clearly don't recognize who they're dealing with. Gu Xingchen scoffed, finally uncovering the core of the Iron Blood Society's scheme, a concealed energy amplifier hidden deep within the veins. This device resembled a super bomb. Once activated, it could reduce a 100-mile radius to ashes. "Tai Kuang, you cunning rascal, playing such a dangerous game," Gu Xingchen shouted, channeling all his energy into a powerful beam that struck the energy amplifier with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the energy amplifier quaked violently, fissures appearing on its surface. Gu Xingchen did not relent, continuing to unleash energy until the amplifier was utterly obliterated. "Impossible. My plan was flawless. How could it fail?" Tai Kuang bellowed in a fury, his eyes fixed on the monitor displaying the destruction of the energy amplifier. His face turned ashen with rage. "Gu Xingchen, you thwart my ambitions. I will not rest until I have my revenge." He slammed his fist on the table, teeth gritted in frustration. Meanwhile, the battle outside the mine escalated to a fever pitch. With the Iron Blood Society's conspiracy thwarted, the energy fluctuations began to subside, and their assaults lost momentum. Witnessing the glimmer of victory, Gu Xingchen's team surged with renewed vigor, charging at the members of the Iron Blood Society with fervor as if invigorated by a fresh dose of adrenaline. The Iron Blood Society members faltered, on the brink of annihilation. Gu Xingchen burst from the mine just in time to witness this scene, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, approaching Lang Wanqing. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders, murmuring softly, "It's all right now, it's all over." Nestled against Gu Xingchen, Lang Wanqing's face blossomed with a smile of contentment. Gu Xingchen, Tai Kuang roared as he emerged from the mine. His eyes burning with hatred. "I want you dead." He brandished a glimmering energy weapon, pointing it menacingly at Gu Xingchen, enunciating each word with venom. "You think you can kill me? You aren't worthy." Gu Xingchen replied with a chilling laugh. Summoning the formidable guardian beast of the mine, a colossal spider, its body shimmering with a metallic sheen, emerged from the ground. Its 8 razor-sharp legs carved deep grooves into the earth. This creature had taken Gu Xingchen tremendous effort to tame just days prior. And now it was the perfect ally. What in the world is that? Tai Kuang's face drained of color, nearly dropping the energy weapon in his shock. He never dreamed Gu Xingchen had such a powerful trump card in reserve. "Xiaoba, attack," Gu Xingchen commanded, and the giant spider let out a deafening screech as it lunged towards Tai Kuang. Tai Kuang hastily dodged, but the spider's speed was too great. He could not evade in time. As the spider's leg approached to pierce him, Tai Kuang, in a moment of desperation, activated his energy shield. Boom! A resounding clash echoed as the spider's leg collided with the energy shield, creating a dazzling display of light. Tai Kuang was thrown back, crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Coughing violently, he struggled to rise, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He realized he was no match for Gu Xingchen. Continuing the fight would only lead to his demise. "Withdraw. Everyone, retreat." Tai Kuang shouted to the remaining members of the Iron Blood Society, then turned and fled. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple, Gu Xingchen scoffed, commanding the giant spider to pursue the Iron Blood Society members. Upon seeing the giant spider closing in, were seized by terror, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in all directions. "Boss, we dot," a battered member of the Iron Blood Society whimpered as he approached Tai Kuang. "Shut up. Run faster." Tai Kuang glared at him, quickening his pace. In no time, the Iron Blood Society members had fled entirely, leaving only Tai Kuang struggling to keep up. As he ran, he glanced back at the ever-approaching giant spider. Dread and despair filling his heart. "It's over, Tai Kuang." Gu Xingchen said, standing at the entrance of the mine, watching the disheveled Tai Kuang flee. Hearing Gu Xingchen's voice, Tai Kuang's steps faltered. He realized escape was futile. Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. "Wait," Gu Xingchen interjected suddenly. Tai Kuang's eyes flew open, confusion etched across his face as he stared at Gu Xingchen. "Reveal all that you know, and I may consider sparing your life," Gu Xingchen declared. Tai Kuang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to yield. He divulged everything he was aware of to Gu Xingchen, including the secret base of the Iron Blood Society and hidden treasures. Among other things. After listening, Gu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. You may leave." Tai Kuang felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and hurriedly turned to flee, fearful that Gu Xingchen would change his mind. Watching Tai Kuang's retreating figure, a faint, cold smile crept across Gu Xingchen's lips. Thinking of escaping, it's not so simple. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a beam of energy shot towards Tai Kuang. A scream pierced the air as Tai Kuang collapsed to the ground. Gu Xingchen approached Tai Kuang, crouching down to look at him. "I said you could leave, but I never mentioned you could do so unscathed." With that, Gu Xingchen turned and walked away, leaving Tai Kuang lying there. Unconscious, Xingchen. A gentle voice called from behind Gu Xingchen. "Xingchen, you were magnificent. You are my hero," Lang Wanqing exclaimed, rushing into Gu Xingchen's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. "Boss, you are formidable. Boss, you're amazing." The surrounding team members erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "Fool, this is merely what I ought to do," Gu Xingchen replied, holding Lang Wanqing tightly, whispering in her ear. His lips curled into a slight smile as he reveled in the triumph, secretly relishing the moment. Hee. My reputation has soared. This victory catapulted Gu Xingchen into the spotlight of the energy wielder realm. Guardians of the energy vein. Is it truly possible to engage them this way, defeating the Iron Blood Society single-handedly? This guy must be cheating. Various rumors about him spread like wildfire across all factions, his name overshadowing even the most established elite energy manipulators. Various powers sent emissaries to curry favor, offering gifts and alliances in a continuous stream. Stay low-key, stay low-key. "I am but an unremarkable energy wielder," Gu Xingchen remarked with a faint smile, maintaining his composure. Yet secretly, he began to plot how to leverage these resources to expand his influence. His energy level had undergone a qualitative leap due to this battle, propelling him directly into the ranks of advanced energy wielders. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, as if he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Advanced energy wielder. This is merely the beginning. My goal is to become a top-tier energy manipulator, to reshape the laws of the universe, and to forge my own unique world. He clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. Standing before the energy vein, Gu Xingqian and Lang Wanqing stood side by side, gazing into the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lang Wanqing nestled against Gu Xingqian's shoulder, softly asking, "Xingqian, what will we do from here?" "Wanqing, I intend to harness the power of this energy vein to rebuild our homeland, to rejuvenate this world. I will establish a new order, a realm devoid of oppression and strife." Gu Xingqian inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "I believe in you, Xingqian. Whatever you choose to do, I will always support you," Lang Wanqing replied, looking up at him with admiration and affection. Gu Xingqian gently kissed her forehead, and they stood embraced, dreaming of a bright future together. As night fell, in a secluded spot, two figures entwined, heavy breaths escaping as spring's warmth unfolded. Chapter 22, Trader's Downfall. The following day, Gu Xingqian's team plunged deeper into the mine. The air thick with a peculiar energy fluctuation that sent a shiver down Gu Xingqian's spine. "This place feels rather sinister," he murmured, instinctively tightening his grip on the energy detector. "Xingqian, I sense someone is watching us," Lang Wanqing remarked, her brow furrowed in concern as she gently tugged at Gu Xingqian's sleeve. Gu Xingqian offered her a reassuring glance. "Fear not, I am here." Though he spoke those words, his heart remained vigilant. Recently, Xiaowu had been acting increasingly erratic. One moment he spoke of terrifying energy beasts within the mine, the next he claimed to have seen the ghosts of the Iron Blood Society, instilling panic among the team. A few new recruits were already wavering, voicing their desire to return. Gu Xingqian observed coldly, taking note of it all. "Xiaowu, your tongue is rather agile these days. You could take up stand-up comedy," he remarked with a wry smile, patting Xiaowu's shoulder with a hint of warning. Xiaowu chuckled awkwardly. "No way, Xingqian. I'm just concerned for everyone. Concerned for everyone. If you truly cared, you wouldn't spread baseless rumors." Gu Xingqian retorted, his voice deliberately raised. This admonition was not just for Xiaowu but aimed at the restless team members. Indeed, upon hearing the words disturbing morale, the previously wavering members fell silent. In this chaotic world, rules remained the most crucial survival principle. "Xingqian, your words." Xiaowu attempted to defend himself but was cut off by Gu Xingqian. "Enough chatter. Get to work." He shoved Xiaowu aside and marched toward the depths of the mine. Lang Wanqing followed closely, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaowu before departing, sending a chill down his spine. As night enveloped the mine, a ghostly blue light flickered in the depths, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth, exuding an aura of mystery. Gu Xingqian and Lang Wanqing stood atop a high point, surveying the entire mining area. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Gu Xingqian murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Xiaowu, what are you truly up to?" He squinted, activating his energy perception abilities. Everything around him transformed into flowing lines of energy, vibrant and colorful, akin to the auroras. The energy fluctuations of the team members appeared vividly in his mind, most radiating a calm blue hue. Yet, Xiaowu's energy was laced with a sinister dark red, like a serpent's flickering tongue. Gu Xingqian was all too familiar with this dark red energy. It was the signature fluctuation of the Iron Blood Society. "So, Xiaowu, you truly are a traitor." Gu Xingqian scoffed inwardly. "I've long found you displeasing. Today, I will expose your true colors. Xiaowu, you treacherous rat. Do you dare claim you have no ties to the Iron Blood Society?" He spun around, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaowu, shouting, Xingqian, what are you saying? I don't understand." Xiaowu's face drained of color, stammering in disbelief. "You don't understand?" Gu Xingqian sneered, pulling out a small energy detector. "Look for yourself." The screen of the detector clearly displayed Xiaowu's energy fluctuations, entangled with the dark red energy of the Iron Blood Society. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. The surrounding team members erupted in outrage, glaring at Xiaowu. "How could you betray us after we placed our trust in you?" "Xiaowu, damn it. I even spoke in your defense before. I must have been blind." "Traitor, you scoundrel." Xiaowu attempted to argue but was swiftly subdued by the furious team members, bound tightly. Gu Xingqian observed the restrained Xiaowu, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. He gazed into the distance, where a powerful dark red energy was rapidly approaching. "They're coming." Gu Xingqian whispered, tightening his grip on the energy detector, his gaze intense. "Xingqian, no matter what happens, I will face it with you," Lang Wanqing said. Stepping beside him, Holding his hand firmly, Gu Xingchen turned to look at her. His eyes filled with tenderness. He gently patted her hand, then abruptly raised his head, shouting into the communicator, "Brothers, prepare for battle." A chorus of excited responses echoed from the communicator. "Received." Just then, Xiao let out a piercing scream. Ah! His cry was abruptly silenced, replaced by a deafening explosion. Xiao's position erupted in flames, debris scattering. "Humph. Thinking to fake your death? Not a chance," Gu Xingchen smirked. It turned out Gu Xingchen had anticipated that Xiao might attempt a trick, so he concealed a miniature bomb within the ropes binding him. This time, Xiao was truly gone for good. The explosion served as the signal for battle. From the distance, Tai Kuang, accompanied by all the members of the Iron Blood Society, surged forward like a swarm of locusts. Gu Xingchen, you really are something. You uncovered my hidden piece. Tai Kuang's voice blared through the loudspeaker, laced with indignation. But do you think this will allow you to triumph over me? You are sorely mistaken. Heh, who will fall remains to be seen. Gu Xingchen retorted defiantly, swiftly directing his team to prepare for combat. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's show these scoundrels our might. The battle erupted instantly, the sounds of laser guns and explosive energy intermingling, creating a symphony of death. Gu Xingchen led the charge, his energy detector transformed into a razor-sharp energy blade. Like a specter, he wove through the enemy ranks, each strike claiming a life, though the Iron Blood Society had the advantage in numbers. Gu Xingchen's side held the geographical upper hand, utilizing the Mine-S terrain to form an effective defensive strategy, with the adept command of Gu Xingchen and the precise healing of Lang Wanqing. They found themselves evenly matched for a moment. Damn it. Why are these fellows so difficult to deal with? Tai Kuang watched as his subordinates continued to fall, a fierce anger igniting within him. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the activation of a secret weapon, an apparatus capable of emitting intense interference energy. As the interference energy was unleashed, Gu Xingchen's energy weapons immediately lost their accuracy, and their attack efficiency plummeted. This is bad. It's interference energy. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened as he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, a brilliant idea struck him. Brothers, follow me, Gu Xingchen shouted, leading his team swiftly away from their position. Sprinting deeper into the mines. Seeing this, Tai Kuang assumed Gu Xingchen was retreating in fear and, filled with overconfidence, pursued them relentlessly. However, unbeknownst to him, Gu Xingchen had already set a trap deep within the mines. A phantasmagoric formation utilizing the unique terrain and energy fluctuations of the mine. The vanguard of the Iron Blood Society plunged into the illusionary array, instantly losing their sense of direction, flailing about like headless flies and turning on one another. Ha ha ha, Tai Kuang, look at you now. Gu Xingchen laughed heartily at the chaos engulfing the Iron Blood Society members. This fleeting victory did not lead Gu Xingchen to hubris. It was merely the beginning. The Iron Blood Society would surely have more tricks up their sleeve. More importantly, Xingchen. Lang Wanqing's voice trembled. Look. Following her gaze, Gu Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. The counter-trap strategy. Before them crawled a colossal creature resembling a giant lizard. Its body covered in metallic scales. Slowly emerging from the depths of the mine, its crimson eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and each breath released scalding steam, filling the air with a suffocating sulfurous scent. What on earth is that? Someone in the group gasped. The guardian beast of the mine. I can't believe it truly exists. Zhang Jie's voice quivered, her face ashen. The guardian beast let out a deafening roar, sending visible waves of energy rippling outward. Gu Xingchen felt a weight in his chest as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. This guardian beast must be at least of high-energy entity caliber. Quickly, disperse, Gu Xingchen bellowed, pulling Lang Wanqing aside to evade. The guardian beast unleashed its assault indiscriminately, its massive tail sweeping through, sending several Iron Blood Society members who failed to dodge crashing against the rock wall, their fates uncertain. Lang Wanqing stumbled over a flying rock. And as the guardian beast's claws descended, Gu Xingchen lunged forward, shielding her with his body. Xingchen. Lang Wanqing cried out in alarm. Gu Xingchen felt a searing pain in his back, as if his very organs had been displaced. Hurry, go, I'll hold it off. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he pushed Lang Wanqing away. I want to leave. Tears streamed down Lang Wanqing's face as she clutched Gu Xingchen's hand tightly. Tai Kuang stood at a distance, coldly observing the scene, a sinister smile creeping across his face. As the clamorous clash ensued, he thought, while the clam and the heron struggle, the fisherman benefits. When this monster and Gu Xingchen are both severely injured, it will be the perfect moment for us to strike. The guardian beast roared once more, its gaping maw agape, lunging towards Gu Xingchen. In that critical moment, a peculiar smile crept upon Gu Xingchen's lips. You want to eat me? I'm afraid you lack the teeth for it. He grasped Lang Wanqing's hand and charged towards the guardian beast. Xingqian, you. Lang Wanqing was filled with terror, unable to comprehend his actions. Gu Xingqian was not heading towards the gaping maw of the guardian beast, but rather towards its seemingly impenetrable metallic scales. Everyone, including the hidden Tai Kuang, was left dumbfounded. Has this fool gone mad? A suicidal attack? What on earth is he planning? Tai Kuang squinted, his mind clouded with confusion. As he neared the guardian beast, Gu Xingqian abruptly shoved Lang Wanqing towards the relative safety of a rock. Stay hidden, he hissed, his form darting like a specter to the rear of the guardian beast. The immense creature struggled to turn, angrily swinging its tail in an effort to crush Gu Xingqian into pulp. Yet, Gu Xingqian moved with unmatched agility, performing a deadly ballet within the guardian beast's attack range. How is this possible? Zhang Jie covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Gu Xingqian's seemingly reckless maneuvers concealed a deeper strategy. Utilizing his acute perception of energy, he discerned that the guardian beast's seemingly invulnerable metallic scales were not entirely devoid of gaps. These minute openings were critical nodes for the creature's energy flow. Seizing the moment, he pressed his palm against the junction of two scales. A strange energy pulse emanated from his palm, silently infiltrating the guardian beast's interior. The guardian beast suddenly froze, emitting a pained howl. It worked. Gu Xingqian rejoiced inwardly. He continued to reposition himself, injecting this peculiar energy into various energy nodes of the guardian beast. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its once furious aura began to wane. Could it be? Has he discovered the guardian beast's weakness? Tai Kuang felt a jolt of alarm, realizing the situation was exceeding his expectations. A cold smirk appeared on Gu Xingqian's face, despite the guardian beast's formidable nature. Its energy flow possessed a fatal flaw. Once identified, it could be subdued with minimal effort. With such meager prowess, dare you claim to be a guardian beast? Gu Xingqian scoffed, pressing his palm against the beast's back once more. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and the guardian beast let out a mournful cry. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Lang Wanqing peeked from behind the rock, unable to believe the events that had transpired. As the dust settled, Gu Xingqian's figure emerged unscathed. He brushed the dust off his hands and turned to the pale-faced Tai Kuang, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Tai Kuang, long time no see. Tai Kuang's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. Gu Xingqian had repeatedly thwarted his plans, and he was determined to avenge this humiliation. Brothers, charge! This brat and that beast must die. With a command, the members of the Iron Blood Society howled as they encircled from both sides. Xingqian, be careful! Lang Wanqing shouted. Gu Xingqian chuckled coldly. Perfect timing. No need for me to hunt you down one by one. He darted behind the massive corpse of the guardian beast, using it as a colossal shield. The Iron Blood Society's attack struck the guardian beast's hardened scales, producing a clanging sound akin to metal on metal, yet failing to harm Gu Xingqian in the slightest. Is this kid made of mud? So slippery. Tai Kuang seethed with frustration, yet found himself powerless. Gu Xingqian was not merely evading. He was also analyzing the guardian beast's anatomical structure, seeking a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he noticed a peculiar scale at the base of the guardian beast's tail, differing slightly in color, seemingly linked to some energy core. That's it. Gu Xingqian felt a surge of triumph as he sprang forth, slapping his palm against the special scale. The guardian beast's corpse began to tremble violently, its residual energy pouring forth like a burst dam, directly targeting the surrounding Iron Blood Society members. What is happening? Is this monster reanimating? The Iron Blood Society members were caught off guard by this sudden assault, scrambling in disarray. Tai Kuang, struck by the wave of energy, fell to the ground in a flurry, dirt-covered and furious. Gu Xingqian, you'll pay for this. Tai Kuang spat, retreating in haste with his remaining subordinates. Gu Xingqian watched their panicked exodus, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is merely the calm before the storm. An inevitable confrontation with the Iron Blood Society looms ahead. He approached Lang Wanqing, gently helping her to her feet. You all right? I'm fine. Xingqian, you were amazing. Lang Wanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Gu Xingqian smiled, yet his gaze grew profound. He looked skyward, murmuring, Tai Kuang, when we meet again, it won't be so easy. He retrieved a crystal shimmering with an unusual light from his pocket, clenching it tightly in his hand. What is this? Lang Wanqing inquired curiously. Gu Xingqian gazed at the crystal, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This is the key to changing everything. Chapter 24. Energy secured in hand, Gu Xingqian carefully stowed the glimmering crystal close to his body. Turning to Lang Wanqing with a gentle smile, don't worry. Everything will be all right. I promise. I won't let you come to any harm. Leng Wanqing nodded softly, though concern lingered in her eyes. Trust in Gu Xingchen prevailed. At the Iron Blood Society headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy, akin to the stillness before a storm. Tai Kuang slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to jump. Damn Gu Xingchen! How dare he humiliate me in front of my subordinates? I will have my revenge. The surrounding members of the Iron Blood Society fell silent, the previous defeat having sapped their morale. Yet Tai Kuang's furious roar compelled them to muster their spirits. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Tai Kuang bellowed. We, the Iron Blood Society, are the true masters of this land. Gu Xingchen is nothing but a mere buffoon. This time, I shall ensure his complete obliteration. The battleground has been chosen amidst a desolate wasteland. Once a thriving city, it now lies in ruins, with crumbled walls and shattered remnants narrating tales of former glory and present decay. Tai Kuang is the first to launch an attack, unleashing a black beam of energy from his hand, hurtling towards Gu Xingchen. A mere parlor trick. Gu Xingchen scoffs, evading the assault with effortless grace. Xingchen, be careful. Leng Wanqing calls out anxiously from the sidelines. Gu Xingchen offers her a reassuring glance. Subsequently, he moves through the ruins like a specter, deftly dodging Tai Kuang's onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Tai Kuang's strikes grow increasingly ferocious, sending shockwaves that threaten to topple the surrounding structures. Gu Xingchen, is evasion all you can do? Like a frightened rat, Tai Kuang mocks. The corners of Gu Xingchen's mouth curl upwards, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Who said I can only evade? He suddenly halts, fixing Tai Kuang with a confident gaze. Now, it is time for you to witness my true prowess. He inhales deeply as the energy around him begins to surge wildly. What are you doing? Tai Kuang senses a formidable energy fluctuation, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Gu Xingchen vanishes in an instant, reappearing behind Tai Kuang, delivering a swift kick to his back. Playing dirty? My grandfather taught me that all's fair in war. Tai Kuang reacts swiftly, pivoting to block, the collision of energies creating shockwaves that crack the ground beneath them. You little brat, you've got some skill. He bellows, launching another assault. A torrent of black energy beams rains down like a tempest, leveling the nearby ruins. Is this a tickle? Gu Xingchen dodges effortlessly, not forgetting to taunt. Your attacks resemble a mere scraping. I suggest you employ a stronger skill. While evading, he discreetly observes his surroundings, searching for advantageous terrain. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he spots a pile of discarded metal nearby. Heaven is aiding me. Gu Xingchen rejoices inwardly, swiftly moving to the metal heap and utilizing its reflective properties to send Tai Kuang's attack back at him. Rebound. Ouch! Tai Kuang, caught off guard, is struck by his own assault. Staggering back a few steps. Damn it. He roars, recklessly charging at Gu Xingchen, prepared for close combat. Just as I wish, Gu Xingchen stands unafraid, meeting him head-on. Their energies collide violently in the air, producing deafening explosions. The surrounding air warps as if on the verge of collapse. The onlooking members of the Iron Blood Society and Leng Wanqing are left agape, the intensity of the battle far exceeding their expectations. Our boss is magnificent. One member of the Iron Blood Society cannot help but cheer, only to be swiftly silenced by another. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to get us killed? Leng Wanqing clenches her fists tightly, filled with worry. She knows Gu Xingchen is strong, but Tai Kuang is no pushover. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. As Gu Xingchen and Tai Kuang exchange blows, the shockwaves from their energy clashes continue to devastate the surrounding buildings. Both are utilizing all their strength, eager to conclude this battle swiftly. Is this all you've got? Gu Xingchen taunts. It seems you are rather unimpressive. Shut your mouth, Tai Kuang bellows, his attacks intensifying, as if seeking to shred Gu Xingchen into pieces. While fending off Tai Kuang's strikes, Gu Xingchen searches for a flaw. Suddenly, he notices a slight disruption in Tai Kuang's energy fluctuations. Now's my chance. Gu Xingchen's heart swells with joy as he seizes the opportunity, launching a powerful punch towards Tai Kuang's chest. Let me show you my strength. Tai Kuang is struck by the blow. His body involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. He spits out blood, his face ashen. Gu Xingchen refrains from pursuing the advantage, instead standing still, coldly observing Tai Kuang. You have lost. Tai Kuang struggles to rise, but his body has reached its limit. I refuse to accept this. He grits through clenched teeth. Gu Xingchen sneers. Acceptance is no longer of consequence. He slowly raises his hand, the energy around him beginning to surge uncontrollably. Because now the energy mine is mine. Gu Xingchen erupts, unleashing the energy he had previously absorbed in a volcanic eruption of power, forming a blinding beam of light. It sends Tai Kuang flying, crashing him into a pile of debris. leaving his fate uncertain. The members of the Iron Blood Society, witnessing this, fall into chaos, leaderless and buzzing like headless flies. Boss, boss. A few daring subordinates timidly approach the wreckage, hoping to rescue Tai Kwong, only to retreat in fear from the terrifying energy emanating from him. Who else dares to defy me? Gu Xingchen surveys his surroundings, exuding an overwhelming aura. The members of the Iron Blood Society exchange glances, ultimately discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Spare us, Great One. We were wrong. From now on, we shall follow your lead. The scene becomes quite farcical, as the once menacing Iron Blood Society collectively performs an act of submission. Those unaware might think they were participating in some bizarre ceremony. Get out of my sight. Do not soil my territory. Gu Xingchen commands, and the remnants of the Iron Blood Society flee in a panic, fearing his change of heart. Xingchen, are you all right? Lang Wanqing rushes over, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, I am fine. I promise to protect you. Gu Xingchen wraps his arms around Lang Wanqing. Smiling gently, he lowers his head to place a soft kiss on her crimson lips. His confidence and victory radiating an alluring charm. Standing before the energy mine, Gu Xingchen's heart swells with ambition. This land, rich in energy, now belongs entirely to him. With this mine under his control, he holds the key to the future. Here he shall establish his own power, reshape the laws of the universe, and create a new world. News of Gu Xingchen's triumph over Tai Kwong and acquisition of the energy mine spreads, leaving many astonished. Those who once dismissed Gu Xingchen now regard him with reverence, dispatching envoys to curry favor. His status transforms overnight. Embracing Lang Wanqing, he gazes at the setting sun, painting the barren land in hues of gold and crimson. Everything appears so beautiful, so full of hope. Xingchen, what shall we do next? Lang Wanqing nestles in Gu Xingchen's embrace, softly inquiring. Gu Xingchen gazes into the distance, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Next, if he pauses, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. We shall begin the construction. With that, he topples the enchanting figure in his arms, as the long night unfolds, and spring's colors are unveiled. Chapter 25. The Might of Guardian Beasts. Gu Xingchen acts decisively. Immediately organizing personnel to commence the mining of the energy vein. He appoints Lin Nana as the head of security, responsible for the safety of the mining area. This woman is no less formidable than any man. With her skills, she assembles a team that secures the area like a fortress. Meanwhile, Gu Xingchen collaborates with Lang Wanqing to plan the future development of the mining district, embodying the perfect combination of a domineering CEO and a gentle, supportive partner. Xingchen, this place will surely transform into a bustling city, Lang Wanqing exclaims, pointing at the blueprints with eyes full of anticipation. Absolutely. From now on, this shall be known as Xingchen City, and you shall be the first lady. Gu Xingchen affectionately ruffles her hair. However, this idyllic scene is short-lived. The treacherous Xiao Wu, brimming with malice, secretly contacts the remnants of the Iron Blood Society. His hatred for Gu Xingchen knows no bounds. Consumed by the desire for revenge, reminiscent of the adage about the tides of fortune. He is acutely aware that Gu Xingchen's Achilles heel is Lang Wanqing, and thus, a nefarious plan begins to take shape in his mind. One day, while Gu Xingchen ventures out to survey the surrounding terrain in preparation for the expansion of Xingchen City, Xiao Wu stealthily infiltrates the mining area with a band of desperate rogues. They create a diversion, sowing chaos while the guards are caught off guard, and clandestinely abduct Lang Wanqing. Upon Gu Xingchen's return, he finds only an empty room and a note. To rescue your beloved. Bring the mining rights of the energy mine, Xiao Wu. Upon reading the note, a surge of fury engulfs Gu Xingchen, an aura of danger emanating from him. Clenching his fists tightly, he grits his teeth and utters a few words. Xiao Wu. You are courting death. Guilt, rage, and anxiety intertwine within him, nearly consuming him. He grips the note so tightly that his knuckles turn white, veins bulging on his forehead. He murmurs softly, his eyes filled with anguish and remorse. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he raises his head abruptly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. Wait, energy fluctuations. Gu Xingchen lifts his head sharply, a spark of insight igniting in his eyes. Energy fluctuations. He closes his eyes, carefully sensing the subtle changes in the energy around him. A peculiar energy fluctuation, faint yet distinct, like fireflies in the dark, guiding him forward. Found it. Gu Xingchen's lips curl into a cold smile. It is the energy signature of Xiao Wu. This fool dares to remain within his perceptual range, truly seeking his own demise. He immediately set off, racing towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Along the way, he moved with the agility of a cheetah, deftly weaving through the ruins and debris at an astonishing speed. Soon, he arrived before a concealed cave, from which the energy pulses emanated. Xiao Wu, did you truly believe that hiding here would spare you from my grasp? How naive. Gu Gu Xingchen scoffed, charging into the cave without a moment's hesitation. Inside, Xiaowu and the remaining members of the Iron Blood Society were smugly anticipating Gu Xingchen's arrival. Having set numerous traps to ensnare him, "Boss, this kid is quite audacious. He really dares to come alone," one lackey said with a sycophantic grin. "Humph, no matter how bold he is, he cannot escape my grasp," Xiaowu retorted coldly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Once he falls into our trap, we shall dispatch him without mercy." However, Gu Xingchen's actions defied all their expectations. He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the cave's layout, skillfully evading each trap as if forewarned of their locations. With a nimbleness akin to a specter, he navigated through his adversaries, dispatching them with swift precision, each strike ensuring an enemy fell instantaneously. "What is happening? How does he know where the traps are?" Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition rising within him. "Boss, this guy is eerily formidable. We should retreat," one lackey exclaimed in terror. "Retreat? It is too late for that now." Gu Xingchen sneered as he advanced on Xiaowu. "Today, none of you shall leave here alive." Panic-stricken, Xiaowu commanded his men to attack, but each assault was effortlessly thwarted by Gu Xingchen. He moved like a god of war, utterly unstoppable, rendering his foes as feeble as insects before him. Don't come any closer," Xiaowu stammered, retreating in fear, his face as pale as parchment. Grasping Cold Wanqing, he attempted to use her as leverage against Gu Xingchen. "Gu Xingchen, if you dare take another step forward, I shall end her life." Gu Xingchen halted, his gaze icy as it bore into Xiaowu. Just then, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the cave. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" As Xiaowu trembled, using Cold Wanqing as a shield, the ground suddenly shook with a thunderous roar. Moments later, a colossal creature emerged. Its body was covered in metallic, gleaming scales, and its eyes, the size of lanterns, glowed with an eerie green light, exuding an overwhelming presence that left everyone breathless. "Good heavens, this is a definitive prehistoric behemoth," Xiaowu gasped, nearly dropping his firearm in terror. This was the guardian beast of the energy mine. Gu Xingchen had previously encountered this creature during a misadventure deep within the mine, where they had a rather friendly interaction, though it had involved a rather hasty retreat. Nevertheless, Gu Xingchen was no fool. He had sensed that the guardian beast was merely protecting the mine, harboring no true malice. Thus, he had utilized his unique abilities to help the guardian alleviate its internal energy blockages, fostering a bond. Now, the guardian beast had evidently come to repay that favor. It let out a deafening roar towards Xiaowu and his cohorts, the shockwave sending them reeling, their weapons clattering to the ground. Xiaowu, terrified, cowered behind Cold Wanqing, whimpering, "Big brother, I was wrong. I will never dare again." His pleas fell on deaf ears, as the guardian beast disregarded him entirely, sweeping its tail and sending him flying like a rag doll. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Xingchen rushed forward, pulling Cold Wanqing to him, gently inquiring, "Xing'er, are you unharmed?" "Xingchen, thank you," Cold Wanqing replied, shaking her head, her eyes filled with lingering fear. "Fool, why speak of gratitude? Protecting you is my duty." Gu Xingchen affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to the guardian beast, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. The guardian understood immediately and unleashed a barrage of devastation upon the remaining remnants of the Iron Blood Society. These individuals, already paralyzed by fear, found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught. In mere moments, they were routed, fleeing the cave in disarray, crying out for mercy. At last, tranquility returned. Gu Xingchen surveyed the chaotic cave, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. However, having suffered such a significant setback, Xiaowu and the Iron Blood Society would surely not let this matter rest. Moreover, it seemed there was an even greater force manipulating events from the shadows. "Xingchen, what shall we do next?" Cold Wanqing asked anxiously. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes. "Of course, we shall return and bolster our defenses. This game has only just begun." He grasped Cold Wanqing's hand and turned towards the mine. At the cave's entrance, the guardian beast's massive form gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind two glowing green orbs, as if silently observing them. A low, rumbling roar echoed through the vast valley. Gu Xingchen paused, glancing back with a knowing smile. "It seems our ally is even more formidable than we had imagined." He tightened his grip on Cold Wanqing's hand and continued towards the mine, while in the distance, a shadowy figure stealthily followed. Chapter 26. The secrets of the mine revealed. Upon returning to the mine, Gu Xingchen and Cold Wanqing immediately set about reinforcing their defenses. Towering metal barriers rose from the ground, shimmering with electric energy, encasing the mine in an impenetrable shield. One might think they were filming a science fiction blockbuster. Several modified heavy machine guns were positioned at strategic points, their dark muzzles resembling the jaws of ravenous beasts poised to strike. Xingchen, this is rather excessive, isn't it? One might think we're preparing for an interstellar war, Cold Wanqing remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm at the sight of the setup. Better safe than sorry. It's not the odds that concern me, but the unforeseen. The Iron Blood Society is not to be underestimated, Gu Xingchen shrugged. Just then, a weary figure appeared before them. It was Sister Zhang, the woman Gu Xingchen had rescued earlier. Mr. Gu, it's bad. I've discovered that the Iron Blood Society is up to something shady around the mine. It seems they are setting a trap. Sister Zhang spoke urgently, her face etched with concern. What are they planning this time? Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint igniting in his eyes. Sister Zhang leaned closer, lowering her voice. I saw them transporting some strange devices, resembling large energy absorbers, and they've placed a considerable amount of explosives around the mine. Explosives? Do they intend to blow up the mine? Cold Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. This was no joking matter. If the mine were destroyed, the consequences would be dire. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow. What could the Iron Blood Society possibly gain from such destruction? Did they have a more sinister plot in mind? Xingchen, what should we do now? Cold Wanqing looked at him anxiously. Gu Xingchen inhaled deeply, a steely resolve flashing in his eyes. We must stop them. Wanqing, you stay here to ensure the mine's safety, while I investigate further. No, it's too dangerous. I want to go with you, Cold Wanqing insisted firmly. Fine, but you must be careful, Gu Xingchen conceded, knowing her stubborn nature would not allow for persuasion otherwise. Young man, wait, an elderly voice interrupted them. I might be able to assist. Just as they were about to set off, they turned to find Uncle Lu, a seasoned local hunter familiar with the terrain and the movements of the Iron Blood Society. Uncle Lu, what intel do you have? Gu Xingchen inquired hastily. The main base of the Iron Blood Society is right there. All their operations are directed from that location. Uncle Lu pointed at a concealed valley on the map. Gu Xingchen studied the map, formulating a plan. All right, Uncle Lu, lead the way. We shall confront them. As night descended, the trio stealthily advanced towards the Iron Blood Society's stronghold. As they walked, Gu Xingchen attuned himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations, a sense of unease creeping over him. Wait, something feels off. He halted, murmuring. Closing his eyes, he extended his senses outward, scanning the environment like a radar. Indeed, an unusual energy pulse emanated from deep within the mine, rhythmically beating like a heart. Interesting, Gu Xingchen mused with a wry smile. What on earth are these Iron Blood Society members up to? He led Cold Wanqing and Uncle Lu in the direction of the energy fluctuations, quietly infiltrating deeper into the mine. The tunnels twisted and turned, dark and damp, with the air thick with a pungent sulfur smell. Uncle Lu, with his wealth of experience, consistently warned them of potential dangers, allowing them to progress unimpeded. At last, they arrived at a vast underground chamber. Good heavens, this is like an underground palace, Cold Wanqing gasped in astonishment. In the center of the space stood a colossal metallic apparatus, pulsating with an ominous red light, resembling a giant heart. The device was ensconced in a web of wires and pipes, appearing exceedingly complex. Is this the Iron Blood Society's secret weapon? Gu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the contraption. Placing his hand upon it, he sensed the energy contained within, his expression growing grave. If this device is activated, the consequences would be catastrophic, based on his assessment. This apparatus was a super energy absorber, capable of siphoning the unique energies from the mine and converting them into destructive power. They intend to obliterate the entire mine, Long Wanqing exclaimed. These lunatics. It appears that the Iron Blood Society's objective is not merely to plunder resources. Gu Xingchen's tone was icy. They intend to utterly annihilate this region. He immediately realized that he must thwart the Iron Blood Society's nefarious plot. Gu Xingchen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the activation mechanism was a complex combination lock. He chuckled softly, a mere parlor trick. With a cold sneer, he deftly danced his fingers over the lock, akin to a master pianist performing a passionate symphony, utilizing his formidable computational abilities and precise control over energy. Gu Xingchen swiftly deciphered the lock. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed ominously. Not good. Someone is coming, Uncle Lu whispered. Without time to explain, Gu Xingchen decisively initiated the self-destruct sequence. He pressed a concealed button. The device emitted a shrill alarm, and the red lights flickered more violently. Quick, retreat! Gu Xingqian urgently pulled Leng Wanqing, and the three hastily fled the underground chamber. Shortly after their escape, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the mine. Success! Gu Xingqian gazed towards the explosion's epicenter, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xingqian, you are truly remarkable. Leng Wanqing looked at Gu Xingqian, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Xingqian, you are simply incredible. She gently grasped Gu Xingqian's hand, wishing she could award him the title of best demolition expert on the spot. Gu Xingqian felt her warmth, his heart swelling with tenderness as he playfully ruffled her hair. Stay humble, stay humble. Just basic operations, he said nonchalantly. Uncle Lu, standing nearby, wore an expression of deep respect. Young man, you really are a hidden gem. You've taken down the Iron Blood Society's stronghold. Gu Xingqian waved his hand dismissively. Just luck, just luck. Primarily, the Iron Blood Society's members are rather inept, just as the three basked in their victorious euphoria. A cacophony of footsteps erupted from the depths of the mine. Not good. The remnants of the Iron Blood Society are on our tail. Uncle Lu's expression shifted dramatically. How fortuitous. We need not seek them out. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Gu Xingqian's eyes, energy coursing through him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Today, you shall witness what true power entails. The battle was imminent. The remnants of the Iron Blood Society were numerous and fierce, yet Gu Xingqian showed no fear. Like a specter, he wove through the crowd, each strike delivered with thunderous force, swiftly incapacitating foes. Leng Wanqing, undaunted, expertly fired her energy gun, each bullet claiming an enemy. Despite his age, Uncle Lu leveraged his extensive experience, using the terrain to harass the enemy, creating opportunities for Gu Xingqian and Leng Wanqing. The skirmish raged for nearly an hour before the remnants of the Iron Blood Society were entirely vanquished. Gu Xingqian stood in the center of the mine, covered in dust and blood, yet radiating an aura of dominance. Is this it? The Iron Blood Society? Merely that. Although they had repelled the Iron Blood Society this time, Gu Xingqian understood that they would not concede easily. Moreover, the true purpose of the unique energy source within the mine remained to be uncovered. He approached the wreckage of the destroyed device, meticulously examining the debris, when he suddenly spotted a fragment shimmering with an unusual luminescence. What is this? Gu Xingqian picked up the shard, studying it intently. The fragment felt cold to the touch, emanating a peculiar energy wave that resonated with his own internal energy. At that moment, Gu Xingqian sensed an overwhelming sense of danger descending upon him. He whipped around, but found nothing amiss. Strange. He murmured, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Xingqian, what's wrong? Leng Wanqing, sensing his distress, inquired with concern. Gu Xingqian shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just weary. He secured the fragment, turning to Leng Wanqing and Uncle Lu. We should vacate this place. It is not safe. The trio retraced their steps through the mine, emerging into the open air, only to spot a figure standing nearby, motionless with its back turned. Who goes there? Gu Xingqian called out warily. The figure slowly turned to reveal a familiar face. Tai Kuang. Gu Xingqian exclaimed in shock. Tai Kuang's lips curled into a chilling smile. Gu Xingqian, we meet again. In his hand, he clutched a shard identical to the one Gu Xingqian possessed, radiating the same glow. Chapter 27. Victory in hand. Tai Kuang's appearance made Gu Xingqian realize that the significance of the fragment exceeded his expectations. He swiftly concluded that he could no longer afford to remain passive. He must take the initiative and eliminate the threat posed by the Iron Blood Society once and for all. Upon returning to the makeshift camp, Gu Xingqian gathered Lin Nana and a few trusted companions, succinctly outlining the battle plan. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Our target this time is to strike directly at the heart and eliminate Tai Kuang. He emphatically tapped the map, his tone resolute. Concurrently, he arranged for two agile brothers to discreetly protect Leng Wanqing, for Tai Kuang was cunning and treacherous, necessitating caution. Xingqian, you must also be careful. Leng Wanqing gently assisted him in adjusting his combat uniform. Her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, Wanqing, I will be fine. Gu Xingqian softly grasped her hand, offering her a reassuring smile. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attuning himself to the energy waves emitted by the shard in his possession. This energy seemed to resonate with a specific location, guiding him towards his next move. Found it. Gu Xingqian abruptly opened his eyes, marking a spot on the map. The headquarters of the Iron Blood Society was located here, within an abandoned nuclear power plant. As night fell, Gu Xingchen led his team stealthily into the nuclear facility. The internal guards were fewer than anticipated, suggesting that Tai Kuang had dispatched the majority of his forces to search for the mine. This played right into Gu Xingchen's hands. He urged his team to advance rapidly towards the control center. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared, and the lights within the nuclear power plant flared to life. "Not good. We've been compromised," Gu Xingchen shouted. "Hurry!" He bolted ahead. The doors to the control center were tightly shut, and gunfire erupted from the flanking positions that Gu Xingchen swiftly dodged, simultaneously directing his team to suppress the enemy's fire. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the entrance to the control center was blown open. Gu Xingchen charged inside, only to find it utterly deserted. Not good. It's a trap. A chilling sense of foreboding gripped Gu Xingchen. Just then, the control center's large screen flickered to life, revealing Tai Kuang's visage, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Gu Xingchen, you indeed came. But did you think I would wait here for you like a docile lamb?" The screen shifted to display a scene of Lang Wanqing bound to a chair. "Xingchen, save me," she cried out in terror. "Tai Kuang, you despicable fiend," Gu Xingchen roared. "Despicable? It's merely the way of the world. If you wish to rescue her, bring the shard in your possession and come to the energy mine. Remember, you may come alone, or else." Tai Kuang's words trailed off as the screen went dark. Gu Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. Now was not the time for rashness. He had to devise a plan to rescue Lang Wanqing. He turned to Lin Nana. "Notify everyone to head to the energy mine immediately." Gu Xingchen and his team raced towards the energy mine. At the entrance, Tai Kuang had long been waiting. Flanked by a cadre of elite Iron Blood Society enforcers, all menacing and armed, prepared to engage Gu Xingchen in battle. Gu Xingchen, you finally arrived. I was beginning to think you'd turn into a turtle. Tai Kuang taunted mockingly, contempt evident in his gaze. "Enough of this nonsense. Release her," Gu Xingchen retorted, unwilling to waste words. "Release her? Do you take me for a fool? You hold the key to unlocking a new world. Hand over the shard, and I'll let her go." Tai Kuang pointed at Lang Wanqing, bound to a pillar, a treacherous grin spreading across his face. "I in your dreams," Gu Xingchen scoffed, knowing that reasoning with someone like Tai Kuang was a futile endeavor. "If you won't listen to reason, then, brothers, charge," Tai Kuang commanded, and his henchmen surged forward, surrounding Gu Xingchen and his companions. "Oh, you think we're afraid?" Lin Nana shouted, brandishing her blade and charging ahead. The other team members followed suit, drawing their weapons and engaging in fierce combat with the Iron Blood Society's enforcers. The scene erupted into chaos, illuminated by flashing blades and the din of battle cries. That Gu Xingchen paid no heed to the tumult around him. His singular focus lay on one target, Tai Kuang. In an instant, he appeared before Tai Kuang, delivering a powerful punch. A mere parlor trick. Tai Kuang sneered, meeting the blow with one of his own. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crash. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, a surge of potent energy radiating outward, pushing back the nearby enforcers. Interesting. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tai Kuang's eyes as he realized Gu Xingchen's strength was formidable. This is just the beginning. Gu Xingchen's lips curled slightly upward, a glint of cold resolve illuminating his eyes. That he swiftly formed hand seals, energy surging within him, a powerful aura erupting forth. Tai Kuang sensed the formidable energy radiating from Gu Xingchen and dared not to underestimate it. He promptly unleashed all his might, engaging in a desperate struggle with Gu Xingchen. The intensity of their battle was fierce, shaking the surrounding structures to their very foundations. Even the rocks at the entrance of the mine began to fracture. "I never expected you to conceal your true strength." Tai Kuang gritted his teeth, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious, each one aimed to be lethal. Gu Xingchen deftly evaded Tai Kuang's assaults while searching for flaws in his defense. Throughout the combat, he continually pushed his limits, the energy within him becoming ever more refined, and his energy level steadily ascending, though Tai Kuang's strikes were fierce. They lacked coherence. Gu Xingchen skillfully utilized the environment and energy around him, gradually gaining the upper hand. Tai Kuang soon felt overwhelmed, his attacks descending into chaos, riddled with openings. It's time to end this. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes as he took a deep breath. Channeling all his energy into his right fist, "This punch serves as my righteous retribution." Gu Xingchen's fist, imbued with raging energy, struck Tai Kuang's chest with tremendous force. Tai Kuang flew backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me?" Gu Xingchen scoffed, brushing off the dust from his clothes, adopting an air of aloof superiority. The members of the Iron Blood Society, witnessing their leader's humiliating defeat, instantly lost their will to fight, casting down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Brother, we were wrong. We were all coerced by that scoundrel Taikong. Indeed, brother, we are willing to forsake the darkness and follow you. Gu Xingchen waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Follow me well, and I shall ensure you live in abundance. Long Wanqing was rescued from the pillar and excitedly threw herself into Gu Xingchen's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. Xingchen, I'm so glad you're all right. You scared me to death. Gu Xingchen gently stroked Long Wanqing's hair, softly reassuring her. Foolish girl, I promised I would protect you, and I keep my word. A wave of fervent cheers erupted around them, everyone celebrating Gu Xingchen's victory and their love. Standing before the energy mine, Gu Xingchen felt invigorated, as if the whole world lay within his grasp. Brothers, from this day forth, this energy mine shall belong to us. We will use it to rebuild our homeland and forge a brighter future. The crowd erupted in unison, their spirits soaring. Gu Xingchen gazed at the mine, brimming with immense energy, his heart filled with hope. He was one step closer to realizing his ambition of reshaping the laws of the universe. Xingchen, what shall we do next? Long Wanqing nestled beside him, her voice soft with inquiry. Gu Xingchen inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. First, let us celebrate this victory, and then. He paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. We shall seek our next target. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of the mine. What is happening? Gu Xingchen's expression shifted. Chapter 28. The surprising alliance breaks the stalemate. The earth trembled violently. Debris cascading from the mine's entrance, dust swirling in the air. Gu Xingchen swiftly embraced Long Wanqing, shielding her behind him. What is going on? He bellowed, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The cheers abruptly ceased, and everyone fell into a state of alertness. Boss, it seems to be coming from deep within the mine. Lin Nana unsheathed her weapon, her face etched with vigilance. The tremors intensified, fissures appearing in the ground. This mine may not be as simple as it seems. Gu Xingchen's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. Suddenly, Hong Jie's face turned pale as she pointed towards the depths of the mine in terror. What is that? The crowd followed her gaze, beholding a colossal shadow slowly rising from the mine's depths. The shadow blotted out the sun, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. What in the world is that? Gu Xingchen exclaimed, unable to restrain his astonishment. This entity was far more terrifying than Tiekong's gang. Simultaneously, Gu Xingchen keenly sensed unfamiliar energy fluctuations around him. These waves lurked in the shadows of the mine, elusive and serpentine, poised to strike. It seemed that beyond this entity, there were others with designs on the mine. He mused inwardly. In the following days, Gu Xingchen's team faced a series of small-scale assaults. The attackers were swift and brutal, retreating unscathed each time, leaving no opportunity for Gu Xingchen and his companions to retaliate. These guys are far more troublesome than Tiekong's crew. Lin Nana grimaced, pressing her hand against a wound on her arm. Their methods of attack are peculiar. Long Wanqing observed the injured with a furrowed brow, noting that the wounds appeared to have been corroded by some form of energy. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened. He realized he was up against an adversary more formidable than the Iron Blood Society. It appeared he would need to devise a new strategy. He lifted his gaze towards the massive shadow lingering in the depths of the mine, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. Hong Jie, you go. Gu Xingchen whispered instructions into Hong Jie's ear. Her expression changed, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately nodded and vanished into the night. The following day, Gu Xingchen ventured alone into the depths of the mine. He felt the powerful energy fluctuations around him, a thrill bubbling within. I hope my assumptions are correct. He took a deep breath and extended his hand toward the enormous shadow. You dared. A venerable voice suddenly resonated in Gu Xingchen's ear. A smile of confidence graced Gu Xingchen's lips. Indeed, old fellow, I have come to discuss a collaboration. The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing Gu Xingchen's audacious proposition. Collaboration? Based on what merit? The elderly voice carried a hint of disdain. Gu Xingchen remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. Whether I am worthy of collaboration, you shall discover for yourself. As he spoke, he released a fraction of his own energy, pure and powerful, accompanied by a peculiar resonance. The ancient voice fell silent once more. Gu Xingchen did not rush, standing still as if victory were assured. How do you wish to collaborate? After a lengthy pause, the voice finally broke the silence. It's simple. Gu Xingchen spread his hands. I will help you eliminate those bothersome flies, and in exchange, you grant me a portion of the mining rights. What do you say? Those flies. The ancient voice seemed puzzled. Gu Xingchen recognized that success was within reach. He quickly detailed the new faction's situation to the ancient voice. However, when Gu Xingchen attempted to further investigate the energy source of this new faction, he discovered that the other party seemed to possess a special energy shielding mechanism, making his inquiries exceedingly challenging and interesting. Gu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, realizing this new faction was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Before he could devise a countermeasure, he received alarming news. Uncle Lu had been captured. The new faction left a message, a blatant threat to Gu Xingchen that if he did not relinquish the mining rights, Uncle Lu would lose his life. Playing dirty, are we? Gu Xingchen slammed his fist against a nearby rock, his fury igniting within that he found himself torn between trusting Uncle Lu, who had risked everything for him, and the critical energy mine. Gu Xingchen paced restlessly in the mine, racking his brain for a solution. What to do? What should he do? Just as Gu Xingchen felt overwhelmed by anxiety. Human, let us converse. As Gu Xingchen grappled with his worries, a deep, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the mine. The massive shadow gradually approaching. The ancient voice returned, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Old fellow, have you come to a decision? Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, secretly elated. I sense the threat posed by those flies. They are a danger not only to you but to the entire mine. The voice of the guardian beast was deep and powerful. I am willing to forge a deeper collaboration with you to combat them together. Gu Xingchen's smile broadened, radiating confidence. Why not say so sooner? Here's to a fruitful partnership. With the guardian beast's assistance, Gu Xingchen's team's morale soared. The next day, the new faction launched another attack, and Gu Xingchen, accompanied by the guardian beast, prepared for battle. The new faction clearly had not anticipated Gu Xingchen's hidden strength. At first, they scoffed, dismissing him as merely a facade of power. You think a mere beast can contend with us? The leader of the new faction sneered, commanding his subordinates to initiate their assault. You'll soon learn just how naive you are. Gu Xingchen retorted coldly, directing the guardian beast to strike. The guardian beast roared, unleashing a massive wave of energy that caught the new faction off guard. Gu Xingchen, not idle, commanded the guardian beast while executing his own energy techniques, darting across the battlefield like a specter, each strike precise and lethal. It was only then that the new faction recognized Gu Xingchen's might, sending forth stronger warriors to engage. The battle raged fiercely, the environment around them ravaged in chaos. Lin Nana and the others watched anxiously, their hearts in their throats. Xingchen, you must win. Lung Wanqing prayed silently, her hands tightly clasped. Ultimately, amidst the significant losses endured by the new forces, Gu Xingchen and the guardian beast united to repel them. Observing the disheveled retreat of the new forces, Gu Xingchen did not feel a sense of relief. He was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary victory, and they would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. Moreover, it appeared that an even greater conspiracy lurked behind this new faction. Xingchen, what shall we do next? Lin Nana inquired. Gu Xingchen gazed into the distance, his expression profound. First, let's regroup, and then he suddenly paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Hongjia. Hongjia, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Chapter 29. A desperate counterattack. Hongjia's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural, yet she approached nonetheless. What is it? Xingchen Gu. She endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. Though her eyes betrayed her unease, Gu Xingchen scrutinized her for several seconds, causing Hongjia to feel a chill run down her spine. That it's nothing serious. I merely wish to inquire your thoughts regarding this recent assault. His tone was flat, revealing no trace of emotion. Following the retreat of the new forces, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the team. The previous laughter had vanished, replaced by suspicion and silence. Whispers began to circulate, with some members suspecting a traitor within their ranks. After all, the timing and location of the new forces' appearance seemed too coincidental. As if they had prior knowledge of their movements. I believe they might have just happened to pass by. Hongjia's voice trembled, clearly lacking conviction. Happened to pass by? Huh. Lin Nana scoffed, her gaze filled with skepticism towards Hongjia. Although Lung Wanqing remained silent, she subtly distanced herself from Hongjia. The trust among team members began to crumble, with each individual casting doubts upon those around them. Gu Xingchen observed all of this, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Meanwhile, Tai Kuang and the leader of the new forces were conspiring over their next plan of action. This Gu Xingchen is far more formidable than we anticipated. The leader of the new forces remarked darkly. Humph. Allowing him to escape this time was a stroke of luck. It won't be so easy next time. That a glimmer of malice flickered in Tai Kwang's eyes. I have already bribed someone within their ranks. This individual will provide us with all of Gu Xingqian's intelligence. Oh, who is it? The leader of the new forces inquired, intrigued. Tai Kwang's lips curled into a smirk as he uttered a name, Hongjie. He produced a slip of paper from his pocket. This contains Gu Xingqian's upcoming action plan. I have it all in my grasp. The leader of the new forces took the paper. Examining it closely, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. This time we must ensure Gu Xingqian is utterly eradicated. He clenched the paper tightly in his hand, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, Gu Xingqian stood alone at the edge of a cliff. Gazing into the distance, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger approaching, yet he could not discern its source. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence behind him. Xingqian Gu. It was Hongjie. She held a water bottle in her hand, a fawning smile gracing her face. You must be thirsty. Let me pour you some water. Gu Xingqian accepted the bottle, but refrained from drinking. Instead, regarding Hongjie with a knowing smile. You've been working hard lately. Hongjie. Hongjie felt a chill at his gaze, forcing a laugh. It's no trouble. It's my duty. The new forces indeed acted swiftly. With rumors spreading through the team like a virus, whispers claimed that Gu Xingqian had been bought off by the Tai Shui Association, leading them to the energy vein solely to ensnare them all. No wonder the new forces arrived so promptly. It must be because he tipped them off. We've all been deceived. Panic ensued, and the once unified team began to fracture. Lang Wanqing approached Gu Xingqian urgently. Xingqian, what should we do now? No one believes you. Gu Xingqian looked at her, his gaze resolute. Those who are innocent will clear their names. I will prove my integrity. That night, Gu Xingqian summoned all members for an emergency meeting. I am aware of the many rumors circulating about me, claiming that I have betrayed everyone and colluded with the enemy. I wish to explain little. I only ask you one question. Do you believe in me? He stood before them, his gaze sweeping across each doubtful face as he spoke gravely. Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly silence. After a long pause, Lin Nana was the first to step forward. I believe in you. Xingqian Gu. Soon, a few other members expressed their faith in Gu Xingqian. Yet a portion remained hesitant, their eyes filled with suspicion and distrust. Gu Xingqian took a deep breath and continued. I understand that seeing is not always believing. And hearing is not always the truth. I will not force you to believe me, but I assure you, everything I do is for this team, for our shared goal, to reshape the laws of the universe. I know this path is perilous, but it is our only hope. If we can seize control of the energy vein, we will possess the strength to combat the Tai Shui Association and rebuild our homeland. He produced a map, pointing out the location of the energy vein. His words resonated with passion and fervor, causing some of the previously hesitant members to waver. Don't trust him. He is deceiving you all. I saw him meet with Tai Kwang myself. They must have reached some sort of agreement. At that moment, Hongjie suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian's gaze turned frigid as it fell upon her. Hongjie, do you have anything else to say? Hongjie's complexion paled, her eyes darting as she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Mr. Gu, I have something to inform you. Suddenly, Zhang Jie stepped forward, looking at Gu Xingqian. I saw her secretly contacting members of the Tai Shui Association, and she even accepted their money. Hongjie's face went ashen, and as she attempted to argue, Lin Nana kicked her to the ground. With evidence in hand, Hongjie's betrayal was laid bare. Gu Xingqian ignored her cries for mercy and turned to Zhang Jie. Thank you, Zhang Jie. What else do you know? Zhang Jie pondered for a moment before replying. I know that the Tai Shui Association and the new forces have established a joint camp in an abandoned factory. They seem to be plotting some grand scheme at an abandoned factory. Gu Xingqian's eyes gleamed with determination. This was an opportunity. He immediately marked the factory's location on the map. Tonight, we shall pay them a visit. As night fell, Gu Xingqian led the members who trusted him, stealthily infiltrating the abandoned factory. He first disrupted the enemy's communication devices, rendering them isolated. Then, with a commanding shout, the battle commenced. Brothers, charge. Let us crush these scoundrels. Lin Nana took the lead, her energy blade shimmering with cold light as she plunged into the enemy ranks like a fierce tiger. Steady. Stay composed. Don't panic. Tai Kwang bellowed in desperation, only to realize he could not reach the leader of the new forces. The new forces were thrown into chaos, leaderless and fighting amongst themselves. Gu Xingqian moved like a specter across the battlefield, each strike precise as he felled foes one by one. Still wanting to play with me? I was a king in my day. He quipped humorously amid the fray. A veritable walking barrage of taunts. The enemy's formation was utterly shattered, leading to mutual suspicion and blame. The Tai Shui Association members denounced the new forces as useless allies, while the new forces retorted, branding the Tai Shui Association as dead weight. Seizing the moment, Gu Xingchen led his team members to exploit the discord, dismantling the enemy forces like autumn leaves in a gale. Once the battle concluded, Gu Xingchen surveyed the wreckage before him, feeling little joy within his heart. Wan Qing, are you all right? He approached Lang Wanqing with concern. She shook her head, worry etched on her face. Xingchen, what should we do next? Gu Xingchen gazed into the distance, a glimmer of determination in his eyes that we must eradicate the Tai Shui Association and the new forces entirely. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. That he suddenly halted, his gaze fixating on a metal shard on the ground. Wait, this item. Picking up the shard, he examined it closely, his expression growing grave. This cannot be. Chapter 30. Towards base construction, Gu Xingchen clutched the metal shard, his expression darkening ominously. This device is a communicator of the Tai Shui Association. Yet the encryption method that belongs to the new forces. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. What a cunning setup. It seems their internal strife was merely a ruse to deceive us. Lang Wanqing gasped, her brows furrowing tightly. So, we fell into their trap. Gu Xingchen sneered. A trap? That's not possible. Turning the tables is my style. Quickly, he recalibrated their strategy, feigning retreat to lure the Tai Shui Association and the new forces into pursuit. The enemy, believing Gu Xingchen and his team to be on their last legs, took the bait and emerged in full force, intent on annihilation. Gu Xingchen led them to an abandoned factory district, an area with complex terrain that was easy to defend but difficult to assault, an ideal trap he had set. Brothers, prepare for the feast, Gu Xingchen commanded, and the preset traps were triggered, a tremendous explosion reverberating through the air. Tai Kuang, along with the remaining members of the Tai Shui Association, charged forth, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles. Gu Xingchen, do you think such petty tricks can ensnare us? Today marks your demise. A smirk played at the corners of Gu Xingchen's mouth, revealing his disdain. Who dies is still up for debate. Charge. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle, the explosive flames illuminating every face, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The cacophony of battle cries, detonations, and the clash of energy resonated together, resembling a symphony of doom. The onlookers cowered in the distance, trembling, as the scale and ferocity of the conflict far surpassed their imagination. This battle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. Amidst the chaos, Gu Xingchen spotted Tai Kuang, and their eyes locked, both brimming with murderous intent. Tai Kuang, your performance ends here, Gu Xingchen declared coldly. Tai Kuang let out a maniacal laugh. Gu Xingchen, you are too naive. Do you think you've won? The true battle has only just begun. Suddenly, he retrieved a black sphere from his pocket and crushed it with force. A powerful wave of energy instantly radiated outward, distorting everything around them. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted as he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. What is this? He shouted. Tai Kuang's face twisted into a sinister smile. This is forbidden power. Lang Wanqing cried out in terror. Xingchen, be careful. As the forbidden power erupted, a black energy shockwave surged forth, and Gu Xingchen felt as though his body was being torn apart, engulfed in excruciating pain. What the hell? Is this really happening? He gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy to resist this terrifying force. At that critical moment, his unique energy perception suddenly flared, and he began to absorb the forbidden power. Wait, I can absorb it. Gu Xingchen was astonished. It felt like an exploitative glitch. He sensed his energy level rapidly ascending, the previous bottleneck shattered, an unceasing stream of power flooding him. Tai Kuang was dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Gu Xingchen could absorb forbidden power. Impossible. This can't be happening. He screamed hysterically, watching helplessly as his trump card backfired, his mental state unraveling. After absorbing the forbidden power, Gu Xingchen's aura surged, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. I thought it was impressive. Is this the level that dares to be called forbidden power? What a fake. He mocked, then unleashed a punch that sent Tai Kuang flying. His fate uncertain. One-shot kill. You've got to be kidding. I wanted to play a bit longer. He pouted, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The leader of the new faction, witnessing this, was so frightened he nearly lost his wits and turned to flee. Trying to escape. Did you ask for my permission? Gu Xingchen flashed forward, appearing before him in an instant, seizing his collar. Big brother, let's talk things over. No need for violence. The new faction leader trembled in fear, hastily pleading for mercy. Too late. Gu Xingchen struck him down with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious, and tossed him to his subordinates, instructing them to bind him, the members of the Iron Blood Society and the new faction. Upon seeing their leader defeated, instantly lost their will to fight and knelt in surrender. Big brother, we were wrong. We are willing to surrender. Spare us. We will never dare again. Gu Xingchen looked at these cowards with a cold smile. Where were you earlier? Now you know fear. He waved his hand, ordering them to be bound and taken away. Standing before the energy vein, Gu Xingchen felt an overwhelming surge of energy, his heart swelling with ambition. From this day forth, this place is my domain, he proclaimed. His team erupted into cheers, congratulating him. Boss, you're magnificent. Boss, you're amazing. Gu Xingchen's energy level soared due to this battle, bringing him closer to becoming a top energy master. A new era was about to commence. He gazed steadfastly into the distance. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Xingchen, you are incredible, utterly dazzling. Lang Wanqing exclaimed excitedly, rushing to his side, starry-eyed, and embraced him. Gu Xingchen smiled and wrapped his arms around her. As cheers and whistles erupted around them. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key, just basic operations, he said, though inwardly he was elated. The two exchanged a deep gaze amidst the blessings of the crowd, their unspoken emotions resonating profoundly. Gu Xingchen promptly gathered his team members to plan the mining and utilization of the energy vein. Brothers, we are about to embark on a grand project. We will build a base that is not only cool, but also practical and defensible. Do we have confidence? Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, their spirits high. Gu Xingchen assigned the mining task for the energy vein and organized personnel to begin gathering construction materials, busying themselves with the preparations. However, amidst the groundwork for the base, Hong Jie stealthily slipped into a corner. She used a special communicator to send an encrypted message. Target has secured the energy vein, requesting further instructions. On the other end of the communicator, a cold voice responded slowly, very well, proceed according to the original plan. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang approached Gu Xingchen, her expression grave. Mr. Gu, I have heard some news. A mysterious organization has been observing us from the shadows. They seem very interested in the energy vein. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brows, an unsettling premonition washing over him. A mysterious organization. It seems things are not as simple as they appear. He stroked his chin. Lost in thought. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and a bloodied scout stumbled in. Boss, this is bad. Iron Blood Society. Iron Blood Society. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Iron Blood Society? Weren't they already? Gu Xingchen's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. He suddenly realized something, his face darkening ominously. Seizing Hong Jie by the collar, his gaze sharp as a blade, he demanded, Speak. Whose people are you? He had initially thought of Hong Jie as merely an unfaithful woman. But now it was clear that the situation was far more serious. Hong Jie turned pale, her eyes flickering, struggling to articulate. Gu Xingchen let out a cold chuckle, pushing her away. It seemed there was a show to watch. He walked to the window, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, the man is stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Heh, how intriguing. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his gaze piercing as he addressed everyone. All of you. Prepare for battle. Chapter 31. The Black Wind Stronghold disturbs the newly established base. Gu Xingchen squinted, the air thick with the scent of blood. The news of Hong Jie's death confirmed his previous unease. The Iron Blood Society had not been eradicated, and the conspiracy lurking behind it excited him. Rather than sit idle, he preferred to take the initiative, inform everyone to enter battle mode immediately. His tone was icy and brooked no dissent. A sense of crisis enveloped the newly established base as everyone quickly assembled. The atmosphere tensed. Gu Xingchen briefly outlined a defensive plan. The base was in its infancy, and its establishment was fraught with challenges. Whether this rabble could withstand the Iron Blood Society's attack remained uncertain. However, before the Iron Blood Society even made their move, news of the Black Wind Stronghold arrived. This group of bandits, lurking nearby, had long set their sights on the base. Hearing that the base stored considerable supplies, they were eager to take advantage of the chaos and plunder. Truly, a roof leak coinciding with a rainstorm. Gu Xingchen cursed under his breath. It seemed that in this chaotic world, human hearts were far more terrifying than ferocious beasts. The Black Wind Stronghold. A bunch of scoundrels dares to wreak havoc. Lin Nana gripped her dagger, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Since joining Gu Xingchen's team, she had displayed astonishing combat prowess, becoming his trusted aide. Don't underestimate them. Nana, you hold a special place in my heart. And I don't want anything to happen to you. Gu Xingchen gazed tenderly at the graceful figure before him, stepping closer. Xingchen, I like you. If Qing'er finds out. Lin Nana's heart raced. She had long fallen for Gu Xingchen. And in this moment, Receiving his affection made her heart flutter. Unsure of what to do, she thought, Qing'e won't mind. You are truly beautiful. He kissed her lips, embracing her, their connection deepening. In the aftermath, the two figures remained entwined in bed. Gu Xingqian reminded her, though the Black Wind stronghold may seem like a rabble, their leader, Black Wolf, is no trivial adversary. It is said he possesses a special ability to command beasts if you encounter him. Exercise caution, the figure in his arms shyly murmured, MMM. Within the base, Old Wang and the tech team were engaged in a heated argument. Old Wang stubbornly insisted on using outdated technical plans, believing the new proposals were too risky and utterly unfeasible. I said it won't work, and that's final. What do you young folks know? Old Wang huffed, his face contorted. Old Wang, times have changed. Your plan is long obsolete. The young technician argued passionately, but Old Wang remained obstinate, leading to a stalemate. The construction of the base stalled, compounding their troubles. Gu Xingqian rubbed his temples, exasperated. Internal and external pressures. This opening chapter was proving to be hellish. The Black Wind stronghold is coming. They're here. Suddenly, the lookout tower blared with urgent alarms. Gu Xingqian's eyes sharpened as a powerful wave of energy surged from within him. The show was about to begin. A cold smile crept across his lips, and a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Nana, he turned to Lin. Nana, you go. Gu Xingqian stepped forward to the arguing duo, placing a hand on Old Wang's shoulder, with a tone that was both gentle and undeniably authoritative. He remarked, Old Wang, our current situation resembles the pioneering of new territories and the establishment of a new nation. Your antiquated plan may prove inadequate. It is akin to wielding an old-fashioned mobile phone in competition with a smartphone. Pure folly. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's expression froze, his bluster momentarily stifled. This young fellow certainly had a way with words. He stiffened his neck, preparing to retort, but Gu Xingqian seized the moment, gesturing towards the defensive fortifications surrounding the base. Look at our defenses. They were all designed with the new plan in mind, exhibiting exceptional energy efficiency. Those ruffians from Black Wind Village will meet their doom upon approaching. Gu Xingqian's words not only flattered Old Wang but also deftly highlighted the shortcomings of the old plan. Although Old Wang feigned resistance, he understood in his heart that the new plan was indeed better suited to the present circumstances. He let out a huff, tacitly acknowledging the new approach, and thus the construction of the base could finally proceed. The alarm blared increasingly urgently as the forces from Black Wind Village descended upon them like a swarm of locusts. At the forefront stood He Lang, his face a mask of brutishness. Wielding a massive cleaver, he bellowed, those who know what's good for them, hand over your supplies, or you'll experience the might of Black Wind Village. Outnumbered and overawed, the personnel at the base initially faltered. Boss, these guys are too fierce. We can't hold them off. A young soldier shouted in panic. Gu Xingqian responded with a cold laugh. What is there to panic about? This is just the beginning. Activate the defense systems, and let us show them what we're made of. At his command, the defensive apparatus surrounding the base sprang to life in an instant, energy beams weaving into a dense net of firepower, raining down upon the throng from Black Wind Village. The sounds of screams echoed as they were caught off guard, their anticipated victory swiftly turning into a perilous predicament. He Lang's face darkened. He had not anticipated that this seemingly rudimentary base possessed such formidable defenses. Damn it, this kid is playing tricks, he roared, brandishing his cleaver in an attempt to break through the barrage. Yet, Gu Xingqian had long been prepared. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with cold light. With such meager skills, you dared to cause trouble here. Stepping forward, a flash of light appeared in his hand. An energy longsword materialized seemingly from thin air, like a bolt of lightning. He plunged into the enemy ranks, the blade flashing like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the Black Wind Village thugs. Meyer is Meyer. Do you still dare to dream of scaling the walls? Gu Xingqian taunted as he effortlessly dispatched foes, akin to slicing through melons. Where is your leader? Bring him forth to meet his demise. Several minor leaders from Black Wind Village, witnessing their bosses in action, could no longer restrain themselves and charged at Gu Xingqian, shouting, Kid, don't get too cocky. A burly man, his face a mass of muscle, swung his large knife towards Gu Xingqian. Just a trivial skill. Gu Xingqian scoffed disdainfully, deftly dodging the attack and retaliating with a single stroke, cleaving the man in two. With such a level, you dare to embarrass yourself. The other minor leaders trembled in fear, hastily retreating. The morale of the Black Wind Village thugs plummeted, and they began to scatter. Boss, the wind is tight. Let us bail, one of the thugs cried as he turned to flee. The others quickly followed suit, vanishing in an instant. What a bunch of cowards. Gu Xingqian sheathed his energy longsword, casting a disdainful glance at the retreating forces from Blackwind Village, the personnel at the base. Witnessing the spectacle, erupted into jubilant cheers. He Lang lurked in the shadows, his expression dark as thunder. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful adversary possessed such prowess. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could no longer delay. Otherwise, he would truly lose face. Kid, you're quite arrogant. However, your luck ends here. With a furious roar, He Lang emerged from his hiding place, his massive cleaver gleaming ominously. Gu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing him. Finally willing to show yourself? I thought you'd remain a turtle in its shell. He flexed his wrists, bracing for the impending clash. He Lang's strength was indeed formidable. Each swing of his cleaver was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Gu Xingchen dared not confront him head-on, opting instead for clever evasions. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce stalemate, as Gu Xingchen sought an opening in He Lang's defense. Engaging in a frontal assault might not yield the advantage he desired. Boss, Lin Nana has arrived. A soldier suddenly shouted. Gu Xingchen paused momentarily, surprised. Nana, what is she doing here? Chapter 32. Internal strife eases. Waves rise. Lin Nana, riding a modified motorcycle, stormed into the base, kicking up a cloud of dust behind her. Accompanied by a dozen well-equipped soldiers. Xingchen, I'm late, she exclaimed as she dismounted with grace. Before Gu Xingchen could respond, the battle with He Lang reached a critical juncture. Seizing the opportunity, He Lang swung his massive cleaver, the wind howling as it aimed for Gu Xingchen. With a backflip, Gu Xingchen narrowly evaded it, but the blade's wind grazed his arm. Damn it, are you serious? He muttered, feeling energy surge as the wound quickly healed. Stop fighting. He Lang, you have no chance of winning. Lin Nana's voice rang out from the fringes of the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable authority. And who are you to meddle? He Lang retorted, his gaze turning malevolent as he surveyed Lin Nana and her entourage. I am here to assist Xingchen. Lin Nana replied with a calm smile, yet a chilling aura emanated from her. Those who are wise should leave quickly. He Lang snorted derisively, ready to retort. But then he noticed the soldiers behind Lin Nana raising their energy rifles. Gritting his teeth, he opted to retreat, recognizing that a wise man does not court disaster. You're formidable. He Lang spat as he led his remaining troops in a hasty retreat. With the crisis averted, jubilation erupted within the base. Oh, Boss Gu, found yourself an ally, have you? Looks like we old-timers are becoming obsolete, Old Wang remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he approached Gu Xingchen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Gu Xingchen rubbed his temples, exasperated by Old Wang's antics. Old Wang, don't read too much into it. Nana is here to help us. Help? I see it more as her trying to steal the limelight. Old Wang interrupted, his expression sour. Now that the base is brimming with talent, who needs an old codger like me? Lin Nana approached and patted Old Wang on the shoulder. Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm here just to lend a hand. Old Wang shot her a sidelong glance, letting out a cold snort as he turned away. Xingchen, who is this old man? Why is he so temperamental? Lin Nana asked, bewildered. He is a technical backbone of the base. Just a bit difficult, Gu Xingchen replied, struggling to find the right words to describe Old Wang's character, ultimately shrugging in resignation. How did you get hurt again? Can't you be more careful? Lang Wangqing approached, carrying water and bandages. Upon seeing Gu Xingchen's injury, her expression turned to one of concern as she chastised him gently. She meticulously bandaged his arm, her eyes filled with care, avoiding any glance at Lin Nana. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Nana regarded Lang Wangqing with narrowed eyes. Xingchen, the current resource allocation method at the base is inefficient. I have some suggestions. Lin Nana cleared her throat, preparing to launch into a lengthy discourse. Gu Xingchen also cleared his throat, ready to speak. But Lin Nana preempted him, activating a projection displaying the current resource allocation chart of the base. Everyone, our base operates on a communal basis, which appears bustling but is actually inefficient. Pointing at the chart, Lin Nana spoke earnestly. Experts like Old Wang are burdened with mundane concerns daily. Is this reasonable? It's a waste of talent. Initially irked, Old Wang's expression softened upon hearing her words. Lin Nana continued, my suggestion is to implement a merit-based distribution system, rewarding effort. Technical personnel should focus on research, logistical staff on life support, and combat personnel on security, each in their own role to maximize efficiency. As her proposal concluded, someone questioned, that sounds easy. What's the plan for merit distribution? Who decides? Prepared, Lin Nana presented a detailed scoring system that considered individual contributions and capability assessments, ensuring transparency and fairness. Old Wang adjusted his glasses, delving into the proposal, his frown gradually lifting. As a tech enthusiast, he loathed dealing with petty matters. Lin Nana's plan addressed his pain points perfectly. This proposal has merit. Old Wang rarely smiled, but this was far superior to the previous communal system. Others began to express their agreement, and thus, the internal discord within the base was swiftly resolved by Lin Nana's succinct arguments. Gu Xingchen looked at Lin Nana with admiration. Impressive, Nana. I was at a loss for how to resolve this issue, and you came in and fixed it. Lin Nana smiled subtly, a hint of unnoticeable respect in her gaze. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lang Wanqing, who had intended to present Gu Xingchen with a nourishing herbal dish she had prepared, but now felt a pang of jealousy. Silently, she placed the dish on the table and turned away. Not uttering a single word, Gu Xingchen discerned the peculiar demeanor of Lang Wanqing and was about to chase after her to offer an explanation when he was interrupted by Lin Nana calling out to him, Xingchen. Regarding the upgrade of the base's defense system, I have a few more ideas. The two of them immersed themselves in a fervent discussion, entirely oblivious to the lonely silhouette of Lang Wanqing fading into the distance. As night fell, Gu Xingchen stretched languidly and approached the window, inhaling the slightly cool air. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned toward the woods surrounding the base. There seemed to be some movement. Who goes there? Gu Xingchen called out sharply. The woods rustled, and several figures emerged, villagers from the nearby settlement, with Xiao Hong at the forefront. Xiao Hong, what brings you here? Gu Xingchen inquired, somewhat astonished. Xiao Hong stammered. We just came to see. Gu Xingchen saw through her intentions immediately, worried that we might pose a threat to you. Xiao Hong lowered her head, falling silent, which served as tacit acknowledgement. Gu Xingchen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. Our purpose in establishing this base is to protect more people, including you. Pausing for a moment, he spoke earnestly. I understand your fears, but in this world, only by uniting can we survive. Will you choose to trust me? Xiao Hong raised her head, meeting Gu Xingchen's resolute gaze, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. I trust you. The other villagers echoed their willingness to believe in Gu Xingchen and expressed their desire to assist the base. Whether it be through cultivating crops or gathering herbs, Gu Xingchen naturally accepted their offer with gratitude, as it was indeed a timely boon, just as the matter with the villagers was resolved. The alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. The Black Wind clan was back. Those scoundrels simply would not relent. Gu Xingchen cursed under his breath, grabbing his weapon and charging outside. This time, the Black Wind clan had learned their lesson. They refrained from head-on confrontation and instead employed guerrilla tactics, sending small units to harass and attempt to deplete the base's strength. A mere trick, Lin Nana scoffed, having anticipated this strategy from the Black Wind clan. She and Gu Xingchen had already laid traps in advance, eagerly waiting for the enemy to fall into their snare. Sure enough, as soon as the Black Wind clan members entered the trap zone, they were ambushed by the base's soldiers, caught completely off guard. Brothers, hit them hard, Gu Xingchen commanded, and the soldiers unleashed a torrent of fire, energy cannons and guns firing in unison, sending the Black Wind clan into disarray. Once again, the Black Wind clan was repelled, but they did not concede defeat. Instead, they lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Gu Xingchen understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The threat posed by the Black Wind clan remained. Upon returning to the base, Gu Xingchen noticed that Lang Wanqing was still sulking. He opened his mouth to explain, but quickly realized words would be futile. Instead, he tackled her, engaging in a passionate embrace to thoroughly satisfy the irritable woman, ensuring she was completely conquered. Shortly thereafter, Lin Nana entered the room, handing him a map. Xingchen, this is a map of an abandoned military fortress I found. I believe it may contain the resources we need. Lin Nana observed that Lang Wanqing appeared revitalized, her earlier sulkiness dissipating, which left her feeling somewhat begrudging. Gu Xingchen sensed Lin Nana's unusual demeanor and immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. Turning to Lang Wanqing, he confessed, Qinger, there is also a place for Nana in my heart. Just as Lin Nana attempted to extricate herself from Gu Xingchen's grasp, she found herself utterly weakened, as if a hand had gripped her very lifeblood, causing her body to go limp. Xingchen, I don't mind having an additional sister from now on. Lang Wanqing covered herself and slowly exited the room, closing the door behind her. As she left, she heard the sounds of fervent gasps emanating from within, which brought her a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, a hint of pain crossed her face, as if she too could not bear the ache within. After some time, once the passionate encounter concluded, the figure in his arms had been completely tamed. Nestled closely against Gu Xingchen like a docile kitten. Gu Xingchen studied the map, his brow furrowed. The abandoned military fortress was fraught with unknown dangers, yet it also potentially harbored great opportunities. We shall set out at dawn. he declared. Chapter 33. Secrets of the Fortress. As dawn broke, Gu Xingqian and his companions advanced stealthily toward the abandoned military fortress, which loomed like a dormant beast, silently standing amidst the wilderness. The howling winds stirred up clouds of dust, adding to the atmosphere of foreboding. This place is eerie, resembling a haunted house, someone in the group muttered. Less chatter. Stay alert, Lin Nana barked, gripping her energy gun and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The fortress's entrance had long succumbed to rust, and Gu Xingqian kicked it open, the hinges creaking ominously. Upon entering the fortress, they were met with disarray, debris strewn about and broken equipment littering the ground. A musty odor pervaded the air, making it quite uncomfortable. Everyone, be cautious. There may be traps here, Gu Xingqian cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than Instructor Chen, leading the group, let out a horrified cry as he fell into a pit concealed in the ground. I can't believe it. There really is a trap, someone gasped. Instructor, Lin Nana rushed to the edge of the pit to assess the situation, only to find that Chen's leg had been pierced by a sharp metal spike. Blood gushing forth. Yikes, this trap is rather vicious. Gu Xingqian inhaled sharply. The group worked together to hoist Chen out of the pit, and Long Wanqing immediately stepped forward to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, just excessive blood loss. Lang Wanqing sighed in relief. This fortress is riddled with mechanisms. We must exercise even greater caution. Gu Xingqian's expression grew serious. They continued deeper into the fortress, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Each member treaded carefully, fearful of inadvertently triggering a trap. Suddenly, Gu Xingqian sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. Wait, he raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. What is it, Xingqian? Lin Nana inquired. Gu Xingqian closed his eyes, concentrating on the source of the energy. There seems to be something nearby. His brow furrowed, fingers trembling slightly as if attuning to something. This area holds some intrigue. A playful smile crept across his lips. What kind of intrigue? You haven't stumbled upon another treasure, have you? Lin Nana leaned in curiously. Gu Xingqian smiled mysteriously, offering no direct response, and instead walked toward what appeared to be an ordinary wall. Hey, where are you going? That wall doesn't look like it would hide any treasures. Lin Nana followed closely behind. Gu Xingqian tapped gently on the wall, and suddenly, a crack appeared, revealing a dark opening. There really is a mechanism, Lin Nana exclaimed. Shh, keep it down. We don't want to attract anything, Gu Xingqian cautioned, leading the way into the opening. Inside was pitch black, with visibility limited. Gu Xingqian activated a flashlight he carried, illuminating the winding passage ahead. The air was thick with dampness and mildew. Suddenly, Gu Xingqian halted. Wait, he whispered, there's a trap ahead. The group held their breath, anxiously watching the path before them. The ground was laced with fine metal wires. Any careless touch would trigger a mechanism. This thing reminds me of hopscotch from my childhood. But the stakes are a bit higher. Gu Xingqian chuckled lightly, deftly maneuvering around the wires as though he had foreseen their placement. The others watched in astonishment. How did he manage that? As they continued deeper, they discovered Zhao Xiaodi lurking in a corner, clutching a peculiar device. Zhao Xiaodi, what are you up to? Lin Nana demanded. Zhao Xiaodi jumped, dropping the device in fright. He stammered, his gaze darting about. Someone asked me to sabotage the energy system here. He finally admitted the truth. Who instructed you to do this? Gu Xingqian's tone remained calm but carried an undercurrent of intimidation. Zhao Xiaodi, unable to conceal the truth, named the members of the Blackwind clan. That Black Wolf guy, he truly is relentless, Gu Xingqian scoffed. Zhao Xiaodi, you've been manipulated. They merely want to use you to undermine our plans. Instead of rebuking him, Gu Xingqian chose to counsel him patiently. After a heartfelt conversation, Zhao Xiaodi finally came to his senses, filled with regret. The group pressed on until they reached a massive metal door adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. How do we open this door? Lin Nana inquired. Gu Xingqian examined the designs closely and suddenly pressed one of the symbols. With a rumble, the metal door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast space beyond. What on earth is this? Lin Nana gasped. Behind the door lay an enormous underground chamber filled with an array of weapons and supplies. An absolute armory. We've struck gold. Lin Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to rush inside. Stay calm, Gu Xingqian chuckled, shaking his head. Let's first ensure there are no dangers. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings and activated his energy perception. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a concealed energy device. This thing resembles a self-destruct mechanism. Gu Xingqian mused, studying the device's wiring closely. If I'm not mistaken, once triggered, the entire fortress would be blown to smithereens. How thrilling, Lin Nana gasped in astonishment, with a slight smile gracing his lips. Gu Xingqian assured, fear not. Leave it to me. He deftly dismantled the device, his fingers dancing with the finesse of a master pianist. Moments later, he effortlessly neutralized the self-destruct mechanism. Done. Gu Xingchen clapped his hands, a confident smile illuminating his face. The onlookers, witnessing this, cast admiring glances his way. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted outside the fortress. What is happening? Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow and dashed outside. There, he beheld the forces of Haifeng's High besieging the stronghold, their numbers overwhelming and their intent fierce. That black wolf, truly a persistent specter, Gu Xingchen scoffed. Brothers, arm yourselves and let us teach them a lesson. At his command, everyone seized their weapons and charged out of the fortress, engaging in fierce combat with Haifeng's High. Armed with the weaponry and resources acquired within the fortress, Gu Xingchen fought with the ferocity of a tiger. His power soaring. Wielding a colossal energy sword, he cut through foes with ease. Black Wolf, your doom is nigh, Gu Xingchen roared, swinging his sword toward the Black Wolf. Terrified, the Black Wolf begged for mercy. Big brother, spare my life. I am willing to surrender. When the battle concluded, the remnants of Haifeng's High capitulated, and the Black Wolf became one of Gu Xingchen's subordinates, with the manpower from Haifeng's High and the resources from the fortress. The base flourished at an astonishing pace, rapidly taking shape and commencing normal operations. Observing Gu Xingchen's accomplishments, Lang Wanqing's worries dissipated, replaced by profound admiration. As night fell, the base was aglow with light. Gu Xingchen stood atop a vantage point, surveying the newly birthed base, his heart swelling with ambition. He had recruited a loyal cadre, and his influence steadily expanded. To reshape the laws of heaven and earth. Gu Xingchen murmured to himself. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, we have discovered. Chapter 34. Resource consolidation. The subordinate hesitated. Boss, we have found a new energy vein. But Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Such hesitation boded ill. Enough with the buts. Speak plainly. Boss, this vein it lies beneath Xiaohong village. Gu Xingchen's brow furrowed. Xiaohong village, the wary little settlement still suspicious of their base. Is this information reliable? Absolutely. Our detector spiked off the charts. The energy readings are astonishing, the subordinate exclaimed. Excitement bubbling over. If we can exploit this, our base will soar. I fear it may explode first, Gu Xingchen mused, rubbing his temples. This was indeed a hot potato. The base had only just stabilized, internal conflicts unresolved, and old Wang was stirring trouble again. How many times must I say it? The energy purity of mine number 3 is the highest. It must be prioritized. Old Wang's voice echoed in the conference room, spittle flying. Old Wang, our immediate priority is resource consolidation to rapidly enhance the base's overall strength. Mine number 3 has a complex geological structure, a lengthy extraction period, and significant risks. We ought to. A fellow technician attempted to explain. Nonsense. What do you know? Old Wang huffed, glaring. I have studied energy veins for decades. What does a young pup like you understand? Mine number 3 is the decades. Have those years turned you into a relic? What era are we in? Post-nuclear war. Do you not comprehend? Exceptional times require exceptional measures. Your antiquated theories are obsolete. You brat. Old Wang's face reddened with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at his opponent. The conference room descended into chaos, voices clashing in a cacophony. Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana attempted to mediate, but their efforts were like casting a stone into the sea. Gu Xingchen surveyed the disarray, a headache brewing. The Xiaohong village vein, the internal squabbles. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to speak, when suddenly a frantic knock resounded at the door. Report, boss. Xiaohong village. Something has happened. Gu Xingchen slammed his hand on the table, silencing the room. What is all this noise? Have you no decorum? He scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a knife. What is the time? Are we still squabbling amongst ourselves? Do you wish for death? He approached the projector, displaying a map. This illustrates the distribution of all known veins around us, including the one beneath Xiaohong village. Pointing at the marked location of Xiaohong village, he continued. This vein exhibits a powerful energy response, yet its geological complexity presents significant extraction risks. Old Wang, you claim mine number 3 has the highest purity. But extraction requires considerable time, correct? Old Wang grunted in reluctant agreement. My proposal is to first extract from mines number 1 and number 2, rapidly accumulating resources, while simultaneously forming a dedicated exploration team to devise an extraction plan for Xiaohong village's vein. Mine number 3 will serve as a contingency, with preliminary preparations initiated concurrently. Gu Xingchen paused, noting that this approach would not only enhance the base's strength swiftly but also ensure long-term growth while mitigating risks. Any objections? The room fell silent, all present captivated by Gu Xingchen's authoritative presence and logical reasoning. Old Wang opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed his words. He had to concede that Gu Xingchen's plan was indeed more comprehensive and suited to the current situation. Meeting adjourned, Gu Xingchen declared, and the attendees dispersed. Lin Nana approached Gu Xingchen, offering him a glass of water. "You truly are remarkable." Her eyes brimmed with admiration, her tone laced with a subtle warmth. Lang Wanqing stood nearby. Observing the two with a complex mixture of emotions, she understood Gu Xingchen's intentions were noble, yet witnessing Lin Nana's closeness to him stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Sharing Gu Xingchen with Lin Nana was already her greatest concession. Gu Xingchen took a sip of water, massaging his temples. The matter of Xiaohong Village.it was indeed troublesome. Gazing out the window, his expression grew serious. It needed swift resolution. He turned toward the door, stating, "Prepare yourselves. I am heading to Xiaohong Village." Gu Xingchen led Lin Nana to Xiaohong Village, where the villagers regarded them with palpable wariness. "What brings you here?" "Cooperation," Gu Xingchen stated plainly. "The threat from Haifeng's High grows ever larger. We must unite." Xiaohong scoffed. "Cooperation? Such sweet words, yet who knows your true intentions?" Recalling past rumors surrounding the base, her unease deepened. Gu Xingchen wasted no time, laying bare the situation at the base and the existence of the underground vein beneath Xiaohong Village. "I understand your concerns, but this is not the time for isolation. Only through collaboration can we survive." Xiaohong hesitated, but suddenly, the air erupted with cries of battle as the forces of Haifeng's High surged forth like a swarm of locusts. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Gu Xingchen cursed under his breath. "Prepare for battle," he commanded. The soldiers of the base and the able-bodied youth of Xiaohong Village swiftly formed a defensive line. "Brothers, charge, loot their supplies and seize their women." The Haifeng's High fighters roared as they charged forward. Fire! At Xiaohong's command, a rain of arrows fell upon the advancing foes, felling many of Haifeng's High's front line. Gu Xingchen and Lin Nana plunged into the fray, moving like twin blades, leaving chaos in their wake. "Xingchen, be careful," Lin Nana called, fending off an attacking bandit with a swift strike. "Fear not. This rabble does not concern me," Gu Xingchen retorted with a smirk. Delivering a powerful punch that sent an assailant flying, the battle raged fiercely. Though the villagers of Xiaohong were untrained, their resolve to defend their home was unwavering. Under Gu Xingchen's leadership, they surprisingly held their ground against Haifeng's High. "Retreat." The leader of Haifeng's High, seeing no progress, ordered a withdrawal. As Gu Xingchen watched the defeated figures of Haifeng's High retreat, Xiaohong approached him. "Thank you." Her tone softened, no longer as icy, now tinged with respect. Gu Xingchen smiled. "Now, can we discuss the matter of cooperation?" Xiaohong nodded, a faint smile gracing her features. With the initial agreement for collaboration established, Gu Xingchen sensed an undercurrent of tension beneath the surface calm. He glanced skyward, murmuring, "The skies are about to change." He turned toward the base, addressing Lin Nana. "Prepare yourself. We are heading to the mine." Chapter 35, Deep Exploration of the Vein. Upon returning to the base, Gu Xingchen promptly summoned the technical team and Lin Nana to prepare for a thorough exploration of the mine. "Our objective is to ascertain the resource distribution deeper within the vein. Is that clear?" Gu Xingchen surveyed the group, his gaze penetrating. "Understood," they replied in unison, leaving a portion of the team to continue base construction and defense. Gu Xingchen, accompanied by Lin Nana and several technicians, ventured into the depths of the mine. The mine's entrance loomed dark and foreboding, a chill permeating the air that sent shivers down their spines. "This place feels eerie and somewhat unsettling," remarked a young technician, tucking his chin into his collar. "What are you afraid of? With Brother Xingchen here, no malevolent spirits dare to show themselves," Lin Nana reassured him. Patting the young man's shoulder, Gu Xingchen chuckled softly, leading the way into the mine. The interior twisted and turned, and the deeper they ventured, the stronger the energy fluctuations became. An unusual scent filled the air, causing a sense of dizziness. "Everyone, be cautious. The energy fluctuations here are unstable. Stay close to me," Gu Xingchen cautioned. The group advanced gingerly, each step taken with utmost care. Suddenly, a technician at the rear of the line slipped and nearly fell. He gasped, dropping the instrument he held onto the ground. Be careful. Lao Wang. Lin Nana reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Lao Wang's face turned pale, still shaken, and he stammered, Thank you. Captain Lin. I'm fine. It's good that you're all right. Just be mindful of your footing." Gu Xingchen glanced back, his brow furrowing slightly. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that the energy ores within the vein were even more abundant and diverse than they had anticipated. This is nothing short of a treasure trove," Lao Wang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. "Don't celebrate too soon," The situation here is more complex than we imagined. Gu Xingchen pointed ahead, where the energy fluctuations were exceptionally intense. As if something was surging beneath. Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed from within the mine, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What is happening? Lin Nana looked around warily. I have no idea. Lao Wang's complexion grew graver. This feeling. It's like. Before he could finish, Gu Xingchen's expression shifted, and he grabbed Lin Nana's hand, shouting, "Retreat now!" Almost simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the depths of the mine, sweeping towards them. Upon returning to the base, the personnel on duty reported that there had been an unusual fluctuation in the energy reserves. Fluctuations in the energy reserves. Gu Xingchen turned to the technician responsible for energy management. What exactly is happening? The technician wiped the sweat from his brow, responding nervously. It seems that the reserves are being absorbed by something. Gu Xingchen abruptly turned to face the direction of the mine, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. It appears that what we have discovered is not merely a new energy mine. Gu Xingchen felt an overwhelming wave of energy crashing towards him, like an invisible wall, nearly suffocating him in a critical moment. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the flow of energy around him, but a certain power within him began to resonate, akin to a radar, probing the chaotic energy field ahead. A safe path, a subtle energy fissure, gradually became clear in his perception. Follow me. Gu Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes, grasping Lin Nana's hand and dashing towards a seemingly dead-end corner. Although the others were puzzled, they trusted Gu Xingchen and followed closely behind. They stumbled along the narrow passage, the walls on either side shimmering with strange light, the energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, Gu Xingchen seemed to possess an uncanny ability, always finding the correct direction in crises. "Brother Xingchen, you're incredible," one technician exclaimed in awe. "Finding a path like this, you're practically a human GPS." Another technician chimed in. Lin Nana gazed at Gu Xingchen's back, filled with admiration. She understood that Gu Xingchen harbored many secrets, and these secrets were the key to his survival in this chaotic world. After traversing the perilous area, they arrived at a vast cavern. In the center of the cave, a colossal crystal emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding energy fluctuations became stable and gentle. "What is this?" Lao Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. "A new source of energy." Gu Xingchen approached the crystal, gently touching it, feeling the immense power it contained, stronger than any we have discovered before. This revelation thrilled everyone, as if they glimpsed the hope of rebuilding their homeland. However, at that moment, news arrived from the base. Lao Wang's assistant, who had remained behind, reported that Lao Wang had begun causing trouble again. He insisted that the newly discovered resources should be prioritized for his research project, which provoked strong dissatisfaction among other departments, once again threatening the harmony within the base. "Lao Wang, what are you doing?" Lin Nana shouted into the communicator. I just, Lao Wang stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Gu Xingchen did not immediately return to the base to address the issue. Instead, he conversed with Lao Wang through the communicator. Lao Wang. His tone was calm yet carried an air of authority. "Your thought process can be quite peculiar at times. At your age, why are you still obsessed with this childish game of resource grabbing?" Lao Wang fumbled for words, like a child caught in wrongdoing. I just think. My research. Enough of the explanations, Gu Xingchen interrupted. "I will give you a chance to prove that your research deserves priority for resource allocation. If you succeed, the resources will be yours. If you fail. Gu Xingchen deliberately elongated his voice. "Then you can go plant potatoes." Upon hearing this, Lao Wang perked up. "Really, Brother Xingchen? Do you mean it? When have I ever deceived you?" Gu Xingchen replied with a smile. Before Lao Wang could bask in his joy for too long, a shrill screech erupted from the depths of the mine, followed by a swarm of energy creatures glowing with a ghostly green light surging forth from the darkness at astonishing speed. "What on earth are those things?" a technician screamed in fright. "Stay calm. Prepare for battle," Gu Xingchen commanded, and everyone instantly entered combat mode. Lin Nana, wielding an energy weapon, charged to the forefront, resembling a Valkyrie, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Gu Xingchen maneuvered around the battlefield's edges, utilizing his perception of energy to precisely exploit the weaknesses of the energy creatures, delivering fatal blows. "Brother Xingchen, you're an absolute loophole," a technician shouted while shooting. "This maneuver is remarkable. Basic operation, no need for praise," Gu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, he fired an energy blast at a creature attempting to ambush Lin Nana. "Protect yourself, and don't hold us back." The battle raged on for nearly an hour, and through their collective effort, They finally eradicated all the energy creatures. Glancing at the scattered remains of the energy beings, everyone exhaled in relief. Phew! Finally dealt with that. Lin Nana wiped the sweat from her brow and approached Gu Xingchen. Brother Xingchen, are you all right? I'm fine. Gu Xingchen shook his head, just a bit tired. Although they temporarily resolved the dangers within the mine and some internal conflicts at the base, Gu Xingchen knew that the situation was far from over. Could Lao Wang truly prove himself? How should the newly discovered resources be utilized judiciously? And what of the ever-watchful Black Wind stronghold? Gu Xingchen gazed into the depths of the mine, his expression profound. Murmuring to himself, "This is truly difficult," he abruptly turned and addressed the communicator. "Notify the base. Prepare to return." Wait. Hold on. Chapter 36. The base stabilizes upon returning to the base. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Lao Wang was intently adjusting the equipment, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead like ants on a hot skillet. Surrounding technicians whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with skepticism and mistrust. Lao Wang. Are you ready? Everyone is waiting. Gu Xingchen's voice shattered the silence. Lao Wang abruptly lifted his head, taking a deep breath, feigning calmness as he replied, "Yes, boss, we can begin." Trembling, he pressed the start button. And the projector displayed a complex energy map. Pointing at the map, Lao Wang commenced explaining his project plan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone raised a doubt. "Lao Wang, is your data source reliable? I sense something is off." A technician bluntly pointed out. Indeed, how feasible is this plan? We don't want to end up with empty hands again. Another technician echoed. Lao Wang's complexion darkened, struggling to contain his emotions. These data have been rigorously verified by me. There is absolutely no issue. This plan has been carefully considered, with a very high success rate. The technician who had expressed doubt pressed on aggressively. Repeated verification? How do we know you Haven T secretly altered the data? You. Lao Wang's face flushed with anger. That is slander. Enough. Gu Xingchen's furious shout halted the argument. Everyone be quiet. What s with this commotion? Like a marketplace. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp as a blade. I know there are conflicts among you, but this is not the time for bickering. Lao Wang's project pertains to the future of the base, and I hope everyone can approach it rationally and not act impulsively. He moved beside Lao Wang, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Lao Wang, don't be nervous. Continue your presentation. Lao Wang cast a grateful glance at Gu Xingchen, took a deep breath, and resumed explaining his project. However, dissenting voices persisted, and Lao Wang's agitation escalated. His voice trembling, I truly didn't Hey, Lao Wang's voice choked, unable to rein in his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Just then, a piercing alarm blared from outside the base. Report, the Black Wind stronghold is attacking. A soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened, rising abruptly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Just in time. I want to see how audacious this Black Wolf truly is. He seized his weapon. Lin Nana, come with me. Gu Xingchen's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. He refrained from making an immediate judgment, instead choosing to patiently consider the opinions of both sides, like a central processing unit operating at high speed. Gu Xingchen swiftly analyzed the feasibility and risks of Lao Wang's proposal, as well as the resource demands of other projects within the base. Lao Wang, Gu Xingchen's voice resonated with calm authority. Your proposal does indeed showcase innovation, yet it lacks sufficient data support and poses excessive risks. Given our current circumstances, we cannot afford to stake everything on this. He paused, gesturing towards the energy graph projected on the screen. Here, and here, the data models require optimization. Furthermore, resource allocation cannot be excessive. Other projects also require support. Gu Xingchen restructured the resource distribution plan, ensuring that Lao Wang's project could proceed while also accommodating the development of other initiatives. He resembled a seasoned resource management maestro, maximizing the potential of limited resources. Very well, the plan is settled. Meeting adjourned. With a decisive wave of his hand, he concluded the session. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. With all present expressing their admiration for Gu Xingchen's decision, Lao Wang recognized his shortcomings and nodded gratefully at Gu Xingchen. Lung Wanqing approached Gu Xingchen gently, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Nana nodded in agreement from the side, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly the eternal deity." Gu Xingchen, slightly embarrassed by the praise, rubbed his nose. Just standard procedure. No need for excessive fuss. It's all for the base. He turned to look out the window, where the alarm continued to blare, signaling the imminent assault from Haifeng's High. Lin Nana, prepare for battle. Having resolved the internal conflicts, Gu Xingqian immediately immersed himself in battle preparations. His gaze was sharp and exuded unwavering confidence. At that moment, a soldier stumbled in, breathless. Report. The Black Wolf. The Black Wolf. The soldier's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground before finishing his sentence. What has happened with the Black Wolf? A sense of foreboding crept into Gu Xingqian's heart. He said. The soldier stammered. He wants. What does he want? Gu Xingqian pressed. Urgency rising. He wants. Please you. To dine. The forces of Haifeng's High surged forth. A dark tide advancing towards the base like a swarm of locusts. The Black Wolf led the charge, a sinister grin plastered on his face, as if victory was already within his grasp. Charge, my comrades, seize their resources and capture their women. However, what awaited them was not the anticipated chaos, but rather a torrent of cold steel. The outer perimeter of the base. Automated defense turrets had long been primed, unleashing a barrage that shredded Haifeng's High's vanguard to pieces. What is happening? The Black Wolf was taken aback. This was far from the script he had envisioned. Within the base, Gu Xingqian stood at the command platform, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Brothers, let's show them what we can do. At his command, the gates of the base creaked open, and fully armed soldiers surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, unstoppable in their momentum. Even the previously indecisive allied villagers rallied their spirits, grabbing their weapons to join the fray. Realizing the tide had turned against him, the Black Wolf personally charged into the fray, brandishing his sword as he advanced towards Gu Xingqian. You brat, prepare to meet your end. Gu Xingqian let out a cold laugh. Is that all you've got? Today, I shall show you why flowers bloom so brilliantly. With a swift motion, he vanished, appearing behind the Black Wolf and delivering a stunning blow that rendered him unconscious. The Haifeng's High forces, now leaderless, descended into chaos, discarding their weapons and begging for mercy. Spare us, great leader. We shall never dare again. Gu Xingqian waved his hand dismissively. Behave yourselves. From this day forth, Haifeng's High becomes part of the base, and you shall all work diligently. Upon regaining consciousness and facing this dramatic reversal, the Black Wolf felt as though he could cry, forced to swallow his humiliation in silence, amidst the jubilant celebrations within and outside the base. Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana approached Gu Xingqian, their eyes brimming with admiration. Xingqian, you are incredible, truly a god of war. Boss, you are simply amazing. Gu Xingqian smiled lightly. Just standard operations, nothing to fuss about. Maintaining world peace is my duty. The base flourished, and Gu Xingqian stood high above, gazing into the distance. This was merely the first step of a long journey. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly approached, presenting a parchment scroll. Report, boss, while clearing the spoils from Haifeng's High. We discovered this. Gu Xingqian took the scroll, slowly unfurling it. It was covered in strange symbols and patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. His brow furrowed as he murmured, could this be? His gaze fell upon a vague mark in the corner of the scroll, and his pupils constricted in realization. Prepare the vehicle. We must go. Chapter 37. Unraveling the relics. Tracing the laws. Gu Xingqian pointed to a circled area on the map. Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the Sunset Canyon. The Sunset Canyon, an unmarked secret location on the map, was said to be the site of an ancient civilization's ruins. The markings on the parchment aligned perfectly with the old legends surrounding the canyon. He felt an intense premonition that the key to reshaping the laws of the universe lay there. The Sunset Canyon. That is an extremely perilous place. Lang Wanqing expressed her concern. What is there to fear? Just stick with your husband, and you'll be just fine. Gu Xingqian reassured her, patting her hand with a steady gaze. Lin Nana rolled her eyes from the side. Here we go again. Can you tone it down a bit? There are still single folks around. Gu Xingqian chuckled heartily, pulling Lin Nana along as he set off with Dr. Sun and the others. Yet, a subtle unease lingered in his heart. Captain Zhou had been reassigned for an inexplicable mission. The base's defensive capabilities felt tenuous, and he sensed that something was about to transpire as they approached the Sunset Canyon. True to its name, it was enveloped in an otherworldly red glow, as if eternally bathed in the twilight's afterglow. At the canyon's entrance stood a massive stone door, intricately carved with complex and indecipherable runes, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, it appears we are on the right track. However, as they stepped through the stone door, a formidable energy barrier materialized, blocking their entry. What is going on? Gu Xingqian exclaimed in frustration. Surrounding the barrier were circles of mysterious runes, pulsating with an enigmatic light. This is some form of ancient energy seal. Dr. Sun examined the runes closely. His brow furrowed. I believe I have encountered similar descriptions in a book. Don't just think. Hurry and decipher it. Old Sun, Gu Xingqian urged. Boss, please don't rush me. This is not something that can be solved in a moment. Dr. Sun was sweating profusely, the runes appearing to him as an inscrutable script, just as everyone was at a loss. Gu Xingqian suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Wait, I felt. He extended his hand towards the energy barrier, slowly moving his fingers along its surface, attuning himself to the flow of energy. Wait, I feel that he closed his eyes. Concentrating, as the runes on the barrier seemed to come alive, swirling in his mind. That's it. Gu Xingqian's eyes shot open, a confident smile gracing his lips. Old Sun, look at these runes. Their energy flow follows a pattern. See here, and here. He pointed to several key points on the barrier, explaining his insights to Dr. Sunday. Initially skeptical, Dr. Sun's expression transformed from doubt to shock, ultimately giving way to admiration. Xingqian, you are truly a genius. After all these years of research, I had never noticed these. Gu Xingqian smiled modestly. Just standard procedure, nothing to make a fuss about. Following the pattern he had disowned, he infused his own energy into the barrier, guiding the flow in the correct direction. As his energy coursed through, the runes began to glow brightly. It worked, he exclaimed as the barrier gradually opened, revealing a passageway into the ruins. Wow, Xingqian, you are amazing. Long Wanqing and Lin Nana gazed at him with admiration, almost eager to leap into his embrace. Let us keep it low-key. It's just standard operations. Gu Xingqian feigned humility, though internally, he reveled in the triumph. As the group ventured into the passage, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. A vast underground chamber unfolded before them, filled with an array of peculiar structures. The walls were adorned with ancient murals, and a mysterious aura permeated the air. This is astonishing. Gu Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim. This is nothing short of a lost civilization. Dr. Sun stammered in excitement. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and debris began to fall from above. What is happening? Lin Nana scanned the surroundings warily. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. Intruders of the ruins, prepare to die. The deep voice echoed through the underground space, resonating like a demonic echo from the abyss. What? We encounter a boss this quickly, Gu Xingqian commented wryly. This is completely off script. The ancient guardian radiated a powerful energy wave that left the group gasping for breath. It seemed that to uncover the clues they sought, they would first need to overcome this formidable obstacle. Gu Xingqian clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. Lin Nana, brimming with excitement, eagerly seized Gu Xingqian's arm, exclaiming, Xingqian, allow me to take the lead. Gu Xingqian felt her warm body temperature and the softness of her touch, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Long Wanqing, witnessing this scene, momentarily revealed a hint of subtle melancholy in her gaze, but swiftly restored her gentle smile. Be careful, Nana. Don't worry. Wanqing Jia, I'm incredibly brave. Lin Nana confidently patted her chest. Exuding an eager demeanor, Gu Xingqian grasped Lin Nana's hand. Stay safe. We shall face this together. Just then, a violent surge of energy emanated from deep within the ruins, causing the ground to tremble once more. What is happening? Dr. Sun exclaimed in alarm. Not good. It's the Shadow Lord's men. Gu Xingqian's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly recognized the impending danger. Damn that Xiaoli for daring to betray us. It turned out that Xiaoli from the base, envious of Gu Xingqian's close relationship with Long Wanqing and Lin Nana, had been seduced by the Shadow Lord's sweet words and disclosed their whereabouts. A group of energy users clad in black attire emerged from the depths of the ruins, surrounding them completely. Humph, Gu Xingqian, did you not foresee this? You have ultimately fallen into my trap. A chilling voice resonated from the crowd. Shadow Lord, you truly are relentless. Gu Xingqian scoffed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brothers, grab your weapons, and let's take him down. An intense battle erupted instantaneously, energy beams intertwining, the sound of explosions deafening. Gu Xingqian, utilizing his unique energy perception abilities, navigated effortlessly amidst the enemy ranks, like a wraith. Each of his strikes was precise, swiftly incapacitating a multitude of foes. Lin Nana, undeterred, wielded her energy sword like a flash of lightning, darting between adversaries. The glimmer of her sword sent sprays of blood flying. Meanwhile, Long Wanqing provided support from the rear, using her healing abilities to mend her comrades' wounds while launching energy assaults to disrupt the enemy. just as they engaged in fierce combat with the Shadow Lord's subordinates. The ancient guardian reappeared, standing before them. To pass my trial, you must demonstrate your strength. Its deep voice echoed like thunder within the ruins. Gu Xingchen surveyed the surrounding enemies and then glanced at the ancient guardian. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. It seems we must resolve this swiftly. He turned to Lin Na and Lang Wanqing. Are you ready? Ready. Lin Na and Lang Wanqing exchanged resolute glances and nodded firmly. All right, Gu Xingchen bellowed. Let us break through this obstacle together. The ancient guardian raised its colossal hand and brought it down forcefully upon them. Gu Xingchen suddenly shouted. Wait. Chapter 38. Counteracting the ruins for survival, the ancient guardian's hand halted midair, casting a massive shadow over Gu Xingchen and the others. What do you wish to say? Its deep voice carried a hint of confusion. A slight smile crept across Gu Xingchen's lips, brimming with confidence. I wish to propose that rather than being passively struck, it would be more advantageous to take the initiative. Instead of being trapped within your labyrinth, why not seek the exit directly? No sooner had he spoken, Gu Xingchen unleashed a surge of energy, a powerful wave radiating outward and scattering the surrounding dust. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy around him, attempting to locate the labyrinth's weak points. What is he doing? Lin Na inquired, perplexed. Brother Xingchen must have a plan. Lang Wanqing expressed unwavering faith in him. The ancient guardian observed Gu Xingchen's actions with a glimmer of surprise. An intriguing little fellow. You aim to unravel my labyrinth in such a manner? Within the labyrinth, Dr. Sun wielded various instruments, tirelessly measuring energy fluctuations in search of patterns. Strange, the energy distribution within this labyrinth is utterly chaotic, defying scientific explanation. Meanwhile, the Shadow Lord's subordinates had stealthily positioned themselves near Gu Xingchen and the others, lying in wait. Boss, it seems they are trapped. Should we strike now? One underling whispered. Patience, we shall wait until they are utterly exhausted before making our move and capturing them all. The leader replied with a sinister grin. Gu Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of realization igniting within. Found it, he shouted, charging toward a wall of the labyrinth. Is he mad? That's a dead end. Dr. Sun exclaimed. Lin Na and Lang Wanqing were equally astonished, unable to comprehend Gu Xingchen's intentions. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he extended his hand, conjuring a dazzling energy sphere in his palm, and struck the wall with force. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as the wall crumbled, revealing. Wait! Gu Xingchen suddenly yelled. Boom! The wall collapsed, unveiling a deeper, darker abyss. Instead of the anticipated exit, they encountered a more complex energy vortex, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, emanating a disquieting aura. This is a disaster, Gu Xingchen cursed inwardly, realizing that this maneuver had perhaps gone a bit too far. Brother Xingchen, Lang Wanqing gasped, her concern palpable. No worries, just a minor hiccup. Gu Xingchen feigned calmness, although internally he was in turmoil. This was no labyrinth. It was clearly a nested trap. Boss, it seems they've dug their own graves. Should we strike now? The Shadow Lord's underlings chuckled maliciously. The leader frowned. Let us wait. Something feels off. He sensed that Gu Xingchen's actions were somewhat abnormal, as if he were deliberately setting a trap. Gu Xingchen was not one to remain passive. He quickly deduced that although the energy vortex was perilous, it also harbored immense power. Resolutely, he activated his abilities, commencing the absorption of energy from the vortex. This guy is truly insane. Lin Na watched in awe, utterly speechless. As Gu Xingchen absorbed the energy, the vortex gradually diminished, and the structure of the labyrinth became clearer. It turned out that this labyrinth was not devoid of order. It was intricately woven around the energy vortex, forming a complex network. The devilish smile crept across Gu Xingchen's face. Now, let us see how you play this game. He transformed the absorbed energy into his own strength and released it with a burst of brilliant light that illuminated the entire labyrinth. This is a bit excessive. The Shadow Lord's minions were left dumbfounded. Gu Xingchen utilized the energy fluctuations to draft a map of the labyrinth, guiding his companions swiftly through. It was as if he had activated a cheat, effortlessly evading the ambush laid by the Shadow Lord's subordinates. Where did they go? Why can't we find them? The Shadow Lord's men were left bewildered. Not good. We've been outsmarted. The leader's face paled as he realized they had fallen for Gu Xingchen's ruse. Gu Xingchen and his companions had reached the labyrinth's exit and were poised to leave when a figure suddenly appeared at the threshold. Want to leave? Not so easily. The Shadow Lord's voice was cold and laced with malice. The Shadow Lord emerged, blocking their escape, exuding a menacing aura. This is like catching fish in a barrel. You think you can escape? The Shadow Lord's tone was arrogant, as if victory were assured. Wow, this boss battle came out of nowhere. Gu Xingchen muttered, yet his composure remained unshaken. I'm just a man with a cheat. With a command from the Shadow Lord, his minions surged forward, employing every underhanded tactic at their disposal. Gu Xingchen and Lin Na stood back to back, akin to two guardian deities, bracing against the initial wave of attacks. Xingchen, watch out! Lin Na cried out, blocking a hidden weapon aimed at Gu Xingchen, her arm sustaining a cut. Just a scratch. I'm fine. Lin Na gritted her teeth and continued to fight. Upon seeing Lin Na injured, Gu Xingchen's fury ignited. Do you think I'm a sickly cat? He roared, unleashing his full energy, delivering devastating blows with lethal precision. The Shadow Lord's subordinates were left wailing, fleeing in panic. Such petty tricks, daring to flaunt them before me. The Shadow Lord sneered disdainfully, deciding to take matters into his own hands, with a flourish of his arms. A formidable wave of energy surged forth. Gu Xingchen dared not confront it head-on and swiftly evaded. Thinking you can escape? Not a chance. The Shadow Lord relentlessly pursued, launching brutal attacks. Gu Xingchen fought while retreating, searching for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the energy devices within the ruins. He deliberately led the Shadow Lord toward the devices, waiting for the opportune moment to activate them. Boom! The energy device erupted with immense power, rebounding the Shadow Lord's attack back at him. Caught off guard, the Shadow Lord was struck by his own assault. Left in disarray, how did this possible? The Shadow Lord exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Rebound. Billy. Gu Xingchen laughed triumphantly, relishing in this spectacular maneuver. Boss, let us retreat. The Shadow Lord's minions sensed danger and urgently advised. The Shadow Lord shot a fierce glare at Gu Xingchen. You'd better wait, kid. I will settle this score with you eventually. With that, he retreated with his subordinates in disgrace. Hooray! We won. The members of the base cheered exuberantly, as if they had triumphed in an epic battle. Gu Xingchen gazed at the receding figure of the Shadow Lord, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. At that moment, an ancient and enigmatic aura emanated from the depths of the ruins. Gu Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine. As an inexplicable premonition surged within him, he slowly turned his head and gazed into the depths of the ruins. Murmuring softly, it has come. Chapter 39, Confrontation at the pinnacle of the ruins. The ancient and mysterious aura intensified, and the gate to the core area of the ruins began to open slowly. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from within. Gu Xingchen and his companions carefully stepped inside, where they beheld a towering guardian enveloped in golden light, standing at the center. You possess the qualifications to inherit the laws of heaven and earth. The guardian's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the tolling of a mighty bell, reverberating through the ears of the onlookers. Enough with the pleasantries, let us get on with it. I thrive on challenges. Gu Xingchen cracked his knuckles, eager to engage. The guardian nodded slightly, then unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, causing the surrounding space to warp as if to consume everything in its path. Is this an exaggeration? Gu Xingchen exclaimed, hastily activating his energy perception abilities to search for a breakthrough. Xingchen, be careful. Both Lang Wanqing and Lin Na shouted simultaneously, feeling the immense pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Just then, the minions of the Shadow Lord arrived. The boss has ordered us to destroy the ruins. We cannot allow Gu Xingchen to acquire any clues. With a commanding shout, the leader signaled, and everyone brandished their weapons, launching a fierce assault on the core apparatus of the ruins. Damn it. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Gu Xingchen cursed inwardly, anxiety gripping his heart. The core apparatus of the ruins began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing alarm. As it neared destruction, Gu Xingchen felt a burning urgency. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, recalling the energy device he had discovered earlier in the ruins. I'm all in. With a shout, Gu Xingchen poured his energy frantically into the device. It emitted a blinding light, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth, sending the Shadow Lord's minions flying. Is that all you've got? You dare to disrupt me? Gu Xingchen scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. At that moment, the ancient guardian's energy attack struck. Gu Xingchen had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the impact. Boom! With a tremendous crash, he was hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Xingchen, Lang Wanqing and Lin Na gasped in shock. rushing to his side. Ji Yuxingchen struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Coughed that it's not over yet. He lifted his gaze to the ancient guardian, his eyes filled with determination. The guardian, seemingly taken aback by Gu Xingchen's tenacity, slowly spoke. You are quite impressive. Suddenly, the core apparatus of the ruins emitted a crisp sound, and a beam of light shot towards Gu Xingchen, but he reached out. Within the light, an ancient metallic fragment landed in his palm. The fragment radiated a gentle glow, as if it contained boundless energy. Gu Xingchen tightened his grip on the fragment, a surge of information flooding his mind, revealing the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth. I did it. Gu Xingchen's heart soared with joy. Though his exterior remained composed, he sensed the energy within the fragment resonating with his own, an unprecedented power surging through him. The ancient guardian gradually faded away, leaving behind the vast hall and the echoing whisper. I hope you can wield this power wisely. Just then, the Shadow Lord's minions launched another attack. The boss commanded that we must seize the clues, even at the cost of our lives. The leader's face twisted with rage, his eyes glinting with greed. In your dreams, Gu Xingchen sneered, concealing the fragment within his robes. He was no pushover. They thought they could snatch something from him. Not a chance. Xingchen, watch out. Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana positioned themselves protectively in front of him, vigilantly eyeing the approaching foes. Don't worry. With these small fry, they can't touch me. Ji Yuxingchen exuded confidence, his gaze filled with fighting spirit. He unleashed a powerful wave of energy, pushing back the surrounding enemies by several steps. Let me show you what true power looks like. In an instant, Gu Xingchen darted among the enemies like a wraith, delivering lethal blows with both fists and feet. Each punch was infused with tremendous energy. Each kick bore the force of a fierce gale. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the Shadow Lord's minions collapsed to the ground. How has he suddenly become so strong? The leader stared at Gu Xingchen in terror. Filled with dread, Ji Yuxingchen sneered, advancing step by step toward the leader. Now, it's your turn. The leader stumbled backward, his face as pale as a sheet. It didn't come any closer. The glint of cold light flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes as he prepared to strike. When suddenly, chaos erupted. Boom! The ruins trembled violently, stones raining down from above. What is happening? Gu Xingchen's heart raced as he looked up. A massive crack had appeared at the top of the ruins, and an overwhelming energy surged forth. This is bad. The ruins are collapsing. Lin Nana cried out that we need to retreat. Gu Xingchen decisively grabbed Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana, sprinting toward the exit. The Shadow Lord's minions, disregarding the clues, scattered in a frantic bid for survival. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the ruins. Gu Xingchen, you cannot escape. Even if you acquire the clues, you cannot thwart me. Shadow Lord. Gu Xingchen gritted his teeth, fury coursing through him. Next time we meet, you will pay dearly for this. He rushed out of the ruins with Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana, the sound of violent explosions ringing in his ears. Standing atop the rubble, Gu Xingchen surveyed the swirling dust and thought to himself, the game has only just begun. Xingchen. Lang Wanqing gently grasped Gu Xingchen's hand. Her eyes filled with concern. Ji Yuxingchen turned to face Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana, offering a confident smile. Don't worry. I'm fine. We have much to do upon our return. He gazed toward the horizon, determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning, and he had a far more significant mission to fulfill. Let us go. As Gu Xingchen and his companions emerged from the ruins, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, dust billowing into the sky. Goodness, that's quite the commotion. Gu Xingchen wiped the dust from his face, exclaiming. Before they could catch their breath, the Shadow Lord's minions, invigorated as if possessed, charged forward recklessly. The boss has ordered that we seize the clues. Brothers, charge! Their leader shouted. Bring it on! Gu Xingchen laughed coldly, unleashing his abilities to the fullest, his energy perception heightened to its peak. Let me show you the might of your grandfather. The battle ignited with intensity. Gu Xingchen descended upon his foes like a fierce tiger, his fists and feet producing gusts of wind, every strike lethal. With a left punch, he sent one enemy soaring into the air. With a right kick, he drove another into the ground, executing his moves with remarkable precision, leaving Lin Nana and Lang Wanqing starry-eyed. Xingchen, you're so cool, Lin Nana exclaimed, brandishing her energy sword with excitement. Lang Wanqing, meanwhile, tenderly tended to Gu Xingchen's wounds while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Dr. Sun and Captain Zhou also joined the fray, although they lacked Gu Xingchen's immense power. Their rich experience and seamless teamwork allowed them to hold their ground against the enemy onslaught. As the battle escalated, the enemy numbers swelled, and Gu Xingqian and his companions began to feel the strain. This won't do. We need a way to break through. Gu Xingqian thought amidst combat. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Recalling the energy device he had obtained in the ruins, that I've got it, Gu Xingqian shouted. Activating the energy device, that a powerful wave of energy instantly radiated outward, sending the surrounding enemies sprawling. Now's our chance. Let us go. He led his companions in a swift breakout, disappearing into the vast night. The Shadow Lord's minions, covered in dirt and disheveled, were left in shock. Damn it! How could they have escaped? The leader fumed. Upon returning to the base, Gu Xingqian presented the clues he had acquired to everyone. Brothers, we did it! Cheers erupted as everyone celebrated their hard-earned victory. Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana, filled with excitement, embraced Gu Xingqian, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Xingqian, you are incredible. Well, this is a collective effort. Gu Xingqian humbly smiled, though pride and satisfaction swelled within him. He knew this was just the first step in a long journey, and the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. He glanced at the clues in his hand, his gaze becoming profound. This thing seems to. Chapter 40. Unexpected changes on the return journey. Signs of internal strife. Gu Xingqian and his companions, bearing the crucial clues obtained from the ruins, embarked on their journey back to the base. Exhaustion did little to mask the joy etched on their faces. The rewards from this expedition were ample enough to celebrate for the entire base. Lang Wanqing gently wiped the sweat from Gu Xingqian's forehead, while Lin Nana excitedly discussed the significance of the clues, envisioning the future development of the base. Only Gu Xingqian remained troubled, his brow furrowed. Sensing that something was amiss, the palpable sense of tension permeated the air, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Xingqian, what troubles you? Are you feeling overly fatigued? Asked Lung Wanqing with genuine concern. Gu Xingqian forced a faint smile, replying, I'm fine. Perhaps I'm simply too exhilarated, as I can't shake this feeling of unease. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a sharp sound sliced through the tranquility of the night. Enemy attack, Captain Zhou bellowed, and in an instant, everyone fell into a state of combat readiness. From the thickets lining the road, a dozen figures clad in black emerged, their movements swift and synchronized, their energy weapons glinting ominously. For heaven's sake, this Shadow Lord just one quit. Is he made of chewing gum, that we can't shake him off? Lin Nana quipped, drawing her energy sword and charging forward, though their numbers were few. These adversaries proved to be exceptionally cunning, employing the terrain to launch ambushes. Captain Zhou led the defensive team, but they appeared to be struggling. Captain, they seem to be stalling for time, one team member shouted. Gu Xingqian's gaze swept across the battlefield, keenly discerning certain details. The enemy's attacks were not lethal. Rather, they seemed designed to hinder them. Nana, take a few people and feign retreat towards the southeast. Gu Xingqian commanded suddenly. What? Boss, we've worked too hard for this treasure to let them have it. Lin Nana replied, her confusion evident. As I say. Gu Xingqian insisted, determination glinting in his eyes, that I have a premonition. The real danger does not lie here. Although filled with questions, Lin Nana complied with Gu Xingqian's orders, leading a few individuals to fight while retreating toward the narrow valley in the southeast. The black-clad figures indeed took the bait, charging in with reckless abandon, as if fueled by adrenaline. Boss, this trick is brilliant. These fools are now trapped like fish in a barrel, Lin Nana exclaimed through her communicator, brimming with excitement that a confident smile tugged at Gu Xingqian's lips. This is merely the beginning. The best part has yet to unfold. He closed his eyes, amplifying his unique energy perception ability to its zenith. The valley's topography vividly materialized in his mind, including the energy flows within. Soon, he pinpointed a weak energy spot. This is the place, Gu Xingqian exclaimed, suddenly opening his eyes and conjuring a dazzling energy sphere in his hand, which he hurled toward the valley's weak point with great force. That a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire valley as a powerful energy wave surged forth. Dust and debris erupted within the valley, and the black-clad pursuers were caught off guard, sent tumbling to the ground by the fierce shock wave. They cried out in panic, scurrying like ants on a hot skillet, desperately attempting to escape this deadly domain. Alas, it was too late. The energy barrier formed by the explosion sealed off the entire valley. They found themselves akin to mice trapped in a cage, left to await their grim fate. Boss, Your move is astounding. It's like a rave in the valley, sending them home with a single press of a button, Lin Nana shouted, her enthusiasm palpable, eager to witness the chaos of the black-clad figures. Don't celebrate too soon. Gu Xingchen cautioned, his expression grave. Eliminating these minions is just a prelude. The real trouble lies ahead. He sensed an even greater energy fluctuation drawing near, one that evoked an inexplicable familiarity within him. Upon returning to the base, Gu Xingchen was met with an atmosphere thick with tension. The defense systems were activated, and the base was shrouded in a vigilant aura. What on earth is happening? Gu Xingchen demanded, seizing a passing team member. Report, boss. The base is in trouble. Xiaoli the team member gasped, his face ashen. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Xingchen. What has happened to Xiaoli? She incited everyone, claiming you, Dr. Li, and Lin Nana hoarded the treasures from the ruins, refusing to share. The team member's voice dwindled to a whisper. Gu Xingchen's face darkened, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. He turned abruptly, eyes fixed on the command building at the center of the base. There, a formidable energy wave was steadily expanding. Let us go, Gu Xingchen commanded coldly, a glint of frost in his gaze. Lung Wanqing produced a handkerchief, delicately wiping the sweat from Gu Xingchen's brow, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Observing this, Lin Nana rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, how nauseatingly sweet. Upon their return to the base, they were not greeted with cheers, but rather a deluge of cold water. Brothers, sisters, this scoundrel Gu Xingchen is hoarding all the treasures from the ruins. He doesn't care about our survival. Xiaoli stood on a platform, passionately delivering her tirade. Below, murmurs rippled through the crowd, their gazes toward Gu Xingchen rife with skepticism and discontent. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened, as he thought to himself that Xiaoli would have surely excelled as a stand-up comedian. Xingchen, what should we do? Lung Wanqing tugged at his sleeve, her worry evident. That Gu Xingchen smirked coldly. What's there to panic about? Watch how I turn the tables on her. He strode to the platform, snatching the microphone from Xiaoli's grasp, unleashing a powerful energy wave that nearly sent her tumbling. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. He paused, scanning the crowd. Treasures from the ruins? Indeed, there are some, but they are right here. He produced an object resembling a USB drive, showcasing it to the audience. This is the core data from the ruins, capable of aiding us in rebuilding our homeland. It is worth more than any gold or silver. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and discussions ensued. Gu Xingchen continued. As for the claim that I hoard treasures? Do you truly believe I, Gu Xingchen, would act in such a manner? I risked my life to enter the ruins, all for the benefit of everyone. His fervent speech, coupled with the powerful energy wave, ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Many began to reconsider Xiaoli's assertions. Were they truly reliable? At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. But how do we know what you say is true? Gu Xingchen turned to see a burly man speaking. He smiled slightly. A good question, my brother. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving, right? He turned to Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, please explain to everyone what this USB contains. Dr. Sun excitedly ascended the platform, taking the USB and connecting it to the base's large screen. A series of complex data and blueprints illuminated the display. This is lost technology. Good heavens, we actually found it, Dr. Sun stammered, trembling with excitement. The crowd erupted in fervor. They understood all too well what lost technology signified. Armed with this knowledge, they could rebuild their homeland and forge a brighter future. Xiaoli's complexion drained of color, realizing her downfall was inevitable. Attempting to sneak away, she was seized by Lin Nana. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. Lin Nana sneered, dragging her before Gu Xingchen. Gu Xingchen looked down at Xiaoli, his gaze icy. Speak. Who instructed you to spread these rumors and sow discord? Xiaoli trembled, unable to meet Gu Xingchen's gaze. Suddenly, the base alarm blared. Report. A large number of unidentified energy signatures have emerged outside the base. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted, a sense of impending doom washed over him. He abruptly looked up at the night sky outside the base, where black energy beams were descending from above. This is bad. It's the Shadow Lord, Captain Zhou exclaimed. Gu Xingchen inhaled deeply, determination setting in his gaze. It seems the real spectacle is just beginning. He turned to Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana. Protect everyone, Xingchen. Lung Wanqing gazed at him with concern. Gu Xingchen remained silent, gripping her hand tightly. Then, with unwavering resolve, he turned and marched toward the base's entrance. Gu Xingqian's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that someone was deliberately inciting the crowd. He promptly dashed out of the interrogation room and made his way to the central square of the base. A large number of people had already gathered there, their emotions running high as they vociferously condemned Gu Xingqian. Jiyu Xingqian, provide us with an explanation. Where have you hidden the treasures from the ruins? By what right do you lead us? Gu Xingqian surveyed his surroundings. His gaze icy, he understood that the Shadow Lord was not only assaulting the base from the outside, but also sowing discord within. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when he was interrupted by an even louder uproar. Silence him. We do not wish to hear his excuses. Down with Gu Xingqian. Down with the dictator. Among the crowd, several burly men brandished their fists and charged towards him. Cold Wanqing and Lin Nana, standing behind Gu Xingqian, immediately positioned themselves in front of him, warily eyeing the advancing individuals. Xingqian, be careful. Cold Wanqing called out with concern. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Gu Xingqian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but he realized that no matter what he said now, it would be futile. These people had already been incited and lost their reason. He gently patted Cold Wanqing's hand, signaling her to step back. Then, he raised his head and scanned the crowd, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. You wish to hear an explanation? Very well. Instead of forcefully defending himself, Gu Xingqian allowed a mysterious smile to grace his lips. You claim I hoard the treasures? Fine, let me show you. With a sweeping gesture, he beckoned Dr. Sun to step forward. Dr. Sun, sporting dark circles under his eyes and looking weary, nonetheless mustered his strength to vividly recount their perilous experiences in the ruins. He emphasized how they had worked together to overcome numerous traps and obstacles, ultimately uncovering invaluable clues, rather than Gu Xingqian hoarding them alone. Brothers, the ruins are no joke. Had I truly intended to hoard the treasures, I would have been obliterated long ago, Dr. Sun said with a wry smile, pointing to the bandages on his body. These are proof. Were it not for Captain Xingqian's adept leadership, we would never have returned. Dr. Sun's narrative, coupled with the scars on his body, began to sway many in the crowd, who started murmuring among themselves. Could it really be true? Yes. Old Sun wouldn't he lie to us, would he? Observing the change in the crowd's attitude, Gu Xingqian knew the moment was ripe. He took out a crystal roughly the size of a fist, emanating a faint blue glow, with mysterious runes swirling across its surface. This is what we retrieved from the ruins. Jiyu Xingqian raised the crystal for all to see. This is not a treasure, but rather that you may consider it akin to a USB drive, containing crucial information for the reconstruction of civilization. The energy fluctuations emitted by the crystal caused a slight tremor in the surrounding air, with tiny specks of dust dancing in the light like ethereal sprites. The crowd was captivated by this wondrous sight, their earlier doubts gradually dissipating. What did I ask this thing? One person murmured, their eyes filled with awe. This was entrusted to me by the ancient guardians, Gu Xingqian said, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. That it recognized me, granting me the opportunity to access this information. Xiao Li turned pale upon seeing the crystal in Gu Xingqian's hand. Realizing she had been completely exposed, she lowered her head, overwhelmed with shame, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Those around her cast scornful glances in her direction. So, who still believes I hoarded the treasures? Gu Xingqian surveyed the crowd once more, his tone calm, yet imbued with a potent pressure. The square fell silent, no one daring to question Gu Xingqian any longer. Did I ask for the relationship between myself, Cold Wanqing, and Nana? Jiyu Xingqian paused, his gaze sweeping over Cold Wanqing and Lin Nana, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You will soon find out. That he tucked the crystal away into his clothing and turned towards the command room, leaving behind a figure shrouded in mystery. Wait for us. Lin Nana hurriedly followed, with Cold Wanqing trailing closely behind, concern etched in her expression. Xingqian, what do you plan to? Cold Wanqing began, only to be interrupted by Gu Xingqian. Now is not the time for personal sentiments. Jiyu Xingqian interjected with a serious tone, insisting they address the immediate crisis first. He cast a reassuring glance at the two women before striding purposefully into the command room. Lin Nana patted his shoulder from behind, a gesture of trust, while Cold Wanqing gazed at him tenderly, this silent support warming Gu Xingqian's heart. With the internal crisis averted, Gu Xingqian promptly dove into the research lab with Dr. Sun, The crystal lay quietly on the lab table, emitting a soft blue glow, as if mocking the insignificance of humanity. This thing is even more intricate than I imagined. Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. As the screen filled with dense data that could make one's scalp tingle. This is like an ancient script, more challenging to comprehend than the calculus exam I took back in the day. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow as well. The information within the crystal far exceeded their comprehension, resembling a vast labyrinth. The entrance was right before them, yet they couldn't find the correct path. Wait, Gu Xingchen suddenly pointed at a line of code on the screen. This symbol.it seems familiar. He racked his brain until a light bulb moment struck. It's from the mural we discovered on the 3rd level of the ruins. The two quickly pulled up the photo of the mural for a detailed comparison and found that the symbols within the crystal astonishingly resembled those on the mural. Could this be some kind of code? Dr. Sun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Captain Xingchen, this move of yours is genius. After a period of deciphering, they finally unraveled part of the information, revealing that these laws were not mere rules but pointed towards an even more powerful energy source, potentially surpassing any energy level they had previously known. Gu Xingchen inhaled sharply. Could this have something to do with the Shadow Lord? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the alarm blared once more, its shrill sound causing their hearts to race. Report. The mutated biological army sent by the Shadow Lord is approaching the base. The communicator's voice trembled slightly. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted. The anticipated had finally arrived. He turned to Dr. Sunday. Old son, I leave this to you. I'm heading to the front lines. Don't worry, Captain. I will decipher the remaining information as quickly as possible, Dr. Sun replied, his gaze resolute. Gu Xingchen grabbed his weapon, preparing for battle. At that moment, the communicator relayed another urgent message, even more frantic. Report, Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou has defected. Gu Xingchen abruptly halted, a chill racing up his spine. What did he say? The communicator's voice was fragmented. He said the Shadow Lord is the true savior. Chapter 42. Alliance Crisis Warning. Gu Xingchen stared at the flickering symbols on the screen, his brow furrowed. Could this cryptic script truly unlock the secrets of civilization? Irritated, he ran his fingers through his hair and turned to Dr. Sunday. Old son, are you certain this thing isn't just some idle doodling by an alien civilization? Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the screen. Captain Xingchen, this is precious data I acquired with my instant noodle money. According to my analysis, this symbol contains immense energy fluctuations. It could very well be the breakthrough we've been searching for. Breakthrough? What breakthrough? We haven't found a thing. Gu Xingchen couldn't help but retort that we've been at this for so long, and it's harder to deal with than trying to woo the school beauty. The two continued to labor diligently. Seconds ticking by as the sky outside the base gradually darkened. Suddenly, the symbols on the screen began to flicker violently, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Gu Xingchen and Dr. Sun exchanged a glance, both sensing shock and a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Wow, we're on to something, Dr. Sun exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his fingers flying across the keyboard as lines of code appeared on the screen. However, just as they were on the verge of breaking through, the buzzing abruptly ceased, the symbols on the screen dimmed, and everything returned to a state of calm, as if nothing had ever transpired. What just happened? Gu Xingchen looked bewildered, likening the scenario to a game where victory was almost in hand. Only to have the internet cut out. Dr. Sun's expression turned grave as he meticulously examined the data. Something's off. It feels like there's a wall blocking our way. Gu Xingchen felt it too. This was not merely a technical challenge, but an invisible resistance preventing them from continuing their exploration. Could it be that this civilization has some guardians? Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Xingchen. Wait, guardians, that perhaps we shouldn't be using conventional research methods. He suddenly stood up, his gaze fixated on the symbols on the screen. Old son, pull up all the data on energy perception. I have a bold idea. Gu Xingchen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and elevated his energy perception to its utmost limit. The symbols on the screen transformed in his eyes from mere static images into pulsating energies. Radiating a faint glow, he attempted to connect his energy with that of the symbols, feeling their fluctuations and rhythms. Captain Xingchen, are you having an epiphany? Dr. Sun marveled at the radiant aura emanating from Gu Xingchen, his jaw agape in astonishment. The radiant light flickered intermittently, akin to the rhythm of breath, Imbued with an enigmatic power, Jiyu Xingchen paid no heed to Dr. Sun's inquiries, completely engrossed in his own world. He sensed a profound resonance with the energy of the symbols, a formidable force surging into his being as if it were intent on tearing him apart. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to harness this energy, guiding it throughout his body. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated in Gu Xingchen's mind, and he felt as though he had breached a barrier, entering a wholly new realm. He opened his eyes, brilliance shimmering within them. The symbols on the screen now astonishingly clear, each line and dot suffused with meaning. I understand. Gu Xingchen exclaimed with fervor, realizing the truth. The secret of civilization lies hidden within these waves of energy. He excitedly shared his discovery with Dr. Sun, rendering those arcane symbols simple and comprehensible through his words. Dr. Sun listened, enraptured, his eyes filled with admiration. Xingchen, you truly are a genius, Dr. Sun exclaimed, shaking Gu Xingchen's hand with enthusiasm. At last, we can reshape civilization. Gu Xingchen's breakthrough instilled a sense of hope throughout the entire base. Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana rushed over upon hearing the news, gazing at the glow emanating from Gu Xingchen with admiration and reverence. Xingchen, you are simply remarkable, Lung Wangqing said gently. Boss, you've created another miracle, Lin Nana exclaimed, her fists pumping with excitement. Jiyu Xingchen smiled, basking in their praise, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of energy emanating from afar. This energy radiated an aura of malevolence, sending a shiver down his spine. What is happening? Gu Xingchen's expression shifted as he looked towards Dr. Sun. Do you sense anything unusual? Dr. Sun too detected the energy disturbance, his face grave as he shook his head. This energy, I have never encountered anything like it. A sense of foreboding surged within Gu Xingchen. He abruptly stood, moving to the window to gaze into the distance. The Shadow Lord, he murmured. He is coming. Lung Wangqing approached Gu Xingchen, gently grasping his hand. What is it, Xingchen? Gu Xingchen turned to her, a flicker of determination in his eyes. It's nothing, merely a new storm. Is approaching. Jiyu Xingchen's breakthrough was akin to a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples across its surface. Yet, before these ripples could dissipate, a greater storm lurked stealthily on the horizon. Utilizing his newfound understanding of the laws of energy, Gu Xingchen constructed a rudimentary energy detection network, reminiscent of the ancient Internet of Earth. However, instead of transmitting information, it conveyed energy fluctuations, though the network's coverage was limited. It unexpectedly intercepted a segment of encrypted energy communication. Old Sun, decode this. Gu Xingchen tossed the intercepted energy data to Dr. Sunday. True to his title as the base's chief technician, Dr. Sun completed the decryption before even finishing his instant noodles. Boss, you would never believe it. This Shadow Lord is actually plotting a star extinction plan. First, he aims to eliminate us, then ally with other forces to carve up the territory. It's utterly gluttonous. Star extinction plan. That name is a tad excessive, isn't it? Gu Xingchen remarked, a chill creeping into his heart. Indeed, the Shadow Lord was a formidable adversary. Upon hearing the news, Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana reacted starkly differently. Xingchen, no matter what happens, I will be by your side, Lung Wangqing said softly, taking his hand with resolve in her gaze. Boss, let's take him down. If he dares to threaten our base, I'll make him understand why flowers bloom. Lin Nana declared, brandishing a weapon with fierce determination. Jiyu Xingchen looked at the two of them, warmth swelling in his heart. With such companions, what was there to fear? This time, we shall take the initiative and turn the tables. Old Sun, immediately contact the other factions and tell them I have crucial intelligence to share. Life and death kind. The base buzzed to life, like a high-speed machine. Every individual tensed, preparing to confront the impending challenge. Gu Xingchen stood at the highest point of the base, gazing into the distance, his expression profound. The Shadow Lord's scheme was merely the beginning. A greater crisis loomed ahead. He took a deep breath. Murmuring to himself, game time is over. He turned towards the landing pad, where a specially modified aircraft awaited silently. Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana followed closely behind, their eyes devoid of fear, only filled with determination. Let us depart. Jiyu Xingchen's voice was deep and resolute. Chapter 43. The emergence of conflict. The aircraft sliced through the sky, landing steadily at the headquarters of the Alliance. Jiyu Xingchen descended the gangway with Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana. A palpable air of tension enveloping them. In the makeshift conference hall, leaders from various factions had already taken their seats, the atmosphere so thick with gravity it felt as though it could be cut with a knife. Every face bore the marks of suspicion and wariness, as if those seated across from them were not allies but feral beasts poised to reveal their fangs at any moment. Commander Zhang, a burly man with a face full of bluster, was the first to break the silence. Since we are all here, let us get straight to the point. The Shadow Lord is no trifling matter. We must elect a capable leader to guide us. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally swept over the assembly, finally lingering on himself. That I propose that this alliance leader. Before he could finish, General Lu slammed his hand on the table, causing teacups to leap. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Just because of your size, you think you can take charge? I am the first to oppose. General Lu, known for his fiery temper, spoke in rapid succession. If it comes to blows, my men would turn you into a pig's head. You, Commander Zhang's face flushed with rage, his jowls quivering. Lu, don't think your numbers grant you the right to act brazenly. If it comes to a life-or-death struggle, who is afraid of whom? The two men glared at each other like fighting roosters, poised to clash at any moment. Others quickly joined the fray, and the conference hall descended into chaos. Some supported Commander Zhang, others rallied behind General Lu, while a few observers sought to benefit from the turmoil. Lung Wangqing glanced worriedly at Gu Xingchen, gently tugging at his sleeve. Xingchen, this. Gu Xingchen patted her hand reassuringly, a playful smile curving his lips. Lin Nana, meanwhile, was itching for action. Boss, should I go teach them a lesson? Not yet, Gu Xingchen whispered. The real show is just beginning. That he surveyed the room, taking in everyone's reactions. A glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, he raised his voice, allowing a moment of silence to settle before continuing, his tone laced with irony. With tempers flaring like this, are we trying to frighten the Shadow Lord into submission? I see he hasn't struck yet, and we might just end up destroying ourselves first. He paused, scanning the room with a gaze sharp as a knife. Now is not the time to argue over who sits where. We should first take down the Shadow Lord, and then debate who should lead afterward. What do you all think? His words left the assembly speechless, although Commander Zhang and General Lu were still reluctant to concede. They had to acknowledge the truth in Gu Xingchen's reasoning. Others nodded in agreement. The priority is to unite against the common foe. An elderly man with graying hair stood, a respected leader of a smaller faction. His words acted as a calming balm, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Seeing everyone settle down, Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. That he turned to Lung Wangqing, his gaze soft and tender. Lung Wangqing returned his look with a sweet smile. Her eyes filled with affection. This moment was inadvertently witnessed by Xiao Hui, who clenched her teeth in jealousy, turning her head away with a huff. Since we all agreed to deal with the Shadow Lord first, let us discuss the specifics of our battle plan. Gu Xingchen regained control of the situation, guiding the discussion towards serious matters. He clearly outlined the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, proposing a bold and meticulous battle strategy. The assembly nodded in approval, thoroughly impressed by Gu Xingchen's competence and insight. Although Commander Zhang and General Lu still harbored some resentment, they could find no fault in his plan and had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. The meeting continued late into the night, and the preliminary battle plan was finally established. As they prepared to return to their respective bases to ready themselves for the impending conflict, Lung Wangqing approached Gu Xingchen. Xingchen, you've worked hard, she said softly. For our future, this effort is nothing, Gu Xingchen replied, holding her hand with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Nana observed them from the side, a flicker of envy passing through her eyes. Quietly, she moved aside to begin tidying up the documents in the conference room. Just then, Elder Zhao slowly stood up, his murky eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation as he spoke. This alliance, I fear. Elder Zhao stroked his beard, his cloudy gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone laced with uncertainty. This alliance, I worry the future is unclear. My old companions are quite the traditionalists, and persuading them to leave their familiar surroundings to engage in a fierce struggle seems rather improbable. He shook his head, leaving his thoughts unvoiced, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Elder Zhao made a valid point. Just how formidable is this Shadow Lord? None have witnessed his prowess firsthand. What if this young brother Gu is merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric? Here we are, a multitude of capable individuals, at the behest of a mere youth. Doesn't that seem rather? The strategist Wang seized the moment, akin to a shark catching a whiff of blood, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He deliberately elongated his words, his gaze rife with provocation. Jiyu Xingchen remained unfazed, merely smiling as he produced a stone that shimmered with an otherworldly glow from his pocket. Esteemed colleagues, this artifact was procured from the Shadow Lord's domain. Feel free to experience its aura for yourselves. As the stone made its appearance, the atmosphere in the conference hall shifted dramatically. An oppressive sense of dread enveloped the room, as if an invisible hand were tightening around every throat. Commander Zhang and General Lu's expressions shifted to one of alarm. Both seasoned warriors, their instincts for danger far surpassed the ordinary. What in the world is this? General Lu's voice quivered slightly. The power of shadows. Elder Zhao's complexion drained of color, his lips trembling, revealing a terror more profound than we had anticipated. Strategist Wang, too, was rendered speechless. He had presumed Gu Xingchen's bravado to be mere bluster, but now he discovered that there truly existed such a terrifying entity. Now, who among you still believes I am being overly dramatic? Gu Xingchen stowed the stone away, surveying the assembly with a calm demeanor, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered mute. Gu Xingchen understood that this was merely a temporary measure. The true challenge still lay ahead. Rubbing his temples, he felt an onset of fatigue at that moment. He noticed Lin Nana standing silently in the corner, her expression rather unwell. Nana, what troubles you? Gu Xingchen approached her, concern etched on his face. Lin Nana forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, boss. I'm just a bit tired." Before Gu Xingchen could inquire further, Lung Wanqing approached, linking her arm with his, and softly suggested, "Xingchen, let us return to rest." He nodded, departing the conference hall with Lung Wanqing. Lin Nana watched their retreating figures, her gaze dimmed, and let out a quiet sigh. As night enveloped the realm, the Alliance's headquarters simmered with clandestine activity. The diminutive figure stealthily slipped into the conference room, inserting a note into a certain file. Chapter 44. Breaking the routine at dawn the following day. The Alliance headquarters erupted into chaos. Rumors proliferated like a contagion, with a bewildering array of versions circulating. The most absurd claimed that Gu Xingchen intended to abscond with all spoils after vanquishing the Shadow Lord, whisking Lung Wanqing away to a distant land, leaving the rest to fend for themselves. Xingchen aspires to be a Sea King. This maneuver was simply outrageous. Was Xingchen poised to embark on a solo career? Even more exaggerated accounts suggested that Gu Xingchen had long conspired with the Shadow Lord, orchestrating a ruse to gain everyone's trust. Consider the implications, brothers. Xingchen the rogue lacks martial virtue. These rumors rapidly gained traction. As representatives of various factions, already harboring ulterior motives, became increasingly anxious, tensions within the alliance escalated, threatening to unravel entirely. Jiyu Xingchen massaged his throbbing temples, feeling overwhelmed. He had thought that showcasing the stone's power would be sufficient to instill awe. Little did he anticipate that the Shadow Lord had additional schemes, catching him off guard in this war of public opinion. Even more distressing was Lin Nana's sullen demeanor. She had not displayed her usual enthusiasm in offering strategic counsel. Gu Xingchen recognized she remained troubled by yesterday's events, but there was little time to soothe her discontent. He could only summon his resolve to confront the chaos alone, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room. He gazed at the overcast sky, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. The Gu Xingchen, once a master tactician and decisive victor, now felt ensnared like a trapped beast in an invisible cage. "Xingchen, do not overexert yourself. Take a moment to rest," said Lung Wanqing, approaching with a cup of hot tea, gently placing it beside him. "Now is not the time for rest. I must devise a solution to this predicament swiftly. Otherwise, the alliance will truly disband." Jiyu Xingchen managed a strained smile, shaking his head. In times like these, one must channel their energy into an outlet to unlock their true potential. Understanding his needs, Lung Wanqing immediately leaned in to kiss him. Their bodies entwined, breaths mingling in a fervent embrace. Afterward, Gu Xingchen felt considerably more composed. He lifted the teacup and entered the conference room with Fang Qingxue, but just as he took a sip, the door swung open abruptly. "Mr. Gu, dire news." Strategist Wang rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued, "Commander Zhang has declared his intent to act independently. He has begun assembling troops." Elder Zhao and General Liu have also expressed concerns about the alliance's future and seek alternative paths. That Wang's words were akin to adding fuel to the fire, igniting a frenzy in the conference room. Accusations flew at Gu Xingchen. Many claimed he harbored ulterior motives, ensnaring them in his web of deceit. That Gu Xingchen, do not presume we are fools. We have seen through your petty tricks, Commander Zhang vehemently accused. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, faced with the chorus of suspicion and blame, Gu Xingchen refrained from immediate defense, merely smiling lightly. Since trust has been lost, there is no need for me to remain here any longer. I hereby announce my withdrawal from alliance affairs. His declaration stunned the assembly. Even Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana, who had consistently supported him, were taken aback, unable to fathom Gu Xingchen's decision. Xingchen, you. Lung Wanqing attempted to dissuade him. But Gu Xingchen silenced her with a glance. That I understand that nothing I say will be believed at this juncture. Rather than squander time here, I will demonstrate my integrity through action. Farewell. Gu Xingchen's gaze swept across the assembly. His tone tranquil. After speaking, he turned and exited the conference room, leaving the crowd in shocked silence. What a charade. He must be feeling guilty, attempting to slip away. Commander Zhang scoffed. Indeed, he is surely scheming something nefarious. Strategist Wang chimed in. Only Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana retained faith in Gu Xingchen, aware that he must have his own plans. After leaving the conference room, Gu Xingchen did not depart the base, but instead made his way directly to the energy center. Standing before the colossal energy reactor, he inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. That it is time to unveil my true capabilities. He muttered softly. Gu Xingchen, what are you truly up to? At that moment, Lin Nana appeared behind him. Of course, it is time for a grand reveal. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of mystery dancing in his expression. Without further explanation, he pressed his hands against the reactor's exterior, shutting his eyes as he activated his unique energy perception abilities. Like radar scanning, Gu Xingchen's perceptive powers swiftly expanded. The energy flows throughout the base materialized vividly in his mind. He meticulously discerned every fluctuation, seeking the hidden noise lurking in the shadows. Soon, he detected a faint yet chilling energy fluctuation, resembling a serpent poised to strike. Following this energy trail, he eventually pinpointed his target, the Alliance's communication center. So that is it, Gu Xingchen thought to himself. No wonder the rumors spread so rapidly. Someone had tampered with the communications. He hurried to the communication center, bursting through the door to find an inconspicuous technician surreptitiously manipulating the communication equipment. What are you doing? Gu Xingchen demanded, his voice a sharp reprimand. The technician trembled in fear, dropping the control panel with a clatter. Gu Xingchen afforded him no opportunity for explanation, swiftly apprehending him and revealing his identity before all present. A spy planted by the Shadow Lord within the Alliance. The evidence was irrefutable. The spy could only bow his head in defeat, acknowledging his guilt. The assembly was left dumbfounded. They had never expected Gu Xingchen to truly unearth the infiltrator hidden among them. Mr. Gu, I am sorry. I misjudged you. Commander Zhang was the first to recover, rushing forward with an expression of remorse. Your foresight is indeed remarkable, Mr. Gu. My apologies, Strategist Wang added awkwardly. Gu Xingchen offered a faint smile, disregarding their flattery, and turned to search for Lin Nana, only to realize she had vanished. Nana. A wave of concern washed over him as he sought her out, finding Lin Nana alone on the base's observation deck, gazing at the gray, overcast sky, her silhouette radiating solitude. Nana, Gu Xingchen approached her softly. Are you that angry with me? Lin Nana's shoulders quivered slightly, but she did not turn around, her voice barely audible. Gu Xingchen sighed, fully aware of her feelings of guilt. The recent espionage incident undeniably highlights Lin Nana's oversight. He approached Lin Nana and gently cupped her face in his hands. Her eyes were rimmed with red, tears swirling within their confines, stubbornly refusing to fall. She resembled a small creature wronged, evoking a sense of tenderness. Gu Xingchen remained silent, merely enveloping her in a warm embrace. Lin Nana's body tensed momentarily, then relaxed, clinging tightly to Gu Xingchen as tears finally overflowed. I'm sorry that it's all my fault, Lin Nana choked out. Fool, this is not your fault. That I know you have always been dedicated to protecting everyone. You have done more than enough. Gu Xingchen softly stroked her hair. But, there are no buts, Gu Xingchen interrupted. I understand your intentions, and I have always regarded you as my most important wife, above all else. Lin Nana lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching Gu Xingqian's. His expression was gentle yet resolute, seemingly imbued with a kind of magic that gradually soothed her once turbulent heart. Really? Lin Nana's voice quivered slightly. Of course it's true. I have always been grateful for everything you have done for me and for this base. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. Gu Xingqian smiled, gently wiping away her tear-streaked face. Lin Nana's sorrow transformed into a smile, her heart brimming with warmth and gratitude. She realized that Gu Xingqian did not perceive her as merely a common assistant, but truly held her dear. All right, now is not the time for tears. Let me make it up to you, shall I? Gu Xingqian's tone was light, yet there lingered a hint of something intriguing. Lin Nana's heart raced, her lips instinctively moving closer. Gu Xingqian lost himself momentarily in their kiss, a tender entanglement. 2 hours later, as darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the two figures reluctantly parted. We still have much to accomplish. Gu Xingqian grasped Lin Nana's hand, turning to return to the base, where Commander Zhang and the others awaited them. A blush crept across Lin Nana's face as she softly hummed in agreement, intertwining her arm with Gu Xingqian's. Upon entering the conference room, Gu Xingqian summoned representatives from various factions, redrafting the alliance's cooperation agreement. He meticulously analyzed each faction's strengths and weaknesses, delineating clear responsibilities according to the situation at hand. Commander Zhang was tasked with coordinating resources, Strategist Wang with formulating strategic plans, General Liu with commanding military operations, Elder Zhao with logistical support, while Gu Xingqian himself assumed overall coordination and decision-making. Although Strategist Wang and Elder Zhao still harbored doubts about the alliance's prospects, under Gu Xingqian's insistence and Lin Nana's unwavering support, they ultimately agreed to the cooperation plan. After the meeting, Gu Xingqian called Lin Nana aside and quietly said, "Lin Nana, I need your help with something." Before he could finish, the communicator abruptly crackled to life. A frantic voice reported, "Report. A large number of unidentified creatures have been detected approaching the base." Lin Nana instantly regained her composure, as if the air within the base had become invigorated. Her eyes reignited with determination, exuding a refreshing aura of confidence. This transformation did not go unnoticed by the others in the base. The previously subdued morale, dampened by the espionage incident, surged dramatically as if fueled by newfound energy. "I knew it. Sister Nana is definitely all right," an enthusiastic young team member exclaimed, pumping his fist. "Once Sister Nana takes charge, she can take on anything." Observing how Gu Xingqian effortlessly resolved the internal conflict while simultaneously uplifting team morale, the representatives from other factions regarded him with newfound respect. Commander Zhang, who had initially underestimated Gu Xingqian's youth, could no longer deny that this young man possessed remarkable capabilities. This kid is no simpleton. His ability to command is quite impressive. Even the typically shrewd and calculating strategist Wang displayed a rare hint of approval, silently acknowledging his skills. Even Elder Zhao, known for his conservative and obstinate nature, nodded slightly, contemplating, perhaps this alliance can truly achieve something. The discussion on division of responsibilities resumed. "Everyone, we are now a united front, sharing both honor and disgrace. Only through sincere cooperation can we survive in this apocalyptic world," Gu Xingqian stated, surveying the room with a steady voice. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "I propose that Commander Zhang coordinates resources, Strategist Wang formulates strategic plans." Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction until General Liu abruptly interrupted Gu Xingqian's speech. "Wait. I believe that the military command should be entirely entrusted to me. The rest of you can handle logistical support." The room fell silent, the atmosphere turning somewhat tense. "General Liu, don't you think that's a bit presumptuous? You wish to control all military forces by yourself, disregarding the rest of us." Strategist Wang adjusted his glasses, regarding General Liu with a bemused expression. "When I was fighting for my life, you were still playing in the mud. In terms of warfare, who has more experience than I do?" General Liu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. "General Liu, times have changed," Gu Xingqian replied calmly, a hint of undeniable authority in his eyes. "This is no longer an era for lone warriors. We require collaboration and strategy. Your obstinacy will only plunge us into a deeper crisis." General Liu attempted to retort, but was cut off by Gu Xingqian's raised hand. "I recognize your bravery, but have you considered that if we fall into an enemy ambush and you charge in alone, who will come to your aid? If that happens, it won't just be your life at stake, but the very hope of our alliance. General Liu was momentarily rendered speechless by Gu Xingchen's words, his complexion shifting from green to pale. Though he was combative, he was not without intelligence. He simply found it difficult to accept Gu Xingchen's arrangements. Having been accustomed to unilateral decision-making, General Liu, we all acknowledge your capabilities that I do not deny your value. I merely hope you understand that unity is strength. Each of us possesses our own strengths. Only by combining them can we unleash our greatest potential. Gu Xingchen's tone softened as he looked at General Liu. After a brief silence, General Liu finally sat down, muttering, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Gu Xingchen smiled slightly, about to speak, when suddenly the communicator crackled again. A more urgent voice emerged. "Report. Unidentified creatures have breached the outer defense and are rapidly approaching the base. What do we do?" Lin Nana sprang to her feet, gripping Gu Xingchen's arm tightly. Gu Xingchen's expression sharpened, decisively issuing orders. "Lin Nana, you lead the elite team to confront them head-on. Ensure you delay the enemy's advance. General Liu, you lead the heavy armored troops for a flanking maneuver to disrupt their formation. Commander Zhang, immediately allocate resources to support the frontline battle. Strategist Wang, analyze the enemy's weaknesses and devise the optimal combat strategy. Elder Zhao, manage logistical support to ensure a steady supply of materials." A barrage of commands flowed from Gu Xingchen's lips, clear and forceful, devoid of hesitation or panic. General Liu, initially reluctant, found himself compelled by Gu Xingchen's calm demeanor and his adeptness in warfare. Secretly admiring him, "This kid has got skills." General Liu grinned, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "I'll show them what we're made of." As the battle commenced, Lin Nana's elite team plunged into the fray, engaging the unidentified creatures in fierce combat. General Liu's heavy armored troops surged in from the side, completely shattering the enemy's formation. Strategist Wang continuously adjusted the combat plan based on real-time battlefield intelligence, exposing the enemy's vulnerabilities one by one. Elder Zhao tirelessly supplied materials to the front lines, ensuring the fight continued. Gu Xingchen stood in the command center, orchestrating the entire operation with precision. He resembled a finely tuned machine, perfectly coordinating the various forces to maximize their effectiveness. After several hours of intense fighting, the unidentified creatures were utterly defeated through their collective efforts. "We won. We won." The base erupted in joyous cheers, everyone casting admiring glances at Gu Xingchen. The representatives from various factions reconvened in the conference room, this time devoid of any doubts or hesitations. Under Gu Xingchen's leadership, they signed the alliance agreement, vowing to unite against the Shadow Lord. Gu Xingchen stood at the center of the alliance headquarters, basking in the respect of those around him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true battle was just commencing. "Report, the Shadow Lord." A fragmented voice crackled through the communicator, abruptly ceasing. Chapter 46. The Alliance's Initial Battle. Internal turmoil and underlying tensions following the jarring static from the communicator. A terrified voice emerged. "Report, the Shadow Lord's vanguard has appeared in Zone 17, and its scale is quite substantial." "Zone 17? Isn't that?" Strategist Wang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Gu Xingchen. Zone 17 was precisely the target for the Alliance's first offensive. A small outpost of the Shadow Lord, the meticulously crafted plan, with clearly defined responsibilities among factions, was poised for a full-scale attack. This intelligence arrived at the most inopportune moment. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Speaking sternly, "All units, immediately enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Execute the original plan." His gaze was sharp as it swept over the crowd, and he proclaimed, "Remember, we are a coalition, sharing both honor and disgrace." The Allied forces swiftly assembled, surging towards Zone 17 with an unyielding momentum. However, just as the army was about to reach their target, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. General Liu, responsible for the flanking assault, led his heavily armored troops away from the main force, charging directly into the heart of the Shadow Lord's stronghold. "General Liu, what on earth are you doing?" Gu Xingchen bellowed over the communication channel. "Boss Gu, I'm taking this stronghold down first to set an example for the brothers." General Liu's tone brimmed with confidence, tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Return to your designated position immediately. This is an order." Gu Xingchen's voice was as cold as I see in the field. "A command may not always be obeyed." General Liu retorted, Dismissing Gu Xingchen's directive and continuing his assault, Lu's reckless actions completely disrupted Gu Xingchen's strategy. The originally planned pincer movement was torn apart, and the Shadow Lord's forces seized the opportunity to counterattack fiercely. The coalition found themselves on the defensive. Casualties began to mount. This fool, General Lu, he's ruining everything. Commander Zhang seethed with rage. I said this alliance was unreliable. Each fighting for themselves is far better. Advisor Wang fanned the flames of discontent from the sidelines. Alas, I have long said this alliance is but a joke. Elder Zhao sighed, shaking his head. Cracks began to form within the coalition. The previously unified atmosphere shattered. Leaders of various factions exchanged accusations, shirking responsibility, and some even contemplated retreat. Gu Xingchen observed the chaotic scene. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He seized the communicator and coldly uttered 2 words. Lang W. Wanqing. Gu Xingchen briefly instructed Lang Wanqing before hanging up. His eyes, sharp as blades, rose in intensity as he bellowed. Silence. The noisy command room fell silent instantly. All eyes fixed upon him. What time is it? Are we still squabbling among ourselves? Gu Xingchen glared at the assembly, incredulous that they could crumble under such pressure. He inhaled deeply, his voice softening, yet still imbued with undeniable authority. General Lu's insubordination warrants punishment. However, this is not the time for finger-pointing. We must unite to overcome our enemies. Gu Xingchen swiftly recalibrated their strategy, ordering Lin Nana to lead an elite force to hold the defensive line. Simultaneously, he personally led a small team to circumnavigate the main battlefield, plunging directly into the enemy's rear. Follow me. Damn it. Gu Xingchen surged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his energy weapon radiating a brilliant glow. With his acute perception of energy, he deftly evaded enemy strikes, each attack executed with precision and lethality, claiming the lives of foes with ruthless efficiency. 666. Boss, you're incredible. The soldiers following him rallied, their spirits buoyed as they charged towards the enemy. Gu Xingchen's small squad pierced through the enemy's heart, dismantling their command center and thoroughly disrupting their formations. The Allied forces seized the momentum to counterattack, gradually stabilizing the situation. From the rear, Lang Wanqing monitored the battlefield, her tension easing as she witnessed Gu Xingchen's victorious return, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. This moment did not escape Xiao Hui's notice, and jealousy ignited fiercely within her. Upon returning to the command room, Gu Xingchen wasted no time resting, immediately commencing plans for the next phase of action. Yet, at that moment, a frantic report crackled through the communicator. Report. Enemy.reinforcements. Arrived. Gu Xingchen shot his head up, an ominous premonition washing over him. How many? He inquired in a deep voice. The trembling voice on the other end replied. Unquantifiable. Before the words could fully register, the command room's large screen lit up with a multitude of red dots, resembling a swarm of locusts converging on Zone 17. Did we poke the Shadow Lord's nest? Why are there so many? Commander Zhang swore, his complexion paling. The coalition had already suffered significant losses due to General Lu's reckless maneuver, and now the arrival of even more enemies was the last straw. I warned you, this battle should not be fought. Now look, it's all over. Elder Zhao began to lament incessantly, shaking his head, wearing an expression that suggested he had foreseen this outcome all along, inciting the ire of those around him. As morale threatened to collapse, Gu Xingchen abruptly stood, a powerful wave of energy radiating from him. Enough of the whining, he roared, shaking the command room with his voice. What good is complaining now? We need to devise a way to break through. Gu Xingchen was not merely a talker. He had been diligently researching how to leverage the power of laws to bolster the coalition's defenses. Nana, activate the Celestial Shield plan, at Gu Xingchen's command. Lin Nana promptly pressed a red button. A brilliant beam of light ascended from the center of the coalition base, rapidly expanding to form a massive energy barrier enveloping the entirety of Zone 17. What is this? The enemy forces were clearly taken aback by this sudden development, their offensive momentum visibly waning. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingchen directed his troops to counterattack, miraculously withstanding a fierce onslaught from the enemy. 666. Boss, you're amazing. This defense is simply invincible. The morale of the Allied forces soared, cheers resonating through the air. Yet, while the battle had temporarily ceased, the internal discord within the coalition intensified. Boss Gu, you truly are a hidden gem. Why didn't you unveil such a remarkable defense sooner? Were you waiting to see us make fools of ourselves? Commander Zhang quipped sarcastically. Advisor Wang chimed in, fanning the flames further. Indeed, if this defense had been deployed earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Gu Xingchen shot them a frosty glance, remaining silent, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Although they had won this battle, the true challenge lay ahead, how to reforge the coalition, which presented the greatest dilemma before him. Chinga, Gu Xingchen murmured softly, his expression complex as he approached the window, gazing at the battlefield shrouded in smoke, his fists clenched tightly. That moment, a gentle hand rested upon his shoulder. Chapter 47. Turning the Tide. Dissipation of suspicion. Long Wanqing's hand rested tenderly on Gu Xingchen's shoulder, her silence offering him unspoken support. Jiyu Xingchen took a deep breath, turning to her with a reassuring smile. In the coalition's conference room, the atmosphere was as heavy as concrete. Boss, your defense system is indeed impressive, but why keep it hidden before? Were you intentionally sending us to the front lines as cannon fodder? Advisor Wang twirled his fan, dripping with sarcasm. Commander Zhang added his voice in support. Exactly. So many brothers have perished, and you think we can be appeased with a mere accident? While others in the room remained silent. Their eyes betrayed their skepticism and dissatisfaction. Jiyu Xingchen felt like an ant trapped on a hot stove, caught between conflicting pressures. Lin Nana sat in the corner, biting her lip in silence. She wished to defend Gu Xingchen. Yet her own emotions were a tangled mess. The recent quarrels had left a rift between them, and now, she was uncertain of how to navigate the situation. The stifling atmosphere weighed heavily on her chest. Xiao Hui, more direct, confronted him. Gu Xingchen, you said you liked me, yet turned around to be all cozy with Long Wanqing. Where do you place us girls? What a convoluted situation. Gu Xingchen felt a barrage of questions clouding his mind. Was now truly the time to bring up such romantic entanglements? Elder Zhao sighed heavily, shaking his head. Young people just can't remain calm. That I foresee this alliance will eventually splinter. Let it splinter. I can fight alone. General Lu slammed his hand on the table. Jiyu Xingchen rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. The suspicions within the coalition were more intense than the enemy's bombardment, just as he was about to explain. A vivid image flashed through his mind that a mysterious figure clad in black robes, their face obscured, whispering conspiratorially to Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang. Jiyu Xingchen's eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling thought dawning upon him. He turned to Advisor Wang, his tone icy. Advisor Wang, you just said. Jiyu Xingchen rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. The suspicions within the coalition were more intense than the enemy's bombardment, just as he was about to speak. He recalled his unique ability to sense energy. Wait a moment. Gu Xingchen's expression sharpened as he activated his energy perception. The conference room was awash with a kaleidoscope of energy fluctuations, a chaotic M-Lang. Suddenly, he detected two anomalous energy signatures, lurking like venomous snakes in the shadows, cold and sinister. These two signatures emanated from Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang. Gu Xingchen discreetly retracted his energy perception, a cold smile forming within. So that's it. No wonder these two are dancing around. There's someone pulling the strings behind them. A plan began to form in his mind. Since there are doubts regarding my leadership, then I resign. Gu Xingchen declared suddenly, raising his voice with a note of finality. Anyone who wishes to be the leader of this alliance may do so. I shall no longer serve. The room fell into stunned silence. Long Wanqing and Lin Nana were both taken aback. They had not anticipated Gu Xingchen's sudden outburst. Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang were equally bewildered. This was not the script they had envisioned. Their intention was to coerce Gu Xingchen into submission, yet he had brazenly thrown down the gauntlet instead. Jiyu Laoda, please do not act impulsively, Advisor Wang urged, though inwardly, he relished the prospect that this young man might crumble under pressure and flee. Gu Xingchen, what do you mean by this? Were your previous words merely a deception? Xiao Hui exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Elder Zhao shook his head, releasing a heavy sigh. The youth of today simply cannot remain composed. General Lu, with an air of disdain, remarked, Humph, I always knew this alliance was unreliable. Perhaps I should strike out on my own. Observing the myriad expressions on the faces of those around him, Gu Xingchen suppressed a chuckle. The fish was nearly hooked. He feigned a despondent demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone can disperse. Do as you please. With that, he rose and exited, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. As he reached the door, he paused, glancing back at Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang. "Gentlemen, the moonlight is splendid tonight. Would you care to join me in admiring it?" A cryptic smile graced his lips. Stepping out of the conference room, Gu Xingchen allowed a cold smirk to surface. "You think you can play tricks on me? You still have much to learn." Following the peculiar energy fluctuations, he tracked them to a concealed, abandoned factory outside the base. "Come out. Do not hide," Gu Xingchen commanded, his voice sharp. The factory responded with a rustling sound, and the figures of Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang emerged from the shadows, their faces betraying a hint of panic. How did you know we were here?" Advisor Wang feigned calmness, fanning himself, though his trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. With such feeble tricks, you thought to deceive me." Gu Xingchen scoffed. "Speak. Who sent you?" Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang exchanged glances, a flicker of conflict passing between them. Ultimately, Commander Zhang gritted his teeth and confessed, "It was the Shadow Lord." "The Shadow Lord?" Gu Xingchen's brow arched. He was no stranger to this name, which belonged to a mysterious force lurking in the shadows, a persistent thorn in the Alliance's side. "What were your orders?" "To sow discord and dismantle the Alliance." Advisor Wang mumbled, averting his gaze from Gu Xingchen's piercing eyes. Just as expected, Gu Xingchen chuckled coldly. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. He publicly revealed the confessions of Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang, prompting an uproar among the Alliance members. They had never imagined they had been so thoroughly manipulated by the Shadow Lord. Their previous suspicions and grievances towards Gu Xingchen dissipated in an instant, replaced by profound respect and remorse. "Gu Laoda, we apologize for wronging you. Gu Laoda, we will heed your counsel from now on. Gu Laoda, you are truly remarkable." As Gu Xingchen beheld the admiration in their eyes, satisfaction swelled within him. "Brothers, I know the Shadow Lord will not relent. We are about to face even greater challenges. However, as long as we stand united, we can overcome any adversity." The Alliance members echoed in unison. "We shall conquer all difficulties." As night descended, Gu Xingchen stood atop the base, gazing into the distance. His eyes were profound and resolute, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. "Shadow Lord, do you believe this will defeat me?" The game has only just begun. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. "Report. The Shadow Lord. Chapter 48. United Alliance." The shadows retreat. A frantic voice emanated from the communicator. "Report. The Shadow Lord has mobilized his entire force and is launching a fierce assault on our headquarters." "Blast it. Is this old fox serious?" General Liu slammed the table, his rugged face a mask of astonishment. The news detonated within the Alliance headquarters like a bomb. The atmosphere of celebration was abruptly frozen. The Shadow Lord's personal involvement indicated a formidable battle lay ahead. "What is there to fear? It's merely a Shadow Lord. With our numbers, what do we have to dread?" General Liu declared defiantly. Yet his hand unconsciously moved towards his sidearm, unease flickering in his eyes. The Shadow Lord's army surged like a tidal wave, threatening the Alliance's defenses. Cannon fire roared. The cries of battle filled the air as the Alliance forces began to retreat. "Hold the line. Everyone, hold fast," Commander Zhang shouted hoarsely, though his trembling voice revealed the fear lurking within. "It's over. This is the end." Advisor Wang's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. Some leaders began to waver. "Perhaps that we should consider surrender." Elder Zhao quavered, his tone laced with despair. "Surrender? Are you mad?" Lin Nana retorted fiercely. "If we surrender, do we still have a way out? But we can't possibly win." Elder Zhao's voice dwindled, his gaze filled with terror. Lung Wanqing grasped Gu Xingchen's hand tightly, concern etched across her face. Gu Xingchen remained eerily calm, his penetrating gaze fixed on the horizon, as if contemplating something profound. "It's over. Everything is lost," Advisor Wang muttered, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Now this is interesting," he whispered, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "Why panic? This is merely the beginning," he proclaimed, his voice resonating with an unusual charm that cut through the chaos of the battlefield. Reaching every ear, he slowly raised his hand, a visible wave of energy radiating from him, rippling outward to envelop the entire battlefield. "Do you feel that? This is the power of the principles." Gu Xingchen shared the power of the principles he had comprehended with the formidable members of the Alliance. Commander Zhang felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. His previously depleted energy instantly revitalized, a sense of strength flooding his being. "What is this? So powerful!" he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Other strong members also sensed this extraordinary power. Their previously flagging morale soared. "Brothers, charge with me!" Commander Zhang bellowed, leading the charge into the enemy lines. With the support of the power of the principles, the alliance forces surged forward, their combat prowess skyrocketing. The tide of battle reversed, and they began to drive the Shadow Lord's army back in disarray. Meanwhile, Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana busied themselves tending to the wounded. Their gentle hands and encouraging words soothed the injured soldiers. "It's all right. You will recover soon," Lung Wanqing softly reassured a wounded man, her eyes brimming with compassion. Lin Nana was more forthright. As she bandaged wounds, she loudly encouraged, "You're all tough. What's a little injury? Stand up and keep fighting." Their kindness and resilience inspired the surrounding soldiers, rekindling their fighting spirit as they expressed their determination to return to the fray. The battlefield's dynamics shifted completely. The Shadow Lord's army was in disarray. Retreating in chaos. "Pursue. Leave not a single one behind." General Lu shouted with exhilaration, leading the troops in pursuit. Jiyu Xingqian watched the fleeing enemy with a cold smile. "This is merely the beginning," he murmured, a glint of fierce intent in his eyes. "Xingqian, what are your plans now?" Lung Wanqing approached him, concern etched on her features. Jiyu Xingqian met her gaze, warmth flooding his eyes before resolutely declaring, "I shall confront the Shadow Lord personally." With a decisive wave of his hand, he assembled a formidable team of elite warriors, including Commander Zhang and General Lu, and set forth towards the Shadow Lord's lair. Along the way, General Lu, with his fiery temper, vowed to personally decapitate the Shadow Lord, while Commander Zhang chuckled, occasionally teasing that General Lu's bravado was merely lip service. The Shadow Lord's lair loomed ominously, the atmosphere heavy with dread. Upon approach, they were met with a frenzied assault from the Shadow Army. The dark soldiers fought with reckless abandon, charging forth like a relentless tide, reminiscent of ants overwhelming an elephant. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us go," General Lu roared, plunging into the enemy ranks, his great sword slicing through the air like a divine warrior. Commander Zhang was equally unyielding, directing the troops as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the Shadow Army. Jiyu Xingqian, harnessing his keen perception of energy, navigated the battlefield with agility, searching for the Shadow Lord's presence. After several intense skirmishes, Gu Xingqian discerned the Shadow Lord's vulnerability. He was acutely sensitive to light energy. Immediately, Gu Xingqian relayed this discovery to Commander Zhang and General Lu, formulating an audacious plan. "Old Zhang. Old Lu, it's time to unleash our trump card." A wicked smile graced Gu Xingqian's lips. The three individuals shared a silent understanding. They simultaneously unleashed their most potent energy attacks. The convergence of three distinct elemental energies coalesced into a dazzling beam of light, hurtling towards the Shadow Lord. Taken aback, the Shadow Lord's avatar was struck by the luminous column, emitting a piercing shriek. His form rapidly disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a swirling mass of darkness, vanishing from sight. The Alliance had achieved a resounding victory. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, lifting Gu Xingqian high into the air, their exultations reverberating through the heavens. Standing amidst the throng, Gu Xingqian savored the adulation and reverence of the gathered multitude. Yet within, he felt an unusual tranquility. He understood that this was merely a significant milestone on the path to reconstructing civilization. Suddenly, Lung Wanqing approached Gu Xingqian, her expression a blend of complexity as she inquired, "Xingqian, what do you plan to do next?" Without hesitation, Gu Xingqian embraced Lung Wanqing, gazing deeply into her eyes. "What shall we do?" "Naturally, I must help you regulate your emotions," he replied. Startled, Lung Wanqing attempted to break free from his embrace, yet found herself unable to escape. "That I can hardly manage on my own. You should go find Nana." Ignoring her protests, Gu Xingqian pressed his lips against hers, dismissing any further thoughts, and toppled her into a fervent embrace. The following day, a delicate figure emerged from the room, one hand clutching her lower body and the other steadying herself against the wall, struggling to walk. Chapter 49. The reformation of the Alliance. As the victorious cheers gradually subsided and the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a scene of chaos, Gu Xingqian regained his composure, surveying the devastation around him. his heart a tumult of emotions. Defeating the Shadow Lord was merely the initial step. The true challenge lay in rebuilding the Alliance and restoring order. He was acutely aware that the fractures within the Alliance ran deeper than anticipated. Particularly concerning was Lin Nana. Until her inner turmoil was resolved, the Alliance would remain a ticking time bomb. As he scanned the area, he noted the absence of Lin Nana, a wave of unease washing over him. Has that girl vanished again? He muttered, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the approaching Lung Wanqing. With a gentle smile, Lung Wanqing brushed the dust from his face. Xingchen, are you all right? It wasn't that too strenuous last night, was it? Her concern warmed Gu Xingchen's heart, yet it also filled him with guilt. He understood Lin Nana's feelings. Yet I'll check on Nana, he said, patting Lung Wanqing's hand. My dear sister, you too should experience how I managed last night, that I hope you can withstand it. A secretive smile appeared on Lung Wanqing's face. A hint of triumph in her expression. Jiu Xingchen turned towards the ruins at the edge of the base, a place where Lin Nana often lingered. Sure enough, there she stood, solitary and gazing into the distance. The setting sun cast a melancholic glow upon her, amplifying her sense of isolation. Jiu Xingchen approached quietly, standing beside her. Why are you here alone? Aren't you joining the celebration? Lin Nana did not turn. Her voice icy. What is there to celebrate? We merely won by a stroke of luck. You little rascal, how can you speak like that? This is the fruit of our bloody struggle. Gu Xingchen feigned lightheartedness, attempting to ease the tension. Bloody struggle? I see some people were too busy indulging in romance, Lin Nana retorted sarcastically, finally turning to meet Gu Xingchen's gaze, her expression complex. She could not fathom why Gu Xingchen maintained feelings for Xiaohui when he already had her and Lang Wanqing. Gu Xingchen found himself momentarily speechless, the atmosphere thick with tension. That he knew Lin Nana referred to his involvement with Xiaohui, but how could he explain? Just as he racked his brains for a way to respond, Xiaohui approached with several Alliance members, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Some people are just envious of others' talents, lacking in their own abilities, and resort to belittling others. Lin Nana's expression shifted, ready to retort. But Gu Xingchen swiftly grasped her arm. Ignore them. Let's go back. Why should we ignore them? Clearly, Xiaohui attempted to continue, but Gu Xingchen silenced her with a fierce glare. Enough? What time is it? And you're still squabbling here. Gu Xingchen's tone was serious, imbued with an undeniable authority. Xiaohui, come with me. He led her into a dilapidated building, leaving Lin Nana and the other Alliance members in confusion, waiting idly. 30 minutes later, a delicate figure emerged, utterly exhausted and devoid of energy, save for her labored breaths. Her body drenched in perspiration. It was as if she had engaged in a vigorous battle, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught of her opponent. Xiaohui, you mustn't act so impulsively in the future. Otherwise, next time. Jiu Xingchen's voice echoed in her ears. Xiaohui trembled, bashfully responding, You brute. Why are you so forceful, as if you've never touched a woman before? After dressing, Gu Xingchen stepped out of the crumbling building and approached Lin Nana. Dismissing several Alliance members, he enveloped Lin Nana in his arms, kissing her fervently. Despite her struggles, she eventually ceased resisting, feeling the warmth of their shared embrace. The love coursing between them. Jiu Xingchen recognized Lin Nana's vital role within the Alliance, and as his wife, should he fail to satisfy her, the Alliance might face unforeseen complications. The road to reconstructing the Alliance proved to be more arduous than anticipated. As night fell, Gu Xingchen launched into a fervent pursuit of the enchanting figure in his arms. The walls of the Alliance base echoed with passionate cries, the sound reverberating through the air. Even the heavy walls unable to contain such fervor. In surrounding rooms, the moans could be heard clearly from 50 meters away. Sister, tonight, you shall bear the brunt of Brother Xingchen's affection. Lang Wanqing rubbed her lower body. Even after taking healing medicine, she could still feel a twinge of pain, a tearing sensation that would require a week or two to fully recover. With both Lin Nana and herself, it seemed increasingly challenging to satisfy Gu Xingchen's. They would need to find another. The passionate exchanges continued until dawn, disturbing many who found sleep elusive, their admiration for Gu Xingchen growing. Observing the exhausted figure in his arms, Gu Xingchen planted a satisfied kiss on her slightly pale lips. Clad in his attire, he made his way to the command room, sitting alone at the table, a half-formed energy crystal in hand, yet unable to absorb its essence. Frustration mounted as he tossed the crystal onto the table. Contemplating how to navigate this troublesome situation, suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The door opened to reveal Lung Wanqing, carrying a cup of hot beverage. Xingchen, after a night of turmoil. Are you not resting? Gu Xingchen managed a strained smile that I can't sleep. He suddenly realized the extent of the noise they had made the previous night, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Lung Wanqing set the drink on the table, taking a seat beside him. Are you still thinking about Nana? Did you not conquer her last night? Gu Xingchen sighed. Until we resolve the issues within the alliance. We are destined for doomed, and Nana's abilities are crucial to us. I must. Before he could finish, a flurry of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Report. A soldier's voice called from outside. Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang request an audience. Exchanging concerned glances with Lung Wanqing, Gu Xingchen nodded. Let them in. Commander Zhang and Advisor Wang entered the command room, their expressions grave. Xingchen, we have important matters to discuss, Commander Zhang said solemnly. Gu Xingchen's heart sank. Sensing an impending crisis. What is it? Before Commander Zhang could respond, Advisor Wang interjected, lowering his voice. Regarding the Shadow Lord, he paused for effect. I fear the situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. Gu Xingchen understood that a direct confrontation would not suffice. He needed to find an opportunity to have an earnest heart-to-heart with Lin Nana until she agreed to his perspective. The following day, he deliberately arranged a chance encounter while on patrol, stumbling upon Lin Nana amidst the ruins. What a coincidence! Nana, are you here to unwind as well? Gu Xingchen feigned innocence, as though it were a mere happenstance. Are you trying to dismiss me after one night? Do you think I'm begging for scraps? Lin Nana scoffed, turning away, clearly unwilling to engage. Undeterred, Gu Xingchen approached her, his tone sincere. Nana, I know you're hurting. But I want you to understand, you are a vital partner to me, my beloved wife. This love is more precious than anything. Lin Nana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip. Fighting to keep them at bay. Do you truly feel this way? Of course. You have always been my right hand. Without you, I could not accomplish many things, Gu Xingchen reassured her, gently resting a hand on her shoulder and pulling her into an embrace. Do not overthink it. The alliance needs you, and I do too. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Nana's tears spilled forth. I just love you so much, my dear. I know, Gu Xingchen murmured, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. Everything will be all right. We will start anew together. Lin Nana sobbed in his arms for a while, finally finding solace. Drying her tears, she took a deep breath. Xingchen, thank you. In the next moment, with a gaze as fierce as a hungry wolf, she fixed her eyes on Gu Xingchen. However, tonight you must exert even more effort. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall indeed strive diligently tonight to cherish you. Gu Xingchen replied with a smile. In the ensuing 3 days. The sounds of overwhelming passion echoed from a single room continuously. The following day, Lung Wanqing was forcefully summoned to replace someone for the night, barely managing to hold on. The three of them were nearly exhausted. And the two enchanting figures would not return for at least a month. Promised you. Heavy gasps echoed, as that flawless figure heaved in tandem. Gu Xingchen gazed upon this breathtaking scene, his heart racing like a kitten's claws. Once more, he lunged toward the elegant silhouette, this time with a softer approach. Nana, you are truly beautiful. Before long, the enchanting figure succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber, observing Lung Wanqing, who had only just arrived a day prior. Now in a state of unconsciousness, Gu Xingchen couldn't help but admire Lin Nana's formidable prowess. Had it not been for her exceptional strength, unlike the ordinary Lung Wanqing, she too might have faltered. Lin Nana's return invigorated the alliance, and other factions, witnessing her resurgence, began to engage more actively in alliance matters, instilling a renewed sense of confidence in its future. Although Commander Zhang and strategist Wang still harbored lingering doubts about the Shadow Lord, they momentarily set aside their concerns upon witnessing the unity within the alliance. Everything appeared to be progressing positively. At the celebration banquet, cups clinked and laughter resonated. Gu Xingchen raised his glass, proclaiming loudly, to the future of the alliance. Cheers! The crowd echoed his sentiment, downing their drinks in unison. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Commander Zhang discreetly whispered to General Liu, this celebratory wine may not be as delightful as it seems. The revelry of the banquet gradually subsided. A potent scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Commander Zhang swirled his glass, casting a sidelong glance at General Liu. Old Liu, your appetite for the energy crystals captured this time is rather insatiable. General Liu snorted in response. What? Are you envious, Commander Zhang? My men charge into battle. What's wrong with acquiring more resources? Charge into battle? As if it's only your men who exert themselves. Had it not been for my men holding the rear, you would have been encircled already. Commander Zhang's tone was firm, refusing to yield. The argument escalated, and it appeared they were on the verge of confrontation. Those nearby hastily intervened, the tension palpable. Witnessing this, Gu Xingchen stepped between them, slamming his hand on the table. Enough? What time is it? That you're still bickering amongst yourselves? Do you wish to provide the Shadow Lord with a spectacle? The two finally quieted, albeit still glaring at each other. Gu Xingchen offered a subtle smile. I will address the resource allocation issue. He paused, surveying the surroundings. I propose a new plan, distribution based not on faction size, but rather on combat contributions. This revelation stunned the crowd. Traditionally, allocations were based on faction size. This sudden alteration left everyone bewildered. Commander Zhang and General Lu were equally taken aback, momentarily speechless. Gu Xingchen produced a meticulously prepared list, detailing each faction's performance in battle, including kill counts, casualties, and strategic contributions. This time, the distribution will follow this. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dispute. The crowd examined the list. Some were pleased, others dissatisfied. Yet, cowed by Gu Xingchen's authority, they reluctantly accepted the proposal. Although Commander Zhang and General Lu felt uneasy, they could find no grounds for rebuttal. Gu Xingchen observed the assembly. Knowing this plan was merely a stopgap, the Shadow Lord would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to exploit divisions within the alliance. He must remain ever vigilant to confront the forthcoming challenges. As night deepened, Gu Xingchen stood atop the base, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, faint yet distinct. It's coming. He murmured, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. Boss, what's the matter? Lin Nana approached him, following his gaze but seeing nothing amiss. Gu Xingchen remained silent, tightly gripping the energy crystal in his hand. Chapter 50. Shadows strike again. The alliance in peril. The energy crystal in Gu Xingchen's grasp grew warm, and on the distant horizon, a sinister crimson light began to rise. It was as if the gates of hell had swung open, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered one breathless. It's here. Gu Xingchen barked, his eyes gleaming like two swords slicing through the night sky. Almost simultaneously, a deafening alarm shattered the night's tranquility, echoing throughout the base. The Alliance's forces quickly assembled. However, the Shadow Army's ambush struck far sooner and with greater ferocity than anticipated. An overwhelming tide of shadow creatures surged forth, howling and raging, instantly overwhelming the Alliance's frontline defenses. What on earth are these things? There are so many. General Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress an expletive. His soldiers were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. Steady, steady, don't panic, Commander Zhang shouted hoarsely, striving to maintain order. Yet fear spread like a contagion, plummeting the soldiers' morale. Report, the Eastern Front has fallen. The Southern Front is on the verge of collapse. A frantic messenger rushed in, pallid-faced, delivering the news. Within the Alliance, which was already rife with undercurrents, chaos reigned supreme. I told you this alliance was unreliable. Each faction fighting for themselves is preferable, General Lu roared, harboring long-standing dissatisfaction with the alliance, now shifting all blame onto Gu Xingchen. What good is it to say these things now? The urgent matter is to find a way to fend off the Shadow Army's assault. Lin Nana countered, wielding her sword with grace, resembling a Valkyrie on the battlefield as she struck down the approaching shadow creatures. Lung Wanqing busied herself in the rear, tending to the wounded, her gentle hands emitting a faint green glow, healing the soldiers' injuries. However, confronted with such staggering casualty numbers, she too felt overwhelmed. Gu Xingchen stood high above, surveying the battlefield, his brow furrowed. He understood that this battle was not merely a test of strength, but also a trial of will. The Shadow Lord had evidently come prepared, not only bringing a more formidable army, but also secretly sowing discord, seeking to fracture the Alliance's unity. Shall we go calm the emotions of the Alliance members? We can't let them fall into disarray. Gu Xingchen instructed solemnly. Shall we? Hesitated, her eyes flickering, words caught in her throat. She gazed at Gu Xingchen, who fought valiantly, her heart a tumultuous sea. What? Did you not hear my words? Gu Xingchen's tone sharpened. Shall we? Bit her lip, summoning her courage to speak. Xingchen. You and Lung Wanqing, Lin Nana. This is not the time for such discussions. Before she could finish, Gu Xingchen interrupted her sharply. He turned to strategist Wang, demanding, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Strategist Wang adjusted his glasses, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A glint of coldness flashed across the lenses. Gu Xingchen, your plan is utterly impractical. The Shadow Army is an unstoppable force. Our only viable strategy is to conserve our strength. He scanned the room, his tone laden with incitement. Leaders, are you really going to follow him to your deaths? Why not break out individually? Perhaps there is still a slim chance of survival. Wang's words struck a chord that I've long found this kid intolerable. Brothers, follow me. General Liu instantly rallied, waving his hand, leading his troops away from the alliance's formation. Elder Zhao sighed. Alas, I've long said this alliance is a farce. Let us withdraw too. In an instant, the alliance's morale shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu Xingchen scoffed. Want to leave? It's too late. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the energy crystal in his hand blazed with brilliance, an immense energy wave radiating outward, capturing everyone's attention. Listen up. Those who wish to leave may do so now. But for those who stay, I assure you, we will achieve ultimate victory. He turned to Lin Nana and Lung Wanqing, his tone resolute. We march. Let us take down the Shadow Lord's lair. Xingchen is truly formidable. Lin Nana excitedly brandished her sword, her eyes filled with admiration. Lung Wanqing smiled softly. Star, be careful. Gu Xingchen, accompanied by Lin Nana and a small contingent of elite soldiers, stealthily circled around to the rear of the Shadow Army. He keenly sensed that the energy fluctuations of the Shadow Army were unusually concentrated, indicating that the Shadow Lord was nearby. Brothers, charge with me. At Gu Xingchen's command, the group surged forward like arrows released from a bowstring. They cut through the ranks, slaying countless shadow creatures, advancing directly toward the Shadow Lord's location. Who goes there? The Shadow Lord's voice resonated with shock and fury. Gu Xingchen's figure appeared before him like a wraith. The energy crystal in his hand radiating with overwhelming light. A brilliant beam of energy struck the Shadow Lord in an instant. The Shadow Lord let out a chilling scream, his massive form crashing to the ground. Boss is magnificent. Incredible. Witnessing this scene, the previously fleeing strategist Wang froze in place. His eyes bulged, jaw dropping in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. How did this possible? He mumbled, the confident smile he had worn moments ago evaporating. As they beheld the Shadow Lord's swift demise, the previously wavering faction leaders surged with renewed vigor. Xingchen is amazing. General Liu, now sporting a different demeanor, scampered back. Boss, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused just now. The other wavering factions have also expressed their willingness to continue following Gu Xingchen, temporarily alleviating the internal division crisis within the alliance. Gu Xingchen did not pursue the victory relentlessly. He is acutely aware that to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Upon returning to the base, he immediately convened the leaders of various factions for a clandestine negotiation. Esteemed colleagues, this battle has unveiled the fragility of our alliance and exposed our internal conflicts. Gu Xingchen stated forthrightly, today, we must lay all issues bare for discussion. The atmosphere around the negotiation table grew tense. Commander Zhang pretended to clear his throat and remarked, Brother Xingchen, your recent actions were indeed valiant. Yet they cannot overshadow your previous misjudgments. Commander Zhang, now is not the time to assign blame. Lin Nana interjected without hesitation, our urgent priority is to devise a way to utterly eradicate the shadow forces. Nana speaks wisely. Lang Wanqing concurred, we must unite in order to weather this crisis. Gu Xingchen surveyed the room, his gaze settling on Wang the strategist. Wang, do you have any insights? Wang adjusted his glasses, a glint of coldness flickering in the lens. Gu Xingchen, your plan is overly radical. We should adopt a more cautious strategy. He paused, continuing. For instance, we could negotiate with the shadow forces. Negotiate? Gu Xingchen scoffed. Do you truly believe the shadow forces would engage in dialogue with us? Wang's lips curled into a slight smile. It is all contingent upon human endeavor. He produced a letter from his pocket, stating, this was delivered by an envoy from the Shadow Lord, expressing their willingness to negotiate with us. Gu Xingchen took the letter, opened it, and his expression darkened instantly. This letter. What is it? The crowd inquired in unison. Gu Xingchen slammed the letter onto the table, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. This letter is a forgery. A forgery? Wang feigned astonishment. How could this be? I personally received it at Gu Xingchen let out a cold laugh. Wang, do you have anything else to say? Wang's complexion shifted dramatically, and he suddenly stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Xingchen, shouting, "You are slandering me." At that moment, the conference room door burst open, and several individuals clad in black rushed in, encircling Wang. "Seize him," Gu Xingchen commanded. "What are you doing?" Wang struggled futilely, but to no avail. Gu Xingchen approached him, looking down with a chilling gaze. "Wang, did you think I was unaware that you are a spy sent by the Shadow Lord?" Wang's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, yet he could utter no words. Gu Xingchen turned to the others, his tone icy. "Esteemed colleagues, we now have a more pressing matter at hand." He paused, his gaze falling upon the letter on the table. Regarding this letter, Chapter 51, Devastation of the Shadows. A cold smile crept across Gu Xingchen's lips as he tore the forged letter into shreds. "This letter is merely a ruse employed by the Shadow Lord to sow discord among us. The true crisis is far more severe than what is depicted within this letter." He scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow Lord's minions have infiltrated our alliance. If we fail to unite, we shall meet our demise one by one." The atmosphere at the negotiation table was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. Commander Zhang coughed theatrically. "Mr. Gu, to label these individuals as the Shadow Lord's minions is rather alarmist. I believe it is more crucial to resolve our internal conflicts first." He cast a glance at the weeping Xiao Hui, implying something. Xiao Hui suddenly looked up, tears in her eyes, accusing Gu Xingchen. "Why must you treat me this way? You clearly promised." She choked on her words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The conference room erupted in chaos. Whispers circulated, disdainful expressions emerged, and some watched Gu Xingchen with malicious glee, eager to witness his downfall. "Xiao Hui, please calm down," Lang Wanqing gently urged. "We are facing a great enemy. Personal matters. Personal matters." General Lu slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "What time is it to still be discussing love and romance? Gu Xingchen, if you are a man, be decisive and do not drag everyone down with you." Lin Nana stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Xingchen, coldly stating, "General Lu, please watch your words. What time is it? You, calm down." Gu Xingchen raised his hand to halt Lin Nana, taking a deep breath before slowly speaking. "Esteemed colleagues, I understand that many of you harbor grievances against me. Regarding my personal matters," he paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. "I do not wish to elaborate too much." "Do you not wish to elaborate? What do you mean?" Commander Zhang quipped sarcastically. "Could it be that you truly—" "Commander Zhang," Elder Zhao interjected slowly, "this is not the time to delve into such matters." "Elder Zhao." Gu Xingchen abruptly drew his energy pistol, aimed at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the energy beam pierced through the thick steel, leaving a charred hole. "Anyone who utters another word of nonsense," Gu Xingchen's voice was as cold as the depths of hell, "should not blame me for being impolite." He retracted the energy pistol, his gaze fierce. "Now, I have but one question. Shall we fight, or shall we surrender?" A profound silence ensued. Xiao Hui trembled, her lips quivering as she struggled to voice her thoughts. Yet no words emerged. Gu Xingchen did not shy away from Xiao Hui's mournful gaze. Instead, he smiled openly, patting Lang Wanqing's hand beside him and nodding at Lin Nana. "Brothers, my romantic life is indeed rather colorful. The tenderness of Wanqing, the spiritedness of Nana, the beauty of Xiao Hui. These are all vital components of my life. I do not wish to deceive anyone, nor do I want these matters to affect our unity against the Shadow Lord." His candidness stunned the assembly. This was indeed an impressive display. The conference room fell into a deep silence. Even Commander Zhang was taken aback, thinking, "This fellow truly dares to speak." However, now was not the time for romantic entanglements. Gu Xingchen shifted his tone, his eyes sweeping across the crowd with a piercing intensity. "The Shadow Lord harbors unrelenting ambitions against us. He has not only dispatched troops to our borders, but has also sent spies to infiltrate our ranks, all with the intent of dismantling our alliance." As these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Spies? Who?" General Lu barked, his voice rough. Gu Xingchen smiled coldly, approaching Wang the strategist. "Mr. Wang, could you elucidate why your energy fluctuations resemble those of the Shadow Lord so closely?" Wang's face paled drastically, and he leaped to escape, only to be intercepted by Lin Nana, who swiftly subdued him. You are slandering me," he shouted, his bravado faltering. Gu Xingchen retrieved a black energy crystal from Wang, The signature mark of the Shadow Lord, caught red-handed. What more is there to discuss? He displayed the crystal to the assembly, his tone icy. The Shadow Lord has indeed played a clever game, attempting to sow discord among us with such despicable tactics. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated. Commander Zhang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the strategist he trusted so much was actually a spy of Mr. Gu. It is my failure to discern character, and I nearly fell into the Shadow Lord's trap. He bowed in apology to Gu Xingchen, while other faction leaders also expressed their respect for him. Thus, the internal discord within the alliance was dramatically resolved. Gu Xingchen gazed at the united assembly. A surge of pride swelling within him. He approached the map, pointing at a previously noted marked location. Within 3 days, we must capture this place. He paused. The Black Rock Mine. The Black Rock Mine, difficult to defend yet easy to assault, served as a crucial energy supply station for the Shadow Lord. Securing this location would effectively sever one of the Shadow Lord's limbs. With a commanding voice, Gu Xingchen ordered the Alliance's forces to march towards the Black Rock Mine. As the battle commenced, the Shadow Lord's troops surged forth like a tidal wave, creating a moment of extreme peril. Brothers, hold steady. Develop cautiously. Do not rush. Gu Xingchen commanded from a height, occasionally injecting humor with internet memes. Lightening the tense atmosphere, Lin Nana led the charge, wielding her energy, soared like a goddess of war, unstoppable in her path. Just as expected of my right-hand woman, Gu Xingchen could not help but commend her. Meanwhile, Lung Wanqing provided aid from the rear, her gentle energy soothing the wounded soldiers, like white lotus blossoms blooming amidst the battlefield. Although the Shadow Lord's forces were numerous, the alliance members, under Gu Xingchen's leadership, coordinated seamlessly, employing flexible tactics to withstand the enemy's onslaught. This performance was nothing short of remarkable. General Liu could not help but express his admiration, as his previous doubts evaporated into thin air. Amidst the fierce battle, Gu Xingchen keenly sensed the fluctuations of the Shadow Lord's power. "I found you." A cold smile crept across his face as he directed the Alliance's strongest energy wielder to launch a decisive strike at the source of the fluctuations. A dazzling light tore through the sky, striking at the core of the Shadow Lord's power. The Shadow Lord let out a pained howl, stumbling backward, ultimately retreating. "We have won. We have triumphed." The Alliance members cheered joyously. Celebrating this hard-won victory, Gu Xingchen gazed in the direction of the Shadow Lord's retreat, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Although they emerged victorious from this encounter, the Shadow Lord would undoubtedly not rest easy. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of energy within him. I, too, require greater power. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the Black Rock Mine. What is this? Gu Xingchen felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly made his way toward the mine's interior. Chapter 52. Secrets of the Forbidden Zone. Deep within the Black Rock Mine, the peculiar energy fluctuation left Gu Xingchen restless with anticipation. This sensation was even purer than the energy emanating from the Shadow Lord. He licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. With the Alliance still in its infancy and numerous challenges ahead, to thoroughly eradicate the threat posed by the Shadow Lord, one must possess formidable strength. Dahu, prepare yourself. We shall venture deeper into the Black Rock Mine. Gu Xingchen instructed the burly man beside him. Boss, that place is an energy forbidden zone. It is said that those who enter never return alive. Dahu hesitated, scratching the back of his head. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, I am the chosen one. What is a mere forbidden zone to me? Gu Xingchen clapped Dahu on the shoulder. Conveying a sense of his limited perspective, the two packed their belongings and set off toward the depths of the mine. Before reaching the entrance to the forbidden zone, an elderly woman, hunched and frail, blocked their path. Her face was a tapestry of wrinkles, her gaze clouded, and she leaned heavily on a gnarled wooden staff, resembling a novice NPC from a video game. Youngsters, do not proceed any further. That place is a forbidden zone, and those who enter will be cursed. Her voice rasped, tinged with warning. Grandma Zhou, we merely wish to take a look inside. We will be fine, Gu Xingchen explained patiently. You do not understand. That place is the abode of deities, and mortals must not desecrate it. Grandma Zhou's tone was resolute, unyielding in her stance. Deities, Grandma Zhou, we are in the age of interstellar travel. Why cling to such superstitions? Dahu couldn't help but interject at this. Grandma Zhou's expression darkened, and she struck the ground with her staff. Impudent, How dare you show disrespect to the deities? You young people truly lack awareness of the world. As Grandma Zhou grew increasingly agitated, Dehu began to feel uneasy and tugged at Gu Xingqian's sleeve. Boss, perhaps we should reconsider. Gu Xingqian furrowed his brow, about to speak when a cacophony of footsteps interrupted. A group of villagers wielding hoes and wooden sticks approached them with a menacing demeanor. It seemed Grandma Zhou had summoned them. Gu Xingqian did not force his way through, but instead retrieved some compressed biscuits and clean water from his backpack. Offering them to the villagers, with a sincere smile, Gu Xingqian presented the food and water. Dear villagers, I understand your concerns. However, our journey into the Forbidden Zone is not for our own sake, but for the future of us all. Inside lies a unique energy source that can grant us greater power to combat those accursed mutated creatures and restore our homeland. The villagers exchanged glances, their initial hostility gradually dissipating. Even Grandma Zhou appeared somewhat swayed. Yet she stubbornly replied, Young man, we do not comprehend what you speak of. We only know that the Forbidden Zone is off limits. Gu Xingqian smiled slightly, gesturing toward the barren land in the distance. Grandma Zhou, look at what we have left to lose. Instead of waiting for doom, we might as well take a chance. If we succeed, we can breathe life back into this land. The villagers were moved by Gu Xingqian's words. Their gazes filled with yearning as they looked at the desolate land. Finally, a young villager stepped forward. Grandma Zhou, let them go. We trust them. With the first voice of support, others quickly voiced their agreement. Grandma Zhou sighed and shook her head helplessly. Alas, you young people. Gu Xingqian thanked the villagers, and, accompanied by Lin Nana and a hesitant Dehu, entered the Forbidden Zone. Upon stepping into the forbidden area, a powerful wave of energy struck them, distorting the air around them. Boss, this place is so eerie. Dehu clutched Gu Xingqian's arm, his voice trembling. Steady. Do not panic, Gu Xingqian encouraged, secretly channeling the energy within him to withstand the strange energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past, uprooting trees and sweeping dust and stones into the air, obscuring their vision. A tremendous energy storm materialized out of nowhere, sweeping toward them. This is bad. An energy storm. Gu Xingqian's expression changed dramatically as he pushed Lin Nana aside. Shouting, Get down, Lin Nana reacted swiftly, ducking behind a massive rock, while Dehu, in a bid to protect Gu Xingqian, was engulfed by the energy storm and vanished in an instant. Dehu. Gu Xingqian's eyes widened in despair as he rushed toward the center of the storm. Calling out, Dehu, where are you? The chaotic energy storm raged, and Gu Xingqian felt as though his body was being torn apart. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the tempest, his heart filled with anxiety and worry. He had to find Dehu. Dehu. Hold on. Gu Xingqian's voice was swallowed by the howling winds, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He extended his hand, feeling the chaotic energy fluctuations around him, when a faint energy wave caught his attention. Wait, this feeling is. Gu Xingqian squinted. This faint energy wave resembled the energy source he had sensed before, albeit weaker, like an echo. Could it be Dehu? A spark of hope ignited within Gu Xingqian as he followed the energy wave. Gradually, the energy storm subsided, and the dust settled. Gu Xingqian finally discovered Dehu trapped in a crevice of collapsed rocks. Dehu lay there, barely conscious and battered, and had it not been for his unique constitution, he would have perished. Boss, I almost met my end here, Dehu said weakly, though a hint of relief flickered across his face. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Gu Xingqian hurriedly retrieved an energy potion from his backpack and administered it to Dehu. The potion dissolved instantly, flowing like warmth throughout Dehu's body. The surrounding energy sources, having stirred during the storm, became vibrant, pouring pure energy into Dehu, visibly healing his wounds. This energy is incredible, Dehu exclaimed, feeling as though he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly rejuvenated. Gu Xingqian thought to himself, this place's energy is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the brief tranquility. A massive mutated lizard appeared before them, its body covered in thick scales gleaming like metal, its blood-red eyes fixated on Gu Xingqian and Dehu, as if intent on devouring them whole. Boss, this creature looks like Godzilla, Dehu cried out. The mutated lizard opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames aimed directly at Gu Xingqian. Get down. Gu Xingqian tackled Dehu to the ground, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Together, Gu Xingqian and Dehu engaged in a fierce battle against the mutated lizard. With its tough hide and ferocious attacks, Dehu began to falter. Observing the creature closely, Gu Xingqian noticed that a section of its underbelly bore lighter scales, seemingly a weak point. Seizing the opportunity, He concentrated his energy into a single point and struck the lizard's vulnerable belly with all his might. The mutated lizard let out a chilling scream and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding energy sources surged in response to the battle. Releasing even greater power, Jiu Xingqian felt an unprecedented wave of energy, identical to the energy source he had sensed earlier, yet more intense and pure. This is it. Ecstatic, Gu Xingqian realized he had found the special energy source he had been seeking. Suddenly, a sultry voice broke the moment. "Oh, isn't this Gu the Handsome? What a coincidence. Are you here treasure hunting too?" Sun Xiaomei sauntered out from behind a boulder, a seductive smile on her face, though a glint of greed sparkled in her eyes. "Want this treasure? Bring something to trade." She pointed at the energy source while extending her delicate hand. Gu Xingqian regarded Sun Xiaomei, his gaze gradually turning cold. "What do you want?" Chapter 53. Market Bargains. Sun Xiaomei chuckled playfully, casting a flirtatious glance. My request is simple. As long as you agree to assist me with a small task, this treasure will be yours. What task? Gu Xingqian did not immediately acquiesce, scrutinizing her with a sharp gaze. Sun Xiaomei leaned closer, whispering a few words into his ear. Jiu Xingqian's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. Sun Xiaomei smiled with satisfaction and led Gu Xingqian and Dahu toward the heart of the energy forbidden zone. After addressing matters within the forbidden zone, Gu Xingqian decided to visit the energy materials trading market to procure some auxiliary materials to elevate his energy level. Leaving Dahu to guard the energy source, Gu Xingqian ventured alone into the bustling market. The market was alive with chatter, the sounds of various vendors hawking their wares filling the air. A dazzling array of peculiar energy materials overwhelmed the senses. Jiu Xingqian's goal was clear. He sought 3 types of auxiliary materials: stardust sand, moon spirit stone, and earth core fire crystal. These 3 materials are essential for enhancing energy levels, yet they are exceedingly rare in the market and command exorbitant prices. After much searching, Gu Xingqian finally discovered a shop that sells all 3. The proprietor, a stout, oily-faced man known as Boss Ma, scrutinized Gu Xingqian from head to toe. "Young sir, you clearly have an eye for quality. This stardust sand was painstakingly sourced from the farthest northern lands, each grain brimming with potent energy, truly a rare find in today's market. I'll let it go for a flat price of 1,000 energy coins." Gu Xingqian scoffed inwardly at the outrageous price. 1,000 energy coins? That was double the market rate. Is it really that expensive? Other places only charge 500 energy coins. He feigned surprise. Boss Ma, sensing an opportunity, quickly shifted his demeanor, feigning indignation. "Young sir, don't let the rumors mislead you. This stardust sand is the real deal, top-notch quality. What can you buy for 500 energy coins? Perhaps mere fakes. I assure you, my pricing is fair. One gets what one pays for." As he spoke, Boss Ma presented several dull moon spirit stones and earth core fire crystals, vowing, "Look at these moon spirit stones and earth core fire crystals. They are the finest of their kind. If it weren't for your charming presence, I would part with them." Gu Xingqian, maintaining his composure, picked up a moon spirit stone, scrutinizing it closely. He noted its lackluster sheen and weak internal energy fluctuations. It was clearly a substandard imitation. "Are these genuine?" he thought, cursing Boss Ma's deceitfulness internally while outwardly feigning indecision. Noticing a flicker of uncertainty in Gu Xingqian, Boss Ma seized the moment. "Young sir, I pride myself on integrity in business. I guarantee that my materials are the best available. If you find the price too steep, I can offer a 10% discount. What do you say?" Gu Xingqian chuckled coldly at the notion of a discount. Boss Ma was clearly not one to yield easily. He shook his head, preparing to depart, when he suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation emanating from a box behind Boss Ma. "What's inside that box?" Gu Xingqian inquired, his heart racing with urgency that he needed those materials to elevate his energy level. If the Shadow Lord returned, he would be in dire straits. At that moment, protecting himself was paramount. "No, I must secure these today." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," he exclaimed, putting on an act of being thoroughly charmed by Boss Ma. "In this day and age, quality goods are truly hard to come by. I'll take everything: the stardust sand, moon spirit stones, and earth core fire crystals. Whatever you have, I'll take it all." Boss Ma's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his chubby face breaking into a beaming smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. "This lad is definitely a fat sheep. Today, I shall strike it rich." He eagerly ushered Gu Xingqian into the back room. "Please, come inside." I have plenty of fine goods that will surely satisfy you. Gu Xingchen followed Boss Ma into the back, maintaining a stoic exterior while contemplating how to drive the price down. That he discreetly activated his energy sensing ability, meticulously scanning every corner of the room. What a clever merchant Boss Ma is, he mused. The so-called premium goods were nothing but weakly energized rubbish. The true treasures were concealed within an inconspicuous, dilapidated wooden box. Feigning casual curiosity, Gu Xingchen pointed to the box and asked, "Boss, what's in that box? May I take a look?" Boss Ma's eyes flickered momentarily before he hastily waved his hand. "Oh, that? Just some worthless junk. Not worth a penny." Gu Xingchen smirked inwardly. The more Boss Ma protested, the more it indicated there was something valuable inside. He casually kicked the box, exclaiming, "Oh dear, boss, this box is falling apart. Be careful not to damage the treasures inside." Boss Ma's face froze, a forced laugh escaping his lips. "What treasures? You jest." Young Sir Gu Xingchen merely smiled knowingly at him. "That if you truly believe it's worthless, why not sell it to me at a cheaper price? Consider it a clearance of inventory." Boss Ma hesitated, calculating in his mind. This lad seemed a bit foolish. Perhaps he could be bamboozled. With a reluctant grimace, he replied, "Very well. If you desire it so much, I'll let it all go for 5,000 energy coins." Gu Xingchen nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. 5,000 energy coins for so many treasures. Did Boss Ma take him for a fool? He stifled his mirth and raised a single finger. 1,000. 1,000? You might as well rob a bank. This is... Boss Ma yelped in outrage. "Are you certain you want me to disclose the location of your hidden treasures?" Gu Xingchen interrupted, gesturing toward the shabby wooden box with a tone of calm foreboding. Boss Ma's smile faltered, his face contorting with discomfort. This lad was no simpleton. His eyes darted around as he cursed internally, realizing he had been discovered. "Young sir, what do you mean?" Boss Ma stammered. Attempting to regain his composure despite his trembling voice, that Gu Xingchen let out a cold laugh before striding over to the rickety wooden box and kicking it open. Inside lay an abundance of stardust sand, moon spirit stones, and earth core fire crystals, all radiating a vibrant energy. The quality was worlds apart from the rubbish Boss Ma had previously showcased. How shameless of Boss Ma to deceive. He truly deserves this, Gu Xingchen thought, noting how the onlooking merchants gaped in astonishment, whispering among themselves. Boss Ma's complexion shifted from green to white, resembling a painter's palette. Watching his profits vanish, he seethed with frustration. "Young sir, please don't let me explain." "Explain? What is there to explain? Explain your deception with fake goods. Explain your outrageous pricing." Gu Xingchen retorted, his voice icy, his gaze piercing like a dagger aimed at Boss Ma's heart. "Aye, Boss Ma stuttered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Gu Xingchen escalated the confrontation. "The Market Regulatory Office is just around the corner. Shall I escort you for a cup of tea to discuss further?" At the mention of the Regulatory Office, Boss Ma's legs turned to jellied. He was acutely aware of their authority. If they discovered he was selling counterfeit goods, the consequences would be severe. A hefty fine or even a shutdown loomed over him. No. Young sir, let us discuss this calmly," Boss Ma pleaded, his jowls trembling with fear. "That I will take all these materials for 1,000 energy coins. Agree, and we have a deal. Refuse, and I will report you." Gu Xingchen smirked coldly. Boss Ma, biting his lip, felt as though he were bleeding internally. 1,000 energy coins. Such a loss was akin to giving away his grandmother's inheritance. Yet, preserving his shop was paramount. Deal. Boss Ma lamented, begrudgingly conceding to Gu Xingchen's demands. Surrounding merchants admired Gu Xingchen's cleverness, offering him thumbs up in admiration, ignoring them. Gu Xingchen paid the 1,000 energy coins, collecting all the materials before departing triumphantly. Upon returning to the energy restriction zone, De Hu awaited eagerly. "Did you manage to secure them?" he inquired. Gu Xingchen raised the bag of materials triumphantly. "Absolutely. Now, let us proceed to the sacred training grounds." De Hu nodded, and the two set off toward a remote area. Upon reaching a valley, De Hu pointed toward a faintly visible barrier. "That's it." But he paused, retrieving an ancient parchment scroll from his pocket. This barrier, Chapter 54, Sacred Ground Training. De Hu unfurled the scroll, revealing a myriad of peculiar symbols inscribed upon it. This barrier is not easily breached. It is said that one must gain the approval of the guardian of the sacred ground to enter. No sooner had he spoken than an elderly figure appeared out of thin air, clad in tattered robes, hair in disarray, and munching on a chicken leg with great relish. Who is making such a racket? Disturbing my chicken leg feast? This old man was none other than Master Chun, the guardian of the sacred training ground. Gu Xingchen stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Master Chun, I am Gu Xingchen, and I wish to enter the sacred ground for training. I hope you will grant my request. Master Chin cast a sidelong glance at him. You, with those spindly arms and legs, you think you can enter the sacred ground? You ought to take a good look at yourself. With that, he casually tossed aside the chicken bone. If you wish to enter, you must first answer 3 questions correctly. Answer wrongly, and you'll be shown the door. Gu Xingchen thought to himself, what a cunning old fox. But maintained a neutral expression. Master, please pose your questions. For the first question, what becomes dirtier the more you wash it? Master Chin asked with a mischievous grin. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xingchen confidently replied, water. Very good, a bit of cleverness there. Master Chin nodded, before continuing. For the second question, what can only be added to, never diminished? Without hesitation, Gu Xingchen answered, age. Interesting. Master Chin stroked his chin, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. For the final question, listen closely. Name a word that can describe both men and women. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow. The old man's question was indeed quite tricky. After a brief contemplation, a confident smile crept onto his lips. All right. Master Chin was taken aback. All right. What do you mean? Gu Xingchen chuckled. Master, the word you seek is none other than good. Men are good, and women are good too. Master Chin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This rascal had found a loophole. His beard bristled in indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Xingchen. You were resorting to sophistry. Gu Xingchen shrugged. A soldier must not shy away from clever tactics. Master. Master Chin glared at him for a long while, ultimately sighing in resignation. Consider yourself fortunate. Step inside. With great reluctance, he opened the entrance to the sacred ground. Gu Xingchen exchanged a knowing smile with De Hu. Just as they were about to enter, Master Chin called out to them once more. Wait, young man. Let me tell you, within the sacred ground. He leaned in conspiratorially, whispering into Gu Xingchen's ear. As Gu Xingchen stepped into the sacred ground, he felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a valley suffused with spiritual energy. The dense energy was almost palpable, making even breathing feel rejuvenating. He understood that this was the core area for cultivation. As time elapsed, Gu Xingchen grew anxious, worrying that the Shadow Lord would regain his strength and launch another attack, while he remained trapped outside the sacred ground. Young man, do not celebrate too soon. Master Chin's voice echoed ominously. This sacred ground is not a place for just anyone to cultivate. You see those stone tablets? Each one is inscribed with an energy restriction. Only by breaking the restriction can you absorb the energy within. If you cannot break it, well, the consequences are yours to bear. Master Chin revealed a sinister smile. Gu Xingchen surveyed his surroundings and indeed spotted dozens of stone tablets standing in the valley, each exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. He approached one of the tablets, scrutinizing the restriction inscribed upon it, his brow furrowed in concentration. The restriction was exceedingly complex, far surpassing his previous expectations. After several failed attempts to break the restriction, Gu Xingchen found himself increasingly frustrated. This old man was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. He cursed inwardly. Suddenly, he recalled the special energy source he had obtained in the energy restriction zone and the auxiliary materials he had scavenged from the trading market. Why not give it a try? Gu Xingchen's mind sparked with inspiration as he combined the special energy source with the auxiliary materials. Following a method that emerged in his mind, he began attempting to break the restriction. Streams of peculiar light erupted from his hands, colliding with the restriction on the tablet and producing a series of resonant hums. Master Chin watched in stunned disbelief. This young man, he rubbed his eyes in astonishment. The combination of the special energy source and auxiliary materials was something he had never encountered before. As time passed, the restriction on the tablet gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely. A surge of pure energy rushed into Gu Xingchen's body, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. I did it. He rejoiced inwardly. However, just then, Master Chin suddenly made a move, sending a stream of energy directly at Gu Xingchen. Young man, dream on. He scoffed. I have yet to consent to your absorption of energy. Gu Xingchen had been prepared. He sidestepped the attack and coldly regarded Master Chun. What is the meaning of this, Master Chun? Master Chin chuckled darkly. What do you mean? The energy in the sacred ground is not given freely. If you wish to absorb it, you must first pass my test, A glimmer of challenge sparkled in his eyes. "Show me your true abilities, young man." Gu Xingchen took a deep breath. "Bring it on," he declared. "Let me see just how much you can handle." Radiance flickered in his hands as powerful energy waves surged forth. "Wait," Master Chen suddenly called out, a strange smile creeping onto his face. "I've just remembered that." Gu Xingchen scoffed. "Old man, stop with the theatrics. I am determined to absorb this energy today." With that, he ceased his chatter and channeled all his energy, forcefully striking against the energy restriction of the sacred ground. "Good lad, you've got guts," Master Chen exclaimed, unleashing his full power as well. In an instant, the sacred ground erupted with energy, dust swirling as if the world were ending. True to his role as the guardian of the sacred ground, Master Chen's strength was unfathomable. He formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations as ancient powers manifested into energy chains that coiled towards Gu Xingchen. A mere parlor trick, Gu Xingchen dismissed, his form darting like lightning as he deftly evaded the energy chains. The special energy source in his hand flared brilliantly, forming a protective shield that deflected all attacks. "Interesting. It seems I must take this seriously." Master Chen's eyes widened in surprise before he burst into hearty laughter. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding stone tablets began to resonate with his energy, emitting even more formidable waves of power. "Come on." Gu Xingchen felt his battle spirit ignite. Unperturbed, he maximized his internal energy. Engaging Master Chen in a cataclysmic clash of power, the energy surges within the sacred ground intensified, capturing the attention of the entire alliance. Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana waited anxiously, both sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the sacred ground. "Xingchen, you must emerge safely." Lung Wanqing clasped her hands together, silently praying. Deep within the sacred ground, the battle between Gu Xingchen and Master Chen had reached a fever pitch. They exchanged lethal blows, the surrounding energy vortexes raging as if intent on tearing everything apart. Finally, Gu Xingchen seized an opportunity. Pushing the power of the special energy source to its limits, the blinding light burst forth, instantly shattering Master Chen's defenses. Puffed. Master Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paling. He stared incredulously at Gu Xingchen, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. You actually. Gu Xingchen ignored Master Chen's astonishment, pressing his advantage to pour the remaining energy into the special energy source. Forcefully breaching the last barrier of the sacred ground. An incomparably pure energy surged into Gu Xingchen's body, as if he had become a bottomless pit, ravenously absorbing the surrounding energy. "Enough is enough. I concede defeat," Master Chen sighed, watching the scene unfold with a resigned expression. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. "However, young man, do not rejoice too soon." He suddenly extended his hand, offering Gu Xingchen a black stone. "Take this. It may prove useful to you." Chapter 55, Convergence of Energy. The brilliance abruptly receded, and deep within the sacred ground, the dust settled. Gu Xingchen's form gradually materialized, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Enveloped in a radiant glow, clenching his fists, he felt the surging energy within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I did it." Upon his return to the Alliance base, Gu Xingchen's appearance sparked a commotion. The onlookers gaped at him, as if witnessing a miracle. The previously fatigued Alliance members suddenly seemed invigorated, as if rejuvenated by a surge of energy. "The boss must be cheating," Dahu exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Xingchen merely smiled faintly, his profound gaze sweeping over the crowd as plans began to form in his mind. "Now, I need everyone's cooperation to consolidate our energy." Gu Xingchen's voice resonated powerfully. Imbued with undeniable authority, the Alliance members fell silent, attentively listening to his directives. Utilizing his formidable energy perception, Gu Xingchen swiftly identified the weak links within the Alliance's energy system that he extended his palm. Pure energy flowing like a gentle stream, instantly fortifying the previously fragile energy barrier. As the energy continued to pour in, the entire defense system of the Alliance base was significantly enhanced. The energy barrier shimmered with brilliant light, akin to an impregnable fortress safeguarding the Alliance's safety. "Incredible. The boss is practically a human power bank," Dahu shouted in excitement, and the other members joined in, their spirits soaring. Gu Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing an undercurrent of unease, Dahu immediately increased vigilance. "I have a feeling something is about to happen." Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana gazed at Gu Xingchen, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Xingchen, you are simply amazing. You are our guardian angel." Lang Wanqing gently offered him a glass of water, speaking softly. Lin Nana looked on with unabashed adoration. Gu Xingchen accepted the water, smiling as he replied, "Let us keep it low-key." No need for excessive praise. Yet internally, he reveled in the moment. Such a reputation must be upheld. However, the alliance was not without its fractures. Leaders of smaller factions began whispering amongst themselves. What is Gu Xingchen up to? Concentrating everyone's energy in his hands. Does he seek to dominate? Exactly. What if one day he turns against us? Wouldn't we be at his mercy? Though their murmurs were quiet, they spread like a virus. Upon returning from patrol, Dahu's expression turned grave. "Boss, there's movement from the Shadow Lord's side. Their scouts have appeared nearby. Gu Xingchen's eyes narrowed. It seems they are targeting me. They plan to launch a sneak attack while I am still establishing my footing? How naive." He swiftly issued orders to enhance patrols and defenses, placing all personnel on high alert. "Boss Gu, you have drained everyone's energy. How are we to defend ourselves now? Should we resort to biting?" At that moment, a scrawny fellow stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Instantly, several individuals stood behind him, echoing, "Exactly. We have no energy left. How can we fight? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death?" Gu Xingchen regarded the group with a frigid gaze. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the entire base. Dahu burst in, urgency etched across his face. "Boss, the Shadow Lord's main force is approaching. They are coming in full force, and we fear." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted outside the base, causing the ground to tremble. "Heh, it seems the show is about to begin." Gu Xingchen chuckled coldly. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, he turned to the scrawny man and said slowly, "Do you still believe I lack ability?" Far from being angered by the doubts cast upon him, Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a playful smile. "No energy? Who said that?" With a grand gesture, a torrent of energy surged into the central energy hub of the base, illuminating the previously dim energy indicator, which even began to overload, emitting crackling sounds. "Now then, is that enough for you to bite?" Gu Xingchen's display left the audience astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. "Boss is incredible," Dahu exclaimed. While others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Gu Xingchen filled with awe. With the explanations concluded, Gu Xingchen swiftly began to assign alert duties. He was acutely aware that the Shadow Lord was no trivial adversary and that thorough preparations were essential. "Dahu, take a team to the east, keeping a close watch on the Shadow Lord's vanguard. Nana, you lead a team to the west to prevent any surprise attacks. Remember, safety first. Play it safe and do not be reckless." Gu Xingchen issued commands methodically, showcasing his formidable leadership. "Lang Wanking, you are in charge of logistical support. Ensure that all personnel receive adequate energy supply. Additionally, prepare some good items for me. I anticipate I will need them shortly." Gu Xingchen smiled mysteriously, and Lang Wanking nodded in understanding, a hint of concern evident in her gentle gaze. Just as the Alliance's alert was fully established, a scout rushed in, clearly flustered. "Report, boss. The Shadow Lord's main force has emerged en masse, heading straight for us." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingchen's expression hardened, a sense of foreboding enveloping the room. "Heh, they have finally arrived. I was beginning to think they would hide like turtles." He inhaled deeply, a spark illuminating his eyes. "Notify everyone to prepare for battle. This time, we shall make the Shadow Lord aware of our might." Gu Xingchen strode towards the weapons depot, grasping a uniquely designed energy weapon, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "It has been a while since I have had the chance to stretch my muscles. I hope the Shadow Lord can provide me with some excitement." He paused and turned to Lang Wanking, saying, "By the way, please fetch that galactic battle armor for me. Today, I intend to show them what true power looks like." Chapter 56. Pre-battle preparations. The news brought by the scout detonated within the base like a bombshell. "Finally, they have come. I thought they would wait until the new year." Gu Xingchen exhibited no signs of panic, instead revealing a cold smile that he swiftly ordered the base to enter a state of heightened alert. Upon reaching the storage room, he began to inventory supplies, energy weapons, protective gear, medical supplies, meticulously checking each item to ensure everything was flawless. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a supply list: Star Core shields. These shields, derived from specially refined energy ores, could effectively withstand the Shadow Lord's dark energy attacks and were pivotal for the upcoming battle. Dahu, how many Star Core shields do we have in stock? Gu Xingchen inquired of Dahu, who stood nearby. "Report, boss, we only have 10 sets left, which is woefully insufficient." Dahu's face was filled with anxiety. 10 sets. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, he understood that without an adequate supply of Star Core shields, the battle would be exceptionally arduous. The Shadow Lord's dark energy attacks were unpredictable, and ordinary energy shields would be utterly ineffective against them. As time ticked away, the Shadow Lord's forces drew ever closer, and the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Gu Xingchen paced restlessly, racking his brain for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Forbidden Zone. As the name suggests, it was a perilous area near the base, rich in energy ores but infested with various ferocious mutated creatures. No one dared to venture there unless absolutely necessary. It's now or never. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes. Dahu, assemble an elite team. We are heading to the Forbidden Zone. Boss, that's far too dangerous. The Shadow Lord's army could arrive at any moment. Leaving the base now. Dahu urged, concern evident in his voice. We cannot afford to hesitate. Without Star Core shields, we have no chance of victory. Gu Xingchen replied firmly, entrusting the base to Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana. With that, he strode toward the equipment room without looking back. He picked up a specially crafted energy battle suit, his eyes shimmering with resolve. That moment, Lung Wangqing approached, her face somewhat pale, holding a delicate box. Xingchen, wait. Her voice trembled slightly. What is it? Gu Xingchen asked. Puzzled, Lung Wangqing slowly opened the box, revealing a softly glowing crystal resting within. This is. Gu Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the crystal. Lung Wangqing gently handed it to him. This is. She hesitated. Something I prepared for you. The crystal she presented emitted a gentle light. It was a high-purity Star Core. Gu Xingchen was rendered speechless, astonishment flooding his senses. Where did you acquire this? He was acutely aware of the rarity of such a high-purity Star Core, far more precious than the materials for their stock of Star Core shields. Lung Wangqing smiled tenderly, tears glistening in her eyes. Silly. Have you forgotten my abilities? She gently caressed Gu Xingchen's cheek. I sensed powerful energy fluctuations deep within the Forbidden Zone, ventured in, and discovered this. She paused. It was extremely dangerous. I nearly, her tone tinged with trepidation. Gu Xingchen pulled her into an embrace, kissing her fervently, filled with both gratitude and fear. Promise me, you won't do anything so perilous again, understood? His tone was both commanding and gentle. Lung Wangqing nodded softly in his arms, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. Wait. Suddenly, Lung Wangqing broke free from Gu Xingchen's embrace, playfully winking. This is just the beginning. The real spectacle is yet to come. She led Gu Xingchen to a concealed cave at the back of the base. Drumroll, please. The moment of miracles has arrived. She theatrically pushed open the heavy stone door. Inside the cave, a mountain of Star Core ores sparkled with dazzling brilliance, resembling a radiant starry sky. Gu Xingchen stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. This is far too much. How many Star Core shields can we make with this? He stammered, overwhelmed with excitement, as if caught in a dream. Hee, what do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? Lung Wangqing struck a triumphant pose, resembling a proud little peacock. Wangqing, you are truly my lucky star. With these Star Cores, we can. Gu Xingchen snapped back to reality, lifting Lung Wangqing and spinning her around joyfully. Cough, cough. Lin Nana interjected awkwardly, breaking the moment. Now is not the time for sweet nothings. The enemy is nearly at our doorstep. She crossed her arms, exuding a sense of exasperation as she looked at the two. Yes, boss. We should first consider how to allocate these Star Cores. Dahu scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Gu Xingchen finally realized he had lost his composure, awkwardly setting Lung Wangqing down and clearing his throat. Ahem, Lin Nana is right. We should discuss the distribution plan first. He glanced at the towering pile of Star Cores, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This matter of distribution would likely prove more challenging than the battle itself. The Star Core ores, stacked like small mountains, illuminated the entire cave and the complex emotions of the gathered individuals. How on earth were they to divide this? Dahu scratched his head, breaking the silence. Though simple-minded, he understood that these Star Core ores represented not merely defensive power but also the hope for survival. In the apocalypse, hope often outweighed gold in value. It should be allocated according to contribution. Those who put in the most effort should receive the most, a gruff voice echoed, belonging to the leader of the combat team, a burly figure with a face full of rough features, exuding an intimidating presence. Nonsense. Does our medical team contribute less? Who tends to the injured if not us? Without us, you would have been done for long ago, a clear, crisp voice retorted, belonging to the leader of the medical team, a petite, yet formidable woman. The cave erupted into chaos, as various factions argued, each convinced of their major contributions and deserving of a larger share of the star core ores. Gu Xingchen rubbed his temples. Feeling overwhelmed, this distribution issue was proving to be more challenging than the impending battle. Silence, everyone. Gu Xingchen's thunderous roar silenced the crowd. What is all this noise? Like a group of market vendors. He paused, surveying the assembly with eyes sharp as blades. We are in an apocalyptic world, not playing house. We must unite as one to survive. Put away your petty calculations. He took a deep breath and continued. My distribution plan is quite simple. Those who contribute more shall receive more, while those who contribute less will receive less. Frontline fighters, who brave the battlefield, will naturally be given priority. The medical team, saving lives, plays an indispensable role as well. The logistics personnel, ensuring the supply of resources, are equally vital. I will assess each individual's contributions to ensure fairness and justice. His words resonated with authority, imbued with the gravitas of a leader, compelling all present to acquiesce willingly. Under Gu Xingchen's command, the Star Core ore was swiftly processed into Star Core shields and distributed to each warrior. Within the base, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The soldiers stood fully armed, bracing themselves. Each person was acutely aware that this would be a battle for survival. Gu Xingchen stood atop a platform, gazing into the distance, his gaze profound and unwavering. In his hand, he clutched a unique Star Core, a gift from Long Wanqing, the source of his strength. They are coming. Lin Nana's voice shattered the silence. Gu Xingchen looked up to see a mass of dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Oppressive, as if the end of days had arrived. The clouds churned ominously, revealing countless grotesque figures within. Prepare for battle. Gu Xingchen's voice echoed across the base, like a thunderclap igniting the warrior's spirits. Lang Wanqing approached Gu Xingchen, gently grasping his hand, her eyes filled with worry and encouragement. Be careful. Gu Xingchen returned her grip, offering a reassuring glance. Do not worry. I will return. He turned to De Hu, commanding, De Hu, activate the defense system. Yes. De Hu obeyed the order. Suddenly, the Star Core in Gu Xingchen's hand began to vibrate violently, emitting a dazzling light. What is happening? Chapter 57. The Alliance's final battle. The Star Core erupted in blinding brilliance. And within that light, Gu Xingchen felt a surge of immense energy flooding into his being. This energy was so pure and powerful that it was nearly overwhelming. What is going on? De Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. The Shadow Lord, a towering figure cloaked in darkness, advanced menacingly, bringing with him a tide of dark forces, intent on breaching the Alliance's defenses. Though the Alliance soldiers stood ready, many felt their throats tighten under the weight of this formidable presence. Brothers, do not falter. Let us take them down. One soldier attempted to rally his comrades, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. The Shadow Lord has struck. He swung a colossal dark sword, unleashing waves of black energy that sliced through the air like scythes of death, crashing down upon the Alliance's defenses. Boom! Explosions erupted in succession. The Alliance's fortifications tearing apart as if made of paper, with soldiers suffering grievously amidst the cacophony of screams and detonations, painting a scene of utter devastation. The morale of the Alliance began to wane. Fear creeping through the ranks. It's over. We're done for. A soldier cried in despair. Even Lin Nana, usually so brave and resolute, paled in the face of this onslaught. She gritted her teeth, wielding her longsword to fend off the dark creatures. But it was evident that she was struggling. Lang Wanqing tended to the wounded from the rear, her efforts feeling utterly inadequate as the number of casualties mounted, her heart sinking further with each passing moment. Xingchen, what should we do? Lang Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Xingchen, hoping for a solution. In that moment, Gu Xingchen, enveloped in the Star Core's radiance, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A fierce light flickering within. Finally, it has come. Gu Xingchen ascended slowly, the light of the Star Core forming a massive energy shield around him. He extended his hand, summoning a radiant energy sword that sparkled like starlight. You wretched fools dare to act brazenly before me. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Gu Xingchen's mouth. With a mighty swing of his sword, a colossal wave of energy swept forth. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Shadow Lord's vanguard was obliterated in an instant, as effortlessly as autumn leaves swept away by the wind. The boss has shown them. De Hu couldn't help but exclaim, while the other Alliance soldiers stared in awe, witnessing what seemed a miracle. The boss is magnificent. The Alliance soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, their spirits soaring to new heights, upon witnessing the annihilation of his vanguard. The Shadow Lord's expression darkened. With a furious roar, he joined the fray himself, wielding his dark sword in a lethal charge toward Gu Xingchen. A mere trick, Gu Xingchen scoffed, meeting the onslaught with his energy sword. Two immense forces collided, creating a cataclysmic sound. The Shadow Lord's attacks were unpredictable, darting like a phantom, but Gu Xingchen remained calm, expertly anticipating the Shadow Lord's moves through his acute perception of energy, deftly countering each strike. Xingchen, be careful, Lang Huaqing shouted from the back, anxiety lacing her voice. Lin Nana brandished her longsword, prepared to support Gu Xingchen at a moment's notice. As Gu Xingchen battled the Shadow Lord, he directed the alliance members to work in unison, that he utilized Lin Nana's swift assaults and Dahu's formidable defenses to keep the Shadow Lord off balance. Is this all you have? You can't even touch a hair on my head, Gu Xingchen taunted mid-battle, infuriating the Shadow Lord with his agile tactics. The Shadow Lord's attacks grew more frenzied, yet he could not penetrate Gu Xingchen's defenses. This kid is a bit too uncanny. The Shadow Lord mused. Suddenly, Gu Xingchen paused, as if he had discerned something. Wait, he whispered, his gaze fixated on the flickering glow at the Shadow Lord's chest. So that's it. A cold smile spread across his face. Your weakness is right there. The Shadow Lord continued his relentless assault, oblivious to the cunning glint in Gu Xingchen's eyes. The boss is about to unleash his ultimate move. Dahu shouted excitedly. Sensing the impending climax, Gu Xingchen inhaled deeply. Feeling the Star Core's power surge within him, he raised his energy sword high, its brilliance intensifying, as if threatening to tear the very sky asunder. Brace yourself, Star Core explosive slash. A dazzling beam of sword energy, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtled toward the Shadow Lord's chest, targeting the flickering glow. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield. The very ground trembled beneath the shockwave. The Shadow Lord let out a blood-curdling scream as the glow at his chest shattered, his dark powers dissipating like a deflated balloon. Impossible. This cannot be. The Shadow Lord roared in disbelief, his form disintegrating and ultimately transforming into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into thin air. We won. We have triumphed. The Alliance soldiers erupted into jubilant cheers, embracing one another in celebration of this hard-won victory. Lin Nana excitedly rushed to Gu Xingchen, throwing her arms around him. Xingchen, you were incredible. Lang Huaqing approached, her eyes filled with tenderness. Xingchen, are you all right? Gu Xingchen smiled gently, patting Lang Huaqing's hand. I'm fine, don't worry. He surveyed the jubilant Alliance members, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Suddenly, Gu Xingchen sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, and his expression shifted dramatically as he looked skyward. Wait. Chapter 58. Energy Foundation smoke filled the air. Remnants of battle scattered about, and a nauseating scent of burnt debris permeated the atmosphere. Gu Xingchen stood amidst this ravaged battlefield, akin to a solitary king surveying the land he had claimed with blood and sweat. The Shadow Lord was no more. The Alliance had secured final victory, and the soldiers rejoiced, celebrating the hard-earned peace. Lin Nana excitedly enveloped him in a bear hug, almost squeezing the breath from his lungs. While Lang Huaqing tenderly examined his wounds, her gaze brimming with concern. Xingchen, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Lang Huaqing's soft voice trembled slightly as her delicate fingers brushed against Gu Xingchen's face. Do not worry, it's just a scratch. Gu Xingchen feigned nonchalance, though his mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Although the Shadow Lord had been vanquished, this battle had illuminated the inadequacies of his own power. Despite having reached a new level of energy in this life-or-death moment, his strength felt unstable, akin to a wild stallion difficult to tame. This realization left him with a sense of unease. A new order must be established in this world, and the foundation of that order rests upon his formidable strength. He closed his eyes, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing within him, hot and violent like molten lava. While this energy was potent, it lacked a sense of harmony and fluidity. At times it surged like a tempest, at others it trickled like a gentle stream, making it challenging to harness at will. This sensation, it's like network latency. Lagging. Gu Xingchen mused. The new order he sought to forge could not afford a single misstep. He required absolute power to command everything. Xingchen, what are you thinking? As Lang Huaqing observed his furrowed brow, she inquired with concern. What troubles you? I am contemplating our new world, Gu Xingchen replied, his eyes opening to reveal a profound and resolute gaze, a world that is even more splendid. Have you devised a plan? How shall we establish this new world? Lin Nana asked curiously from the side, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gu Xingchen smiled faintly, about to respond when suddenly his expression shifted, and he abruptly gazed skyward. Wait. He said gravely. It seems I've recalled something. Gu Xingqian shut his eyes tightly, vivid images flashing through his mind. He found himself in the sacred place of energy cultivation, where ancient stones bore enigmatic runes. An elderly man with flowing white hair was elucidating the mysteries of energy manipulation to him. The essence of energy lies not in its ferocity, but in mastery and balance. The old man's voice echoed in his ears. How could I have forgotten this? Gu Xingqian exclaimed, slapping his forehead in sudden realization. He settled into a cross-legged position, clearing his mind, and began to realign the flow of energy within him according to the elder's teachings. The once tumultuous energy gradually calmed, becoming docile and orderly, akin to sinuous dragons weaving through his body, ultimately coalescing into a stable energy core. Exhaling deeply, Gu Xingqian opened his eyes, which sparkled with renewed vigor. He sensed that not only had his energy stabilized, but it had subtly enhanced, akin to a smartphone achieving maximum fluidity post-update. Xingqian, are you all right? Lang Wanqing asked with concern, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. Gu Xingqian had startled her with his sudden change in demeanor. I'm fine. I just upgraded my system, he replied with a grin, rising to stretch his limbs, feeling invigorated. Upgrade? Lin Nana echoed, her expression one of confusion. What on earth does that mean? As long as you're fine, what do you plan to do next? She added, her worry dissipating as she patted his shoulder. Gu Xingqian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling upon the jubilant warriors. His expression gradually deepening. Next, he paused, his tone firm. It is time to establish our new world. Xingqian, I support you, Lang Wanqing declared, grasping his hand tenderly. And I too, Lin Nana affirmed. Standing resolutely by his side. As Gu Xingqian beheld their unwavering support. A surge of strength coursed through him. Just the moment to test the extent of my newfound power, he thought, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth, causing the two women to shiver involuntarily. It had only been a little over 10 days since their last encounter. Should another incident occur, they might not withstand the ordeal. Moreover, with Gu Xingqian's current strength surpassing his previous limits, it was certain that they would struggle to cope. Instinctively, they took a step back. Yet, Gu Xingqian would not let such an opportunity slip by. He swiftly stepped forward, encircling both women at the waist. Xingqian. Wait. Before either could finish their protest, they found themselves toppled over. The base was once again filled with those infuriating groans. Whoever heard that sound found their blood surging uncontrollably, igniting a flame of desire that could not be quenched. 2 days later, the two figures, having been nourished, appeared even more enchanting. Gu Xingqian sighed. With the elevation of his strength, he found that the two could no longer suffice. Ascending to the heights of the base, he inhaled deeply, ready to announce his vision for a new order when. Suddenly, Dehu rushed in, his expression grave. Boss, there's trouble. Dehu spoke urgently. Some are dissenting. Dissenting? Gu Xingqian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling his lips. I thought we could enjoy a few peaceful days. It appears this world truly allows for no respite. At the inception of the alliance, the members were a mixed lot, each with their own agendas. Now that the Shadow Lord had fallen, with no common enemy, various ulterior motives were bound to emerge. Gu Xingqian had anticipated this, though he had not expected it to materialize so swiftly. Take me to see which unwise individuals wish to stir trouble, Gu Xingqian commanded with authority, upon reaching the hastily constructed conference hall of the Alliance. He immediately spotted several dissenters huddled together, their faces darkened with discontent. Seeing Gu Xingqian enter, they ceased their whispering, their eyes betraying a hint of defiance and animosity. What? Do you gentlemen have objections to my vision for the new order? Gu Xingqian inquired bluntly, his tone laced with pressure. Boss, the situation is dire. Everyone wishes to recuperate, and your new order seems a bit premature. A burly man stepped forward, his voice resonating. Premature, Gu Xingqian scoffed. Premature, my foot. If we do not establish a new order now, shall we wait to brawl later? Do you wish for your lives to be prolonged, or do you find your existence too comfortable? Gu Xingqian's words left the assembly speechless. I understand the hardships everyone has faced, and the desire for rest is natural. However, we cannot afford to rest on our laurels. The new order is not a mere fantasy. It is essential for ensuring our future safety and development. Enabling us to lead better lives, restoring our vitality, and establishing a new order are not mutually exclusive. We can advance on both fronts, fortifying our position. He surveyed the room, his tone softening slightly. Gu Xingqian elaborated on his vision for the new order and the steps for its implementation, covering everything from resource allocation to personnel management, from economic development to military defense, meticulously considering each aspect. His eloquence and foresight gradually swayed the initially skeptical members, who began to express their support. Seeing that consensus had finally been reached, Gu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Akin to being watched by a venomous serpent, sending shivers down his spine. Is the Shadow Lord truly dead? Gu Xingchen muttered, his gaze turning cold and penetrating. I can't shake the feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. He turned to Da Hu. Relay orders for a thorough investigation of the remnants of the Shadow Lord's forces. Remember, leave no stone unturned. Understood, Da Hu replied, setting off with urgency. Gu Xingchen watched Da Hu depart. His brow furrowed as he felt an invisible force lurking in the shadows, observing him, leaving him uneasy. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a shadow flitting outside the window, and he felt a surge of urgency. Wait, Gu Xingchen sprang to his feet, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's. What was that? Chapter 59. Energy Fusion. Gu Xingchen dashed outside, pursuing the shadow. Damn it, they dare to engage in mischief under my very nose, he muttered fiercely, moving with astonishing speed. The shadow darted away, but Gu Xingchen was relentless, akin to a cheetah hunting its prey. Da Hu, follow me, he commanded with a roar, and Da Hu promptly rallied his men to join him. They arrived at an abandoned factory district. Once a secret stronghold of the Shadow Lord. An eerie atmosphere hung in the air, sending chills down their spines. Be cautious, there are traps everywhere, Gu Xingchen warned, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the ground gave way, and several Alliance members plummeted into the depths below. What is happening? Da Hu exclaimed, quickly organizing a rescue effort. Gu Xingchen's brow tightened. The traps had been cunningly laid, indicating prior scheming. It appeared that remnants of the Shadow Lord's forces were still active here. His gaze turned cold, radiating murderous intent. Without warning, several dark figures erupted from the rubble, moving with astonishing speed toward the Alliance members. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle, Da Hu bellowed, and the members swiftly drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the shadows. The assailants employed bizarre tactics, manipulating shadows in ways that rendered them nearly indefensible. Despite their training, the Alliance members began to suffer casualties amidst the uncanny onslaught. These fellows are quite formidable, Gu Xingchen scoffed, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. He activated his energy perception ability, the surrounding energy fluctuations crystallizing in his mind. Found you. Gu Xingchen's lips curled up in a slight smile as he vanished from sight, reappearing behind one of the shadows, with a powerful punch. He unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated the figure. I expected more from you, he disparaged. Yet, at that moment, an even more potent surge of energy emanated from the depths of the ruins, sending a shiver of dread through Gu Xingchen. What is this? Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana arrived on the scene, their expressions turning pale at the sight before them. Deep within the ruins, a massive black vortex began to form, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. This is bad. It's energy fusion. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened. We must stop it. Xingchen, be careful, Lin Nana cried out, shoving him aside just as a black energy beam shot from the vortex, grazing his shoulder and creating a massive crater in the ground. Gu Xingchen gasped, realizing the catastrophic consequences had he been struck. He lifted his gaze toward the colossal black vortex, his expression grave. It seems this time, things are getting serious. Gu Xingchen clenched his fists, murmuring, prepare to face the challenge. Wait. Lang Wanqing suddenly pointed towards the center of the black vortex, her voice trembling. What is that? Gu Xingchen squinted his eyes, fixating on the vortex's core. There, a crystal flickering with an unusual radiance was intermittently visible. Could it be an energy crystal? A surge of excitement coursed through his mind. This artifact was indeed a valuable treasure. If he could acquire it, his power would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Stop dawdling. First eliminate these minions, Gu Xingchen shouted, energy surging through him. Like a wraith, he darted through the shadows, employing both fists and feet. Each strike fatal. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the shadows collapsed one after another. Is this it? You think you can contend with me? Gu Xingchen scoffed. Finding the encounter alarmingly effortless, he discerned that while these shadows were bizarre, their energy fluctuations were highly unstable, akin to shoddy counterfeit goods, riddled with flaws. Thus, he leveraged his energy perception ability to specifically target their weak points. Each strike hit its mark, as though he were under some sort of enhancement. Awesome. Boss is magnificent, Da Hu exclaimed, his blood boiling with excitement as he joined the fray, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Brothers, let us charge together and crush them. The battle swiftly concluded, although the alliance members sustained some injuries. Fortunately, there were no significant losses. Lang Wanqing hurried over, concern etched on her face as she examined Gu Xingchen's wounds. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Her gentle voice warmed Gu Xingchen's heart. It's nothing, just a scratch. Not a big deal. Gu Xingchen grinned, ruffling Lang Wanqing's hair. Don't worry, I am destined to become the strongest man. Lin Nana approached, handing Gu Xingchen a vial of medicine. This is a healing potion I've recently developed. It works quite well. Although her tone remained cool, a subtle hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Gu Xingchen accepted the potion, tilting his head back to drink it down. A warm sensation instantly coursed through him, healing most of his injuries. Thanks. He nodded, turning his gaze towards the enormous black vortex in the ruins. Now, it was time to investigate that energy crystal. Just as he prepared to move, the black vortex suddenly trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. What's happening? The faces of everyone changed, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. At the vortex's center, the shimmering crystal abruptly burst apart, scattering countless fragments throughout the ruins. Simultaneously, an even more powerful energy wave emanated from the depths of the vortex, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. What the hell is going on? Gu Xingchen couldn't help but curse. The plot was developing far too thrillingly. Xingchen, look. Lang Wanqing pointed at the vortex's core, her voice quivering. What is that? Deep within the vortex, a vague silhouette slowly materialized, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The figure extended a withered hand, pointing at Gu Xingchen, its voice hoarse and deep. You shall die. Gu Xingchen kicked a blocking stone away. Damn it. This thing really knows how to pick its moments. The pressure emanating from the figure in the depths of the ruins grew stronger, suffocating everyone. Boss, what should we do now? Dehu swallowed nervously, asking, what else can we do? Let's take it down. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes. What is there to fear? It's just a shadow. Just as he was about to charge forward, a commotion erupted within the alliance. Several minor leaders jumped out, pointing at the scattered energy crystal fragments in the ruins, their eyes gleaming with greed. Boss, these energy crystal fragments are precious. We must collect them quickly, or we'll let others benefit. Indeed, boss, these could greatly enhance our strength. Another leader chimed in. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow. These guys truly knew no balance. What time is it? They're about to lose their lives, and they're still thinking about looting. Shut up. Gu Xingchen roared, silencing them into submission. This really the time for infighting? Can't you see that thing is eyeing us hungrily? But boss. One leader attempted to protest, but Gu Xingchen interrupted. No buts. If you want the energy crystals, you need to be alive to claim them. We'll discuss the distribution once we've dealt with the current threat. Gu Xingchen surveyed the crowd, his tone resolute. Although these energy crystal fragments were valuable, their power was unstable. Recklessly absorbing them could lead to energy backlash, resulting in dire consequences. I have a better plan to merge the powers of these energy crystals so everyone can benefit. What plan? The crowd inquired curiously. My energy can integrate with these energy crystal fragments. Gu Xingchen said solemnly that I can transform this energy into a more stable and powerful form, then share it with everyone to help enhance our strength. Gu Xingchen's proposal garnered unanimous approval, and the internal discord within the alliance subsided. He sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the scattered energy crystal fragments from the ruins. As the energy continued to merge, Gu Xingchen's aura intensified, emanating a powerful energy wave. It worked. Gu Xingchen opened his eyes, brilliance shining within. He felt his strength elevate to unprecedented levels, even sensing an extraordinary power within him. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an unsettling chill. The aura radiating from that silhouette in the depths of the ruins seemed to grow colder and more malevolent, as if it was concocting some dreadful scheme. Xingchen, are you all right? Lang Wanqing asked with concern. I'm fine. Gu Xingchen shook his head, a hint of gravity in his gaze. However, I sense that the Shadow Lord is not truly dead. He appears to be orchestrating a larger conspiracy. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the ruins, where the silhouette stood ominously, seemingly waiting for something. Is waiting for me. Gu Xingchen murmured, determination flickering in his eyes. If that's the case, let him come. I'm eager to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him, and when he turned sharply, there was nothing there. Chapter 60. The pinnacle of energy. Gu Xingchen spun around abruptly, only to see swaying dead branches and swirling dust. A hallucination? He muttered softly, yet unease lingered in his heart. The concerned gazes of Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana steadied him. I'm fine. It might just be a hallucination caused by the energy fluctuations. He feigned a relaxed smile, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his tension. Deep within the ruins, that silhouette remained, standing like a silent statue. Exuding a suffocating pressure, Jiyu Xingqian understood that the Shadow Lord had not truly vanished. He lurked like a serpent in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. "Xingqian, what shall we do next?" Lin Nana asked, gripping her long knife, her gaze resolute. "We must take the initiative." Gu Xingqian's eyes gleamed with determination. Rather than being passively beaten, it's better to strike first. In the ensuing days, Gu Xingqian led the Alliance members in a thorough investigation, uncovering that the Shadow Lord was secretly rallying remaining forces and even reaching agreements with mutated creatures. Aiming to establish a more formidable evil army, the news sent shockwaves through the Alliance, sparking widespread panic. Fear and anxiety spread among the ranks, with some weaker-willed members even beginning to flee in secret. "Damn it, this old six is playing dirty." Dahu slammed his fist on the table, rage etched on his rugged face. "What is there to fear?" Gu Xingqian's expression was grave. The Shadow Lord's influence was far greater and more insidious than he had imagined. They moved like phantoms within the ruins, continually harassing and sabotaging the Alliance's strongholds. Alliance members were stretched thin, their morale plummeting. Jiyu Xingqian felt unprecedented pressure, as if a massive weight bore down upon his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. "Report. The Shadow Lord's men have attacked our supply line." A soldier, battered and bruised, stumbled in, speaking urgently. "What?" Dahu leaped to his feet, bellowing, "I'll go kill them." "Wait," Gu Xingqian interjected, a cold glint in his eyes. "It's time to show them what we're made of." He turned to Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I have a plan." Approaching the map, he pointed to a location marked with a red skull. "Here lies their lair." A cold smile graced Gu Xingqian's lips. This band of petty minions truly thought themselves significant. "Dahu, execute the plan. Set the bait." Dahu grinned, revealing his pearly whites. "Don't worry, boss. I guarantee they won't return." The bait consisted of a batch of precious energy crystals, more valuable than gold in the wasteland. Not long after the news spread, the Shadow Lord's subordinates could no longer restrain themselves, rushing towards the trap like hungry wolves. "This bunch of chives is quite plump." Dahu, hidden in the shadows, watched the screen filled with countless light dots, unable to contain his excitement. The trap was an abandoned energy mine, where Gu Xingqian had previously set up numerous high-energy explosives. Once this group entered, with a resounding boom, the entire mine collapsed. Dust billowed into the air, obscuring the sky and filling the atmosphere with the tantalizing scent of roasted meat. No, it was the acrid smell of explosives. "Boss, impressive," Dahu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with unabashed admiration. Jiyu Xingqian merely smiled faintly. This was merely an appetizer. From the captive's revelations, he uncovered the true scheme of the Shadow Lord, absorbing the Earth's core energy to become a genuine deity. "What audacity!" Gu Xingqian scoffed coldly. "Aspiring to be a god, he ought to consult me first." Upon returning to the base, Lang Wanqing had already prepared a steaming meal. "Xingqian, you have worked hard," she said gently, presenting a bowl of meat soup, her eyes brimming with concern. Lin Nana stood guard nearby, ensuring no one approached. Jiyu Xingqian felt warmth in his heart. Having them by his side was truly wonderful. "Xingqian, what are your plans next?" Lin Nana inquired. "Of course, we shall take the initiative and strike while they are unprepared." A glimmer of determination sparkled in Gu Xingqian's eyes. The energy within him surged, as if yearning to break free and reach the heavens. "I feel my energy is on the verge of a breakthrough." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the base. "Report, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected, and it is approaching us. They come." Gu Xingqian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he seized the long knife resting on the table. "Prepare the brothers. The final battle. Has begun." Gu Xingqian led the allied forces into a decisive confrontation with the Shadow Lord's malevolent army upon a desolate plain. The enemy's assaults crashed upon them like relentless waves as grotesque mutated creatures roared and charged into battle. The brilliance of energy weapons intertwined, forming a deadly net. "Brothers, strike fiercely," Dahu bellowed. "Today, we shall show these scoundrels who the true master is." He swung his colossal axe, charging ahead like a heavy tank, crushing the enemy lines. Onward. The cries of the Alliance rang thunderously, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves pouncing upon their prey, blades flashing, blood spilling. Gu Xingqian stood atop a height, surveying the battlefield with a cold glint in his gaze. The long knife in his hand danced like the wind, each swing claiming multiple lives. His energy erupted like a volcano, each explosion tearing foes asunder. "With such incompetence, how dare you show your face?" Gu Xingqian sneered, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared amidst the enemy ranks, reaping lives like a specter. Where is that old rascal? The Shadow Lord? Why does he not dare to confront me? At that moment, a powerful energy surge descended from above, revealing a figure clad in a black cloak, slowly descending and surveying the crowd like a deity. Gu Xingchen, you are impressive, but alas, you are merely my defeated foe. The Shadow Lord's voice was low and hoarse, akin to a demon from the abyss. Defeated foe? You must be dreaming. Gu Xingchen's eyes sparkled fiercely, his energy surging wildly, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Today, I shall show you who the true god is. The two formidable energies collided, producing a deafening roar that shook the very earth. Gu Xingchen's power continued to ascend, ultimately surpassing limits and reaching the pinnacle of energy mastery. He felt as though he wielded control over the entire world, each movement harboring the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Is this the power of a top-tier energy master? Gu Xingchen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swung the long knife, unleashing a colossal energy blade that cleaved through the sky, engulfing the Shadow Lord and his legion. The Shadow Lord let out a reluctant roar, his form gradually dissipating within the energy blade, ultimately fading into nothingness. It is over. Gu Xingchen slowly lowered his long knife, gazing at the ravaged battlefield. His heart filled with myriad emotions. Boss, an unparalleled powerhouse. Dehu rushed over, looking at Gu Xingchen with a W.E. Gu Xingchen smiled faintly, saying nothing. He lifted his gaze to the sky, a profound glimmer in his eyes. The new challenges had only just begun. Report. A new energy fluctuation has emerged. A soldier hurriedly approached, his expression grave. Gu Xingchen frowned slightly. What is the situation? Report. We have detected a new energy fluctuation. It is massive. In its location. Suspected to be the Shadow Lord's secret base. The soldier panted, his face pale. Gu Xingchen's eyes narrowed. The power of a top-tier energy master granted him heightened sensitivity. He sensed a chilling energy brewing, lurking like a venomous serpent poised to strike. Indeed, that old wretch is not yet finished. He must be concocting some nefarious scheme. He cursed under his breath. Boss, what should we do now? Should we charge in recklessly? Dehu crackled with anticipation. Gu Xingchen shook his head. Foolish man. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. This time, I shall infiltrate their lair personally to uncover the truth. However, discord began to surface within the alliance. Xiao Xia, pale-faced, shouted hoarsely, "This is not feasible. The Shadow Lord is too formidable. We cannot possibly win. I have heard that his base is filled with advanced technology and mutated monsters. We would be walking to our doom." Her cries spread like a contagion, and many members began to murmur, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. The previously high morale plummeted. Boss, Xiao Xia does have a point. We know nothing about the enemy's base. Acting rashly poses too great a risk. Perhaps we should fortify our defenses first and deliberate further. Li Kanmu also stepped forward, adjusting his glasses with a worried expression. He rambled on with empty platitudes. Lin Nana scoffed. What is there to fear? Our boss is already a top-tier energy master. What is there to be afraid of? Is it merely a base? Let us just blow it to smithereens. She drew the dagger from her waist, its cold light glinting with murderous intent. Lang Wanqing gently approached Gu Xingchen, softly grasping his hand. Xingchen, whatever decision you make, I will support you. Her tender words bolstered Gu Xingchen's resolve. Observing the discord and wavering spirits within the alliance, Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. What, just after winning one battle, you all begin to cower? Let me remind you. He paused, scanning the crowd with a gaze as sharp as a blade. In the past, I single-handedly ventured into far more perilous territories. Now that we have brothers and sisters, and we possess power, are we to tremble? Xiao Xia's face fell. But what? Are you afraid of death? Gu Xingchen's tone was icy, piercing her vulnerabilities. Xiao Xia shivered, silenced by his words. Suddenly, a communications soldier stumbled in. Report. The Shadow Base. The Shadow Base. He was pale and terrified, unable to complete his sentence. The Shadow Base has vanished. Gu Xingchen sprang to his feet, a powerful energy wave radiating from him, causing the lights in the conference room to flicker. Vanished? What trickery is this? He sneered. I shall see what kind of annex he can pull. His formidable presence instantly silenced the previously noisy conference room. I know some of you are frightened, believing the Shadow Lord is terrifying. But have you considered that if we do not take the initiative, he could recover and return with a vengeance? What then? Wait for death? He surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing. His voice rang out with conviction, each word striking the hearts of those present. Once, I was destitute. Yet I still defeated the mutated giant lizard. Now we are strong and well-equipped. What is there to fear? Gu Xingchen raised his fist, his tone brimming with confidence and authority. So what if the shadow base has disappeared? I have plenty of ways to locate it. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth it. His words acted as a stabilizing force, calming the majority. The previously wavering members gradually rekindled their fighting spirit. Hope igniting anew in their eyes. At that moment, Li Kanmu approached with a thick stack of documents, adjusting his glasses with an air of pretentiousness. Boss, I have devised a new strategic plan to effectively counter the threat of the Shadow Lord. He rambled on, yet his plan was riddled with impracticalities and glaring flaws. Gu Xingchen took the documents, casually flipping through a few pages, his brow furrowing. This? You dare present this? Your plan is filled with more holes than a sieve. Before the enemy even attacks, we might very well self-destruct. He criticized without mercy. Li Kanmu's face flushed, feeling humiliated before the crowd. Boss, you are being too hasty. My plan has been, what, formulated in your imagination? Gu Xingchen interrupted him brusquely. Your plan is utterly unrealistic and will not work. Rather than wasting time on this, we should focus on finding the missing shadow base. Li Kanmu was so enraged he couldn't articulate a response. Turning away in frustration. Gu Xingchen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. These incompetent teammates were truly exasperating. All right, enough bickering. The most pressing matter is to locate the shadow base. He took a deep breath. His gaze resolute. Nana, you and your team continue the reconnaissance. Report any clues immediately. The rest of you, prepare for battle and be ready to move at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with an urgent call. Report, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Shadow Lord. He has appeared at. The voice abruptly cut off. Long Wanqing approached Gu Xingchen, carrying a steaming cup of tea, and gently placed it beside him. Xingchen, be careful. Her soothing voice felt like a warm current, calming the turmoil within Gu Xingchen. But he grasped her hand, relishing her warmth, a smile gracing his lips. Do not worry, Wanqing. I am as resilient as a cockroach. Gu Xingchen closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he activated his special energy perception ability. The energy fluctuations around him unfurled in his mind like a spider's web, intricate and unpredictable. The energy surrounding the shadow base was unusually chaotic, akin to boiling water, permeated with a sense of danger. Yet, Gu Xingchen felt no fear. He keenly discerned the patterns within, seeking the optimal route for infiltration. Humph, this old fool's base is quite fortified. However, do they truly believe they can stop me? Not a chance, he scoffed inwardly. After meticulous scanning, he finally identified a relatively weak energy node. A confident smile crept across his face. This was it. He swiftly donned his specially designed stealth gear, transforming into a shadow that vanished into the night. The Shadow Lord's secret base was heavily guarded. The towering walls were lined with an array of surveillance equipment, and the patrolling Shadow Guard captain was an elite among elites, clad in black combat armor and wielding energy weapons. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the Shadow Guard captain halted, sensing an unusual energy fluctuation. What is going on? Is there a rat among us? He muttered, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. He immediately ordered heightened patrols and activated the base's defense system. Gu Xingchen cautiously approached the perimeter of the base, holding his breath as he minimized his energy fluctuations, gliding through the shadows like a specter. He deftly evaded all surveillance devices and eluded the patrolling guards, inching closer to his target. Abruptly, a blinding light shot forth from ahead, illuminating Gu Xingchen's figure. Who goes there? A furious shout echoed, as the Shadow Guard captain and a squad of soldiers quickly surrounded Gu Xingchen. Finally here. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Allow me to have a word with you. Mere lackeys. Chapter 62. Shadow Crisis. Gu Xingchen had been discovered, yet he remained utterly unfazed. Back in my kindergarten days playing hide-and-seek. You all weren't even born yet. Facing the encircling shadow guards, he wore a mocking grin. Before he finished speaking, Gu Xingchen's form flickered, moving as swiftly as lightning, leaving only an afterimage. The Shadow Guard captain had yet to react when he felt a blur before him. Gu Xingchen had already flanked him from behind. Too slow, brother. Gu Xingchen's taunting voice rang in the captain's ear, startling him. Before he could turn around, Gu Xingchen delivered a swift chop to his neck, and the captain collapsed to the ground. Captain, the other guards, witnessing this, immediately raised their energy weapons, unleashing a barrage towards Gu Xingchen. Energy beams intertwined, forming a dense web of firepower, blocking all of Gu Xingchen's escape routes. Child's play. Gu Xingchen scoffed disdainfully, and with a sweep of his hands, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier that deflected all incoming energy beams. Is this the best you can do? It tickles. Gu Xingchen mocked. He flickered again, weaving through the energy beams like a ghost, arriving before one guard and delivering a punch that sent him flying. Next, Gu Xingchen moved through the remaining guards with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, dispatching them with ease. Warm-up finished, now for business. He clapped his hands, appearing utterly relaxed. Gu Xingchen infiltrated the Shadow Lord's secret base. The interior was dark and damp, suffused with a stifling atmosphere that was decidedly uncomfortable. This place is creepier than my grandmother's basement, Gu Xingchen quipped. He proceeded with utmost caution, aware that the base was laden with traps. Any misstep could trigger a mechanism. Shortly after entering, he stepped on a loose floorboard, activating a small trap. Whoosh! A barrage of poisoned arrows shot from concealed compartments in the walls, aimed directly at Gu Xingchen. Are you serious? He exclaimed, executing a roll to narrowly evade the onslaught. The poisoned arrows struck the ground, sizzling ominously, revealing their potent venom. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have ended up like a porcupine, he said, patting his chest in relief. He continued forward, even more vigilant. Suddenly, he halted, sensing a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from ahead. This feeling. Is it Wu Tsai? He murmured. This guy not only teleports to the wrong place, but also sends back false intelligence, making me waste a trip. Wait, Gu Xingchen suddenly realized something was amiss. This energy fluctuation. Something's off. Who is it? Gu Xingchen spun around sharply, his voice commanding. Holding his breath, he fully expanded his energy perception, scanning the environment like a radar. The interior of the base was a tangled maze of pipes and wires, resembling the innards of a steel behemoth. Without a sense of direction, entering this place felt akin to stepping into a labyrinth. One could easily meet their demise. Fortunately, my sense of direction is top-notch. I won plenty of spicy snacks navigating mazes back in the day, Gu Xingchen thought smugly. Utilizing his formidable energy perception, he anticipated various traps' existence. Ground spikes. Child's play, he declared, effortlessly leaping and landing with the grace of a gymnast. Laser grids. Please, I grew up playing with lightsabers. Gu Xingchen flashed through the intersecting lasers unscathed, his movements graceful as if he were in a cinematic production. The intelligence Wu Tsai had relayed was entirely fabricated. The idea that the Shadow Lord hoarded a room full of energy crystals was sheer nonsense. Gu Xingchen now understood that this fool had likely fallen into some muck, his mind muddled. Today's youth are so unreliable, Gu Xingchen sighed. Realizing he could only rely on himself, he began to search for useful information anew. The base eerily silent save for the hum of machinery. The Shadow Lord has quite the setup. I wonder if he has any limited edition figurines in his collection, Gu Xingchen mused, meticulously examining his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a metallic door hidden behind a wall, faint energy fluctuations shimmering upon it. Looks like the good stuff is hidden in here. Gu Xingchen approached the metallic door cautiously, attempting to pry it open. However, it remained obstinately shut, seemingly locked by some special mechanism. What is this? A code lock? A fingerprint scanner? Or perhaps a voice-activated lock? Gu Xingchen pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I've got it. Let's try this. He pulled a coin from his pocket and inserted it into a small hole on the metallic door. Open sesame, with a click. The metallic door swung open, much to Gu Xingchen's delight. Sometimes, the simplest solutions are the most effective. He grinned, pushing the door aside and stepping through. Beyond the metallic door lay a long corridor, flanked by rooms on either side, each emanating distinct energy waves. This must be the Shadow Lord's core area, Gu Xingchen thought joyously, quickening his pace. Who goes there? A deep voice suddenly rang out. At the corridor's end, the Shadow Guard captain had mysteriously appeared, brandishing two glinting energy blades. Well, a bold one indeed. Managing to infiltrate this far, he sneered, his guards swiftly encircling Gu Xingchen. Is that not the brother I encountered earlier? Back so soon. It seems the medical facilities in the Shadow Base are quite impressive. Gu Xingchen taunted, though internally he remained vigilant. The captain was evidently much stronger than the previous guards, his energy fluctuations far more intense. Without further ado, the Shadow Guard captain commanded his men to attack. They lunged at Gu Xingchen like ravenous wolves, their coordinated strikes lethal, energy blades slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. This is less intimidating than a square dance, Gu Xingchen quipped, evading their strikes while delivering counterattacks that left them reeling. Captain, this kid is a bit too tricky, one guard exclaimed, clutching his swollen face from a blow. Silence. Get him. The Shadow Guard captain bellowed. He understood that delaying further was not an option. A swift resolution was imperative. Brandishing his energy blades, he personally joined the fray. Bring it on. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Gu Xingchen's eyes. This was the battle he had been yearning for. He summoned all his energy. Engaging the Shadow Guard captain in a fierce clash, the shockwaves from their energy collisions reverberated through the walls, causing cracks to form, as if the entire base were trembling. Gu Xingchen deliberately led the battlefield into a narrow passage. A scheme he had orchestrated long ago. In such confined quarters, the numerical superiority of the guards could not be leveraged, while his agility and close combat skills were poised to shine. Brothers, grab your weapons. Gu Xingchen bellowed, extracting a baseball bat from his spatial ring. Today, let me demonstrate what true physical prowess looks like. He swung the bat with ferocity, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. Sending the Shadow Guards tumbling like petals in a storm, the captain of the Shadow Guards was struck on the head by Gu Xingchen's bat, stars dancing before his eyes, nearly rendering him unconscious. What weapon is this? How can it possess such formidable power, a secret weapon, not to be disclosed? Gu Xingchen chuckled, pressing his advantage and knocking the Shadow Guard captain and his subordinates to the ground. Phew, finally dealt with them. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, scanning the surroundings, but found no useful intelligence. He understood that the true challenge was just beginning. The Shadow Lord undoubtedly had more tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from the depths of the corridor, accompanied by a low, sinister laughter. It seems we have a guest. Chapter 63. The strategy for the final battle. Gu Xingchen held his breath. Cautiously advancing along the corridor, the eerie laughter grew nearer, and an oppressive atmosphere filled the air, suffocating him. Come if you dare. Who is afraid? Gu Xingchen murmured to himself, his grip tightening around the well-worn baseball bat he had salvaged from some forgotten ruins. At the end of the corridor, a figure slowly materialized, shrouded in darkness. The features remained obscured, save for two scarlet eyes that flickered with an eerie light. Shadow Lord? Gu Xingchen inquired tentatively. However, the figure responded only with a chilling laugh. Suddenly, countless black tendrils emerged from the walls on either side of the corridor, lunging at Gu Xingchen like venomous serpents. Quick as a flash, he wielded the bat, batting the tendrils away one by one. Is this just a tickle? Gu Xingchen remarked nonchalantly, though inwardly he dared not underestimate them. Despite their seemingly weak appearance, their sheer number was overwhelming, and their resilience was remarkable. They could regenerate even after being severed. Gu Xingchen fought while retreating, eventually arriving before a massive metal door. He pushed it open forcefully, slipped inside, and swiftly closed it behind him, barricading the tendrils outside. The room was dimly lit, dominated by a colossal machine adorned with an array of flashing indicators. This contraption isn't some self-destruct device, is it? Gu Xingchen quipped, cautiously approaching the machine. At that moment, he noticed a document resting on a table beside the machine. Gu Xingchen picked up the document, quickly perusing its contents, his expression shifting dramatically. That's it. This is the Shadow Lord's true objective. He tucked the document away and dashed out, utilizing his keen perception of energy. Gu Xingchen successfully navigated the myriad traps and guards within the shadow base, slipping out like a wraith. Upon returning to the Alliance base, Gu Xingchen was immediately surrounded by Zhang Yongshi and others. Boss, you're finally back. When are we launching an assault on the Shadow Stronghold? Zhang Yongshi exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if eager to leap into action. Assault? What the rush? You only know how to fight. Can't you think for a moment? Gu Xingchen replied curtly. Zhang Yongshi was momentarily stunned by Gu Xingchen's retort, but soon regained his composure, defiantly stating, Boss, we've been waiting for far too long. We can't delay any further. His words resonated with several other Alliance members, who echoed the sentiment for a swift offensive. A commotion began to stir within the Alliance. Gu Xingchen surveyed the chaotic scene before him, taking a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Silence. Gu Xingchen's roar reverberated through the room like thunder, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned, their eardrums ringing. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly, his formidable presence pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless. Silence. If you seek death, don't drag everyone else down with you. Zhang Yongshi, intimidated by Gu Xingchen's commanding aura, shrank back, muttering in defiance, Boss, I was just anxious. Anxious? What do you know about it? Gu Xingchen retorted, flinging the document he had retrieved from the shadow base onto Zhang Yongshi's table. Take a look for yourself. This is the consequence of your reckless haste. Zhang Yongshi hastily picked up the document, skimming its contents, his expression gradually turning grave as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The document detailed the Shadow Lord's true intentions. which were far from merely plundering resources. "Boss, I was wrong. I was too rash," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and fear as he looked up at Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian snorted, "It's good that you recognize your mistake. If I hadn't obtained this intelligence in time, we would have undoubtedly fallen into the Shadow Lord's trap and faced annihilation." He scanned the assembly, his tone softening slightly. "I understand everyone is eager to end this war quickly. But we must not act recklessly. We need a meticulously crafted plan to ensure our ultimate victory." Gu Xingqian elaborated on the Shadow Lord's machinations and vulnerabilities. His clear and insightful analysis gradually calmed the previously restless alliance members. Allowing Zheng Yongshi to fully grasp the gravity of his earlier impulsiveness, the gazes directed at Gu Xingqian were filled with admiration and trust. "Boss, you're simply incredible," Zheng Yongshi declared, giving a thumbs up in awe. At that moment, Lang Wanqing approached gracefully, her eyes filled with affection and admiration as a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. She gently stepped beside Gu Xingqian and softly said, "Xingqian, you truly are the best." Gu Xingqian felt a ripple of warmth at Lang Wanqing's tenderness that he smiled, about to respond, when Lin Nana suddenly intervened, grasping Lang Wanqing's hand. "Wanqing, let us prepare for our next action." Lang Wanqing cast a reluctant glance back at Gu Xingqian before following Lin Nana out. Gu Xingqian watched their departing figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. It was time to formulate the strategy for the final showdown. He approached the expansive battle map, meticulously marking the intelligence from the document upon it. His fingers tapped lightly on the surface as he fell into contemplation. "Report." A hurried shout rang from outside the door. "Come in," Gu Xingqian replied without looking up, his fingers continuing to dance across the map, weaving an intricate web of victory. A slight, scruffy figure burst into the room, saluting clumsily, panting heavily. "Boss, Wu the Scout has returned. He has important intelligence to report." "Wu the Scout? Didn't he that could go to scout the perimeter of the Shadow Stronghold? Why is he back so soon?" Zhang Yongshi queried. Perplexed. Gu Xingqian raised an eyebrow, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. "Let him in." Moments later, a man clad in tattered rags and smeared with mud entered, revealing himself to be the Alliance's chief scout, Wu the Scout, renowned for his elusive reconnaissance abilities. "Boss, the Shadow Lord." "The Shadow Lord?" Wu the Scout stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. "Can you be any clearer? What about the Shadow Lord? Did he bite the dust?" Zhang Yongshi impatiently pressed. Wu the Scout took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, then raised his head, his voice trembling. "The Shadow Lord has vanished." At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. "Vanished? What does that mean? Is he playing hide and seek?" Zhang Yongshi exclaimed, bewildered. Even the typically composed Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana wore expressions of astonishment. Gu Xingqian sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Wu the Scout. "Are you certain? I saw it with my own eyes. The Shadow Stronghold is now utterly empty, not a trace of a shadow in sight." Wu the Scout affirmed emphatically. Gu Xingqian paced anxiously, his brow furrowed. The sudden disappearance of the Shadow Lord must be linked to something sinister. Could it be? He abruptly recalled the document he had seen in the Shadow Base, detailing the Shadow Lord's true intentions. "This is bad." Gu Xingqian's expression darkened, a wave of intense unease swelling within him. "What's wrong, boss?" Zheng Yongshi inquired. Noticing Gu Xingqian's troubled demeanor, Gu Xingqian did not respond immediately. Instead, he grabbed the document and rapidly skimmed through it again, his countenance growing increasingly grim. "Xingqian, what on earth is happening?" Lang Wanqing pressed, her voice laced with anxiety. Gu Xingqian inhaled deeply, slowly articulating, "I may have been deceived. The Shadow Lord's true target is not us." He tossed the document onto the table, pointing at a specific passage. The others hurriedly gathered around, scrutinizing the text, their expressions turning serious. Gu Xingqian moved to the battle map, his gaze fixated on a particular location, murmuring to himself, his true objective is there. "Report." A voice called from outside once more. Gu Xingqian spun around abruptly. Chapter 64. Re-entering the shadows, a figure wrapped in a black cloak stumbled into the room. It was none other than Wu the Scout, who had previously been sent to gather intelligence from the Shadow Base. "Boss, the Shadow Lord." Wu the Scout gasped for breath, his complexion ashen, resembling a survivor of a catastrophe. Gu Xingqian steadied him with a firm hand and inquired softly, "What has transpired?" "The Shadow Lord. He has fled. The base is deserted. Only some. Wu the Scout swallowed hard. "Traps remain." Gu Xingqian scrutinized the intelligence brought back by Wu, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The report indicated that the Shadow Lord had abandoned the base, vanishing without a trace, leaving the premises utterly barren. Yet, Gu Xingchen felt an unsettling dissonance. It all seemed too easy, too orchestrated. Considering the Shadow Lord's cunning tactics in the past, a bold hypothesis blossomed within Gu Xingchen's mind. Could this be a false report, a mere bait? Boss, this intelligence. Lin Nana discerned some inconsistencies, hesitating to voice her concerns. I know what you're thinking, Gu Xingchen replied, massaging his temples. I too find this exceedingly suspicious. He looked at the gathered individuals and declared, I have resolved to return to the Shadow Base personally to uncover the truth. Boss, that's far too perilous. Zheng Yongshi was the first to oppose. What if it is a trap? Indeed, Xingchen, the Shadow Lord is devious. We cannot afford to take such risks, Lung Wanqing urged with evident worry. Gu Xingchen, observing the concern etched on their faces, felt warmth in his heart. He understood their care. Yet this matter was one he must verify himself. That I appreciate your concern, but this situation is of utmost gravity. I must see it for myself to find peace of mind. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. But Lung Wanqing attempted to reason further, only to be interrupted by Gu Xingchen. There is no need for further discussion. I have made my decision. He scanned the crowd, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. I will exercise caution. Utilizing his unique energy perception abilities, Gu Xingchen silently infiltrated the Shadow Base. Indeed, the interior was desolate, resembling a ghost town. He advanced cautiously, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. His audacious actions evoked both anxiety and admiration among the Alliance members. The boss truly possesses both skill and courage. Zheng Yongshi marveled at the image of Gu Xingchen on the surveillance screen. Indeed, let us hope for his safe return. Lung Wanqing clasped her hands together in silent prayer. As Gu Xingchen delved deeper along the corridor, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from a room at the end of the hallway. Come forth. I have sensed your presence. A deep voice resonated from the chamber. The door creaked open, revealing a towering figure clad in black armor, the Shadow Lord's trusted lieutenant, the captain of the Shadow Guard. He wielded a massive energy battle axe, glinting with an ominous blue light, clearly not to be trifled with. If it isn't the illustrious Gu Xingchen, what brings you to our humble abode? The captain spoke with a mocking tone, rife with provocation. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is the Shadow Lord? Gu Xingchen retorted coldly. The boss has fled, and the base is empty. What is there for you to misunderstand? Or perhaps you have come to scavenge. The captain grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. It seems you are one who does not weep until faced with the grave. Gu Xingchen's eyes narrowed, instantly adopting a combative stance. Such bravado. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own capabilities. With a roar, the captain swung his battle axe towards Gu Xingchen. The axe sliced through the air with a shriek. Imbued with tremendous energy, as if intent on cleaving Gu Xingchen in two, Gu Xingchen swiftly dodged, narrowly evading the strike as the axe crashed into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Not bad. No wonder you dare to face death alone. The captain scoffed, launching another attack. The axe descended repeatedly, each blow imbued with the force of thunder. Yet Gu Xingchen expertly evaded every strike. The captain became increasingly alarmed. This young man's agility was astonishing, and he could not even graze his clothing. The surrounding elite Shadow Guards gaped in disbelief. It was their first encounter witnessing someone push their captain to such extremes. Gu Xingchen continued to evade while assessing his surroundings for an opportunity to counterattack. He noted the walls were lined with energy conduits. If he could exploit these, perhaps a breakthrough could be achieved. After narrowly dodging another axe strike, Gu Xingchen darted to the corner of the room. The captain pursued relentlessly, swinging his axe once more. In that moment, Gu Xingchen delivered a powerful kick to one of the energy conduits. The conduit erupted violently, releasing a torrent of energy that forced the captain to stagger back. Seizing the chance, Gu Xingchen launched his counterattack, appearing before the captain like a specter, delivering a decisive punch. The captain's incredulity was palpable as he beheld the fist approaching. His voice trailing off. Gu Xingchen's punch struck true, colliding with the captain's chest. The resulting explosion of energy propelled him backward, crashing against the wall. Leaving his fate uncertain, the surrounding elite Shadow Guards, witnessing the scene, were seized by terror, scattering in all directions. Gu Xingchen paid them no mind, resolutely advancing into the depths of the chamber, aware that the true secret lay within. At the far end, a massive metallic door loomed. Gu Xingchen employed his energy perception to scan it, discovering a vast energy source concealed behind the door. This must be the Shadow Lord's true secret. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingqian unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the metal door. Beyond lay an expansive underground chamber. At its center, a colossal device pulsating with an eerie glow. Gu Xingqian instantly recognized it as an energy conversion apparatus, capable of transforming various energy types into shadow energy, thus providing the Shadow Lord with an unending supply of power. Surrounding the device were heaps of energy crystals, radiating potent energy fluctuations, approaching the apparatus. Gu Xingqian examined it closely and discovered a control panel displaying complex data that he manipulated the controls, adjusting the energy output to maximum before swiftly retreating. The device roared to life, unleashing a torrent of energy that caused the entire underground space to tremble violently. This should spell the end for the Shadow Lord, Gu Xingqian mused internally, gazing at the unfolding chaos. Upon returning to the Alliance with the new intelligence, Gu Xingqian was met with an emotional embrace from Lung Wanqing, who rushed into his arms, her eyes brimming with worry and affection, her body quivering slightly. Gu Xingqian could feel her warmth and softness, stirring a deep sense of protectiveness within him. Are you unharmed? Lung Wanqing lifted her gaze, concern etched upon her features. I am well, Gu Xingqian replied with a gentle smile, tenderly stroking her hair. I have uncovered the Shadow Lord's secret. What secret? Lung Wanqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Gu Xingqian handed her the new intelligence, saying, "See for yourself." As Lung Wanqing perused the report, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. The intelligence revealed that the Shadow Lord possessed an undiscovered formidable contingency, a superweapon capable of annihilating the entire world. Upon finishing the report, Lung Wanqing's countenance grew serious as she locked eyes with Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not fret. I will handle this. But Lung Wanqing attempted to voice her apprehensions, only to be interrupted by Gu Xingqian's firm assertion. Trust me. His gaze bore into hers, resolute. Lung Wanqing, reassured by Gu Xingqian's steadfastness, nodded in agreement. He smiled faintly before turning towards the command room. There remained much to be done. Xingqian, Lin Nana called out to him. What is it? Gu Xingqian turned to face her. Lin Nana approached, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, she simply uttered, Be careful. Gu Xingqian nodded and departed, leaving Lin Nana standing alone, her gaze filled with worry as she watched his retreating figure. This intelligence, Lin Nana murmured to herself, her eyes falling upon the final line of small print, her complexion instantly paling. This cannot be. Chapter 65. Conquest. A stifling silence enveloped the command room, the content of the new intelligence detonating within the Alliance like a bombshell. The Shadow Lord's concealed superweapon was capable of global annihilation. This revelation spread faster than any contagion, panic surging through the crowd, swiftly escalating. Xia, the timid girl, clutched the report with trembling hands, her pallor ghostly, as if she were holding a scalding hot potato. It's over. Everything is over, she muttered, her despair infecting those around her. We have no chance of victory. The Shadow Lord is too powerful. We are left with but one path. Death. She began rallying others, urging them to retreat. Rather than await our demise here, we should flee while we still can. Her words ignited a spark, setting ablaze the already volatile atmosphere within the Alliance. Some wavering members began to falter, fear creeping into their eyes. The previously high morale plummeted, replaced by desolation and despair. Indeed, how could we possibly contend with the Shadow Lord? Let us escape while we still have the chance. Remaining here leads only to ruin. Negative emotions spread like a plague, permeating the entire Alliance with an atmosphere of defeatism. It felt as though the decisive battle had not even commenced, yet failure was already predetermined. Li, the strategist, was in a state of utter panic. Perspiration beading on his forehead, his inadequacies were laid bare, and he was rendered utterly flustered. He incessantly flipped through the strategic plans in his hands, only to discover that no matter how he altered them, they could not counter the Shadow Lord's superweapon. Despairing, he slumped into his chair, murmuring to himself, It's over. Everything is over. Lina, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of anxiety in her heart. She clenched her fists, yearning to voice her thoughts, yet found herself powerless to halt the encroaching panic. Casting her gaze towards Gu Xingqian's location, she realized he was absent from the command room. Where has Gu Xingqian gone? Lina inquired of a passing soldier. Reporting to Lin, Commander Gu has gone to the energy monitoring room. The soldier stammered in response. A sense of dread washed over Lina. Could it be that he too had given up? She hastened towards the energy monitoring room, her heart brimming with unease. To Jiyu Xingqian, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Inside the energy monitoring room, Gu Xingqian was intently observing the energy fluctuation chart before him. His brow furrowed in concentration. Lina's furious voice echoed behind him, yet he remained unresponsive, as if nothing from the outside world pertained to him. Xingqian, what are you doing here? The alliance is on the brink of collapse. And you still have the leisure to gaze at wave patterns? Lina grasped Gu Xingqian's shoulder, her tone rife with urgency and anger. Jiyu Xingqian slowly turned to face her, his gaze profound, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do not fret. The wise man has his own schemes. He spoke nonchalantly, as if everything lay within his control. Returning to the command room, the chaotic scene before him drew a slight frown from Gu Xingqian. Xiaoxia continued to disseminate panic-stricken proclamations, behaving like a walking generator of negative energy. Striding towards Xiaoxia, Gu Xingqian unleashed a formidable aura, instantly commanding the attention of the room. Enough! His deep voice resonated like thunder, silencing Xiaoxia, whose face turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. The Shadow Lord is indeed powerful. That much is true. But does that mean we must kneel and sing conquered? What nonsense! If anyone here is afraid of dying, they may leave now. I shall not force anyone to stay. Gu Xingqian surveyed the room, his tone sharp yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Li, the strategist, timidly stepped forward, presenting his revised strategic plan to Gu Xingqian. Commander Gu, this is the plan I have reformulated. Please take a look. Jiyu Xingqian accepted the plan, swiftly scanning its contents, his frown deepening. You call this a plan? It is riddled with flaws, utterly defenseless. With this, do you intend to lead everyone to their doom? Li's face flushed with indignation, his neck stiffening. Commander Gu, this is the best solution I could devise. The Shadow Lord's superweapon is immensely powerful. We simply cannot withstand it. Gu Xingqian scoffed coldly. Cannot withstand it? I believe it is your incompetence that is at play here. Look at this plan. It's akin to a primary school essay, devoid of logic. At this level, how dare you still call yourself a strategist? You. Li trembled with rage, yet found himself unable to counter. Jiyu Xingqian, uninterested in further debate, moved directly to the command platform, seizing a digital pen and sketching on the expansive projection screen. Although the Shadow Lord's superweapon is formidable, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Based on my observations. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Its energy source is precisely its fatal weakness. As Lina beheld the crucial points Gu Xingqian had marked on the screen, a sense of clarity washed over her. She looked at him, her eyes filled with admiration. Lang Wanjing regarded Gu Xingqian with a gentle gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. The forthcoming plan. Jiyu Xingqian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. We shall rely on this. He gestured towards his own head. The violent fluctuations of the Shadow Lord's superweapon indicate its energy output is highly unstable. We can exploit this for precise strikes. Gu Xingqian pointed to the flickering red dots on the projection screen, his tone resolute. He paused, his gaze piercing. Li, your plan is overly conservative and utterly fails to leverage our alliance's strengths. We require a bolder, more aggressive strategy. He swiftly sketched out lines of attack on the screen, elaborating on the new strategic deployment. His words flowed rapidly yet coherently, each step meticulously calculated and compelling. He interspersed popular internet references, such as play it safe, don't waste time, losing a team fight is fine, but Teemo must die, and so forth. Although these phrases seemed somewhat out of place in this era, they unexpectedly alleviated the tense atmosphere, making it easier for everyone to grasp his tactical intentions. The previously despondent members of the alliance found themselves reinvigorated by Gu Xingqian's confidence and passion. Hope rekindled in their eyes as they gazed at the newly unveiled strategic plan. Xiaoxia, who had been pale, regained some color as she looked at Gu Xingqian, her eyes filled with respect. Commander Gu, I was wrong. I should not have spread panic. Please forgive me. Xiaoxia approached Gu Xingqian, bowing deeply. Gu Xingqian began to notice the beauty before him. Her natural grace, slender figure, and lovely visage. Most notably were her measurements. Leaving Lina and Lang Wanjing feeling somewhat inferior, he waved his hand dismissively. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable. Now, we need unity to confront the Shadow Lord. Xiaoxia appeared relieved, her admiration for Gu Xingqian soaring. In her eyes, he was a savior, possessing not only immense strength but also striking good looks. Any woman would find herself utterly captivated. And she was no exception. She had harbored a secret crush on him for quite some time. Observing Xiaoxia's feelings, Gu Xingchen recalled Lina, Leng Wanjing, and Xiaoli. Since they had not all been able to satisfy him, he decided, Xiaoxia, come with me. As the words left his lips, Xiaoxia's heart raced uncontrollably. They arrived at Gu Xingchen's room, and she felt a mix of bashfulness and joy. Summoning her courage, she pressed her lips against his. Gu Xingchen, caught off guard, was swept away by the moment, and soon their bodies entwined, garments tearing. The resounding noises echoed like spring rain, igniting the fervor within Gu Xingchen. His inner power surged, and every fiber of his being felt invigorated. However, the commotion did not escape the confines of the room. It was shielded by a surge of energy Gu Xingchen had conjured. Within mere hours, Xiaoxia succumbed to slumber, unable to endure. This level of endurance was reminiscent of an ordinary person. She could not last as long as Lina. He pondered inviting Lang Wanjing and the others next time. Otherwise, this could not continue. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a knock resounded at the door. It swung open to reveal Lina approaching Gu Xingchen, her gaze falling upon the slumbering figure, causing her to gasp in surprise. Upon witnessing Gu Xingchen's complex expression, she comprehended the situation. The mounting pressure from the base had compelled him to seek an outlet. Embracing him, she softly reassured, Xingchen, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. At that moment, the door opened once more, and Leng Wanjing stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him. She had already understood the situation from outside. Gently clasping his hand and offering him an encouraging glance. Observing this scene, the alliance members' resolve solidified. They declared their willingness to alleviate their husbands' burdens, giving their all to become Gu Xingchen's ultimate sanctuary. Gu Xingchen was deeply moved. You rascal, indulging in pleasures without calling us is somewhat unfair. Furthermore, one alone cannot suffice. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Each strike reverberated with earth-shattering force, as if mountains crumbled and the sun and moon dimmed. After 3 exhilarating days of combat, Gu Xingchen emerged in high spirits, finally satisfied as he exited the room and entered the command chamber. The previous panic and despair had dissipated, replaced by fervor and an unwavering resolve for victory. At that moment, the communicator abruptly blared to life, a frantic voice cutting through the air. Report, the Shadow Lord's army is closing in on our defenses. Gu Xingchen's expression hardened, a cold smile gracing his lips. At last, they have arrived? I was beginning to worry they wouldn't show. He turned to address the assembled crowd, his voice steady. Everyone, the time for the decisive battle has come. Let us together deliver a surprise to the Shadow Lord. He pivoted towards the command platform, seizing the communicator and issuing orders. All members, prepare for battle. He paused, his gaze resolute. That I wish to see what hidden cards the Shadow Lord has left. Suddenly, alarms blared anew. This time more urgent and piercing than ever before. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the large screen, where a line of crimson text flickered ominously. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Chapter 66. The strategy for the decisive battle. The shrill alarm pierced the air, and the glaring warning text flashed. Unknown energy fluctuations. Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow, sensing that this was no good omen. Could it be that the Shadow Lord had a backup plan? He murmured to himself, his mind racing as he contemplated various possibilities. This sudden turn of events had slightly dampened the previously high spirits. Leaving everyone exchanging glances filled with confusion and unease, that Gu Xingchen was acutely aware of the cunning nature of the Shadow Lord and understood that they could not afford to be complacent. He immediately summoned the core members to further refine the battle plan. Brothers, steady yourselves. Do not panic. Gu Xingchen's voice was resolute, akin to a soothing balm that instantly calmed the anxious crowd. This wave is unexpected, yet within reason. That old rascal, the Shadow Lord, is surely plotting something. Gu Xingchen projected a colossal electronic map into the air, indicating several key nodes surrounding the Shadow Lord's base, and began to elucidate his strategy in detail. We cannot confront them head-on. We must outsmart them, capture the leader first, and strike at the heart. He meticulously outlined various routes on the map, annotating each team's tasks and timelines. Team A was responsible for feigned assaults to draw fire. Team B would flank from the sides, and Team C, he considered every conceivable scenario, even forecasting potential new schemes from the Shadow Lord, devising countermeasures accordingly. For instance, he planned how they would retaliate should the Shadow Lord deploy a new type of weapon or set ambushes. The thoroughness of Gu Xingchen's plan left the Alliance members in awe, rekindling their morale. As they gazed at their inspired leader, a confident smile graced Gu Xingchen's lips. Brothers, the dawn of victory is upon us. Charge! Just then, a voice shattered the harmony of the command room. Wait, I have a better plan. Zhang Yongshi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Initially, Zhang had intended to launch a solo attack on the Shadow Lord's base, believing Gu Xingchen's plan too convoluted and indirect. However, upon listening carefully, he found the plan to be impeccably crafted, considering every detail, even predicting the potential aroma of the Shadow Lord's flatulence. He suddenly felt as if he were a schoolboy armed only with a stick, charging at a tank, instantly deflated. Boss, I was wrong. Your plan is nothing short of divine strategy. I was far too naive. Please accept my apologies. He approached Gu Xingchen, standing at attention and saluting sincerely. Recognizing one's mistakes is a commendable trait. Zhang Yongshi, your courage is admirable, but we must also prioritize strategy. This time, we shall strike with elegance and finesse. Gu Xingchen patted Zhang Yongshi on the shoulder with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Li observed quietly, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Gu Xingchen. She thought him incredibly handsome, orchestrating their strategy from afar, and he was indeed her idol. She quietly approached him from behind, presenting a cup of invigorating tea brewed from special energy plants, her fingers lightly brushing against his hand. Ever since experiencing Gu Xingchen's strength, she had been unable to forget him. Xingchen, have some water, she said softly. Gu Xingchen felt the warmth of her fingertips and turned to her with a gentle smile, laden with meaning. Thank you, Xiao Li. As he reached for the cup, an alarm blared once more, this time more urgent, with the screen displaying a warning. High-energy reaction, unidentified object approaching rapidly. What is happening? Zhang Yongshi exclaimed. It seemed that the real drama was just beginning. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted as he abruptly set down the cup, his gaze fixed on the red on the screen that he looked outside. In the distance, a blinding light was approaching at an astonishing speed. The members of the Alliance, upon witnessing Gu Xingchen's meticulously crafted battle plan, felt as if they were gazing at a delectable roasted chicken, drooling with eagerness to charge into battle. Boss, this plan is simply brilliant. We're definitely in the clear. Zhang Yongshi rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him like a monkey. That old rascal, the Shadow Lord, is doomed this time. Standing at the command platform, Gu Xingchen delivered an impassioned speech, nearly invoking the fervor of a grand performance. Brothers, this time, we shall strike with grace and elegance. Let the Shadow Lord witness our prowess. He waved his arms, embodying the spirit of a general commanding legions. Victory is ours. The Alliance members' spirits ignited, and they began to chant, Victory! Victory! The atmosphere in the command room was as festive as a New Year's celebration. As the battle horn was about to sound, a peculiar stillness enveloped the area. The Shadow Lord seemed to have vanished without a trace. This eerie calm unsettled Gu Xingchen, who sensed that the Shadow Lord was concealing a formidable surprise. What scheme was that old rascal plotting? His brow furrowed, filled with apprehension. Just then, the blaring alarm rang out once more, and the screen displayed a colossal red dot hurtling towards them at an alarming pace. What on earth is that? Zhang Yongshi gasped. Gu Xingchen's expression hardened as he immediately commanded, all personnel, stand ready. Prepare for battle. The red dot drew nearer, gradually revealing its true form, a massive spacecraft, entirely black, exuding an aura of malevolence. What in the world is that? The Alliance members were left dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such advanced technology from the Shadow Lord. The spacecraft descended slowly, and its hatch opened, revealing a figure emerging from within. Clad in a long black robe and wearing a bizarre mask, he emanated an overwhelming energy. Gu Xingchen, long time no see. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and gravelly. Gu Xingchen squinted, fixating on the newcomer, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. You are. I am. The figure removed his mask, revealing a familiar face, none other than Lung Wanqing. Surprise! Lung Wanqing flashed a wicked smile, her eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Gu Xingchen's pupils constricted. You. Chapter 67. Core of Shadows. Surprise? More like a scare. Gu Xingchen scoffed, suppressing his shock and confusion while rapidly assessing the situation. Just 2 days prior, he had been with Lung Wanqing, who should have been resting peacefully now. How was she here aboard a spacecraft, seemingly unscathed? Gu Xingchen felt his defenses crumble. Lung Wanqing's sudden appearance and her strange demeanor made him realize that matters were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Had she been controlled, or was this all part of a grand scheme from the outset? He had no time to ponder, as Lung Wanqing launched her attack. Dark energy coalesced in her hand. Forming a sharp energy blade aimed directly at Gu Xingqian's chest, he sidestepped just in time, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it at her with force. An explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingqian retreated, putting distance between himself and Lung Wanqing. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. He needed to ascertain the situation, understanding the Shadow Lord's deviousness. Gu Xingqian resolved to infiltrate the core area of the Shadow Base once more, seeking potentially overlooked critical information. Utilizing the complex internal structure of the base and his acute energy sensing abilities, he deftly evaded layers of surveillance and patrols, stealthily penetrating the core region. The interior of the base was a labyrinth, yet Gu Xingqian's unique energy perception guided him precisely to the path leading to the core area. He moved like a phantom through corridors and passageways, avoiding detection entirely. Shortly after entering the core area, Gu Xingqian encountered the elite guards led by the Shadow Guard captain. This time, the defenses were even more formidable. With multiple laser traps and energy barriers set in place, as the captain personally led the assault against Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian, you are incredibly audacious to dare tread here again, the Shadow Guard captain roared. Gu Xingqian smirked coldly. I wish to uncover the secrets concealed within your core area. Combat was imminent. The Shadow Guard captain swung his energy sword, a fierce killing intent directed at Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian skillfully utilized his unique energy perception, anticipating the trajectory of the attacks and evading traps and strikes time and again. The surrounding elite guards launched their attacks with increasing frequency, weaving a deadly net of energy beams. Yet, Gu Xingqian always managed to sidestep at critical moments, infuriating the Shadow Guard captain. Damn it, this brat is as slippery as an eel. The captain gritted through clenched teeth. He swung his energy sword once more, intensifying his assault on Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian fought defensively while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. He noticed that while the captain's strikes were fierce, they seemed somewhat monotonous, as if he were protecting something. His gaze fell upon a device behind the captain, pulsating with strange light. So you are guarding this, are you? Gu Xingqian's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment when the captain was distracted, Gu Xingqian grinned wickedly. Allow me to demonstrate what a dimensional strike truly entails. He unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, transforming as if he were a super scion. Golden energy enveloped him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. What the hell? The Shadow Guard captain was momentarily stunned. This energy fluctuation surpassed anything he had previously detected. Did this brat take some drugs? Or has he activated some cheat? Gu Xingqian did not afford him a moment's respite. With a swift blink, he appeared before the captain, declaring, "Prepare to receive my challenge." A powerful punch, imbued with golden energy, landed squarely on the captain's face, sending him reeling and causing a veritable cascade of stars to dance before his eyes, along with a torrent of blood streaming from his nose. Ah, my face, my handsome face. The captain of the Shadow Guard clutched his face in agony, this blow leaving him utterly disfigured. Observing this, the elite guards rushed forward in a frenzied attempt to subdue Gu Xingqian. However, Gu Xingqian was currently brimming with energy and at the peak of his combat prowess. To him, these minions were as fragile as paper. With a left hook and a right kick, he effortlessly sent them sprawling in disarray, leaving them to search for their teeth on the ground. With your paltry skills, you dare to try and ensnare me? Gu Xingqian taunted while nimbly dodging their attacks, adding mockingly, "Go home and tend to your pigs." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a glowing device behind the captain. His gaze sharpened as he spotted an opportunity, with a deft slide to evade an incoming attack. He rolled beside the device. The captain, realizing the threat, gasped in alarm. "No, stop him." But it was too late. In an instant, Gu Xingqian seized the device with lightning speed. It emitted a low hum, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth, spreading rapidly. Success. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Xingqian's eyes, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. "Did you think it would end here?" A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Gu Xingqian swiftly turned, narrowly evading an attack from a figure that mirrored the earlier one. Another Lung Wanqing, identical in appearance but exuding an even colder demeanor, surrounded by an ominous aura of dark energy. What? Twin sisters, engaging in role-play. Gu Xingchen quipped, though alarm bells rang in his mind. The situation had grown increasingly bizarre, as if he had stumbled into a trap. Enough talk, the Fo Lung Wonking scoffed, summoning a black energy whip in her hand. Today, you shall remain here. Hey, hey. Let us discuss this calmly. Why resort to violence? Gu Xingchen dodged the lash of the whip while searching for an escape route. The two Lung Wonkings coordinated their attacks seamlessly, their onslaught relentless, leaving him struggling to keep up. Thinking you can break free? Dream on, the false Lung Wonking sneered, her whip striking with greater ferocity, cutting off all avenues of retreat. You re serious about this? Gu Xingchen realized he was on the verge of being trapped when a sudden idea struck him. He shouted, Qing, I love you. Both Lung Wonkings paused in shock, their assault momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingchen executed a swift slide, escaping their encirclement and sprinting toward the core area of the base without a backward glance. Don't run. The two Lung Wonkings quickly regained their composure and pursued him. Gu Xingchen reached the entrance of the core area, only to find it sealed by a formidable energy door. What is this? He attempted to breach it with an energy attack, but the door remained impervious. Stop wasting your efforts. This door is constructed from the core energy of the Shadow Lord. You cannot open it. A voice rang out suddenly. Gu Xingchen turned to see Lin Nana standing nearby, holding a key-like device. How did you come by that? Lin Nana smiled, approaching the energy door to insert the key into a slot. The door emitted a low hum and slowly opened. Come inside. She beckoned, but I know you have many questions, and I shall answer them all. Gu Xingchen hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, his mind swirling with confusion, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The door closed behind him with a heavy thud. Now, we can have a proper discussion, Lin Nana said, a flicker of something cold glinting in her eyes. With a swift motion, he dispelled the shadow clone in a single strike. Chapter 68. The crucial showdown inside the core area. The lighting was dim, and an unusual energy permeated the air, making Gu Xingchen feel distinctly uncomfortable. Various bizarre devices emitted a low, buzzing hum, akin to slumbering beasts, prompting him to tread lightly. This place is eerie. I hope no major threats emerge unexpectedly, he murmured, gripping tightly the energy gun he had confiscated from an unfortunate foe. Cautiously, he navigated around a massive energy sphere, its surface crackling with eerie blue arcs of electricity. That looks formidable. Best to keep my distance, he thought, feeling a surge of caution within. Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the base, red warning lights flashing frantically. What is happening? Gu Xingchen was startled, barely registering the tremors of the energy devices around him. The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile. Self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel must evacuate. A cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the base. Evacuate? What nonsense! Gu Xingchen cursed inwardly, realizing they intended to trap him here. In times of crisis, retreat is the best strategy. He took off running, but beams of red energy began to converge from all directions, sealing off every escape route. Are they serious? This is downright treacherous. Gu Xingchen ducked and weaved like an agile monkey, navigating through the onslaught of energy beams, his clothing singed as rays grazed him. The acrid scent of burnt fabric filling the air. At this rate, I'll end up roasted. Clenching his teeth, he scanned for a refuge, but the core area was stark and barren, devoid of any hiding spots. The intensity and frequency of the energy beams escalated, and despair began to creep in like a predator closing in on its prey. Just then, he noticed a device shimmering with peculiar light in the distance. Its glow flickered erratically, seemingly at odds with the surrounding chaos. What could that be? Gu Xingchen pondered, struck by inspiration. With determination, he gritted his teeth, dodged another beam, and dashed toward the enigmatic device. Time to take a gamble. He leapt forward, grasping the edge of the device. Did you think you could escape so easily? The voice of a shadow clone echoed ominously. The moment Gu Xingchen clutched the device, a surge of force propelled him backward. Cough, cough, he crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if his insides had been rearranged. This thing packs quite a punch. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from his lips. The device's glow intensified, and the surrounding energy beams grew increasingly violent. Gu Xingchen squinted. He could sense a formidable energy swirling within the device, akin to a bomb on the brink of detonation. Is this the source of the self-destruct program? A realization dawned upon him as his energy perception ability illuminated the flow of power within. Here goes everything. He inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of energy, his hands forming seals. Seal. A firm command resonated as a golden beam erupted from his palms. Enveloping the device, the clash of light against the raging energy produced a piercing hiss, reminiscent of water splashing into hot oil. Ji Yuxingchen gritted his teeth, continuously channeling energy as he felt his body deplete. Akin to an emptied vessel on the verge of collapse. Just then, the device's glow began to wane, the surrounding energy beams gradually dissipating, and the alarm fell silent. Finally, Gu Xingchen exhaled in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained, I did it. Meanwhile, at the Alliance base, Lung Wangqing paced anxiously. Why hasn't Xingchen returned yet? What if something has gone awry? She clutched her communicator tightly, eyes brimming with concern. Lin Nana grasped her hand reassuringly. Fear not. Xingchen is no ordinary individual. He will surely turn the tide. Though she spoke with confidence, worry gnawed at her heart. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed to life, Gu Xingchen's voice echoing through. I am fine. It's all sorted. Hearing his voice, Lung Wangqing's heart eased, her relief palpable as she rushed to the communicator. Xingchen, I'm so glad you're okay. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if Gu Xingchen were her hero. Just a minor feat, Gu Xingchen feigned nonchalance, secretly relieved. Lung Wangqing, eager to see him, grasped Lin Nana's hand. Let us go meet him. Upon seeing Gu Xingchen, she could no longer contain her excitement, rushing forward to embrace him. You scared me to death. Her voice quivered, her body trembling slightly. Ji Yuxingchen caught the faint scent of her fragrance, stirring something within him. Hey, I'm back, aren't I? He gently patted her back, soothing her with tender words. Lin Nana observed the pair with a subtle smile playing at her lips. That Ji Yuxingchen scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on the peculiar device that had emitted that strange glow. Now, it lay dormant, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that resembled some arcane script. What on earth? As he reached out to touch the patterns, a sharp pain shot through his fingers. Hissed, he abruptly withdrew his hand. Gazing at the tiny droplet of blood on his fingertip, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. What is this? Gu Xingchen fixated on the bloodstain, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Could it be that my blood is needed? He pressed his finger once more against the device, blood trickling along the intricate patterns, as the apparatus emitted a low, humming sound, projecting a luminous screen. The display was filled with a dense array of text and images, revealing the Shadow Lord's ultimate scheme. Gu Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply. Good heavens, this old rascal actually intends to. He discovered that the plan included the audacious idea of utilizing a certain forbidden energy to obliterate an entire planet. How utterly deranged. Gu Xingchen hastily copied the intelligence. This was the pivotal key to turning the tide of battle. He stowed the device and turned to leave when, all of a sudden, the alarm blared once more. Here we go again, he muttered, taking off at a sprint. This time, the alarm sounded even more urgent, and the entire base began to tremble violently. As if it were on the verge of collapse, Ji Yuxingchen dashed through the facility, the explosions behind him echoing like a relentless cacophony of firecrackers. This old fool is trying to bury me alive, Gu Xingchen grumbled as he ran, grateful for his agility, darting through the wreckage like a nimble monkey. Just as the exit came into view, an energy barrier suddenly obstructed his path. What now? Gu Xingchen stared at the crackling barrier before him, a thousand curses swirling in his mind. That moment, Lin Nana's voice crackled through the communicator. Xingchen, I am here to help you. No sooner had she spoken than a blinding beam of light struck the energy barrier, shattering it instantly. 666. Gu Xingchen shouted in triumph, bursting out of the base. Outside, Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana had been waiting anxiously. Xingchen, are you all right? Lung Wangqing inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a little water splashed. Gu Xingchen waved his hand, handing the intelligence over to Lin Nana. This is the most crucial piece of information. Lin Nana took the intel, glanced at it, and her expression turned grave. What's wrong? Lang Wangqing leaned in for a look, her face also shifting in concern. This. Ji Yuxingchen observed the two women, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed we have work to do. He lifted his gaze to the sky, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. Shadow Lord, your days of ease are numbered. Let us head back to the command center. He turned toward the war vehicle but suddenly halted, glancing back toward the base, which had devolved into an inferno. Wait a moment, Gu Xingchen squinted, as if recalling something. It seems that I've forgotten something. Chapter 69. Victory within grasp. Damn it. I left that mutated hamster behind. Gu Xingchen slapped his forehead in frustration. The hamster had been painstakingly tamed, capable of detecting energy fluctuations, and could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Never mind, there's no time for that. The threat of the Shadow Lord loomed large, and personal safety had to be set aside. The war vehicle sped along, kicking up clouds of dust. Upon returning to the command center, Gu Xingchen wasted no time diving into the strategy room, where a colossal electronic screen displayed a rotating 3D model of the Shadow Lord's base. Lung Wanxing and Lin Nana followed closely, their expressions serious. This intel, Lin Nana pointed to several marked key points on the screen. Its as if divine aid has descended, the defense layout of the Shadow Lord's lair. Its weaknesses, even the precise hour he engages in his nightly foot-picking rituals. It's all laid bare. Gu Xingchen nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall never be defeated. This time, we shall ensnare him like a fish in a barrel. For the next few hours, Gu Xingchen transformed into a human supercomputer, integrating every detail from the intel into the battle plan. His mind raced at lightning speed, various tactical strategies colliding and merging within his consciousness, ultimately forming a flawless operational proposal. This plan not only targets the Shadow Lord's weaknesses with precision, but also counters his cunning schemes. Truly a stroke of genius. The Alliance members gathered around the strategy table, watching in awe as Gu Xingchen adeptly orchestrated the electronic display, their eyes brimming with admiration. Even Zheng Yongshi, who typically exuded arrogance and longed to storm the Shadow Lord's lair single-handedly, now suppressed his disdain, fully respecting Gu Xingchen's intellect. Xingchen, your plan is simply invincible. Lung Wanxing marveled at the complex tactical deployments on the screen. Of course, Gu Xingchen replied with a confident smile. Should I even need to mention who devised it? This time, we shall make the Shadow Lord understand what it means to be struck from a lower dimension. He inhaled deeply, scanning the crowd, and spoke solemnly. Friends, the final battle plan that has been completed. Gu Xingchen articulated each word with conviction. The monumental electronic screen unfolded a holographic projection of the operational strategy. Complex lines and symbols flickered with dazzling brilliance, resembling an infinite sea of stars. Gu Xingchen picked up a laser pointer, indicating key nodes on the screen, elaborating on each step of the battle plan. His words flowed rapidly, yet remained coherent, each command precise and unwavering. It was as though an experienced driver was guiding the Alliance members down the highway to victory. First, we need to dispatch an elite team to infiltrate the Shadow Lord's lair and sabotage their energy core. We shall call this the decapitation strike. Gu Xingchen brandished the laser pointer, his tone fervent. Then, the main forces will launch simultaneous assaults from 3 directions, encircling them. We shall refer to this as closing the door on the dog. Lastly, I will personally lead the assault team to strike deep within, capturing the Shadow Lord alive. We shall call this. Gu Xingchen paused, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. This shall be called collecting the delivery. The Alliance members felt their blood surge with excitement, each one eager to leap into battle. Even the typically unruly Zheng Yongshi set aside his former bravado, his eyes filled with respect. Xingchen, I, Zheng Yongshi, swear to the heavens, I would brave fire and water for you without hesitation. He knelt before Gu Xingchen, his voice solemn. Brother Yongshi, please rise. Gu Xingchen quickly helped Zheng Yongshi to his feet, patting his shoulder. We are a team, and together we shall create miracles. Lung Wanxing and Lin Nana stood nearby, their eyes sparkling with pride and excitement as they watched Gu Xingchen exude confidence. A tenderness shone in Lang Wanxing's gaze, wishing to leap into Gu Xingchen's embrace. Lin Nana clenched her fist, silently declaring, Xingchen, you are simply amazing. With you here, we shall undoubtedly prevail. The entire command center buzzed with a spirit of unity and fervor, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with boundless energy. Gu Xingchen sensed the Alliance members' rising morale. He knew. Report, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected, rapidly approaching us. A communications officer suddenly shouted. Gu Xingchen's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. This is bad. The Shadow Lord has taken action ahead of schedule. Brothers, steady yourselves. We can take down this boss. Gu Xingchen felt the alliance members' morale surge. A confident smile graced his lips. His wisdom and leadership instilled faith within the alliance as they faced the formidable Shadow Lord that it felt as if a calming tonic had been administered. Steady as a rock, everyone believed that under Gu Xingchen's command, they would achieve victory and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Just as they were preparing for action, a scout barged in, stumbling and breathless. His face was ashen, and he stammered, Report. The Shadow Lord. He. What happened to him? Swallowed a TNT explosive pack and is ready to self-destruct. Zhang Yongshi interrupted impatiently, irritated by the scout's hesitation, unaware that time was of the essence. The Shadow Lord. It seems he has awakened a new ability. His energy fluctuations that are more than 10 times stronger than before. The scout took a deep breath, finally managing to convey the message that as soon as the words left his mouth. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The alliance members, who had been brimming with enthusiasm just moments ago, were suddenly doused with cold water. They exchanged glances, the excitement draining from their faces. Replaced by palpable shock and fear. 10 times. Long Wanqing's voice trembled slightly as she grasped Gu Xingchen's hand tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Even Gu Xingchen, usually brimming with confidence, furrowed his brow in concern. The Shadow Lord's new ability undoubtedly cast a shadow over their plans. It was akin to a video game where victory was imminent, only for the boss to suddenly undergo a second transformation. Who could withstand that? Xingchen, Lin Nana looked at Gu Xingchen with worry, awaiting his command. Gu Xingchen inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for panic. In the most critical moments, it was essential for him, as the leader, to step forward and stabilize the troops' spirits. Everyone, remain calm. When the enemy comes, we shall counter. When the water rises, we shall build a dam, no matter how powerful the Shadow Lord is. He is ultimately just a boss. We possess the strongest team and the most perfect plan. We fear nothing. His gaze burned with intensity as he surveyed the crowd. His words were infused with strength and confidence, akin to a potent tonic injected into the hearts of the alliance members. The initial chaos began to settle, and the flames of hope reignited in their eyes. Xingchen is right. What do we have to fear? Let us get to it. Zhang Yongshi brandished his fists, roaring loudly. Indeed, let us fight to the death. Charge, charge, charge. The members of the alliance responded fervently. Their spirits ignited. Gu Xingchen observed the rekindled determination among the crowd. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that this battle would be exceedingly arduous, yet they would never falter. Suddenly, an urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Report. The Shadow Lord. He. Chapter 70. New defense of the shadows. The voice from the communicator was fragmented and unclear, as if it were battling against severe interference. Report. The Shadow Lord. He initiated. New. The signal abruptly vanished. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened. What new tricks was the Shadow Lord up to? It seemed he had to investigate personally. Qing'er, Nana, the base is entrusted to you, Gu Xingchen declared, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Long Wanqing anxiously grasped his hand. Xingchen, it's too dangerous. Let me accompany you. Lin Nana also stepped forward. I want to go too. The more people, the better the support. Gu Xingchen shook his head gently, patting Long Wanqing's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall return swiftly. He turned to Lin Nana, his eyes conveying trust. The base needs you. Ensure everyone's safety. With that, he vanished into the night. The shadow base was heavily fortified, even more so than before. As Gu Xingchen infiltrated the periphery, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. This is bad. An ambush. Almost simultaneously, the ground erupted, and an energy pulse surged towards him. Does this thing have automated pursuit? Gu Xingchen quipped, narrowly evading the attack. Immediately, several elite shadow guards sprang from the shadows, their armor gleaming with a metallic sheen. Clearly enhanced, the captain of the shadow guard stood elevated, commanding the assault on Gu Xingchen. Capture him. Do not let him escape. Goodness, the Shadow Lord is truly investing heavily, Gu Xingchen remarked, evading attacks with agility. Energy pulse traps activated one after another, and the elite guard's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Their coordination was impeccable, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Gu Xingchen sensed a powerful energy wave approaching him, an attack from the captain of the shadow guards. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. The captain's confidants are indeed formidable. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Gu Xingqian realized that gaining entry into the shadow base was becoming increasingly challenging. His energy perception abilities surged, capturing the surrounding energy fluctuations. Suddenly, he felt a hint of anomaly. Something amiss. This energy to oh no. Gu Xingqian steadied himself, his mind racing. Could it be that the Shadow Lord has laid bare all his resources? This defensive system is sturdier than a fortress. Wait, sturdy. A mischievous smile crept upon Gu Xingqian's lips. Heh, no matter how tough something is, it must have weaknesses. He began analyzing the flaws in the defense system. Although the energy pulses were immensely powerful, their firing frequency was fixed, and their trajectories followed a discernible pattern. The elite guards, though well-coordinated, employed a singular attack mode, lacking in variability. That I do appreciate this professionalism. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he unleashed his power, moving with an elusive grace, akin to a nimble loach, weaving effortlessly through the dense energy pulses. Beep, beep, beep. As he evaded attacks. He animatedly provided comical sound effects, infuriating the captain of the Shadow Guards, whose face turned a shade of green. Focus. This is no game, the captain bellowed, intensifying the onslaught. Oh dear, are you angry? Don't rush. We've only just begun. Gu Xingqian dodged a fatal strike, swiftly maneuvering behind an elite guard and delivering a stunning blow. Down, he added a cheeky internet phrase before seizing the guard's weapon and retaliating against another, sending him staggering back. Double kill. The captain of the Shadow Guards watched in disbelief as his subordinates fell one by one, as if they were mere characters in a video game. This is not merely reconnaissance. This is a display of skill. He could hardly fathom how Gu Xingqian could be so tenacious. His agility and reflexes were beyond human. Everyone, attack with all your might, the captain roared hoarsely. However, Gu Xingqian had already identified an opening. Seizing the moment, he cleverly utilized the trajectory of the energy pulses that he redirected several back at the attackers, blasting open a path. Woo! Time to take off. He broke through a small squad of elite guards, disappearing into the depths of the corridor, leaving the captain of the Shadow Guards dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at the Alliance base, Lung Wanqing clenched her hands tightly, worry etched across her face. Xingqian, you must return safely, she whispered a prayer. Lin Nana, though outwardly composed, frequently glanced towards the direction of the shadow base. Do not fret. Wanqing's sister, Xingqian brother is as elusive as a loophole. He will surely be fine, she reassured Lang Wanqing, though a sense of unease lingered deep within her. As Gu Xingqian ventured deeper, a massive metallic door slowly opened at the end of the corridor, emanating an unsettling energy wave. That he halted, squinting slightly, attuning himself to the powerful energy. This. Upon stepping through the metallic door, he was greeted by a vast plaza. In the center floated an enormous energy sphere, pulsating with a haunting blue glow, akin to a heart beating rhythmically. This thing looks rather advanced. Gu Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim. The Shadow Lord was indeed investing heavily. He tentatively unleashed an energy attack, which struck the sphere but vanished without a trace. Then, something even more bizarre occurred. His attack rebounded. What the heck? Is this even a thing? Gu Xingqian swiftly dodged, the rebounding energy narrowly grazing him, creating a crater in the ground. This is rather troublesome. That he stroked his chin, deep in thought. This energy barrier-esque defense mechanism was unique. Brute force was evidently ineffective, and he needed to devise another strategy. Activating his energy perception abilities, he sought out the source of the energy barrier. This energy fluctuation that feels somewhat familiar. He followed the energy wave, his gaze locking onto an inconspicuous device at the edge of the plaza. Found it! Just then, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the base. Beep, beep, intruder detected, intruder detected. Gu Xingqian cursed inwardly. The Shadow Lord was alarmingly quick to respond. A swarm of elite guards surged from the surrounding corridors, encircling Gu Xingqian. Goodness, this is quite the spectacle. Are they hosting a fan meet and greet for me? Gu Xingqian quipped nonchalantly, though he remained vigilant. The elite guards were well trained, their coordination impeccable, forming an impenetrable barrier that trapped Gu Xingqian in the center. Their attacks came in relentless waves, and Gu Xingqian dodged deftly, narrowly evading one barrage after another. TSK. This pressure is quite intense. While evading, he also searched for an opening while keeping an eye out for the energy source's control device. The space dwindled, and the enemies multiplied. Jiu Xingqian felt like a prey ensnared in a spider's web, poised to be devoured at any moment. That I must settle this swiftly. He gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he altered his strategy. Instead of merely dodging, he took the initiative to strike. Utilizing his agile movements, he weaved between the enemies, seeking their weaknesses. His fists and feet flew, each blow landing with unparalleled precision, toppling elite guards one after another. 5 kills. Gu Xingqian shouted in excitement, though no one responded. Captain, this kid is too difficult to handle. An elite guard reported, panting heavily. The captain's face darkened. He never anticipated that an intruder could push them to such extremes. Everyone, at all costs, capture him. Gu Xingqian cast a glance at the energy source control device. It was within reach. He took a deep breath, preparing for a bold move. Come on, let me see where your limits lie. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from above the plaza. Gu Xingqian, do you think you can escape? Gu Xingqian looked up to see a figure in a black robe slowly descending. His face was obscured by a strange mask, rendering his expression unreadable. The Shadow Lord, that you finally show yourself. Chapter 71. Crisis of the Alliance. The Shadow Lord. Is this it? Gu Xingqian scoffed derisively, maintaining his signature swagger even in the face of a formidable foe. The Shadow Lord, however, was unfazed by his bravado. His black robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, a formidable pressure enveloping the entire plaza. Boy, tough talk is futile. Today, you shall witness what true power entails. No sooner had the Shadow Lord spoken than he flashed before Gu Xingqian like a specter, his speed astonishing. Jiu Xingqian hastily dodged, yet still received a blow to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Cough cough. Jiu Xingqian clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. This guy is something else. Struggling to rise, he wiped away the blood, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. You underestimate yourself. The Shadow Lord looked down at Gu Xingqian, his tone frigid. Once more, he launched an assault, this time with an even greater ferocity, each strike deadly. Jiu Xingqian fought while retreating, although his energy perception ability allowed him to anticipate the Shadow Lord's attacks. He still felt somewhat overwhelmed in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength. Meanwhile, within the Alliance's base, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. Jiu Xingqian's prolonged absence left the members of the Alliance in a state of anxiety. Could it be that something had happened to Gu Xingqian? Xiao Xia's voice trembled with unease, her gaze filled with apprehension. Silence, Zheng Yongshi roared. The captain will be fine. Yet, despite his words, a sense of dread began to gnaw at Zheng Yongshi's heart. It had been far too long without a word from him. Xiao Xia's voice dwindled, yet it took root and germinated like a seed in the hearts of the Alliance members. Indeed, what if he truly? Someone murmured in agreement. Everyone, be quiet. Lin Nana sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming with intensity, akin to a sword unsheathed. The captain has said he will return. What we must do now is trust in him. However, Lin Nana's words did little to quell the growing panic within the Alliance. I think we should elect a new leader. Someone proposed. This suggestion immediately sparked an uproar. What did you say? Zheng Yongshi glared with fury, as if he could tear the speaker to shreds. Am I wrong? Gu Xingqian's fate is uncertain. We cannot place all our hopes on him. Exactly. We cannot gamble with our lives. The clamor within the Alliance grew louder. Teetering on the brink of chaos, Lang Wanqing surveyed the tumultuous scene before her, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. Enough, she spoke softly, yet her voice held a remarkable calm, like a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil. Her words instantly silenced the commotion. Xingqian has never let us down. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, her gaze shimmering with trust and affection for Gu Xingqian. Have you forgotten the false intelligence from before? It was Xingqian who saw through the enemy's scheme, preventing our total annihilation. And during the last energy storm, had it not been for Xingqian's timely discovery of the energy source, would we even be standing here now? Lin Nana chimed in. Indeed, Xingqian always creates miracles that he yearns to reshape this world more than anyone else. He will not give up, nor will he abandon us. She clenched her fists, her tone strong and assertive. We should believe in him, just as he has always believed in us. The words of Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana acted as reassurance, prompting a portion of the Alliance members to reconsider. Yes, Gu Xingqian had indeed led them out of peril time and again, creating miracles. Yet, Xiao Xia was evidently unconvinced. I understand everything you're saying, she retorted sharply, but the situation is different now. The Shadow Lord is exceedingly powerful, and Gu Xingqian has been gone for far too long. Do you still expect him to return alive? Don't be foolish. We cannot place all our hopes on someone whose fate is uncertain. We must think of ourselves and find our own way. You are nothing but a coward. Lung Wanqing shot back mercilessly. You only know how to retreat. If it weren't for Xingqian's insistence on accepting you, you'd still be struggling to survive in the wilderness. You, Xiao Xia flushed crimson, having struck a nerve that I'm doing this for everyone's good. Following Gu Xingqian means only a dead end for us. Enough. Lin Nana slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Xiao Xia. If you're afraid, then leave. Don't disturb the morale here. Xingqian has truly misjudged you. It's a pity he accepted you. Don't forget, you were once his woman. The members of the alliance exchanged glances, unsure of whom to support. Xiao Xia's concerns were not without merit, yet the trust exhibited by Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana was equally moving. Just then, a deep voice resonated from beyond the crowd. What are you all arguing about? The crowd turned to see a tall figure slowly approaching. That it was none other than Gu Xingqian, and a hint of fatigue was etched on his face, yet his gaze remained as sharp as that of a hawk. Surveying the crowd, he took in their expressions, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's this? I leave for just a moment, and you're considering a new leader. Xiao Xia's face turned pale with fright as she hastily lowered her head, not daring to speak. The others also averted their eyes from Gu Xingqian, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Xingqian, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. Lung Wanqing rushed to Gu Xingqian's side, her concern evident in her inquiry. Are you injured? Fear not. I'm tough as nails. These minor wounds are nothing. Gu Xingqian chuckled, patting Lung Wanqing's hand before turning to address the others. I have returned with good news. What good news? Zheng Yongshi asked eagerly. That I've located the Shadow Lord's stronghold and obtained part of their next move's intelligence. Gu Xingqian paused for effect, teasingly holding back the rest of the information. So, what do you think? Surprised? Fantastic. The alliance members erupted in cheers, the previous tension and unease dissipating in an instant. The captain is truly a legend, Zheng Yongshi exclaimed, pumping his fist as if already envisioning the dawn of victory. Even Xiao Xia, who had opposed him earlier, now wore a relieved expression. Gu Xingqian smiled slightly and continued, however, this is only partial intelligence. To completely dismantle the Shadow Lord scheme, we need to acquire more crucial information. Captain, what do you need us to do? Lin Nana immediately stepped forward to inquire. The next operation is extremely perilous. I require someone utterly reliable. Gu Xingqian's gaze swept over the crowd before finally landing on Lin Nana. Nana, come with me. Lin Nana nodded resolutely, following Gu Xingqian out of the conference room without hesitation. Lung Wanqing watched their departing figures, a flicker of concern in her eyes. She had a nagging feeling that something was about to unfold. Sister Wanqing, do you think the captain and Sister Nana will succeed? A young team member approached Lung Wanqing cautiously. Taking a deep breath, Lung Wanqing forced herself to remain composed. Of course they will. They are the strongest duo. Just then, an urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Report. A large force from the Shadow Lord is approaching our base. Lung Wanqing's expression changed dramatically. What? Could it be that Gu Xingqian and Lin Nana have eloped? Chapter 72. The night before the final battle, Gu Xingqian and Lin Nana moved like phantoms through the intricate corridors of the Shadow Base. Their cooperation was seamless. One scouted ahead while the other guarded their rear, slicing through the last defenses of the Shadow Base like a dagger. Ultimately, they successfully acquired the complete intelligence on the Shadow Lord's new operations, a coded electronic document. I thought it would be some high-tech marvel. Isn't this just an electronic spreadsheet? Gu Xingqian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Skillfully, he decrypted the file, and its contents made him catch his breath in shock that on the way back to the Alliance. Lin Nana couldn't help but ask, Captain, what exactly does the intelligence say? Gu Xingqian's expression grew grave. The Shadow Lord intends to employ a new type of energy weapon to obliterate our last remaining oasis. Lin Nana clenched her fists. This is utterly deranged. Upon returning to the Alliance base, the anxious crowd immediately surrounded them. Captain, what happened? Zheng Yongshi queried urgently. Brothers, victory is assured. Gu Xingqian did not answer immediately, but instead scanned the crowd, confidence radiating from his eyes. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Gu Xingqian promptly gathered the core members for a meeting. Integrating the newly acquired intelligence into their existing plans, he pointed to a marked location on the map, declaring, the Shadow Lord's new weapon is hidden here. We must destroy it before they activate it. He meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides and formulated a comprehensive battle plan. He considered every possible variable, even anticipating the tricks the Shadow Lord might employ. Zheng Yongshi's blood surged with excitement, eager to charge into battle. "Captain, I can hardly wait to confront the Shadow Lord." Gu Xingqian patted his shoulder, smiling. "Patience, the best part is yet to come." He turned his gaze to Lung Wanqing, eyes brimming with tenderness. "Wanqing, this operation is exceedingly dangerous. You will be in charge of logistics. Ensure that everything is flawless." Lung Wanqing nodded gently. "Rest assured, I will take care of everyone." With all preparations complete, the moment of the final showdown finally arrived. Gu Xingqian stood on the platform, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. "Brothers, sisters, our days of oppression are coming to an end." Gu Xingqian's voice thundered, resonating throughout the entire base. "Those scoundrels of the Shadow Lord have been plotting against us day in and day out. Now, it is our turn to retaliate." He gestured grandly, and a massive projection screen lit up, displaying the structural blueprint of the Shadow Lord's base. "Do you see this? This is their stronghold. We're going to take it all down in one fell swoop." Gu Xingqian pointed to several key points on the map, declaring, "Their new weapon is right here. Our plan is..." He paused deliberately, lowering his voice. "A decapitation operation." A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. A decapitation operation. This was a tactic fraught with high risk, but equally high reward. "I understand that this is perilous, but we have no retreat," he continued passionately. "Rather than sitting idly by, we must take the plunge." He surveyed the crowd, his eyes ablaze with the fires of battle. "Those who fear for their lives may withdraw now. I do not compel anyone." A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to move. "Captain, we stand with you." A voice eventually shattered the stillness. Soon, more voices joined in, shouting, "Overthrow the Shadow Lord. For freedom. For survival." Gu Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. This is the spirit of the warriors I know." He proceeded to outline the battle plan in detail. He explained how to infiltrate, how to launch the assault, and how to retreat, considering every nuance as if he had rehearsed it countless times. Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana stood at the base, gazing at the spirited Gu Xingqian, their hearts swelling with pride. Lung Wanqing's eyes gleamed with affection. She understood that this man possessed not only formidable strength, but also a heart devoted to protecting all beings. Lin Nana looked at him with admiration, firmly believing that under Gu Xingqian's leadership, they would surely achieve ultimate victory. Having finished his explanation, Gu Xingqian took a deep breath and raised his right hand. "Brothers, for our future, charge." Just then, a voice rang out. "Captain, I have something to say." Zheng Yongshi, his face flushed with urgency, pushed his way to the front, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. "Captain, old Zheng may not excel in much, but I excel at slaying foes. I volunteer to lead the charge. Let us storm the Shadow Lord's lair and leave no trace behind." He brandished his massive axe, saliva flying as he seemed eager to rush out immediately. "Exactly. Let us go all in. Just do it." Aoli Ji, the surrounding warriors were infected by his enthusiasm. Joining in the fervor, Gu Xingqian's lips twitched. What was going on with this group of hot-headed individuals? He cleared his throat, signaling for silence. "Warrior, I understand your fervor, but we must adhere to the plan. While the decapitation operation is dangerous, it offers the highest success rate and minimizes casualties." Zheng Yongshi scratched his head, seemingly realizing his impulsiveness. "But Captain, I just want to slay more enemies." "Rest assured, warrior, you will have your chance to shine. Once we take down the Shadow Lord's command center, you can slay to your heart's content." Gu Xingqian chuckled, patting his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yongshi's eyes lit up. "Really, Captain? Then I will wait eagerly." Gu Xingqian nodded and scanned the crowd once more. "Brothers, conserve your strength. Tomorrow, we shall deliver an unforgettable surprise to the Shadow Lord." The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their morale soaring. Lung Wanqing approached Gu Xingqian, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Xingqian, be careful." Gu Xingqian grasped her hand and smiled gently. "Do not worry. I will return." Lin Nana stepped forward, her tone resolute. "Captain, we are ready to depart at any moment." Gu Xingqian nodded, his gaze brimming with confidence. "Good. I believe in you all. Tomorrow, we shall make history." As night fell, the Alliance base was ablaze with lights. Each individual preparing for the impending decisive battle. Gu Xingqian stood by the window, gazing into the dark expanse of the night sky, His mind awash with myriad thoughts, he knew that this battle would determine the fate of humanity. And failure was not an option. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. Subtle yet sinister, he turned sharply, his gaze piercing as it fell upon a corner of the base. What was happening? Chapter 73. The face-off. Gu Xingqian whirled around, his eyes sharp as they fixed on a corner of the base. What was happening? An ominous premonition enveloped him. The next day, under Gu Xingqian's command, the Alliance army surged toward the main battlefield. Brothers, charge! Let's overthrow the Shadow Lord and celebrate with hot pot and karaoke. Zheng Yongshi, wielding a specially crafted alloy sword, led the charge, brimming with enthusiasm. That on the battlefield, the Shadow Lord stood clad in black armor, exuding an aura of death that suffocated those around him. You pitiful rabble, dare challenge my authority? His tone was frigid, laced with contempt. Such bravado! Today, let me show you our might. Gu Xingqian sneered, waving his hand. Brothers, advance! The members of the Alliance surged forward like tigers unleashed, their spirits fierce as they charged into the enemy lines. That a smirk crept across the Shadow Lord's lips as he abruptly raised his hands. A torrent of powerful energy surged forth, engulfing the battlefield. What the hell? Zheng Yongshi stumbled, nearly losing his footing in the face of this overwhelming force. The Shadow Lord's attack crashed down like a tidal wave, and the Alliance members struggled to resist, akin to leaves in a tempest, tossed about helplessly. Many were struck down, crying out in agony as they fell. Captain, this old rascal has some skill. Lin Nana, brandishing her energy sword, rushed to Gu Xingqian's side. Stay calm. Maintain formation. Gu Xingqian directed the battle while warily observing his surroundings. He sensed something was amiss. Though the Shadow Lord's attacks were powerful, they felt somewhat contrived, as if concealing something. At that moment, Aunt Lu, responsible for logistics, rushed over, panting heavily. Captain, it's bad. The rear. Before she could finish, her expression changed, clutching her chest as she collapsed. Aunt Lu, Lung Wanqing exclaimed, rushing towards her. Gu Xingqian's heart sank. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad. It's a trap. He shot up his head, staring at the Shadow Lord, who revealed a sinister smile. Gu Xingqian, did you think I would commit all my forces here? You are gravely mistaken. Gu Xingqian swiftly dodged a black energy blade that sliced through the air toward him. Shards of stone flying, he felt like a slippery eel, evading the attack. Did I ask this a joke? He quipped, though internally he lamented the situation. The old foe's energy intensity was far beyond what it had been. It seemed today would require him to unleash his true abilities. Seeing Gu Xingqian's valiant stance, the Alliance members' morale surged, each one roaring with renewed vigor as they charged forward. Let us take him down. The battlefield erupted with the sounds of battle cries. Just then, two figures emerged from behind the Shadow Lord, his right and left hands. The attacker was lean and swift as lightning, wielding a gleaming energy dagger. The defender, stout and formidable, stood like a wall before the Shadow Lord, brandishing an impenetrable energy shield. Humph! Do you two lackeys think you can stop me? Gu Xingqian scoffed, moving like a phantom as he deftly evaded the attacker's dagger while searching for the defender's vulnerability. The battle escalated swiftly, akin to a clash of deities, as the ground around them was pockmarked by energy blasts, dust swirling about. Captain, watch out! Lin Nana's warning echoed from nearby. Gu Xingqian instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a black energy beam that scorched past his cheek. That was close, he thought, startled. The attacker's speed was astonishing. Had Lin Nana not warned him, he might have met his end. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened with resolve. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Gu Xingqian activated his energy perception ability, rendering the energy flows around him crystal clear. He keenly detected a subtle fluctuation in the defender's energy shield. A smile creeping onto his lips. Gotcha. He accelerated, bypassing the attacker and charging straight for the defender. Seeing this, the defender quickly raised his shield to block. Boom. Gu Xingqian's fist crashed against the shield with tremendous force, sending the defender staggering back as a hairline crack appeared on the shield. Is this all you've got? Gu Xingqian taunted, swinging his fist again. Shatter. With a resounding crack, the shield splintered, and the defender stared at Gu Xingqian in horror. You. The Shadow Lord furrowed his brow. Useless. He unleashed a wave of black energy directed at Gu Xingqian. Gu Xingqian chuckled derisively, vanishing in a flash to evade the Shadow Lord's attack. That I expected something more impressive. Turns out, it's just a senior exercise, he mocked. The Shadow Lord's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. You sharp-tongued brat. Prepare to die. The defender was sent flying by Gu Xingqian's blow, his fate uncertain. The attacker, witnessing this, hesitated momentarily, fear flickering in his eyes. Yet he pressed forward nonetheless. Gu Xingqian's movements were agile, slipping past the attacker's dagger effortlessly. That you're too slow, too weak. Go practice for a few more years, he jeered, evading while continuing to taunt his opponent. The attacker, now enraged, intensified his assault, but his attacks became increasingly reckless, revealing more openings. Gu Xingqian seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce whip kick that struck his opponent's chest with tremendous force. The assailant let out a piercing scream as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a massive boulder and spitting blood. Incompetence. All of you are worthless, the Shadow Lord roared in fury, raising both hands high as a potent energy coalesced within his grasp. I shall tear you limb from limb, he bellowed. Unfazed, Gu Xingqian revealed a hint of exhilaration upon his face. It finally time for the real deal. I can hardly contain my anticipation. He activated his energy perception ability, drawing in torrents of energy from his surroundings, his strength surging ever higher. That moment, Lung Wanqing's voice crackled through the communicator. Xingqian, be careful. The Shadow Lord's energy fluctuations are abnormal. He might unleash a devastating attack. A chill ran down Gu Xingqian's spine as he recognized the immense power behind the Shadow Lord's ultimate move. And he dared not underestimate it. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all the energy within him, bracing himself for the Shadow Lord's final strike. Die. The Shadow Lord roared, unleashing a sphere of energy that hurtled towards Gu Xingqian. Without a trace of fear, Gu Xingqian charged headlong to meet the energy sphere. Come, let me witness the true might of your ultimate move, he shouted, as an explosion of energy erupted from his body, forming a dazzling radiance that collided fiercely with the Shadow Lord's energy sphere. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, engulfing it in blinding light, while the ground trembled violently, as though the apocalypse had descended. As the smoke cleared, Gu Xingqian's figure emerged before all, his clothes tattered and numerous wounds adorning his body, yet he stood resolute. The Shadow Lord, on the other hand, appeared pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, clearly suffering significant injuries. How is this possible? The Shadow Lord gazed incredulously at Gu Xingqian. This is just the beginning. Gu Xingqian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cold smirk. Xingqian, we're on our way. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Chapter 74. The Crisis of Supplies. The main force had finally arrived. The echoes of the explosion had yet to dissipate when Gu Xingqian's figure flickered like a specter before the Shadow Lord. You little lackey, he taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. The Shadow Lord clutched his chest, staring in disbelief at Gu Xingqian, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. Yuda, he stammered, unable to complete his sentence. Gu Xingqian let out a cold laugh, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Shadow Lord. Xingqian, trouble. The supply line is under attack. The anxious voice of Lung Wanqing crackled through the communicator. Gu Xingqian furrowed his brow. What trickery was the Shadow Lord employing? A diversion. What are the casualties? He asked urgently. Casualties are severe. Captain who can barely hold on. Aunt Lu has been injured too. Lang Wanqing's voice trembled. Gu Xingqian's heart sank. The Shadow Lord's tactic was ruthless indeed. Targeting defenseless logistics personnel. He glanced at the barely conscious Shadow Lord and ultimately decided against delivering the finishing blow. Consider yourself fortunate, he spat, turning to rush towards the supply line. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the supply line. The Shadow Lord's minions pounced upon the unsuspecting logistics personnel like ravenous wolves. Although Captain who lacked experience, he bravely organized a resistance. Unfortunately, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, each one a trained warrior, and the supply line was swiftly breached. In the turmoil, Aunt Lu was struck in the shoulder while attempting to protect the supplies, blood staining her clothes. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she continued to direct others in moving the materials to safety. Captain, what do we do? We can't hold on much longer, a young soldier cried out in panic. Captain who wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression filled with anxiety. Hang in there, Captain. I'm on my way. Just then, Lin Nana's voice came through the communicator. Captain who let out a sigh of relief. Lin Nana was one of the top experts in the Alliance. With her support, they could surely turn the tide. However, Lin Nana's subsequent actions took everyone by surprise. Instead of heading directly to the supply line, she sped off in another direction. Lin Nana, where are you going? The supply line needs support, Captain Hu asked urgently. Lin Nana's voice was calm and resolute. I'm going to take out the Shadow Lord's stronghold. This move left everyone bewildered. Take out the stronghold. Isn't that too risky? Captain Hu exclaimed, realizing that the supply line was on the brink of collapse. Yet Lin Nana intended to launch an assault on the enemy's base? Wasn't that akin to a foolhardy rescue mission? But Lin Nana was no reckless brute. She was known for her strategic acumen. And her plan was undoubtedly well thought out. As it turned out, Lin Nana's strategy was remarkably astute. She had no intention of actually taking down the Shadow Lord's stronghold. Instead, she led an elite team around to the enemy's rear, creating the illusion of cutting off their retreat. This tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao was executed beautifully, and the Shadow Lord fell for it. Upon receiving urgent reports from the rear, he was thrown into a panic, compelled to divert some of his forces from attacking the supply line to counter Lin Nana's ambush. The pressure on the supply line decreased sharply, allowing Captain Hu to seize the opportunity to reorganize their defensive forces and stabilize their position. While directing the soldiers to counterattack, he silently commended Lin Nana. Truly, she was the Alliance's brain. This maneuver was simply brilliant. Meanwhile, Lin Nana and her team maneuvered through the enemy's rear, avoiding direct confrontation. They fired a few shots from a distance, creating the illusion of a massive army closing in. The troops dispatched to pursue them were left disoriented, scrambling to respond. Report. It seems we have fallen into a trap. A scout gasped as he rushed to the Shadow Lord. Lin Nana's team is not numerous. They are merely bluffing. The Shadow Lord's face darkened as he realized he had been ensnared by Lin Nana's cunning, and he roared in fury. Damn it. That cunning woman. He slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. Oh dear, Shadow Lord. What seems to be the matter? Such anger can be detrimental to your health. Lin Nana's mocking voice suddenly chimed in through the communicator. The Shadow Lord's subordinates realized they had been outmaneuvered by Lin Nana, their faces burning with shame as though they had been soundly slapped. How dare this woman toy with us? A burly man shouted furiously. Brothers, let's fight back. Turn those bastards into mincemeat. Enraged, they pivoted their weapons and charged back towards the supply line with even greater ferocity than before. Captain Hu's heart sank at the sight of their frenzy. This is bad. These men have gone mad. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he stood resolutely at the front of his troops, shouting, Brothers, hold the line. Even if we die, we must protect our supplies. Though the warriors at the supply line were outmatched, they were united by a single conviction: to defend their homeland at all costs. They formed a human wall, resolutely resisting the enemy's frenzied onslaught on the other side of the battlefield. Lung Wanqing anxiously watched Gu Xingchen as he clashed with the Shadow Lord. His figure darted through the smoke-filled battlefield like a celestial being, each strike infused with overwhelming power. Lung Wanqing's heart raced. She longed to possess such strength as Gu Xingchen, to fight alongside him rather than remain in the safety of the rear. Fretting for his safety, clutching the medical kit tightly, her eyes brimmed with love and concern for him. Although Lin Nana's tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao had temporarily alleviated the pressure on the supply line, it did not resolve the crisis entirely. The enemy's frenzied counterattack once again put the situation on the brink of disaster. Lin Nana, observing the continuous casualty reports on her communicator, furrowed her brow. It seemed it was time to unleash her trump card. A cold smile crept across her lips as she retrieved a uniquely designed device from her backpack. Simultaneously, the battle between Gu Xingchen and the Shadow Lord escalated to a fever pitch. The Shadow Lord, driven to rage by Gu Xingchen's relentless assault, unleashed a deafening roar, his energy surging to unprecedented levels, a powerful pressure enveloping the entire battlefield. Gu Xingchen, come and face your doom, he howled, launching another lethal strike. Gu Xingchen's expression hardened. He understood the moment of reckoning had arrived. Chapter 75. Awakening of Energy. The Shadow Lord's attack resembled a colossal black serpent, bearing the intent to annihilate everything in its path. As it lunged towards Gu Xingchen, the hearts of the Alliance members raced, knowing that even a glancing blow could spell certain death or grave injury. Several nearby warriors attempted to assist, but were violently repelled by the shockwave, blood spewing from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Lung Wanqing's face turned ashen, her hands pressed tightly against her mouth to stifle any cries of alarm. Lin Nana gritted her teeth, the peculiar device in her hands glowing ominously, ready for a desperate gambit. Boss, Alliance leader. Despairing cries echoed across the battlefield. The Shadow Lord's maniacal laughter filled the air, as if he could already envision Gu Xingchen being torn to shreds. Gu Xingchen, This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Die. The attack was upon them in an instant, Gu Xingqian's figure appearing as a mere leaf in a tempest, on the verge of being shredded apart. At this critical juncture, Gu Xingqian's lips curled into a mysterious smile, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes that he muttered to himself. Is that all? Today, I shall show you what true power is. He extended his hand, making an unexpected gesture that astonished everyone. Gu Xingqian suddenly spread his arms wide, not to embrace death, but to welcome energy. At that moment, his unique ability to sense energy erupted in full force. Like a flood breaching a dam, he voraciously absorbed the surrounding stray energy. The visible energy fluctuations in the air coalesced into a dazzling brilliance, forming a shimmering energy shield before him, radiating with multicolored light. Do you dare to call yourself a lord? This move will surely blind your eyes. Gu Xingqian's audacious voice resonated across the battlefield. The Shadow Lord's cataclysmic attack collided with the energy shield, shattering upon impact like an egg against a stone. A massive shockwave of energy surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Gu Xingqian remained standing tall, utterly unscathed. Our leader is magnificent. The alliance members erupted in cheers, their voices deafening. The Shadow Lord, however, was left in shock, staring incredulously at Gu Xingqian as if witnessing something unfathomable. This is impossible. How could you possibly withstand my attack? At that moment, Lin Nana's excited voice crackled through the communicator. Boss, we've completely cleared the rabble attacking the supply lines. Captain Hu and the others are safe. Gu Xingqian's lips curved into a wicked smile. Well done. Now, it's time for us to counterattack. His gaze sharpened, fixed intensely on the Shadow Lord, powerful energy waves swirling around him. The Shadow Lord's expression changed drastically. He sensed that Gu Xingqian's energy had grown even stronger, constituting a faint threat to himself. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He shouted in panic, turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Gu Xingqian scoffed, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight like a wraith. Wait for me. Boss, Lin Nana called out. Following closely behind, the Shadow Lord's minions rushed forward to intercept, but Gu Xingqian sent them flying with a single blow, leaving them heavy on the ground, unaware of their fate. Observing this, the White Wizard chanted incantations, directing a strange green light towards Gu Xingqian. Without a glance, Gu Xingqian waved his hand, dispersing the light effortlessly at a mere parlor trick, daring to show off before me, under the relentless assault of the Alliance. Cracks began to form in the Shadow Lord's shield. As Gu Xingqian advanced step by step, a fierce determination flickered in the Shadow Lord's eyes as he pulled out a black crystal from his robe. Seeking mutual destruction? You are simply unworthy. Gu Xingqian's voice was icy, laced with mockery. That he extended his hand, fingers splayed, aimed directly at the Shadow Lord. Like lightning, Gu Xingqian surged towards the Shadow Lord, his fingers spread wide, energy pulsating in his palm like a miniature sun. Experience my stellar burst. A radiant golden beam erupted from his palm, striking the Shadow Lord's shield with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the shield violently trembled, spiderweb-like fissures appearing. The Alliance members, witnessing this, felt their morale surge, unleashing their full might with energy attacks pouring down like rain. This operation is magnificent. Stellar Burst, such a powerful name. Gu Xingqian's lips curled into a wicked smile. He imparted his newly comprehended energy manipulation technique to Lin Nana and several core members. Unleash your might upon them. We must shatter this tortoise shell today. With Gu Xingqian's true teachings, the Alliance members' attacks intensified. Energy beams, energy bombs, energy blades, a dazzling array of assault techniques emerged, leaving onlookers awestruck. The Shadow Lord's shield, battered by the tempest of attacks, began to waver, flickering as though it could collapse at any moment. The Shadow Lord's minions were in a frenzy, desperately trying to reinforce the shield against the onslaught. But their efforts were futile. Boss, the shield won't hold much longer, one of his minions exclaimed in terror. The Shadow Lord's face turned ashen, a fierce glint in his eyes. Damn you, Gu Xingqian. I shall fight you to the end. He frantically infused energy into the black crystal he held. Want to self-destruct? I shall accompany you. Gu Xingqian laughed coldly. A hint of derision in his gaze, he pressed his hands together, energy surging within him, brewing an even more formidable power. Just then, the black crystal in the Shadow Lord's grasp erupted with blinding light. A chilling wave of energy radiated outward, The Shadow Lord's lips curled into a sinister smile. This is just the beginning. Chapter 76. The shield's counterattack. After the blinding light faded, the Shadow Lord's energy shield not only remained intact, but erupted with even greater power. Like a flood unleashed, it surged towards the Alliance members. What is happening? The shield exploded? Someone gasped. Yet, this was not an explosion, but a counterattack. The shield's energy surged forth like a tempest, rebounding the energy beams and bombs directed at it. The unprepared Alliance members were swept off their feet by the powerful energy storm, cries of agony echoing, "Dada! My leg! Help! I'm being sucked in." The Alliance members fell into chaos, their once formidable offensive crumbling instantaneously. Cold Wanqing and Lin Nana were also pushed back by the energy storm, their faces pale. "Sister Wanqing, be careful," Lin Nana exclaimed, grabbing Cold Wanqing as she nearly got swept away. Cold Wanqing steadied herself, anxiously looking toward the eye of the storm. Where is Xingqian? Where is he? In the rear supply line, the residual waves of the energy storm had also reached, scattering supplies everywhere. The panicking Chen Xiaomei cowered beneath the table, trembling, repeatedly murmuring, it's over, we're going to die." Aunt Lu clutched her injured arm, grimacing in pain as she shouted, "Don't panic, stay calm, quickly transfer the supplies to safety." Captain Hu, drenched in sweat, commanded everyone to evade. Yet he himself felt uncertain. What is happening? Alliance members caught in the energy storm were tossed about like leaves, crashing heavily to the ground, moaning in pain. The Shadow Lord's minions emerged from the storm, their faces twisted in cruel smiles. "Humph, you overestimate yourselves. This is the consequence of challenging our leader," the White Wizard sneered, waving his staff. Sinister energy waves surged towards the injured Alliance members, as if seeking to take advantage of their plight. "Gu Xingqian, weren't you quite formidable? Why aren't you showing yourself now? Have you been frightened into silence?" The Shadow Lord, standing behind the energy shield, laughed uproariously at the disheveled Alliance members, his laughter piercing through the howling energy storm. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared at the center of the energy storm, and Gu Xingqian's figure slowly emerged. A cold smile graced his lips as he muttered, "Interesting. It seems to be energy reversal." Gu Xingqian's figure flickered in and out within the energy storm, like a nimble fish evading the attacks of the Shadow Lord's minions. "Is this what you call a tickle?" he taunted. The Shadow Lord ground his teeth in fury. "Don't get too smug. Let's see how long you can evade." Gu Xingqian closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as a faint golden light enveloped him. That he heightened his energy-sensing ability to its utmost, and the surrounding energy fluctuations formed a clear image in his mind. He discovered that the source of this retaliatory energy was a continuously rotating energy core, with a slight energy fracture at its periphery. "Found you." Gu Xingqian's lips curved upward slightly. The attacks from the Shadow Lord's minions grew increasingly fierce, energy blades raining down like a deluge. "Boss, this kid is a bit tricky. No matter how we hit him, we can't land a blow," one of the attackers complained. "Useless. You can't even handle a mere brat." The Shadow Lord roared in anger. While evading, Gu Xingqian sought an opportunity to approach the energy core. He realized that the position of the energy fracture was exceptionally tricky, requiring precise timing and calculation to strike. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his energy into a single point, preparing for a decisive blow. Just then, the White Wizard suddenly appeared, swinging his staff, unleashing a bizarre energy wave aimed directly at Gu Xingqian's back. "Watch out!" Cold Wanqing shouted from afar. Gu Xingqian spun around sharply, the energy wave grazing past him and leaving a shallow wound. "Damn it, this old coot plays dirty." Gu Xingqian cursed silently, reluctantly abandoning his plan to attack the energy core to counter the White Wizard's assault. The White Wizard grinned sinisterly. "Gu Xingqian, your end is nigh." He waved his staff, unleashing a series of strange energy waves that coiled around Gu Xingqian like venomous snakes. "Is that all you've got?" Gu Xingqian scoffed, swiftly evading the White Wizard's attacks. That he closed in on him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. "Let me show you my strength." The White Wizard was sent flying by Gu Xingqian's punch, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. He stared at Gu Xingqian in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. "With such meager abilities, how dare you emerge to embarrass yourself?" Gu Xingqian disdainfully clapped his hands. He turned his gaze towards the energy shield, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Next, it is time to deal with you, Xingqian." A voice, cool and urgent, echoed from afar. Gu Xingqian glanced back to see Lung Wanqing sprinting towards him, her face etched with concern. "Stay back. It's dangerous," Gu Xingqian shouted. However, It was too late. The Shadow Lord suddenly appeared behind Lang Wangqing, conjuring a sphere of dark energy aimed directly at her back, that Ji Yuxingchen. Your woman is now mine. Lang Wangqing watched Gu Xingchen navigate through the energy storm as if strolling in a garden, her heart racing with anxiety. Xingchen, you must be careful. She silently prayed. Ji Yuxingchen was no pushover. He maneuvered through the energy storm with agility. Like a wraith, the Shadow Lord's minions could not even brush against his garments. Brothers, could we perhaps see something new? Gu Xingchen taunted while dodging attacks. Boss, this kid is too slippery. One of the attackers complained to the Shadow Lord, frustration evident on his face. Shut up. Capture him. The Shadow Lord roared in exasperation. Ji Yuxingchen was not merely evading. He was actively searching for the control nexus of the shield's retaliatory energy. With the aid of his energy perception, he finally located it. It was a small device, hidden within the core of the shield, pulsating with an eerie glow. Aha, found you. Gu Xingchen smirked mischievously. He gathered energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this nexus. Just then, the white wizard re-emerged, brandishing a staff and muttering incantations that a wave of black and purple energy surged towards Gu Xingchen. Kid, meet your demise. This old man just won't quit. Gu Xingchen cursed under his breath, hastily dodging. The energy wave grazed his body, leaving a deep trench in the ground. That was close. Had I been hit, I would have likely perished on the spot. Gu Xingchen patted his chest, still shaken. After evading the attack, he ignored the white wizard and refocused on the control nexus. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated energy at his fingertips. Then, with a sudden burst, he shot forth a slender yet precise beam of energy, striking the nexus. With a resonating hum, the shield's retaliatory energy weakened instantly, and the members of the alliance felt a surge of relief. Phew, we can finally breathe again. Xingchen, well done. Lang Wangqing exclaimed excitedly. However, before they could celebrate for long, the Shadow Lord's face darkened. Producing a black metal sphere from his cloak, he sneered, the real show has only just begun. He hurled the metal sphere high into the air. Chapter 77. Surprise attack on the shadow. The metal sphere exploded in midair, dispersing into a cloud of black smoke that rapidly spread. From within the smoke came a series of chilling, ghastly howls. What in the world? Gu Xingchen cursed. Realizing the Shadow Lord had an array of tricks up his sleeve, the black mist dissipated. A horde of grotesque creatures materialized before them. Towering over 2 meters, these beasts were covered in spikes and emitted a nauseating stench. Is this a scene straight out of a biohazard nightmare? Gu Xingchen scoffed, simultaneously grateful for his prior preparations. Launching a frontal assault against the Shadow Lord's shield would be akin to throwing eggs against a rock. Ji Yuxingchen understood this well, and thus devised a counter-strategy, a surprise attack. He resolved to lead a small team of elite members, taking advantage of the Shadow Lord's moments of distraction to stealthily flank him from behind. This plan was fraught with peril. If discovered, the strike team would likely find themselves in dire straits. Xingchen, this plan is too risky. Lin Nana expressed her concern, yet firmly supported Gu Xingchen's decision. I believe in you. Lang Wangqing understood the dangers of this mission. Silently praying for Gu Xingchen's safety, tears shimmering in her eyes. You must return safely. She whispered softly. Fear not, for I am a man of extraordinary luck. Gu Xingchen flashed them a confident smile. He knew this battle was pivotal, and he had to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the Shadow Lord seemed to sense Gu Xingchen's intentions, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips, thinking of a sneak attack. I've been waiting for you. He gestured grandly, and 2 figures emerged from behind him. Left arm, right arm, keep a close watch, and don't let them escape. These 2 figures were the Shadow Lord's trusted lieutenants, one an expert in offense, the other in defense. Their synergy was formidable. Ji Yuxingchen led his team forward, disguising themselves as wounded Alliance soldiers, inching closer to the Shadow Lord's rear and to the supply line. Aunt Lu was busy when suddenly several shadows flitted past her. Before she could react, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Aunt, Captain Hu, guarding the supply line, panicked. What happened? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Simultaneously, Chen Xiaomei trembled in fear from the Shadow Lord's imposing presence, her hands trembling, halting her work. The White Wizard cackled ominously, waving his staff as bizarre spells rained down upon the Alliance members. Report. Supply line under attack. A soldier rushed in, breathless with panic. What? Gu Xingchen's expression shifted. Not good. Gu Xingchen's team feigned retreat. Each member wailing as if they were being slaughtered, they deliberately suppressed their energy signatures, appearing on the brink of collapse. The Shadow Lord's minions, seeing these battered soldiers, could hardly muster any interest, internally cursing. A bunch of rookies, thinking they can pull off a sneak attack on the boss, truly seeking death. Just as they were about to close in on the Shadow Lord, Gu Xingchen signaled to his team. Everyone understood immediately, activating their berserk mode. Gu Xingchen surged ahead, unleashing all his energy, propelling himself towards the Shadow Lord like an arrow released from a bow, gathering a radiant sphere of light in his hands. He shouted, "Taste my Starburst healing slash! What is happening? When did these rookies become so formidable?" The Shadow Lord was caught off guard, stumbling from the sudden attack, confusion written all over his face. Damn it. This kid has outsmarted me. He quickly regained his footing, cursing inwardly. Gu Xingchen seized the advantage, launching lethal strikes that forced the Shadow Lord to retreat. Team members showcased their signature skills, unleashing a flurry of dazzling attacks. Creating a chaotic scene, the Shadow Lord's subordinates stood agape, thinking, this script is all wrong. We were supposed to be watching rookies fight among themselves. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. This kid must be cheating. One minion moaned. The Shadow Lord wiped the blood from his lips, glaring menacingly at Gu Xingchen. Kid, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, he suddenly sensed two powerful presences closing in from behind. Boss, watch out. The Shadow Lord's left and right arms were no pushovers. The defender stood like an iron tower before the Shadow Lord, absorbing the strike from the surprise team. Their defensive power was thicker than a turtle's shell. The attacker was like a rabid dog, biting anyone in sight, his speed rivaling that of both. The surprise team was caught off guard, thrown into a fierce struggle. These two must be on steroids. One team member couldn't help but mutter, "Less talk, just fight." Another teammate shouted angrily, unleashing all his energy to clash head-on with the attacker. The scene was explosive, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year. Crackling incessantly. From a distance, Lang Waking watched Gu Xingchen successfully surprise the Shadow Lord, nearly leaping with joy. Covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes sparkled with admiration. The adoration in her gaze could have melted Gu Xingchen's heart. Though Gu Xingchen had gained the upper hand, the Shadow Lord was a boss-level adversary. Once he regained his composure, his combat prowess surged, and the battle became fiercely contested. Old man, don't think I fear you. Watch how I deal with you. Gu Xingchen evaded the Shadow Lord's strikes while searching for weaknesses, silently chanting in his heart. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as the Shadow Lord landed a punch, sending Gu Xingchen sprawling to the ground, his insides feeling as if they had been rearranged. Brother Xingchen, Lang Waking's heart leapt into her throat at this sight, wishing to rush forward and protect him. The Shadow Lord approached Gu Xingchen with a sinister grin. Kid, your performance ends here. Struggling to rise, Gu Xingchen spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with defiance. Thinking you can defeat me? Not so easily. Suddenly, he noticed a massive rock nearby. Boss, look, the attacker exclaimed, pointing in surprise at the direction behind Gu Xingchen. The Shadow Lord followed the attacker's gaze, his expression shifting dramatically. Not good. Gu Xingchen executed a nimble roll, ducking behind the boulder. The combined strike from the Shadow Lord's minions missed entirely, obliterating the rock into rubble. These two are not playing around. Gu Xingchen scoffed, seizing the moment as the attacker remained dazed. He delivered a swift spinning kick, striking the attacker squarely in the face. With a resounding crack, the attacker's nasal bone likely shattered, blood gushing forth like a burst pipe. The attacker screamed in agony, staggering backward. Useless. Can't even handle a little kid. The Shadow Lord, witnessing his subordinate's humiliation, erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of energy that enveloped the surroundings, creating an overwhelming pressure that rendered the onlookers breathless. This was disastrous. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. Gu Xingchen silently cursed, hastily signaling his team members to evade. The Shadow Lord raised both hands high, murmuring incantations as torrents of energy surged towards him. Coalescing into a colossal sphere of power, Shadow Shockwave, the Shadow Lord bellowed, hurling the energy sphere brutally towards Gu Xingchen and his companions. Move swiftly. Gu Xingchen shouted urgently, and the group scattered in all directions. The energy sphere crashed to the ground, erupting with a deafening roar, shaking the earth violently, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring the sky. As the dust settled, a massive crater marred the ground, leaving devastation in its wake. Gu Xingchen and his team emerged from the ruins, covered in dirt and injuries. Cough, cough, cough. That old rascal, playing dirty. Gu Xingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing under his breath. Brother Xingchen, are you all right? Lang Wanqing rushed over anxiously to assess Gu Xingchen's injuries. I'm fine, just a minor wound. Gu Xingchen replied, mustering a reassuring smile. Boss, this guy is tougher than expected. He's still alive. The attacker, clutching his nose, pointed at Gu Xingchen. The Shadow Lord's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. Today, None of you shall leave here alive. He began to gather energy once more, preparing for another strike. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Shadow Lord. Your opponent is me. The crowd turned to see a figure descending from the heavens, landing gracefully before Gu Xingchen and the others. Who are you? Gu Xingchen inquired, gazing at the mysterious figure with confusion. The newcomer removed their hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face with a faintly sinister smile. Long time no see, Gu Xingchen. It's you. Gu Xingchen's pupils constricted in shock. How are you here? Chapter 78. The shield finally shatters. Long time no see? Huh. It seems you have a death wish. Gu Xingchen spat, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The earlier explosion had left him feeling as if his organs had been displaced. This score must be settled. Meanwhile, the ambush team was engaged in a fierce battle with the Shadow Lord's loyal subordinates. Lin Nana, like a flash of lightning, wielded her blade with deadly precision, landing lethal strikes. The Shadow Lord's allies were no pushovers, adept in both offense and defense. For a time, they matched Lin Nana blow for blow. Boss, this woman is quite troublesome. One attacker was sent flying by Lin Nana's kick, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Useless, the Shadow Lord roared. You can't even handle a woman. The shield surrounding the Shadow Lord flickered increasingly under the relentless assault from the Alliance members, threatening to shatter at any moment. Brothers, push harder. This turtle shell can't hold much longer, Gu Xingchen shouted, invigorating the morale of the Alliance members, who intensified their attacks. The energy rebound from the shield grew stronger, sending several individuals flying and injuring them. Lung Wanqing rushed forward to provide aid, but she was overwhelmed. Wanqing, be careful, Gu Xingchen exclaimed, pulling her behind him as she narrowly avoided the energy blast. Brother Xingchen, concern filled Lung Wanqing's eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Xingchen reassured her with a comforting glance before turning his attention back to the Shadow Lord. Old rascal, your doom is approaching. Just then, the Shadow Lord's shield finally succumbed to the dual pressure, cracking with a resounding snap. Now's our chance, Gu Xingchen bellowed, channeling all the energy within him into a concentrated force, launching it towards the fissure in the shield. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the shield, scattering it into countless motes of starlight. The Shadow Lord staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it! Fear flickered in the Shadow Lord's eyes. How is this possible? Gu Xingchen ignored his astonishment and turned to the ambush team. Lin Nana and the others were on the brink of collapse, injuries marking their bodies. Brother Xingchen, I feel. Suddenly, Gu Xingchen sensed an extraordinary surge of energy within him, a power unlike any he had ever experienced. He looked up at the Shadow Lord, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The game was just beginning. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, as if the very energy of the universe was converging upon him. With a grin, he declared, Old rascal, let me show you what a nuclear explosion energy package looks like. Clasping his palms together, the air around him began to distort, visible energy ripples emanating outward like ripples on a pond. This energy was exponentially more potent than before. The Shadow Lord's face paled. White Wizard, stop him. The White Wizard chanted incantations, sending black beams of light, like venomous serpents, racing towards Gu Xingchen. This was no ordinary energy attack. It was infused with a sinister corrosive shadow power. Contact would inflict damage, and touching it would lead to collapse. Child's play. Gu Xingchen scoffed, his form flickering like a specter, deftly weaving through the black beams. He danced along the precipice of death, each step precisely evading the attacks. This GUI.is he cheating. The Shadow Lord's subordinates watched in disbelief. The speed and reflexes Gu Xingchen exhibited transcended human capabilities. Gu Xingchen's speed escalated, eventually transforming into a blur as he broke through the black beam's blockade, hurtling towards the Shadow Lord. This is bad. The Shadow Lord's internal alarm blared. He attempted to evade, but realized he was already locked in by Gu Xingchen's energy. Paralyzed, a thunderous explosion erupted as Gu Xingchen's energy erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, colliding violently with the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord screamed, his body flung back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Gu Xingchen stood triumphantly, radiating formidable energy. He gazed down at the fallen Shadow Lord, a cold smile curling his lips. This was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged along the supply line. The White Wizard's insidious magical attacks tormented the Alliance members. Lu Dama was struck while transporting supplies, collapsing on the ground in agony. Grandma, Captain Hu cried out, frantic, yet felt helpless against the White Wizard's onslaught. Just then, Chen Xiaomei snapped out of her panic, gritting her teeth as she rushed to Lu Dama's side to bandage her wounds. Xiaomei, you. Captain, who stared in astonishment at Chen Xiaomei, never expecting this usually timid girl to display such bravery in a critical moment. Chen Xiaomei lifted her head, determination shining in her eyes. Captain, we cannot give up. Lang Wanqing anxiously watched Gu Xingchen, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes filled with worry and hope. Lin Nana clenched her fists, believing that Gu Xingchen would surely succeed. This guy, he always creates miracles. This time would be no different. Gu Xingchen took a deep breath, feeling the torrent of power within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. Old rascal, prepare to receive my attack, he roared, his figure flickering as he transformed into a blur, instantly breaking through the White Wizard's black beam blockade. His speed was faster than a rocket launch. What speed is this? The Shadow Lord's subordinates were left dumbfounded. This was no longer a speed achievable by humans. It was as if he were cheating. The White Wizard's expression shifted in alarm, attempting to cast another spell, but it was too late. Gu Xingchen had already reached the Shadow Lord, slamming into the shield with his fused, overwhelming energy. The thunderous roar reverberated as the shield shattered like glass, scattering into starlight. The Alliance members erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Boss is magnificent. Let's take him down. The Shadow Lord's face turned ashen, disbelief etched on his features as he beheld the shattered shield. Terror gripping his heart. How is this possible? My shield could withstand missiles, yet it was shattered by Gu Xingchen in a single blow. Gu Xingchen regarded the terrified Shadow Lord, a cold smile creeping across his face. This was merely an appetizer. The true feast was yet to come. As the Shadow Lord gazed into Gu Xingchen's cold, gleaming eyes, an ominous premonition surged within him. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, only to find his body ensnared by an overwhelming force. Immobilized. Gu Xingchen slowly raised his right hand, a dazzling orb of light coalescing in his palm. This orb radiated destructive energy, seemingly capable of devouring everything. It's over. Gu Xingchen's voice was icy and merciless, like the Grim Reaper from the depths of hell. The Shadow Lord stared at the increasingly radiant orb, his pupils dilating in terror as he stammered, "Wait." Gu Xingchen offered no opportunity for further words. The light in his hand exploding forth, like a supernova, it instantaneously engulfed the Shadow Lord. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion swept across the battlefield, sending dust and debris flying, plunging the world into chaos. Alliance members scrambled for cover, the power of this blast transcending even that of a nuclear explosion. As the dust settled, a massive crater marked the epicenter of the explosion, and the Shadow Lord's figure had vanished, leaving behind only tattered clothing and fragments of weaponry. Boss's move was simply extraordinary. They were swiftly dispatched. The members of the Alliance erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-earned victory. Even the usually composed Lin Nana could not suppress a smile. Brother Xingchen. Lang Wanqing dashed to Gu Xingchen's side and enveloped him in an embrace, her eyes brimming with excitement, and Joy. Gu Xingchen gently patted Lang Wanqing's back, reassuringly murmuring, "It's all right. Everything is over." However, just as the crowd reveled in their triumph, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The sinister aura permeated the air, sending shivers down their spines. What is happening? Captain, who looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. This is bad. That aura. Gu Xingchen's expression changed drastically as he sensed a powerful energy approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a massive black vortex materialized in the air, from which a figure slowly emerged. Cloaked in a black robe, the figure's face remained obscured, yet the terrifying aura emanating from it left everyone present gasping for breath. The Shadow Lord. Is not dead? Gu Xingchen stared incredulously at the figure, his heart filled with shock. The robed figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a pale, twisted visage. Gu Xingchen, did you really think you could defeat me like this? You were so naive. His eyes glinted with madness, and his voice was hoarse and chilling. Gu Xingchen gazed at the Shadow Lord, who resembled a demon from hell, his heart sinking. He knew that the true battle had only just begun. Did you think you were the only one capable of transformation? Gu Xingchen scoffed, his body radiating golden light. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Humph, you underestimate yourself. The Shadow Lord retorted, a black longsword materializing in his hand, its blade emanating a chilling gleam. Prepare to meet your demise. Wait. A feeble voice suddenly interjected. The crowd turned to see the white sorcerer struggling to rise from the ground. His face was as pale as a ghost, blood still staining the corners of his mouth, but his gaze was unwavering. My lord, please allow me to face him alone. Chapter 79. Battle and Desperation. The Shadow Lord cackled wildly, his black robe billowing like a night owl in flight. Face him alone. Do you think you still have the right? With a flick of his black sword, a wave of dark energy surged toward the white sorcerer. No. Gu Xingchen attempted to intervene, but was firmly ensnared by the Shadow Lord's minions. Your opponents are us. The duo coordinated seamlessly, blocking Gu Xingchen's path with relentless precision. At a critical moment, a figure leaped forward, placing herself in front of the white sorcerer. It was Lin Nana. The dark energy struck her fiercely, causing her to emit a muffled groan as she was sent flying, blood staining her garments. Nana. Gu Xingchen's heart raced with fury. Cough, cough. Lin Nana struggled to sit up, blood trickling from her lips, yet she managed a weak smile. That it's nothing, boss. Just a minor injury. Cough, cough. The Shadow Lord, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor only growing more arrogant. Gu Xingchen, is this your ally? So easily shattered. Today, you shall all perish here. He raised the black sword once more, a wave of terrifying energy sweeping over the battlefield. The alliance members recoiled in fear. Even the usually bold Shen Xiaomei trembled in fright, cowering in a corner, behind the supply line. Aunt Lu clutched her injured arm, anxiously gazing towards the battlefield. Xingchen, you must hold on. She murmured, worry etched in her eyes. Aunt, don't fret. We will protect everyone. Captain Hu feigned calmness, though his trembling voice betrayed his inner turmoil. The Shadow Lord's assaults intensified, threatening the very stability of the supply line on the battlefield. Gu Xingchen found himself overwhelmed by the Shadow Lord, sustaining several wounds in the process. That he gritted his teeth, struggling to endure, his heart growing heavier. Could it truly end here? Suddenly, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the Shadow Lord. This energy feels eerily familiar. Gu Xingchen's heart stirred. Could it be? Heh, do you feel it? The Shadow Lord sneered. This is not the power of despair. No, this is not the power of despair. It is impotence. Gu Xingchen's gaze sharpened, locking onto the Shadow Lord as he articulated each word deliberately. The Shadow Lord's expression darkened. Was this fool out of his mind? Even in this moment, he dared to jest, though internally seething. The Shadow Lord did not relent in his assault. The black energy surged like a torrential storm, suffocating Gu Xingchen. The Shadow Lord's minions fought with fervor, one attacking relentlessly while the other defended without fail, creating an impenetrable wall that left Gu Xingchen struggling to respond. Boss, hold on. Lin Nana strained to rise, but collapsed helplessly to the ground. Xingchen, you must survive. From behind, Aunt Lu's anguished cries shook Gu Xingchen to his core. No, I cannot fall. Clenching his teeth, Gu Xingchen fervently circulated his internal energy. His golden aura began to subtly activate, capturing the chaotic yet unstable energy waves radiating from the Shadow Lord. Indeed, this fiend was merely bluffing. Though he projected strength, he was running on fumes. A term flashed in Gu Xingchen's mind. Last flicker. Realizing this, he felt a surge of confidence, opting for a strategy of evasion rather than direct confrontation. Dodging attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter, the Shadow Lord grew increasingly alarmed. How had this brat's movements become so elusive? Like a slippery eel, just then, the Shadow Lord sensed a void within himself. The once volatile energy rapidly deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. Cursed. I've miscalculated. The Shadow Lord cursed inwardly, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted. Now is the moment. Lung Wangqing watched Gu Xingchen dart across the battlefield like a phantom, her heart filled with worry and an inexplicable anticipation. Her heart raced, marveling at her brother Xingchen's extraordinary maneuvers, akin to a thrilling dance. She yearned to rush forward and embrace him with affection, perhaps even lend him some of her energy. But Lin Nana held her back. Sister Wangqing, stay calm. Charging in now would only complicate matters. Lin Nana's serious demeanor proved surprisingly reliable in this crucial moment. Their hands clasped tightly, as if performing some mysterious rite, fervently cheering for Gu Xingchen. Meanwhile, sensing the Shadow Lord's weakened state, Gu Xingchen felt his victory within reach. That he immediately declared in the team channel. Brothers, this guy is a paper tiger. He has finished. Everyone, hold steady and wear him down. Upon hearing this, the Alliance member's spirits soared. What? The big boss is just a weakling? We have nothing to fear. They cast aside their trepidation, embracing a mocking defiance. Is this all you've got? I thought you were a legendary master. But it turns out you're just a frail wretch. Shadow Lord, how's your health? Need a recommendation for some health supplements? Mockery echoed through the air, leaving the Shadow Lord fuming with rage. His minions were equally bewildered. Boss, didn't you say you would dominate the battlefield? Why does it feel like you're slacking? They exchanged glances, both realizing the depth of their despair. This time, they were likely to be defeated. The Shadow Lord. Enraged by the ridicule, yearned to conclude this battle swiftly. He forced down the overwhelming weakness coursing through him and attacked once more. However, his strikes lacked their former fervor, appearing pitifully weak, akin to mere tickles. Observing this, Gu Xingqian's lips curved into a smirk. It was time to showcase his true strength. Everyone step aside. Let me handle this. With a resolute shout, Gu Xingqian flashed forward, appearing before the Shadow Lord in an instant. He extended his right hand, a peculiar energy coalescing in his palm. The Shadow Lord's eyes widened in alarm, desperately attempting to evade, only to find himself ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Its over. Gu Xingqian stated coolly, a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. Wait, the Shadow Lord cried out, his voice trembling. I have something to say. Chapter 80. Ultimate Breakthrough. Wait, I have something to say. The Shadow Lord's voice cracked in desperation. Trembling as though he were a leaf in a tempest, devoid of the earlier arrogance he once wielded. What, now you're afraid? Gu Xingqian replied with a disdainful smile. The energy in his palm grew increasingly radiant, resembling a miniature sun that illuminated the dark battlefield. Seeing that pleas for mercy were futile, the Shadow Lord's gaze hardened as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. You think I will surrender? Dream on. The blood quickly dispersed into a thick black mist, obscuring everyone's vision. Cough, cough. Aunt Lu, stationed behind the supply line, was seized by a fit of violent coughing, her complexion as pale as a ghost. The toxic mist. Cough is rather peculiar. This is bad. It is a corrosive poison fog. Lung Wanqing discerned the situation at a glance and hurriedly called for everyone to retreat. This toxic mist not only corrodes the skin but also erodes energy. So everyone must be cautious. A sense of panic instantly spread through the Alliance's defense line, causing the previously solid formation to waver. Captain, who was particularly flustered, his forehead beaded with sweat as he clumsily directed his team to retreat. Appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Everyone, don't panic. Steady, steady. At that moment, several dark figures darted out from the poison mist, launching an assault on the Alliance's supply line from behind. They were none other than the Shadow Lord's right-hand men, who took advantage of the chaos to cut off the Alliance's escape route. Despicable, Lin Nana shouted furiously, brandishing her long knife as she charged forward. Haha. You think you can stop us with just a bunch of underlings? The Shadow Lord's minions laughed derisively. They exuded a thick aura of darkness, clearly bolstered by the Shadow Lord's power. The Alliance's defense was on the brink of collapse, and the Shadow Lord's scheme had succeeded. Turning the tide once more. Gu Xingqian's brow furrowed tightly, the energy fluctuations in his palm intensifying. He understood all too well that he must swiftly deal with the Shadow Lord to reverse the situation. Just then, he felt a surge of powerful energy stirring within him, as if it were about to burst forth from his body. The excruciating pain made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The surrounding members of the Alliance watched him in agony, their hearts heavy with concern. Lung Wanqing anxiously called out, Xingqian, are you all right? Gu Xingqian gritted his teeth. Enduring the torment. What is he planning to do? One of the Shadow Lord's minions halted its attack, staring at Gu Xingqian with a hint of puzzlement in its eyes. Gu Xingqian let out a roar that echoed through the heavens, like a divine dragon awakening, shaking the very earth. His entire being radiated brilliance, the energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye, resembling a sun rising majestically, illuminating the entire battlefield. Having surpassed his limits, Gu Xingqian's power surged tremendously, akin to a human-shaped walking nuclear bomb. What is happening? Has Brother Xingqian activated some sort of cheat? The members of the Alliance, hiding behind cover, stared in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Xingqian, are you okay? Lung Wanqing called out with concern. Though her eyes glimmered with an unusual light, Gu Xingqian's lips curled into a confident smile. I'm fine, just a slight breakthrough. His seemingly casual words concealed a devastating force. With a single wave of his hand, a dazzling beam of light shot forth like a sword towards the Shadow Lord. Its speed astonishing. A mere trick, the Shadow Lord scoffed, attempting to unleash the black mist once more to block the attack. However, this energy charged through the mist effortlessly, striking the Shadow Lord with great force. Puffed. The Shadow Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Xingqian. How is this possible? The Shadow Lord's minions were taken aback at this turn of events. One of the attackers roared in panic, transforming into a shadow and lunging at Gu Xingchen, while the defender quickly erected an energy barrier in front of the Shadow Lord, trying to shield him from Gu Xingchen's assault. "You underestimate me far too much," Gu Xingchen sneered, swiftly dodging the attacker's onslaught with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the eye. "Now, it's your turn." Gu Xingchen divided his energy into two streams, one continuing to suppress the Shadow Lord while the other targeted the Shadow Lord's minions. With a thunderous boom, the barrier painstakingly erected by the defender was shattered in an instant. He was knocked away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The attacker was also struck by Gu Xingchen's energy, letting out a scream as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Gu Xingchen did not relent, concentrating even more energy on attacking the Shadow Lord. At this moment, the Shadow Lord had been utterly suppressed by Gu Xingchen's overwhelming might, unable to retaliate, merely watching as he was gradually consumed. Stop it." The Shadow Lord's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. "Now you seek mercy? Too late." A cold smirk appeared on Gu Xingchen's lips. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the edge of the battlefield. A mysterious figure clad in white robes, wielding a staff, approached slowly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The members of the Alliance, witnessing Gu Xingchen's valor, felt their spirits soar. They charged forward as if invigorated by a surge of energy, shouting, "Our leader is magnificent. Brothers, charge. Let's crush these scoundrels." They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the Shadow Lord and his minions. The Shadow Lord, battered by Gu Xingchen's relentless assault, began to retreat, the dark energy surrounding him growing thinner. The once insufferably arrogant demeanor was replaced by sheer fear and disbelief. "With such meager skills, you dare to make an appearance? You should inquire about my identity." Gu Xingchen scoffed, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Shadow Lord when he suddenly sensed a chilling energy approaching from behind. "What is this?" Gu Xingchen instinctively evaded, turning to see the sinister old man in white robes, who appeared ethereal yet bore a treacherous expression. "How interesting, truly interesting." The white-robed figure spoke in a tone that was both mocking and eerie, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "And who might you be?" Gu Xingchen asked impatiently. "He, I am the White Sorcerer, and I have long admired your esteemed name." "Gu Xingchen," the White Sorcerer smiled insidiously. "Seeing you today, your reputation truly precedes you." However, the White Sorcerer paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "That it seems you may meet your end here today." He slowly raised his staff, a powerful energy fluctuation beginning to coalesce at its tip. "Xingchen, be careful," Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana exclaimed simultaneously. The White Sorcerer grinned wickedly, directing his staff at Gu Xingchen. Chapter 81. The Shadow's Demise. The White Sorcerer's staff radiated a blinding light, shooting a brilliant beam directly at Gu Xingchen. "A mere trick?" Gu Xingchen scoffed, unfazed as he raised his hand. An immense energy instantly materialized into a shield, deflecting the attack of the white light. "Is this the extent of your abilities, attempting to ambush me? You underestimate me far too much." Gu Xingchen taunted. At that moment, the Shadow Lord let out a frenzied roar, and the already thin dark energy surged dramatically, forming a massive black energy sphere. "You wish to perish together with me? You are not worthy." A glint of brilliance flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes as he realized the Shadow Lord's aim was the supply line behind him. "Xingchen, be careful," Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana cried out anxiously. "Don't worry, I have it under control." Gu Xingchen shot them a reassuring glance before instantly teleporting above the supply line. "Not good. The Shadow Lord intends to destroy our supply line," Captain Hu shouted in panic, causing the Alliance members near the supply line to scatter in disarray. "Everyone, stay calm. Hold your positions," Aunt Lu shouted, clutching her injured arm. "We cannot allow the Shadow Lord's scheme to succeed." The black energy sphere unleashed by the Shadow Lord streaked across the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the supply line. "Humph, disperse," Gu Xingchen bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great force, sending a powerful energy wave that shattered the black energy sphere. "How is this possible?" The Shadow Lord stared in disbelief at the scene, unable to comprehend how his full-powered strike was so easily neutralized by Gu Xingchen. "That it's over, Shadow Lord," Gu Xingchen stated coldly, slowly raising his right hand, gathering a dazzling sphere of golden energy in his palm. "It is time to send you on your way." Just as Gu Xingchen was about to deliver the final blow to the Shadow Lord, he suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation surging from within him. "What is this sensation?" Gu Xingchen pondered, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. The energy swirling within him intensified, filling him with an extraordinary sense of strength. Suddenly, he realized it was something he had long overlooked, the power of teamwork. He opened his eyes wide, golden light flickering within them. Brothers, sisters, lend me your energy. Gu Xingqian's voice resonated across the battlefield. Although the alliance members were unsure of his intentions, they held absolute trust in him. One by one, they raised their hands, channeling their energy into Gu Xingqian. Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana also unhesitatingly infused their energy into him. Countless energy beams shot forth from the alliance members, converging upon Gu Xingqian, forming a colossal golden energy shield. What kind of divine operation is this? Captain Hu gaped in astonishment, feeling as though he were witnessing a scene from a sci-fi movie. The black energy sphere unleashed by the Shadow Lord slammed into the golden shield but created not even a ripple. Even more astonishingly, the powerful energy was absorbed by the shield and rebounded with even greater ferocity. No, the Shadow Lord let out a desperate scream, never imagining that he would be struck by his own attack. The black energy sphere struck him with astonishing swiftness, causing his body to tremble violently before gradually dissipating. Witnessing their master's imminent demise, the Shadow Lord's loyal subordinates lost all will to fight, akin to deflated balloons. With the leader gone, what purpose remained for them? Exchanging glances, they simultaneously discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. Spare us. We are willing to capitulate. The members of the alliance erupted in jubilant cheers, for they had triumphed at last. Aunt Lu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Chen Xiaomei, too, broke into a smile. Finally liberated from her fears, Gu Xingqian descended slowly, feeling somewhat faint, yet his visage radiated the joy of victory. He turned to look at Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana, only to find them rushing towards him. Xingqian, Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana exclaimed with excitement as they threw themselves into his embrace. That I knew you could do it. Lin Nana's face shone with admiration. Gu Xingqian chuckled, patting their shoulders. That it was all for the future of the alliance. The alliance members embraced each other in celebration, their cheers resounding like thunder. Aunt Lu, witnessing this scene from the supply line, was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Children, you have all done magnificently. I shall reward you with extra rations." This victory was monumental for the alliance, not only eradicating the Shadow Lord, a grave threat, but also seizing vast resources and territory, significantly enhancing their strength. For a time, the morale of the alliance soared, and everyone basked in the elation of triumph. At last, we can enjoy a few days of peaceful living. Captain Hu sighed, reflecting on the torment of their previous anxieties. Chen Xiaomei, too, breathed a sigh of relief, free from the dread of being intimidated by the Shadow Lord's tyrannical presence. However, the joy of victory was fleeting. Though the battle had concluded, the scars of war remained. The alliance had emerged victorious, yet at a considerable cost. Many warriors had sacrificed their lives in the fight, and even more had been wounded. The scarcity of resources, the burden of post-war reconstruction, and the looming threat of the Shadow Lord's remnants weighed heavily upon the hearts of the alliance members. Gu Xingqian observed the jubilant crowd, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Just then, a scout rushed in, panic-stricken and pale. "Report. Boss, we discovered a secret chamber in the Shadow Lord's base." Before he could finish, he noticed Gu Xingqian's expression darken, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "What lies within?" The scout gulped, his voice trembling. It's not a mountain of gold." The scout stammered, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. "Not a mountain of gold." Gu Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, then elation surged through him. This was a fortuitous windfall. With this gold, they could procure ample supplies, rebuild their homes, and bolster the alliance's strength. "Well done." Gu Xingqian laughed heartily, patting the scout's shoulder. "We are on the brink of prosperity." Yet again, the joy of victory was short-lived. Although the alliance had prevailed, they were gravely weakened. The shadows of battle still loomed over each member's heart. An air of indescribable despondency hung over the camp. Sun Widow, notorious for her pessimistic predictions, sat amidst a crowd, shaking her head as she spread her dismal outlook. "What does it matter that we won the battle? The Shadow Lord had countless minions. With our scant numbers, we are bound to meet our end." Li Xiaodi, a young recruit who had recently joined the alliance, was already filled with apprehension about the future. Hearing Sun Widow's words only intensified his dread. "Sister Sun, is what you say true? Will we really lose? Is there any doubt?" Sun Widow replied with certainty. "Look at our weapons. They are in tatters. Even Zhang the blacksmith would struggle to forge anything without materials." Zhang the blacksmith, the only craftsman capable of weapon forging in the Alliance, sat despondently in the empty materials store, smoking a pipe. His tools were worn down, and the materials store was bare, devoid of even a scrap of metal. Alas, Zhang the blacksmith sighed deeply, helplessly tapping his pipe against the ground that a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Without resources, even my talents are rendered useless. His words only served to bolster Sun Widow's grim predictions. The atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly oppressive, and many Alliance members began to waver, questioning whether they could continue to resist the Shadow Lord's remnants. Jiyu Xingchen observed all this, yet he did not respond directly to Sun Widow's pessimism as everyone expected. Instead, he approached Zhang the blacksmith, crouched down, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Old Zhang, come with me. Jiyu Xingchen did not directly confront Sun Widow as anticipated. Instead, he began to pile up clumps of earth in the center of the camp, crafting a makeshift platform. Sister Sun, come, step up and share your insights with everyone. Sun Widow, amused, believed that Gu Xingchen was at his wit's end and was preparing to publicly reprimand her. She sauntered up to the platform, spitting out words with fervor, embellishing the Alliance's current predicament, which caused many wavering members to shake their heads in despair. Li Xiaoti's face turned pale, resembling someone anticipating the end of the world. Brilliant, truly the best debater in our Alliance, Gu Xingchen praised, leading the applause once Sun Widow concluded that I have a piece of good news to share with everyone. He paused, scanning the crowd with a confident smile. Approaching the edge of the platform, he feigned mystery, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, pointing to the ground beneath him. That I sensed something lies beneath here. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Gu Xingchen had succumbed to the pressure. Boss, are you about to unveil some grand scheme? What could possibly be underground? A rat hole? Even Sun Widow couldn't help but roll her eyes. Gu Xingchen disregarded her mockery, moving towards Zhang the blacksmith. Whispering a few words, he then pointed to the area beneath the platform. Old Zhang, dig here. Though Zhang the blacksmith was skeptical, he gathered his tools, accompanied by a few strong young men, and began to excavate. As the dirt flew, an unusual energy wave gradually emanated from below. Jiyu Xingchen could distinctly sense this energy, knowing his intuition had been correct. After digging about a meter deep, a young man suddenly exclaimed, "We struck something. It's hard, like a stone." The crowd gathered around, revealing a mineral glowing softly before their eyes. Jiyu Xingchen picked up the mineral, scrutinizing it closely, and a surge of pure energy flowed into his body, revitalizing him. Could this be? Zhang the blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled. Energy, or this is a crucial material for crafting high-tier weapons. The crowd erupted in excitement. Sun Widow was left speechless, her mouth agape like a fish out of water. Li Xiaoti leaped with joy, exclaiming, "We are saved! We are saved! Indeed, it is energy ore, and this is just the beginning. I believe there is more beneath." Gu Xingchen raised the mineral high, announcing loudly, "As long as we unite in purpose, we can overcome the challenges ahead and rebuild our homes." He scanned the crowd, his gaze resolute. "Now, I declare a new plan. Jiyu Xingchen surveyed the area, his eyes sparkling with determination. Codenamed Pierce the Planet, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, the previously dreary camp suddenly bursting with vitality. Lung Wanqing smiled gently, clasping Gu Xingchen's hand. Lin Nana threw herself into Gu Xingchen's embrace. "Boss, go ahead. I support you." "Old Zhang, take this. See if you can modify our existing weapons to enhance their performance." Gu Xingchen located Zhang the blacksmith first, handing him the remaining metal materials. Zhang the blacksmith examined the materials closely, frowning. "These materials are rather scarce. They might barely suffice to upgrade a few weapons. I understand." Gu Xingchen nodded. "But given the current situation, we must make do for now. Once we unearth more energy ore, we can forge even more formidable weapons." Zhang the blacksmith's eyes began to shine with hope as he vigorously nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." With the discovery of energy ore, the morale of the Alliance members surged, invigorated with enthusiasm. Everyone eagerly grabbed their tools, commencing the excavation of underground resource points. However, the digging process proved arduous. The subterranean rock was extraordinarily hard, resulting in painfully slow progress. "Boss, is your Pierce the Earth plan more like a Pierce the Knee plan? At this rate, by the time we reach the energy ore, it will be too late." Sun Widow began her sarcastic commentary once more, observing the slow progress. Wanqing, take Lin Nana and scout the surrounding area for other resource points. That Jiu Xingqian ignored Sun Widow's taunts, leaning towards Lang Wanqing and whispering. All right. Lang Wanqing nodded. I'll return as soon as possible. After Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana departed, Gu Xingqian stood alone atop the high platform, gazing at the bustling crowd below, his heart heavy with trepidation. He understood that the discovery of energy or was merely a fleeting glimmer of hope. The true trials lay ahead. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Report, boss. It's bad. The remnants of the Shadow Lord. The Dada scout rushed breathlessly to Gu Xingqian, his visage pale. What has happened? Gu Xingqian's heart sank, an ominous premonition creeping in. They are approaching us with heavy weaponry. The scout gulped. His voice trembling. Jiu Xingqian's expression shifted drastically. What? Chapter 83. A turning point. The scout's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the Alliance camp. The remnants of the Shadow Lord? Heavy weaponry? These keywords instantly threatened to extinguish the flickering flame of hope that had briefly ignited. Upon hearing this, Widow's son perked up immediately. I told you. What good can come from this wretched place? Now look, not only will we lose our gains, but our lives may also be at stake. She stood with hands on her hips, reveling in the unfolding drama. Li Xiaodi, already disheartened by the slow excavation, now appeared even more ghastly pale, muttering, It's over. It's all over. The members of the Alliance began to murmur anxiously. The previously soaring morale plummeting to an abyss. Silence. Gu Xingqian's roar silenced the crowd instantaneously, his formidable presence commanding attention. What is there to fear? They are but a handful of defeated soldiers. We have bested them once. We can surely do so again. Yet, despite his words, Gu Xingqian was acutely aware that this situation was starkly different from the last. Though the Shadow Lord was dead, if his remnants truly wielded heavy weaponry, it would pose a grave threat to the Alliance. Iron Master, how is the weapon modification coming along? Gu Xingqian turned to Zhang Tiexing. For some time, Zhang Tiexing had been attempting to enhance weaponry using discarded metal materials, hoping to bolster the Alliance's combat capabilities. Report, boss, it's almost there. Zhang Tiexing stammered, clearly struggling with his progress. Just then, a member responsible for resource point detection rushed over, drenched in sweat and visibly agitated. Boss, it's bad. The energy fluctuations at the resource point have vanished. What? Gu Xingqian's heart sank. Could it be that this resource point was merely a fade? One piece of bad news after another exacerbated the Alliance's plight. Even Lin Nana, who had consistently supported Gu Xingqian, could not help but furrow her brow. Xingqian, what shall we do now? Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingqian forced himself to regain composure. He knew that chaos was not an option. He had to find a solution swiftly. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the hard rock beneath his feet. That a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Iron Master, Gu Xingqian spoke in a low but resolutely firm tone. Bring all your tools here. He knelt down, placing his palm against the ground, closing his eyes as if to sense something. That a peculiar energy wave emanated from his palm, penetrating the solid rock. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by Gu Xingqian's actions. The boss. Divining, Li Xiaodi whispered, Shush, watch closely. Lin Nana shot him a glare. Moments later, Gu Xingqian opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Right here. He pointed to an inconspicuous spot on the rock layer. Dig here. Skeptically, the crowd began to excavate, and to their astonishment, the once impenetrable rock proved remarkably fragile at this location. The digging progressed at an astounding pace. As they delved deeper, glimmering crystals emerged before their eyes. This is high-energy crystals. The member in charge of resource detection exclaimed excitedly. The purity is even higher than what we previously discovered. This revelation instantly revitalized the previously disheartened morale. Everyone was invigorated, as if they had been rejuvenated by a shot of adrenaline. Widow's son, seeing the tide turn once more, turned a sickly shade of green with furied, "No digging. This is mine. All mine." She rushed to the excavation site, screaming hysterically in a fit of rage. She even picked up a stone and hurled it at the digging crew. Lin Nana reacted swiftly, seizing Widow's son's wrist and coldly demanding, "What are you doing? Let go of me, you little vixen." Widow's son thrashed about, resembling a wild woman. "Enough," Lin Nana shouted sternly, "if you continue to cause a ruckus, I shall not be merciful." Widow's son, undeterred, spat in Lin Nana's face. "Pa, who do you think you are to challenge me?" Lin Nana's eyes turned icy, and with a swift motion, She slapped Widow's son across the face. The sharp crack echoed, and the surroundings fell silent. Widow's son, clutching her face in disbelief, stared at Lin Nana in shock. You dared strike me? Indeed, I did, Lin Nana replied defiantly. If you dare to disrupt again, it will not be as simple as a slap. A cold smile crept onto Lin Nana's lips as the spectators were left stupefied by the sudden conflict. Li Xiaodi stood agape, unable to close his mouth for a long while. Jiyu Xingchen watched the altercation with admiration in his eyes. This woman, usually gentle as a stream, could unleash astonishing strength in critical moments. Truly, she was a thorny rose, growing ever more intriguing. Xingchen, stop staring. Be careful not to catch a chill. Lung Wanqing noticed Gu Xingchen's gaze and gently tugged at his sleeve. The subtle tension among the three seemed to thicken the air around them. Good news also emerged from Zhang Tiexing's side. He had successfully modified a new type of weapon. Utilizing high-energy batteries salvaged from discarded robots and some unknown metallic components, the weapon resembled an oversized chainsaw, humming ominously and radiating a ghostly blue light. Zhang Tiexing, brimming with excitement, demonstrated its prowess, effortlessly slicing through a thick steel plate. It's done. This thing can cut through iron like mud. He was practically dancing with joy, resembling an exuberant child. This greatly uplifted the morale, and many began to believe that even in the face of scarcity, they could overcome obstacles. The newly discovered high-energy crystals indeed boasted greater purity and power. Yet their quantity remained insufficient to truly turn the tide. More resources were required. Xingchen, I wish to scout the periphery of the Shadow Lord's domain to see if we can find new resource points. Lin Nana approached Gu Xingchen, her gaze resolute. Jiyu Xingchen pondered briefly. He recognized that this was a perilous plan, but given the circumstances, risk was unavoidable. All right, I shall accompany you. No, you must stay here to command the overall situation. I can handle this reconnaissance alone. Lin Nana firmly rejected. Jiyu Xingchen opened his mouth to argue, but Lin Nana had already turned away, leaving only her graceful silhouette behind. Meanwhile, Widow's son lurked in a corner of the camp, a dark expression on her face as she clutched a black stone tightly in her hand, murmuring to herself, You won't revel for long. Soon, you shall witness my true power. She raised her head, revealing a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with malevolence. Lin Nana led the scouting team stealthily toward the edge of the Shadow Lord's territory, the surroundings cloaked in silence, save for the wind howling across the desolate expanse. Suddenly, Lin Nana raised her hand, signaling the team to halt. She sensed that something lurked ahead. Chapter 84. Breaking the impasse. Lin Nana guided the scouting team, crouching low under the cover of night, stealthily approaching the edge of the Shadow Lord's domain. The area lay shrouded in eerie silence, the wind howling across the wasteland like the growl of a wild beast, sending shivers down their spines. This region had previously been a blind spot for the Shadow Lord's patrols, yet Lin Nana felt an unsettling dissonance. The stillness seemed excessively pronounced, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. She raised her hand to signal the team to halt, her keen intuition warning her of impending danger. Captain, what's wrong? Li Xiaodi whispered, his tone tinged with anxiety. Shoo. Lin Nana raised a finger to her lips, urging silence. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the energy fluctuations around them. Indeed, a faint yet peculiar energy wave caught her attention. There are traps. Lin Nana suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed sharply. Before she could finish her warning, the foremost member of the team stepped onto a concealed trap. And with a resounding crack, the ground gave way, sending him plummeting downward. A scream pierced the night. Not good. It's an ambush. Lin Nana cursed inwardly. This trap had clearly been newly set, indicating that the Shadow Lord had anticipated their arrival. Almost simultaneously with the trap's activation, shadows burst forth from the surrounding underbrush. Encircling the scouting team, at the forefront stood the Shadow Patrol leader, a mocking grin upon his face. Lin Nana, long time no see. I never expected you to walk right into my trap. He waved his hand, commanding, Brothers, attack. Capture Lin Nana, and the Lord will reward handsomely. Charge. The members of the Shadow Patrol lunged forward like starving wolves. Lin Nana's eyes narrowed, drawing her long knife from her back, its cold gleam flashing. Sisters, back to back, let us fight our way out. The battle erupted in an instant, blades flashing and war cries echoing into the night. Lina, the seasoned warrior, wielded her long blade with a grace that stirred the very winds. Within mere moments of combat, she felled several foes with her prowess. "Captain, there are too many of them." Li Xiaoti's voice quivered, revealing his evident fear. "What is there to fear? What is there to hesitate about? Charge forward," Lina commanded. "Dispatching an enemy with a single stroke, in the face of adversity. The brave shall prevail. Today, we shall risk everything to secure the intelligence we need." As Lina fought and retreated, searching for an opportunity to break free, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Detecting a flaw in the formation of the Shadow Patrol, a faint smirk graced her lips. How naive. Seizing the opening, she darted through the enemy's encirclement like a nimble leopard, trying to escape. Not so easily. The captain of the Shadow Patrol bellowed, relentlessly pursuing her. "Sisters, follow me." Lina instructed her comrades as they navigated the intricate terrain, using the blind spots in the enemy's vision to engage in a game of hide and seek. "Captain, they are too cunning," a breathless member of the Shadow Patrol exclaimed. "Enough chatter, pursue them," the Shadow Patrol captain, infuriated, had not anticipated Lina's resilience. Leading her squad, Lina alternated between retreat and counterattack, catching the Shadow Patrol off guard time and again. After several exchanges, the losses on the Shadow Patrol were staggering. Damn it. The captain could no longer contain his fury, personally joining the fray, swinging his massive axe toward Lina. "Come at me." Unafraid, Lina drew her long blade to meet him as their weapons clashed. Sparks flew. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with other team members providing support to distract the captain of the Shadow Patrol, preventing him from focusing. "Captain, watch out," Li Xiaoti suddenly shouted to in that moment. The captain attempted a treacherous sneak attack, while Lina was momentarily distracted. In a split second, Lina sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. A mere parlor trick, she scoffed, her blade suddenly radiating a brilliant light. "What is this?" The Shadow Patrol captain's expression shifted dramatically. Lina's weapon erupted with dazzling brilliance, a testament to her recent rigorous training. Energy projection. Previously, she could only sense and absorb energy, but now she could finally imbue her weapon with it, exponentially increasing its power. "Allow me to showcase my prowess," Lina declared, her blade flashing like lightning, executing a series of rapid strikes that forced the captain to retreat several steps. Stunned by this unexpected attack, the Shadow Patrol captain could hardly believe Lina had concealed such a skill. This is impossible," he uttered in disbelief. "There is nothing impossible." Lina seized the moment, her blade flashing like a tempest, raining down strikes upon the captain, who found himself overwhelmed and retreating in disarray. "Captain, you are magnificent." Seeing this, Li Xiaoti's spirit soared, and he charged forward alongside his comrades, subduing the remaining members of the Shadow Patrol. With a foot planted on the captain's chest, Lina coldly demanded, "Now, tell me, where is your stronghold?" The Shadow Patrol captain clenched his jaw, refusing to speak, refusing to cooperate. "Then I shall not hold back." Lina's gaze turned icy as her blade was raised high. "I will speak. I will speak." The captain, terrified, quickly divulged the location of the Shadow Lord's remnants and their defensive arrangements. Having obtained the desired intelligence, Lina swiftly led her team back to the Alliance camp. Upon their return, she presented the information to Gu Xingchen, who, after reviewing it, broke into a satisfied smile. "Excellent. With this intelligence, we can completely eradicate the remnants of the Shadow Lord." The members of the Alliance erupted into cheers, their morale soaring. "I told you. Following Sister Na is the right choice," Li Xiaoti exclaimed, his earlier doubts vanishing into thin air. "Rest assured, boss, I will forge more advanced weaponry to ensure the remnants of the Shadow Lord cannot escape," Zhang the blacksmith boasted confidently. Observing the scene filled Gu Xingchen with hope. As if the dawn of victory was within reach, he took a deep breath, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. "Wait," Gu Xingchen suddenly spoke, pointing to a marked location on the map. "This place," his finger lingered over an area designated as a forbidden zone, his brow furrowed. Chapter 85. Rebuilding confidence. Gu Xingchen's finger hovered over the forbidden zone mark, his expression grave. "This place seems intriguing," he murmured. The cheers within the camp gradually faded, and the members regarded him with confusion. An inexplicable unease permeated the atmosphere. Unlike the previous jubilance, the mood in the Alliance camp grew somber and oppressive. Many members slumped on the ground. Exhaustion and bewilderment etched on their faces. Scarcity of resources and battle casualties weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. In the corner, Sun Guofu began her disheartening speech once more. "Oh, I say, don't get too carried away. Even if we eradicate the remnants of the Shadow Lord, what difference will it make? We will still go hungry. This world is a torment just to survive. Li Xiaodi, sitting nearby, listened to Sun Guofu's lamentations, his eyes flickering uncertainly, clearly influenced by her words. Although Zhang the blacksmith claimed he would forge weapons, he remained inactive, his gaze reflecting profound helplessness that Jiyu Xingqian took in all of this. He inhaled deeply, stepping into the center of the camp, clapping his hands to draw attention. Brothers and sisters, I know everyone has been struggling and feeling lost recently. However, we must not abandon hope. His voice resonated powerfully, instantly capturing everyone's focus that he vividly recounted the victories from previous battles, particularly emphasizing Lina's pivotal role in acquiring intelligence. With this intelligence, we can thoroughly eliminate the Shadow Lord's influence and seize their resources. He raised the intelligence in his hand, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Then, we shall have enough to eat and wear, rebuilding our homeland. As the crowd absorbed his words, their previously dim expressions began to brighten. Li Xiaodi stood up, fists clenched with determination. Zhang the blacksmith, invigorated, picked up his hammer and struck the anvil. As if filled with boundless energy, Li Xiaodi's previous despondency evaporated. Jiyu Xingqian smiled with satisfaction, approaching Zhang the blacksmith and patting his shoulder. Old Zhang, the matter of weapons is entrusted to you. We need more powerful armaments. Rest assured, boss. Zhang the blacksmith pledged confidently, vowing to ensure the remnants would never return. Just as hope reignited among the group, Gu Xingqian suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Sun Guofu. Sun Guofu, do you have anything else to say? Startled by Gu Xingqian's stare, Sun Guofu stammered, unable to articulate a response. Spreading rumors, sowing discord among the ranks. According to alliance regulations, that Jiyu Xingqian's tone turned icy, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Lung Wanqing stepped beside Gu Xingqian, gently tugging at his sleeve, softly saying, Xingqian. She occasionally cast furtive glances at him, offering him her water flask, her adoring eyes radiating warmth. Feeling her support, Gu Xingqian stood even taller, almost as if accompanied by a triumphant symphony. Observing this scene, Sun Guofu felt a pang of jealousy and quickly interjected, I say, Leader Gu, your promises seem overly optimistic. What you say sounds better than it actually is. In the end, it might all come to naught. As her words lingered, the air around them thickened. The onlookers paused their tasks, ears perked, ready for the unfolding drama. Jiyu Xingqian scoffed, Sun Guofu, are you questioning my leadership? Not at all. I merely speak the truth. She retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't let your hopes run too high, or the disappointment will be even greater. Disappointment? Not a chance. Gu Xingqian waved his hand, pointing to the marked Forbidden Zone on the map. Do you see this? This is our future. It is brimming with treasures. Once we seize it, we will feast and thrive. A Forbidden Zone. That place is perilous. Few who enter ever return alive. Sun Guofu scoffed. Are you toying with our lives? Toying? When have I, Gu Xingqian, ever joked? Gu Xingqian's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination radiating from him. That I guarantee this operation will be foolproof. Moreover, I will lead the charge, guiding you toward glory. Humph, as if that were true. Sun Guofu rolled her eyes, continuing to incite doubt. Don't let yourself be fooled. You may not even realize how you meet your end. Li Xiaodi, previously brimming with fervor, found himself swayed by Sun Guofu's words. Muttering, yeah, the Forbidden Zone is too dangerous. You old crone, all you do is sow doubt. When has the boss ever deceived us? I trust the boss. Zhang Taijian could no longer bear the scene before him and slammed his hand on the table with vigor. Indeed, the boss is formidable. Li Xiaodi immediately changed his tune, proving himself to be as fickle as a reed in the wind. That Jiyu Xingqian observed this spectacle with a quiet amusement, recognizing that Sun Guofu was truly a master of stirring trouble. Nevertheless, he had no intention of letting this matter rest. He aimed to thoroughly dismantle the negative influence Sun Guofu wielded, ensuring that all would be left in awe of him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his grand strategy when, unexpectedly, Lung Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. In a hushed tone, she whispered in his ear, Xingqian, I have a plan. Jiyu Xingqian raised an eyebrow, turning to Lung Wanqing, who wore a mysterious smile. She leaned closer, whispering a few words to him. Upon hearing her proposal, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a devilish grin crept upon his lips. Brilliant. Truly, you are my wise consort. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Since Sun Guofu is so concerned, I shall. He paused, casting his gaze over the crowd before finally resting on Sun Guofu, enunciating each word deliberately. Let us place a wager. Gu Xingchen cleared his throat again, his voice booming. Sun Guofu, since you claim the Forbidden Grounds are perilous, let us bet. I shall lead an expedition to the Forbidden Grounds, and if I return alive, bringing back ample supplies, you shall. Publicly bow 3 times and call me grandfather. How about it? Are you daring enough to wager? Sun Guofu, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. This stake was excessively steep. She had merely intended to incite the crowd and vent her frustrations, never expecting Gu Xingchen to raise the stakes so high. What? Afraid to gamble? Gu Xingchen arched an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips, seemingly recognizing her as a master of bluster, provoked by his taunt. Sun Guofu could hardly withstand the challenge, defiantly retorting, I will wager. Who's afraid of whom? And what if you lose? If I lose? Gu Xingchen erupted into laughter. Should I falter? You may do with me as you please. Even if you demand that I. He deliberately paused, casting a suggestive glance at Sun Guofu. Offer myself to you. I would have no objections. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Lung Wangking flushed crimson, shooting a fierce glare at Gu Xingchen. This man truly had a penchant for shocking declarations. Very well. It is settled. Sun Guofu, momentarily overwhelmed by Gu Xingchen's audacious words, found herself inexplicably agreeing. It is settled. Gu Xingchen affirmed with finality, turning to the crowd. Brothers, do you have the confidence to join me in this venture to the Forbidden Grounds? We do. The crowd roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Even Li Xiaodi, who had been indecisive until now, excitedly pumped his fist, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. Our boss is mighty. Our boss is imposing. Li Xiaodi had seemingly transformed into Gu Xingchen's most fervent admirer, eager to charge into the Forbidden Grounds to achieve glory for his leader. Zhang Taijian, too, was overcome with excitement, swinging his hammer rhythmically against the anvil as if heralding the impending battle. Gu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and approached Lung Wangking, gently taking her hand. Wangking, wait for my return. Lang Wangking gazed deeply into Gu Xingchen's eyes, worry and affection reflected in her gaze. You must be cautious. Lin Nana also stepped forward, patting Gu Xingchen on the shoulder. Boss, we await your triumphant return. Gu Xingchen smiled faintly, turning his attention to the map marking the Forbidden Grounds, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Let us set forth. With a sweeping gesture, he led the group away from the camp, making their way towards the forbidden territories. Sun Guofu stood rooted to the spot, watching Gu Xingchen's receding figure, a wave of unease washing over her. Could this young man truly return alive? She murmured to herself. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, yet the Alliance camp remained eerily silent. Lung Wangking and Lin Nana stood atop a rise, gazing into the distance, anxiously awaiting Gu Xingchen's return. What do you think? Why haven't they returned yet? Lung Wangking broke the silence. Lin Nana shook her head. I don't know. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. They're coming. Lang Wangking and Lin Nana exclaimed in unison. A figure stumbled towards them, revealing itself to be an Alliance scout. Report. The boss. The boss. The scout gasped for breath, struggling to catch his wind. What has happened to the boss? Lang Wangking and Lin Nana inquired anxiously. The scout swallowed hard, his face pale. The boss. Has discovered. A large energy mine. Lang Wangking and Lin Nana were initially taken aback, then exchanged ecstatic glances. It worked. Previously, the Alliance's situation had been dire. Resources were alarmingly scarce. Zhang Taijian was at his wit's end, unable to find even a decent chunk of iron, let alone forge weapons or equipment. Even the typically shrewd Zhao merchant had become hesitant to trade with the Alliance, fearing the growing power of the Shadow Lord. The Alliance was on the brink of collapse when Gu Xingchen set out. Everyone felt hope was dim, especially since the surrounding areas had already been thoroughly scavenged. As the team journeyed on, they encountered nothing, not a scrap of resource to be found. Morale plummeted, everyone looking as dejected as wilted vegetables. Boss, is there really any resource in this godforsaken place? We've been trudging along for 3 days and nights, and not even a rat has crossed our path. A veteran member, Wang Ergu, could no longer contain his complaints. Exactly, boss. I think we should head back. If this continues, the brothers will starve in this desolate wilderness. Another team member chimed in. Gu Xingchen remained silent, merely attuning himself to the energy fluctuations around him. Since the apocalypse, he had developed the ability to sense energy. Though he himself was unsure of its origin, it had proven quite helpful. Suddenly, Gu Xingqian detected a powerful energy wave emanating from the ground, causing him to feel a surge of excitement. "This is it," he declared, pointing towards a barren stretch of land with unwavering conviction. The others, though skeptical, began to dig as the earth was turned. A brilliant light burst forth from beneath the surface. "No way!" Wang Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. Before their eyes stood a colossal energy mine, radiating an incredible energy wave, far larger than any they had previously encountered. Moreover, it seemed this energy mine was yet to be discovered by the Shadow Lord. Gu Xingqian's lips curved into a slight smile. It appeared fortune was indeed favoring him this time. He quickly organized the team to keep the discovery of the energy mine under wraps and dispatched someone to return to camp with the news. Upon returning to camp, Gu Xingqian observed the astonished expressions of Lang Wangqing and Lin Nana, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He cleared his throat, ready to share the good news, when suddenly he halted, his gaze shifting towards a certain direction outside the camp. "Wait," Gu Xingqian's expression sharpened. Sensing an approaching presence, he turned to the two ladies, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "I have delightful news for you. We are about to strike it rich." With that, he divulged the discovery of the large energy mine. Lang Wangqing and Lin Nana were so thrilled they jumped up, each wrapping an arm around Gu Xingqian. Lang Wangqing's face nestled close to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, while Lin Nana clung to his arm, her eyes brimming with admiration and a hint of unspoken intimacy, surrounded by these two enchanting women. Gu Xingqian felt a surge of bliss. He was indeed a winner in life. Having secured internal unity, the next step was to forge external partnerships. Gu Xingqian, clutching several samples of high-energy ore, sought out Zhao Merchant. Upon seeing the ore, Zhao Merchant's eyes widened. This was a coveted commodity in the apocalypse. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning grave. "Boss Gu, as appealing as this is, I cannot accept it. The Shadow Lord is not to be trifled with. If he discovers our dealings, my life could be at stake." "Zhao, don't be so timid. Fortune favors the bold." Gu Xingqian clapped Zhao Merchant on the shoulder. "Consider this. With these resources, you could monopolize trade in the entire region, and soon you would be swimming in wealth. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Zhao Merchant remained hesitant, but the Shadow Lord. "What are you afraid of?" Gu Xingqian waved dismissively. "With me here, he can't touch you. I promise your safety." "What do you say?" Zhao Merchant still shook his head. "Boss Gu, I know your strength, but the Shadow Lord is no pushover. His subordinates are formidable. Zhao, you are thinking too small. Gu Xingqian leaned in closer to Zhao Merchant, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Let me tell you, the vein I discovered is no ordinary mine." He paused, lowering his voice further. "It is." Zhao Merchant's eyes widened in curiosity. "What is it?" Gu Xingqian smiled enigmatically. "That is a secret not to be divulged. However, if you partner with me, I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury and wealth." Zhao Merchant still hesitated, but the glint of greed was unmistakable in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together, tentatively asking, "Boss Gu, is what you say true?" Gu Xingqian laughed heartily, ready to persuade Zhao Merchant further when suddenly commotion erupted outside the camp. Someone shouted, "The Shadow Lord's men are coming." Upon witnessing Zhao Merchant's startled expression, Gu Xingqian knew that this deal was as good as sealed. He continued to embellish the tale, describing the mineral vein with an almost mythical reverence, as if it concealed not merely energy resources, but the elixir of immortality itself. "Boss Zhao," he implored, "consider this. With this cache of resources, you shall become the wealthiest of the apocalypse. When that time comes, not even the Shadow Lord, let alone the celestial deities, would dare to disregard your presence." Enraptured by Gu Xingqian's grandiose vision, Zhao the Merchant found his avarice wholly overpowering his trepidation. He thumped his thigh and proclaimed with bravado, "Let us do it. Boss Gu, I shall partner with you. From this moment forth, I am at your service." With Zhao the Merchant secured, Gu Xingqian promptly organized a crew to commence the mining operations. The news reached the Alliance, and Zhang the blacksmith was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he clung to Gu Xingqian's leg. "Boss, you are truly my savior," he exclaimed. "With these ores, I can forge the mightiest weapons, allowing us to show those despicable Shadow Lords our true strength." Armed with ample resources, the morale of the Alliance soared, and Zhang the blacksmith toiled tirelessly to craft weaponry, significantly bolstering the Alliance's power. Both Lang Wangqing and Lin Nana grew increasingly enamored with Gu Xingqian, Wishing to remain by his side for every waking moment, Ji Yuxingchen reveled in this attention, basking in the joys of companionship, utterly absorbed in his delight. However, this bliss was ephemeral. As the Shadow Lord soon detected the stirrings of the Alliance, he fortified the defenses along the periphery of his domain and dispatched additional patrols, complicating the Alliance's reconnaissance efforts. Boss, the Shadow Lord has intensified patrols, making it exceedingly difficult to approach their territory, Lin Nana reported gravely to Gu Xingchen. Pondering with his chin in hand, Gu Xingchen mused. It appears we must devise a strategy to circumvent their patrols. Boss, I have an idea, Lin Nana whispered conspiratorially, drawing close to Gu Xingchen's ear. His eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, excellent suggestion. Let us proceed. He turned to Lung Wanqing and instructed, Wanqing, I entrust this mission to Lin Nana. You will manage logistical support and ensure their safety. Lung Wanqing nodded gently, assuring him, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. As night descended, Lin Nana led an elite reconnaissance team stealthily away from the camp, advancing towards the borders of the Shadow Lord's territory. Casting a glance back towards the camp, her expression resolute. She allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Let us move, she urged, gently patting a teammate's shoulder. Chapter 87. Breaching the defense line with Lin Nana at the helm, the reconnaissance team crept forward. Cloaked by the night, the surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional call of an owl, heightening the tension. The Shadow Lord is overly cautious. The density of patrols rivals my home Wi-Fi signal. One young team member whispered, only to be swiftly hushed by another. Lin Nana surveyed their environment, her brow furrowing. Although their previous reconnaissance had been successful, it had also heightened the Shadow Lord's vigilance, resulting in a noticeably more fortified defense. The sentries were strategically placed, and the frequency of patrols had increased, rendering the area nearly impenetrable. This cunning adversary means business, Lin Nana thought to herself. But she was not one to surrender easily. As per their standard protocol, Team A would create distractions, Team B would maneuver stealthily, and Team C would provide cover. Remember, our goal is reconnaissance, not confrontation. Safety is paramount. Is that understood? Understood, the team murmured in unison. A confident smile graced Lin Nana's lips. Brothers, let us commence. Following Lin Nana's strategy, Team A began to utilize their unique energy fluctuations to mimic various animal sounds, drawing the patrol's attention. The night transformed into a cacophony of howls and grunts. Successfully diverting several sentries, Team B seized the opportunity to glide through the shadows, evading the outer sentries with ghostly grace. Meanwhile, Team C remained vigilant, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, their energy weapons shimmering like stars in the night sky. Poised for action, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly as the reconnaissance team wove through the tightly knit defenses, nearing the outermost boundary. Suddenly, Lin Nana sensed a powerful surge of energy. She spun around, cautioning, be careful. A shadow darted from the thicket, moving with astonishing speed, whipping up a gust of wind. At last, a worthy opponent. Lin Nana licked her lips, excitement sparking in her eyes. The figure was none other than the Shadow Patrol leader, cloaked in black, with hawk-like eyes and wielding a shimmering energy sword. I knew you rodents would return, he sneered. This time, none shall escape. Before he finished speaking, he lunged towards Lin Nana like a blur. Brothers, engage, she commanded, brandishing her energy dagger. Ready to confront him, the clash erupted, energy colliding and sending shockwaves that rattled the nearby trees. The Shadow Patrol leader, evidently well prepared, attacked with ferocity, each strike aimed directly at Lin Nana's vital points. Though agile, she struggled to gain the upper hand. Other team members also found themselves embroiled in fierce combat against the Shadow Patrol, the battle intensifying. Captain, has this old man taken performance enhancers? He.s. relentless. One team member shouted amid the fray. Less chatter, focus, Lin Nana retorted, evading blows while observing the patrol leader's movements. She noticed a glaring weakness in his defense. His left rear was consistently left exposed. Now, Lin Nana's eyes gleamed with determination as she motioned to a nearby teammate. Old Wang, follow my lead. The two executed a seamless maneuver, feigning an attack while simultaneously breaching the patrol leader's defenses. Not good. The patrol leader's expression shifted as he attempted to recover, but it was too late. Lin Nana's dagger was poised at his back. Do not move. Take us to your lord. The patrol leader's energy sword flared with intensity as he prepared for a desperate counterattack. Anticipating his move, Lin Nana stepped back while delivering a swift kick to his knee. He collapsed with a cry, his sword embedding into the ground, sending dirt flying. Is that all? You thought you could self-destruct on me? Who do you think you are? See us soon, Lin Nana scoffed, pressing her dagger against him. Behave and lead the way. With a sullen expression, the patrol leader realized his defeat and complied, guiding Lin Nana and Old Wong deeper into enemy territory. His demeanor was grim, silent as a farmer who had lost all his beans in a game of land cards. Upon reaching the heart of the enemy's stronghold, Lin Nana discovered that the Shadow Lord's base was situated atop a colossal energy vein, continuously supplying him with power. More critically, Lin Nana discerned that the energy flow within this vein was highly unstable, seemingly on the brink of explosion. This Shadow Lord is playing a dangerous game. If it detonates, half the world could be obliterated, Lin Nana mused, astounded. This was a monumental discovery. She realized that controlling this energy vein could dismantle the Shadow Lord's entire influence. Armed with this vital intelligence, Lin Nana and Old Wong retraced their steps back. Upon returning to the Alliance's camp, Lin Nana shared her findings with Gu Xingchen. Well done, Gu Xingchen exclaimed, embracing Lin Nana with palpable excitement. You were truly my lucky star. The Alliance members erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. The dawn of victory seemed within reach. Yet, Gu Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Although they had uncovered the Shadow Lord's fatal flaw, devising a flawless battle plan to exploit this weakness posed a formidable challenge. If mishandled, this energy vein could lead to self-destruction. It seems we must consult an expert to thoroughly analyze this, Gu Xingchen contemplated, gazing into the distance. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the camp. Report. The Shadow Lord has sent something, a soldier rushed in to announce. Chapter 88. Regaining momentum outside the camp, soldiers escorted a group of trembling captives, trailing a dilapidated cart brimming with bizarre metal scraps. Report. The Shadow Lord has sent something. Sent something? Gu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, pondering what trickery the Shadow Lord was plotting. Surely, this ISNTA delivery of timed explosives, cautiously advancing. He utilized his energy perception to probe the metal pieces. Discovering they contained abundant energy, albeit chaotic and difficult to harness. What is this? Is this loot? Still a letter of surrender. The captives trembled as they explained, claiming that the Shadow Lord admired Gu Xingchen's illustrious reputation and had specially sent some gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Gu Xingchen scoffed. Who would believe such nonsense? Surely, they intend to humiliate us with this scrap metal. The members of the Alliance murmured among themselves, their spirits dampened. In the camp, Widow's Son began her usual sardonic provocations. Oh dear. How generous of the Shadow Lord to send us a pile of useless iron. This how they dispose of beggars. Li Xiaodi chimed in. Exactly. We can't even forge our own weapons. What use are these things? Silence. Gu Xingchen's furious shout silenced the crowd. What do you know? This is not scrap iron. This is treasure. He pointed at the metallic pieces, excitement shining in his eyes. With a little modification, these can be transformed into formidable weapons. Gu Xingchen's gaze turned to Zhang the blacksmith, the only master in the Alliance knowledgeable in metalworking, who sat in a corner with a furrowed brow, looking dejected. Old Zhang, don't lose heart. Look at these. They are excellent materials. Zhang the blacksmith glanced at the metal pieces and sighed. Boss, these have too many impurities. They are utterly unusable. We don't even have a basic smelting furnace. Who says we don't? Gu Xingchen replied with a mysterious smile. I already have a solution. He walked over to a cart, picked up a piece of metal, and with a surge of energy, the metal began to melt and reshape before their eyes. The crowd stared in disbelief. What is happening? Old Zhang, did you see that? This is our new furnace. Gu Xingchen poured the molten metal into a mold, adding, now, it's your turn. Zhang the blacksmith's eyes widened like saucers. Trembling with excitement. Boss, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana approached. Lung Wangqing gazed tenderly at Gu Xingchen and softly said, Xingchen. She stood beside him, her eyes filled with admiration, as if beholding a celestial being. Xingchen, you are incredible. Lin Nana stood on the other side, fist clenched, firmly declaring, Boss, we all believe in you. This scene, reminiscent of a divine couple supported by capable allies, invigorated the Alliance members, dispelling the previously pervasive gloom. However, Widow's Son felt as if she had swallowed a fly, sourly remarking, Don't celebrate too soon. Can this contraption even be used? I see it as mere empty promises. Don't let it explode and send you all to the heavens. Gu Xingchen coldly laughed, turning to face Widow's Son, his gaze sharp as a knife. Widow's Son, you are undermining the Alliance. Are you hoping for our downfall to seize your opportunity? Widow's Son flinched at his sudden accusation, hastily waving her hands. I didn't mean that. I wasn't saying anything. Then what do you mean? I used energy to smelt the metal, which you witnessed with your own eyes. Can there be any doubt? Or do you possess greater energy perception abilities than I, able to discern that this is scrap iron at a glance? Gu Xingchen pressed, his tone laced with mockery. Widow's Son stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. I just worry. Worry? What nonsense. You thrive on chaos. A voice from the crowd defended Gu Xingchen. The boss is right. Widow's Son is merely a troublemaker. Indeed. She's spreading negativity, hindering our progress. Widow's Son was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment as she retreated to the back of the crowd. Seeing the moment right, Gu Xingchen rallied their spirits once more. Brothers, although we are currently resource poor, as long as we are willing to think creatively, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Today, we shall forge the mightiest weapons from this scrap iron. Zhang the blacksmith, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eagerly said, Boss, I'll go see what supplies we still have. Gu Xingchen nodded. Let's go together. He turned to Lung Wangqing and Lin Nana with a slight smile. Wait for me. I will show you something wonderful upon my return. With that, he and Zhang the blacksmith headed toward the warehouse where supplies were stored. Inside the warehouse, aside from the scrap metal sent by the Shadow Lord, there remained only some worthless copper and peculiar energy crystals that Gu Xingchen had previously collected. Zhang the blacksmith shook his head at the sight. Boss, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. With just these, what can we possibly create? Gu Xingchen, however, remained unperturbed, picking up an energy crystal and toying with it in his hand. Old Zhang, you're thinking too small. Who says we can only forge conventional weapons? Let's try something different. Different? Zhang the blacksmith looked perplexed. Just watch. Gu Xingchen pointed at the scrap metal. Though these metals are rife with impurities, their energy density is remarkably high. We can extract that energy, combine it with these energy crystals, and create energy weapons. Energy weapons. Zhang the blacksmith's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. Boss, it's a great idea, but we lack the technology. How do we extract the energy? How do we combine the crystals? I don't know any of that. If you don't know, then learn. I'll teach you. Gu Xingchen replied confidently. I have a system. Ahem. I possess a unique energy perception ability that allows me to guide the flow of energy. Gu Xingchen began explaining his concept, intending to extract the energy from the scrap metal and inject it into specially designed metal tubes, embedding the energy crystals at the openings to create a rudimentary energy projectile device. Though the concept seemed simplistic, its potential was not to be underestimated. Zhang the blacksmith listened in astonishment, as if deciphering a foreign language, yet he strived to understand and posed his questions. Gu Xingchen patiently answered and continuously refined the plan. Thus, they fervently discussed their ideas in the warehouse. Outside, the Alliance members, witnessing the bright lights emanating from the warehouse, knew that Gu Xingchen and Zhang the blacksmith were hard at work, and they too began to mobilize, gathering various usable materials and helping to organize the warehouse. Even Li Xiaodi, previously swayed by Widow's Son, actively participated, hauling scrap metal with a hopeful glow on his face, after several days of effort. The first batch of energy weapons was finally completed. Though there were only a few, their power was astounding. Gu Xingchen held one of them, aiming at a distant abandoned vehicle, and pulled the trigger. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion as the vehicle was instantly reduced to rubble. Incredible. The Alliance members erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhang the blacksmith, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. Boss. We did it. We truly succeeded. Gu Xingchen smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Next, we shall forge even more powerful weapons. Just then, a member on lookout rushed in, breathless. Report, boss. A large number of unidentified creatures are approaching. Gu Xingchen's expression changed, and he spoke in a low, serious tone. It seems our peaceful days are coming to an end. He picked up an energy weapon, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 89. Resource Reconnaissance. The tranquil days are always fleeting. Gu Xingchen toyed with the energy weapon in his hand, his tone laced with sarcasm. However, now that we are armed, we need not be overly fearful. He surveyed the excited Alliance members surrounding him and called out, Brothers, do we have confidence? Yes. The deafening roar nearly lifted the roof off the warehouse. With the energy weapons in hand, their confidence had certainly swelled. Yet, after the excitement, the harsh reality loomed before them. The materials for creating energy weapons were nearly exhausted, and as they gazed at the empty warehouse, smiles gradually faded from the Alliance members' faces. Boss, we are running low on materials. Zhang the blacksmith rubbed his hands together, worry etched on his face. Gu Xingchen nodded, fully aware that this issue could not be ignored. We shall face our challenges head on. First, let's distribute the existing weapons and bolster our defenses. As for the rest, leave it to me. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he turned and walked out of the warehouse. Gu Xingchen, where are you going? Lin Nana hurried after him, her voice tinged with concern. I'm going to procure some supplies. Gu Xingchen replied with a mysterious smile, keeping her in suspense. Exiting the warehouse, Gu Xingchen ventured alone into a desolate expanse of ruins. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, seemingly attuned to something. The air around him felt as if it had solidified, an unusual energy wave rippling through his vicinity. The ruins transformed in his perception, no longer mere debris, but rather a map woven from lines of energy. A faintly glowing point appeared on his map. Bingo! A slight smile crept onto Gu Xingchen's lips as he headed towards that direction. Meanwhile, back in the warehouse, Lung Wanqing was carefully bandaging Lin Nana's scraped arm. Oh, you think he'll be in danger going out alone? Lung Wanqing asked softly, concern evident in her tone. Lin Nana shook her head. Don't worry. He has plenty of tricks up his sleeve and will be fine. Though she spoke confidently, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. As evening fell, Gu Xingchen returned, followed by a dilapidated truck piled high with various supplies. Wow, boss, what is this? The Alliance members stared in astonishment. The truck was filled with enough provisions to last them for quite some time. Gu Xingchen jumped down from the vehicle, dusting off his clothes with a smile. Just a little harvest, a token of respect. He made his way towards Lung Wanqing and Lin Nana. Before he had the chance to speak, Lung Wanqing rushed forward, seizing his hand with urgency. Her grip was firm, and her eyes brimmed with concern. You must be careful. Promise me, she implored. The warmth of her soft hand brought a comforting sensation to Gu Xingchen's heart. He reciprocated her hold, offering her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm as resilient as a cockroach. Beside them, Lin Nana silently assisted Gu Xingchen in organizing his gear, ensuring that every detail was flawless. Though she remained silent, her steadfast support and the faint hint of unspoken feelings did not go unnoticed by Gu Xingchen. He felt a subtle stir within. These two sisters truly had their unique merits. All right. It's not like we are parting forever. Gu Xingchen feigned nonchalance as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. I'll be quick. Just wait for my good news. After bidding farewell to the two, Gu Xingchen set off once more. The energy-sensing ability of his golden finger was subtly guiding him toward a new direction. This time, the energy source was weaker than before, resembling a delicate thread, elusive yet tantalizing his curiosity. The journey was fraught with peril. A horde of mutated rodents, seemingly high on something, charged at him frantically. Goodness, what a massive rat! Gu Xingchen exclaimed. Though his movements remained swift, he deftly dodged their advances, occasionally using a found iron rod to knock a few unconscious, akin to playing a whack-a-mole game. After finally shaking off the swarm of rodents, he encountered a swamp shrouded in toxic gas. What now? Gu Xingchen covered his nose, his expression one of disdain. However, this minor toxicity posed no real threat to him. He held his breath and swiftly traversed the swamp, calculating that this desolate place must hold resources overlooked by others. The signal from the energy source grew stronger, and Gu Xingchen felt himself drawing nearer to his target. He broke through a thicket of dense bushes, and before him lay a breathtaking sight. Gu Xingchen murmured, momentarily taken aback. This place is quite intriguing. Suddenly, a vigilant voice pierced the air. Who is there? Gu Xingchen turned to see a petite girl, clutching a rusty dagger, eyeing him warily. Though her clothes were tattered and her face smudged with dirt, her large eyes sparkled with a fierce wildness. Don't be alarmed, little sister. I mean you no harm. Gu Xingchen raised his hands to indicate his benign intentions. I merely passed by and found this place well. The scenery is rather nice. He chuckled awkwardly, though in truth, this wretched place was nothing but decay and poison, hardly scenic. The girl, clearly unconvinced by his words, tightened her grip on the dagger. Stop with the nonsense. This is my territory. You'd best leave. Gu Xingchen shrugged, feigning exasperation. Little sister, don't you think your territory is a tad shabby? He surveyed the surroundings, noting that aside from a few broken stones, there was nothing of value here, even less than the rodent den he had encountered earlier. The girl was momentarily taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Mind your own business. You can't stay here. Just as Gu Xingqian was about to jest further, he noticed a faint glimmer of light emanating from an inconspicuous stone behind the girl. Excellent, he silently cheered, maintaining a composed demeanor. All right, I'll be on my way. Gu Xingqian sighed theatrically, turning to depart. Stop, the girl called after him. What do you really want? Gu Xingqian halted, turning back with a mysterious smile. How about we make a deal, little sister? Ultimately, Gu Xingqian returned to the camp with the girl and a small pouch of precious energy crystals. The members of the alliance erupted in cheers upon seeing the crystals. Lung Wanqing, thrilled, leaped into Gu Xingqian's embrace, whispering in his ear, "You're truly amazing." That Gu Xingqian held her gently, savoring the warmth of her soft form, his heart fluttering. Lin Nana observed this scene quietly, her expression complex. A soft cough from her broke the slightly charged atmosphere. With the new energy crystals, the morale of the alliance soared. Yet, a new concern loomed over Gu Xingqian. Had the Shadow Lord already caught wind of their movements? Late that night, Gu Xingqian stood atop the watchtower, gazing into the distance. "They're coming," that he murmured, his tone devoid of panic, instead tinged with excitement that a shadow was rapidly approaching the camp. Chapter 90. The final battle approaches. The shadow grew closer, eventually revealing a tall, imposing figure. It was not the Shadow Lord, but rather the patrol captain of the Shadow Lord's forces, who scanned the surroundings with vigilance, as if sensing something amiss. The atmosphere within the Alliance camp was unexpectedly heavy with tension as the impending battle approached. Anxiety painted the faces of many, and whispers filled the air. "I heard the Shadow Lord can split meteors with his bare hands. Can our puny limbs withstand that?" a young warrior muttered. "Indeed, I heard he commands mutated beasts that are impervious to blades and fire." Another warrior added, his voice trembling with fear. "What are you afraid of? Our leader is Gu Xingqian, the man who defied fate. He single-handedly took down a mutated giant lizard, and it was a clean job." An old soldier stepped forward, attempting to rally spirits, but this only elicited more doubts. What a giant lizard compared to the Shadow Lord? He is like a humanoid colossus, 1 against 10 giant lizards. Seeing morale plummet, Gu Xingqian knew he had to act. "Brothers," he called out, his voice resonating with strength, immediately overpowering the cacophony. "I understand your concerns, but I want to assure you that we are not fighting alone. We are battling for survival, for a future. Behind us are countless souls yearning for a new world." Gu Xingqian's impassioned speech ignited the flames of determination within the warriors' hearts, yet fear still lingered. Lin Nana stepped forward, her gaze resolute. "Leader, let me scout once more. I can certainly bring back more valuable intelligence." Gu Xingqian met Lin Nana's determined eyes, recognizing this as the perfect moment to bolster morale. "All right, Lin Nana, I believe in you. Be cautious on this mission." Lin Nana smiled faintly, turning to gather the scouting team. The confidence radiating from her was like a beacon in the dark, illuminating the hearts of every warrior. "Brothers, follow me, for victory," she shouted, leading the team swiftly into the night. Lin Nana's actions undoubtedly injected a surge of vitality into the alliance, gradually lightening the mood within the camp, as expected of Sister Nana. "She's truly impressive," exclaimed a young warrior. "This is a sure win. With Sister Nana on the front lines, she's worth too." Another warrior chimed in. Lin Nana led the scouting team, stealthily avoiding the patrols of the Shadow Lord. They drew closer to the core area of the Shadow Lord's domain, the tension in the air thickening. Suddenly, Lin Nana raised her hand, signaling her team to halt, her sharp gaze fixed ahead. Something amiss. The scouting team held their breath, merging with the night. Ahead, the patrol captain paced back and forth, muttering complaints about poor rations. That he abruptly stopped, inhaling sharply, his eagle-like gaze sweeping toward the hiding place of Lin Nana's team. "Come out, don't hide. I can smell rodents." They were exposed. Lin Nana cursed under her breath but remained composed. "Counterattack," she commanded decisively. The scouting team instantly transitioned from stealth to combat mode, their laser guns and energy cannons firing in unison, colorful beams tearing through the night sky like festive fireworks. The patrol captain, caught off guard by their decisive move, stumbled back in shock. "These little rodents pack a punch," he roared, drawing a massive battle axe from his back and swinging it fiercely, unleashing a wave of black energy that nullified several of the team's attacks. "Captain, this old fellow has quite a thick energy shield," a team member exclaimed. "What are you afraid of? Focus fire," Lin Nana commanded coolly, her energy dagger glinting ominously. The battle escalated rapidly, both sides exchanging blows with fervor. Although the patrol captain was formidable, The coordination of Lin Nana's team was equally impressive, keeping them at a stalemate. While fighting, Lin Nana observed the patrol captain's movements and noticed a habitual action before he unleashed his most powerful attacks. He licked his lips. Brothers, take heed. The old fellow is about to unleash a big move. Prepare to dodge, Lin Nana shouted. Sure enough, the patrol captain licked his lips, raising his axe high to release an energy wave. Lin Nana and her team were prepared, swiftly evading as the energy wave grazed past them, striking the distant mountainside with a deafening explosion. Now's our chance. Lin Nana seized the moment, her form flickering like a specter as she appeared behind the patrol captain, plunging her energy dagger deep into his back. Though the patrol captain reacted quickly, he was a moment too late. The dagger pierced through his energy shield, leaving a deep wound on his back. The patrol captain cried out in agony, clutching his wound and retreating. Brothers, push harder. This old fellow is on the brink, Lin Nana shouted excitedly, boosting morale among her comrades. The patrol captain's subordinates began to panic, their attacks noticeably weakening. Lina grasped the opportunity, launching another ferocious assault, her energy dagger dancing like a serpent, relentlessly inflicting wounds upon the Shadow Patrol captain. You will pay for this. The Shadow Patrol captain clutched his wounds, his gaze filled with fear and resentment as he staggered backward, seemingly seeking escape. Lina let out a cold chuckle, her form flashing to block his path. Trying to flee. It's too late. The energy dagger in her hand shimmered with a chilling light, pressed against the captain's throat. Tell me, where is your secret base? The captain's face turned pale, his lips trembling, eyes brimming with terror. He understood that he had been utterly defeated, and I will tell you. He stammered out the location of the Shadow Lord's secret base. Along with detailed defenses and troop deployments, Lina acquired the intelligence she sought, a smirk gracing her lips. She swiftly dealt with the Shadow Patrol captain and led her team to retreat hastily. Upon returning to the Alliance camp, Lina was greeted with a hero's welcome. The warriors cheered exuberantly, lifting Lina high in celebration of this hard-won victory. Jiyu Xingchen approached excitedly, embracing Lina tightly, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. You are simply magnificent, Lina. Once again, you have saved us. Lina's face radiated with a brilliant smile as she gently patted Gu Xingchen's shoulder, saying, this is what I ought to do. With the crucial intelligence Lina brought back, the morale of the Alliance soared to unprecedented heights. The warriors, eager for battle, were prepared to showcase their prowess in the impending decisive confrontation. The horn of battle was about to sound, and the dawn of victory seemed to illuminate the land. Yet, beneath this seemingly favorable situation lay a thread of unease. Late at night, Gu Xingchen stood alone atop the camp, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern. Boss, what troubles you? Lung Wanqing approached Gu Xingchen, her voice laced with concern. Jiyu Xingchen sighed, pointing into the distance. Look, what is that? Following his gesture, Lung Wanqing peered into the night sky, where a peculiar red light had suddenly appeared. Chapter 91. The Alliance's counteroffensive. Lung Wanqing followed Gu Xingchen's finger, but the eerie red light in the night sky vanished in an instant. It seems there is nothing there. No, something is definitely about to happen. Jiyu Xingchen's brow remained furrowed, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Alliance camp was not as buoyant as it appeared. Although the intelligence brought back by Lina was uplifting, the lingering oppression and fear from recent days could not dissipate overnight. Sun Guofu, the harbinger of negativity in this camp, has commenced her performance once more. Do you truly believe the information that girl brought back? What if it's a trap set by the Shadow Lord? Her sarcastic voice spread through the crowd, eroding the hard-won confidence of the warriors like a virus. Some already uncertain members began to waver, whispering amongst themselves, indeed, what if it's a trap? How can we, so few in number, stand against the Shadow Lord? Gu Xingchen observed all of this keenly. He knew immediate action was necessary, or the morale painstakingly built would crumble. Striding into the center of the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, I know you all harbor doubts, but this intelligence is absolutely reliable. He produced the logbook of the Shadow Patrol captain, seized by Lina, which detailed the Shadow Lord's troop deployment and operational plans. This information was riskily brought back by Lina. The contents recorded herein are sufficient to prove our chance of victory. He then displayed the map of the Shadow Lord's forces, adorned with special markings, all meticulously drawn by Lina, the strongest scout in our alliance. Do you still doubt her? Gu Xingchen paused, surveying the crowd, his tone resolute. I understand we have faced many failures before, but this time, we will surely prevail. We possess the intelligence brought back by Lina. weapons crafted by Zhang the blacksmith, and above all, our unwavering resolve to stand united and never surrender. Zhang the blacksmith, once filled with despair for the future, stepped forward, raising his newly forged weapon. The boss speaks the truth. At my age, I have seen much, and now I see hope. I believe we will triumph. Even Li Xiaodi, previously influenced by Sun Guofu, stood up to express his support. Boss, we all trust you. Gu Xingqian's words acted as a soothing balm, stabilizing the emotions of the crowd. Those who had wavered reignited their fighting spirit, vowing to advance and retreat together with the alliance. Sun Guofu attempted to continue spreading rumors but was met with hostile glares from those around her, forcing her to sulkingly close her mouth. Witnessing morale rejuvenate, Gu Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. He approached Lina, grasping her hand gently, and whispered, "Thank you for your efforts." Lina looked at him, her eyes brimming with trust, and, "Report, boss." A panting warrior rushed in. Outside the city we found. Lung Wanqing's gentle gaze fell upon Gu Xingqian. Filled with unwavering trust and admiration, she lightly linked her arm with his, softly stating, "I believe in you. You will guide everyone to victory." Lina beside them also nodded firmly, this silent support igniting warmth in Gu Xingqian's heart, further solidifying his resolve. Just then, Sun Guofu, seemingly fueled by a rage, jumped in, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Xingqian, shouting, "You are all being deceived. That intelligence must be false. He only wants to lead us to our deaths." Her spittle flew as she raged, resembling a scolding shrew, instantly causing some to waver in their convictions. Gu Xingqian let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through Sun Guofu. "Sun Guofu, cease your deceitful rhetoric here. What evidence do you possess to claim the intelligence is false? Aside from sowing panic, what else can you do?" He paused, raising his voice. "What time is it now? In the face of great peril, at the juncture of life and death, you choose to disrupt our morale. What is your true intent?" Sun Guofu was momentarily cowed by Gu Xingqian's formidable presence. Yet she stubbornly retorted, I only wish for everyone's good. What if it's a trap? Have you considered that? A trap?" Gu Xingqian scoffed. "What basis do you have for your so-called what if?" The intelligence Lina risked her life to bring back clearly details the enemy's troop deployment. "Open your eyes and see." He flung the logbook before Sun Guofu. "If you cannot comprehend it, then keep your mouth shut and spare yourself the embarrassment." Sun Guofu was left speechless, her face shifting from red to pale. Desperate to defend herself, but finding all words utterly inadequate at that moment, the breathless warrior finally regained his composure, swallowing hard before speaking in a trembling voice. "Outside the city that we discovered the Shadow Lords. Armied, that they are coming for us." The members of the alliance unleashed a torrent of condemnation upon Sun Guofu. This old crone, known for spreading negativity, had now found herself on the wrong end of the argument. Voices erupted like machine gun fire, overwhelming Sun Guofu to the point of silence, wishing only to disappear into the ground. Ultimately, she scuttled back to her tent, like a defeated rooster, too fearful to emerge again. With the crisis averted, the atmosphere in the alliance camp ignited, more fervent than ever. Gu Xingqian's lips curled up slightly. "Zhang the blacksmith, how are your special weapons coming along? Can you prepare something spectacular for us this time?" Zhang the blacksmith patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, boss, my recent efforts have not been in vain. I will ensure those shadow scum taste our might. Lina, you will lead the combat team in a frontal assault. Remember, swift, precise, and fierce. Catch them off guard." Lina's eyes gleamed with determination, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. "Understood. I will accomplish the mission. Li Xiaodi, you are responsible for logistical support. Do not falter." Li Xiaodi stood tall. Seriousness etched upon his face. "Boss, rest assured. I promise to keep the brothers well fed and riled up for battle." The crowd, invigorated and eager, awaited the order to engage. Gu Xingqian surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The plan was flawless, all preparations complete. Only the final push was needed. However, would the Shadow Lord truly be caught off guard? In the shadows, a pair of icy eyes were watching everything unfold, overestimating themselves. "Little insects, let them prance about for a while. Once my surprise arrives, let's see if they can still laugh." A sinister voice echoed in the darkness. Chapter 92. The time to prepare for battle within the Alliance base. Flames surged skyward, not from relentless cannon fire, but from the blazing forge of Zhang the blacksmith. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed like fervent war drums, resonating with the hearts of every soldier. Gu Xingqian stood atop a platform, surveying the bustling crowd below, his heart swelling with ambition. "Brothers, let us give it our all. This is the pivotal battle for our comeback. Let us crush those shadowy scoundrels and enjoy the spoils." Gu Xingchen shouted, his voice brimming with vigor. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting. Zhang the blacksmith hurried over, his face smeared with sweat and soot, resembling a little calico cat. Boss, we got a major problem. We're running low on Xian iron ore. We can't produce those specialized weapons. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingchen's heart sank. The Xian iron ore was crucial for crafting weapons that countered the shadow creatures. How much more do we need? Not much, just a bit over 1 billion, Zhang the blacksmith replied, awkwardly rubbing his fingers together. Gu Xingchen sighed. That bit sounded anything but simple. His brow furrowed as his mind raced. And suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled discovering a hidden resource point in an abandoned laboratory during a prior exploration, which seemed to contain a significant amount of Xian iron ore. Don't panic, brother blacksmith. Follow me, Gu Xingchen exclaimed, pulling Zhang along as they rushed to the resource point. The resource point lay concealed within a hidden cave, its entrance blocked by a massive boulder. If not for Gu Xingchen's energy perception abilities, they might never have discovered it. Channeling his energy, Gu Xingchen exerted force, and with a thunderous crash, the boulder toppled, revealing the cave entrance. Inside, a substantial pile of Xian iron ore glimmered with an ethereal glow, causing Zhang's eyes to widen in delight. Boss, you're a genius. This is truly a timely blessing. Gu Xingchen smiled slightly and waved his hand. Hurry and load it up. Once we're finished, we'll return to work. Together with a group of followers, they toiled to transport the Xian iron ore back to the base. Upon receiving the ore, Zhang the blacksmith immediately threw himself into the intense process of weapon manufacturing. The forge blazed even hotter, and the clanging grew more urgent, resembling a triumphant symphony. Watching everything unfold, Gu Xingchen felt a weight lift from his heart. He stepped aside, took a few swigs from a water jug, when suddenly he sensed 2 searing gazes behind him. The eyes of Lang Wanqing and Lin Nana were unmistakable. One was gentle as flowing water, while the other burned with fiery passion. Both gazes conveyed admiration and affection. Lang Wanqing approached gracefully, offering a cup of water. You always manage to solve problems at critical moments. You truly are our stabilizing force. Gu Xingchen accepted the water with a smile. Just standard procedure. No need for alarm. It's all for world peace. Meanwhile, Lin Nana was directing the logistics team, distributing the newly arrived Xian iron ore to Zhang the blacksmith with a competent demeanor that embodied the spirit of a woman who would not be overshadowed by men. Catching Gu Xingchen's glance, she playfully winked and gave him a thumbs up. Li Xiaodi, leading the logistics team, was as busy as a spinning top, efficiently distributing supplies so that everyone received timely provisions. Seeing his impressive performance, Gu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. This young man was a talent worth nurturing. The members of the alliance, witnessing such ample preparations, felt their morale soar. They worked tirelessly, hastening the production of weapons and fortifying defenses, filling the base with vibrant energy. At that moment, Xiao Lu, responsible for reconnaissance, rushed in, panting and pale. Report, boss, the shadow creatures. He stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Gu Xingchen grasped his shoulder firmly. What is going on? Speak slowly. Xiao Lu took a deep breath, fear etched on his face. The shadow creatures have launched an early attack. Standing atop the hastily constructed platform, Gu Xingchen held a makeshift horn he had scavenged. He called out to the throng of dark figures below, brothers and sisters. We have journeyed through thorns and fought monsters, and now we are on the brink of victory. Are you afraid? No, came the thunderous roar, nearly knocking the horn from Gu Xingchen's grasp. Do you want to indulge in the spoils? Yes. Do you want to reduce those shadow scoundrels to mere dust? Gu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. His team was indeed filled with passion. Then let us go give them a beating. Let those shadow creatures know that our alliance is not to be trifled with. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, their spirits soaring as if they could tear the shadow creatures apart at any moment. Lang Wanqing smiled gently, watching Gu Xingchen shine amidst the crowd like a celestial being. Lin Nana, meanwhile, was eager to join the fray, itching to charge out and wreak havoc, just as the crowd united. Ready for battle, a scout stumbled in, breathless and pale. Our report. Boss, the shadow lord, there's trouble. His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the fervor of the crowd. The previously boisterous camp fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. What is going on? Why the panic? Gu Xingchen frowned. Could this scout not maintain composure? The scout took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. Report, boss, the Shadow Lord's forces, they are gathering. Gu Xingchen stood on the makeshift platform, his expression turning serious. What is the situation? They have gathered in greater numbers than we anticipated. Significantly more. The scout's voice trembled, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Gu Xingqian's face fell. Significantly more? This was not good news that he grasped the scout's shoulder firmly. How many more? The scout gulped, struggling to articulate. Conservatively estimated at least doubled. Doubled? Gu Xingqian inhaled sharply. This was no trivial matter. He turned along Wan Qing and Lin Nana, noticing their expressions had also turned grave. Lin Nana stepped closer, whispering, Xingqian, the situation has changed. We need to redeploy. Before she could finish, the ground began to tremble violently. And an eerie red light flickered in the distant sky. Lang Wanqing grasped Gu Xingqian's arm, her complexion pale. Xingqian, look. Gu Xingqian followed her gaze, and on the horizon, he saw a dark tide surging toward them. This is bad, Gu Xingqian murmured. They're coming. Chapter 93. The final confrontation. The earth quaked as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, while the ominous red light in the distance resembled a colossal flashbang unleashed by some nonconformist. Gu Xingqian's heart sank. This was more formidable than he had imagined. That dark tide was no mere metaphor. It was a veritable human sea tactic. The numbers of the shadow forces had not merely doubled. They were a veritable ocean, overwhelming and densely packed, sending shivers down one's spine. By heavens, they really escalated this. Gu Xingqian could not help but curse. This was no battle. It was akin to dumplings being boiled. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-splitting explosions echoed ceaselessly, the assault from the shadow forces far more ferocious than anticipated. Their defenses were as solid as a fortress, catching the alliance members off guard. Many fell on the spot. Stay steady. Don't panic. Gu Xingqian bellowed, realizing it was time for him to rally the troops. Wan Qing, tend to the wounded. Lin Nana, come with me. At Gu Xingqian's command, Lin Nana's combat team surged forth like arrows shot from a bow. They moved with agility and precision, tearing open a breach in the enemy's ironclad defenses. Charge, let us wipe out these scoundrels. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the morale of the alliance members surged, each rushing forward with fervor. Damn it! Stop them! The Shadow Patrol leader screamed hoarsely, unable to impede the advance of Lin Nana's team. Brothers, follow me into battle. Lin Nana shouted, her energy blade gleaming with a blinding light, like the scythe of death harvesting enemy lives. Just as they seemed poised to break through to the Shadow Lord's core area, a powerful energy wave surged from the distance, causing the very air around them to seem to solidify. It seems I need to stretch my limbs a bit. A chilling voice echoed from afar. Laced with mockery and cruelty, Gu Xingqian snapped his head up, his gaze sharp and unyielding, fixating on the direction of the voice. Before the sinister laughter could fade, a figure appeared like a specter before them. The Shadow Lord, clad in black attire and donning a bizarre mask, emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. You insignificant minions dare challenge my authority? The Shadow Lord's voice was like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, instilling dread. Enough with the nonsense. Come at me. Gu Xingqian met the challenge without fear. The Shadow Lord sneered, waving his hands, summoning a wave of black energy that surged toward Gu Xingqian like a giant serpent. Child's play. Gu Xingqian swiftly dodged the attack, keenly observing the slight twitch of the Shadow Lord's mouth beneath the mask as he unleashed the energy wave. Could this be his weakness? Gu Xingqian felt a sudden stir within his heart, as a bold idea surged forth. During the ensuing battle, he feigned weakness intentionally, luring the Shadow Lord into continuously unleashing waves of energy. The Shadow Lord, indeed, fell for the ruse, repeatedly launching powerful energy attacks, each accompanied by a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that this was all the skill you possessed. A cold smirk crept onto Gu Xingqian's lips. Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your end. The Shadow Lord, incensed by Gu Xingqian's provocation, raised his hands high, gathering a massive orb of black energy. The intensity of this energy caused the surrounding space to warp. Now is the moment. A gleam of determination flashed in Gu Xingqian's eyes as he concentrated all his energy into a singular point, targeting the Shadow Lord's mask with a lethal strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that flattened everything in the vicinity. As the dust cleared, the Shadow Lord's figure swayed precariously. A crack appeared on his mask, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. How did you know? The Shadow Lord's voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. Gu Xingqian chuckled coldly, about to speak when suddenly he sensed a powerful wave of energy approaching from a distance. Boss, we're here. The reinforcements descended like divine warriors, charging fiercely into the battlefield and instantly turning the tide. These were no ordinary reinforcements. They were an elite cadre of high-level energy users, each possessing extraordinary skills and overwhelming combat prowess. By heavens, this is the ultimate trump card. Upon seeing the arrival of reinforcements, Gu Xingqian's heart soared with joy. Their victory was assured. With the addition of the reinforcements, the morale of the alliance members surged, each one charging forward with fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. The shadow forces were caught off guard, bewildered. This was not the climactic battle they had anticipated, but rather a chaotic brawl. The Shadow Lord's face darkened with fury. He had never imagined that Gu Xingqian had a backup plan. What was meant to be an act of bravado had turned into a humiliating defeat. Damn it, you ants! The Shadow Lord bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy in a desperate attempt to repel the onslaught. However, Gu Xingqian had already seen through his intentions. He deftly evaded the attack and concentrated his energy into a singular point, launching a fatal strike aimed at the Shadow Lord's chest. With a resounding crash, the Shadow Lord's body was sent flying like a puppet with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. His fate uncertain. We won. We won. The members of the alliance cheered exuberantly, celebrating their hard-won victory. Ling Wanqing and Lin Nana rushed toward Gu Xingqian, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Xingqian, you were incredible. Boss, you are our god. Gu Xingqian smiled faintly, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. During the recent battle, he felt as if a mysterious power within him had been awakened, a force that both excited and terrified him. What is this? Gu Xingqian murmured to himself when suddenly he felt someone pat him on the back. Xingqian, what are you saying? An elderly voice inquired. Turning around, he saw an old man with white hair standing behind him. It was Elder Lu, a highly respected figure within the alliance. Elder Lu, Gu Xingqian began to explain, but was cut off by Elder Lu. Xingqian, although we emerged victorious from this battle, we have paid a heavy price. Elder Lu sighed, his tone laden with resignation. Elder, I understand. No, you do not. Elder Lu shook his head. There is much you remain unaware of. Chapter 94. Awakening the Hidden Power. Elder Lu, I acknowledge the alliance's significant losses, but this victory is crucial for us. Gu Xingqian spoke with conviction. Moreover, I believe this power within me may change everything. Elder Lu stroked his beard, gazing deeply at Gu Xingqian. Young man, while ambition is commendable, one must also act within one's limits. That power is no trifling matter. Elder, my mind is made up. Gu Xingqian clasped his hands respectfully, his tone resolute. Please allow me to enter the training chamber. You. Elder Lu intended to offer further counsel, but was interrupted by Lin Nana beside him. Elder, I have faith in the boss. He will succeed. Ling Wanqing nodded in agreement. Yes. Elder, let Xingqian give it a try. Seeing Gu Xingqian's unwavering determination, coupled with the encouragement from Ling Wanqing and Lin Nana, Elder Lu ultimately relented. Very well, but I hope you are not courting disaster. Remember, should you sense anything amiss, cease immediately. Gu Xingqian nodded in agreement and turned to enter the training chamber. Coach Wang followed closely behind, concern etched on his face. Xingqian, while I may not fully endorse your unconventional training methods, I sincerely hope for your safety. This power is no jest. Take care not to overreach. Gu Xingqian patted Coach Wang's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. The door to the training chamber slowly closed, isolating Gu Xingqian from the outside world. Inside, an ancient and mysterious aura pervaded the space, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Xingqian sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath as he endeavored to communicate with the hidden power within him. Outside the chamber, everyone awaited anxiously. Time ticked by, yet no sound emerged from within. Why is it taking so long? Is something wrong? Zhou Xiaomei inquired with concern. It's fine. The boss is incredibly strong. He will be all right. Lin Nana said reassuringly, though anxiety gnawed at her heart. Ling Wanqing clenched her hands tightly, silently praying for Gu Xingqian's safety. Suddenly, a deafening crash emanated from the training chamber, causing the ground to tremble. What is happening? The crowd gasped, turning their gazes towards the chamber door. Just then, the door slowly opened, revealing Gu Xingqian's form before them. His complexion was pale, his body trembling, a trickle of blood gracing his lips. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, as if harboring boundless power. Gu Xingqian attempted to speak, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously. Xingqian. Ling Wanqing and Lin Nana rushed forward to support him. Gu Xingqian managed a strained smile. It seems I might have overdone it. Within Gu Xingqian, a tempest of energy raged, violently crashing about like a wild stallion, threatening to tear his body apart. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. This power exceeded his wildest expectations. His previous ease was but blind optimism in the face of the unknown. What a mess I've gotten myself into. Gu Xingqian cursed inwardly. This was no awakening. It was a matter of life and death. Yet he did not relent at this critical juncture. Gu Xingqian instead ignited a fierce resolve to turn adversity into opportunity. He recalled the thrill of executing extreme maneuvers in video games, the exhilaration of turning the tables on a boss, and a spark of madness ignited within him. Life and death were inconsequential. If challenged, he would fight. Summoning all his willpower, he became akin to an experienced beast tamer, cautiously guiding the tumultuous energy. Thread by thread, he steered the energy along a specific path within his body. Much like untangling a knot, gradually subduing the ferocity of the energy, this process was excruciating, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish even a modicum of control. Outside the chamber, Elder Lu was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. I warned him he was too reckless. Now look at the trouble he has caused. He pointed at the chamber door. Fuming, the alliance had only just stabilized, and now it was all jeopardized. Coach Wang echoed his sentiments. Exactly. Young people lack prudence. What else with these unconventional methods? Would it not be better to train diligently? Now he has gone and ruined himself. He shook his head, wearing an expression that screamed, I told you so. Zhou Xiaomei anxiously gazed at the closed door, her hands clasped in silent prayer for Gu Xingqian's safety. Ling Wanqing and Lin Nana remained fixated on the door, wordlessly filled with worry and urgency. Inside the chamber, Gu Xingqian faintly heard the commotion outside, yet he paid it no mind at this moment. All his focus was on guiding the energy to as time passed. He gradually discerned some characteristics of this energy, and its tumultuous nature began to stabilize, no longer rampaging as it had before. Success. Gu Xingqian's heart soared with joy. Just as he was about to further guide the energy, an even more formidable wave of energy erupted from within him. What is happening? Gu Xingqian's expression shifted, and before he could react, he heard a startled voice from outside the chamber. Oh no. The energy fluctuations have gone out of control. The cacophony outside buzzed like a swarm of mosquitoes, irritating Gu Xingqian. A bunch of old fogies, always nagging. He silently cursed, which only fueled his competitive spirit. Today he would show them something spectacular. A more violent surge of energy struck, and Gu Xingqian felt as if his very organs were about to shatter, the pain nearly overwhelming him. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring like a stubborn mule, refusing to yield an inch. That all. I used to play Contra without breaking a sweat. How could this mere energy defeat me? Within his heart, he roared fiercely, summoning every ounce of willpower. Deftly maneuvering like an experienced driver drifting through a curve, narrowly evading the impending deadly impact. Outside the dim chamber, Zhou Xiaomei, who had been on the verge of tears from worry, suddenly lit up with sparkling eyes as she observed the energy fluctuations stabilize. Our leader is incredible, she couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone, her admiration for Gu Xingqian flowing like an unending river. Gu Xingqian felt the tumultuous energy within him settle, akin to a once feral beast now tamed. Finally quieting down, he exhaled deeply, sensing that he had traversed the threshold of death, yet had emerged alive. Phew, I've managed to stabilize a small portion at last. This is merely the first step of a long journey. He rejoiced inwardly, his body gradually acclimating to the impact of this power, no longer racked with unbearable pain as before. However, this was merely the initial stride of a daunting expedition. The force still resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Gu Xingqian understood that he must swiftly discover a means to control this power. Otherwise, it would inevitably turn against him. This entity was akin to a mischievous child, requiring careful discipline. He mused, commencing his attempts to guide this energy, urging it to operate according to his will. Suddenly, he sensed the energy within him stir once more violently than before, as if an enraged beast sought to break free from its restraints. Oh no, here it comes again. Gu Xingqian's heart raced, and he quickly focused his mind, bracing himself for the new challenge. Just then, the door to the chamber burst open, and Lin Nana's anxious voice pierced through. Boss,